Introduction. From the moment she decided to take action, Merika, embodying the essence of an elf, experienced not a shred of hesitation regarding the matter at hand. Only at this juncture did she realize that she had employed magic to slay an assailant. This single revelation sufficed to ascertain the identity of her adversary. Given that it could be confirmed that the assailant was a demon, who else might have dared to attack the camp and ambush the convoy? Was it truly difficult to surmise? Not only Merika, but even Lumina had reached the same conclusion. What should we do? Lumina was clearly flustered. Merika was not in a much better position. Typically, the two relied heavily on Vivian and Tielle, but now both Vivian and Tielle were absent. In the spring following 13 eternal nights, the plunderers' camp at the shipwreck site lay frozen at the coastal promontory. During the brutal span of those 13 eternal nights, this place had become the final refuge for the free folk residing west of Frostfawn. The relentless nights had ravaged the wildlings north of the Desperate Wall, leading to countless deaths from the biting cold and unrelenting hunger. While an official death toll was elusive, conservative estimates suggest that tens of thousands perished, a calamity for a region already sparse in population. The eternal night also incited the free folk to descend southward with increasing frequency to pillage. In their desperate bid for survival, the free folk from the east risked traversing the Great Wall, while those from the west steered longships across the frozen bay, persistently harassing the north, thus adding new enmity to the blood feud between wildlings and southerners. Everything unfolded like a ritual, a ceremony of blood and snow. With the conclusion of the ritual, spring arrived, perhaps heralding the revival of summer. To celebrate this resurgence, the shipwreck site hosted a drunken boxing match. Contestants were required to down a large mug of ale. Originally, 3 mugs were intended, but the wildling supplies did not permit such excess before commencing the bout. The inhabitants of the shipwreck site would bestow the title of champion upon the ultimate victor, who would then lead them into a grand feast of plunder. After an intense competition, 13-year-old Beljoman stood on the championship stage. Beljoman, the adopted son of the headless Yuba, possessed a striking appearance uncharacteristic of the wildling's black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin reminiscent of a white fox on the tundra. Although only 13 years old and lacking the robust physique typical of his peers, perhaps the old gods and ancestral spirits had favored Bel, enabling him to reach the finals. Standing on the stage, he faced his childhood companion, Ragnar. Ragnar, 5 years Bel's senior and towering over him by 30 centimeters with a weight 1.5 times greater, displayed a furrowed brow that betrayed his uncertainty of victory against Bel. Indeed, the reality mirrored his apprehension. Bel gazed at his tense friend, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. Ragnar, let's hasten this to a close. Ragnar raised his fists, striking them together. Bang! Come on, Fox, I am a champion. Bring it on. The two brothers charged towards one another. Ragnar's powerful punch sliced through the air, but was effortlessly evaded by Bel. In an instant, Bel lowered his body, encircling Ragnar's waist with both arms, pressing his forehead against his opponent's lower abdomen, and summoned an explosive surge of strength. Ragnar felt his feet leave the ground, and in that fleeting moment of losing his point of support, he watched in astonishment as Bel lifted him, only to hurl him away. Thud! Ragnar landed outside the ring, while Bel raised his right hand in a triumphant declaration of victory. After a brief moment of astonishment and silence, the audience erupted into wild cheers. Bel the champion! Bel the champion! Ragnar rose from the ground and joined in the celebration, though defeat stung. He understood the prowess of his friend and accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He shouted towards Bel on stage, "Champion Fox, lead us south." Ragnar's voice resonated with the crowd, and the wildlings roared in response. Feast. Bel nimbly ascended a post of the arena's railing, his exceptional balance allowing him to stand firmly on the slender, decaying pillar, akin to a stabilizing force in tumultuous seas. He extended his hand, pointing southward. By the decree of the champion of the sunken lands, valiant freemen, the feast shall commence in 3 days. Board your ships, and take your axes. Join the champion in the southward venture. Oh, that night, the freemen of the sunken lands were engulfed in revelry. They unearthed the last of their provisions from the cellar, celebrating with fervor, all for the sake of joining the feast and embarking on their plundering expedition. Bel quietly slipped out of the camp and returned home. In the dilapidated wooden cabin, the flickering firelight illuminated Yuba, his hair and beard flecked with gray, seated with his back to Bel before the hearth, his broad shoulders reminiscent of a great mountain. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Bel smiled genuinely and called out, Yuba? Yuba turned his rough, dark cheek as firm as the exposed black rock of a snow-capped peak. Bel shared his joy with his adoptive father. Yuba, I defeated Ragnar, I am a champion. Yuba broke into a smile, uttering a single word, good. Seeing his father smile, Bel seized the moment to express his aspirations further. Yuba, I intend to venture south. To preempt any refusal, Bel spoke rapidly. Yuba, I am now the champion, and all the warriors of the Sunken Lands will accompany me. You need not worry for my safety. I even believe we can conquer Bear Island, and I will return for you. After speaking, Bel looked at Yuba expectantly. However, the response he received was, Yuba's thick lips moved slowly as he said no. Bel had anticipated this, yet still gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his throat like that of a fox. Humph. Yuba, headless Yuba. He deliberately emphasized the term headless, mocking his stubborn adoptive father. Yuba, accustomed to Bel's cunning, merely chuckled instead of getting angry. 15. His meaning was clear. Once Bel turned 15, he would be permitted to leave. Yet Bel shook his head with a smile, extending a finger and declared, No, Yuba. The feast is sacred. Unless you wish to tarnish my reputation, you cannot prevent me from leading the free men southward. For I am the champion of the sunken ship. Bang! Yuba knocked Bel down with a punch. Champion! Bel clutched his bleeding nose, emitting a fox-like yelp. Oh, Yuba, you wretched! In a fit of anger, Bel lunged at Yuba, vowing to bring his adoptive father to his knees. Alas, just as a fox cannot shake the black rock, Bel received another blow to his abdomen. Bang! Thus, Bel could only curl up in pain until dawn the next day. In the morning, Yuba prepared a kelp clam soup and served it before Bel. Rising from the ground, Bel swiftly drank the soup and then used his hands to extract the protein-rich clam meat. Revived and invigorated, Bel burst forth from the door, playfully exclaiming, Yuba, I shall prepare my ship. This time you shall not stop me. Yuba observed the cunning smile of his adopted son, a fox reveling in his triumph, and emitted a low growl from his throat. With his enormous hands, he brushed over his head and approached the cabinet, retrieving the giant axe hanging on the wall. He weighed it in both hands and then leisurely stepped outside. The wild men lining the road, particularly upon seeing the towering axe in Yuba's grip, could not help but swallow hard. This man must be the adoptive father of the champion Bel. Meanwhile, Bel had arrived at his friend Ragnar's home. Unbeknownst to our champion, dear adoptive father was stealthily following him with the giant axe. Bel yanked Ragnar, who was entangled in a heap of spearwomen, from his bed. Ragnar, is our ship ready? With bleary eyes, Ragnar instinctively replied, I had someone prepare it. But he quickly regained his senses and glanced at the spearwomen, equally sluggish from slumber. Feeling humiliated before the women, Ragnar angrily warned Bel, Fox, if you dare drag me from my nest of women again, I will kick you off this bed. Bel burst into laughter and raised his middle finger. Ragnar, I am the champion. Damn it. Frustrated, Ragnar lunged at Bel, but soon found himself thrown out, just like in last night's arena match. Ragnar flew from the room, crashing against a wall, wincing in pain. He rose, pointing back into the room and cursing Bel, don't push it too far. From within, Bel's voice echoed, hurry and prepare the ship, or the champion will take another's vessel. Ragnar's teeth ground in frustration, yet he turned to attend to the ship's preparations. As he turned, he came face to face with the giant Yuba, axe in hand. Yuba, Ragnar quickly processed the situation and turned back to the room, laughing maniacally. Fox, Yuba has arrived. The champion may not be able to attend the feast. Inside, Bel inhaled sharply, caught in a dilemma. Why does the adoptive father refuse to allow me to journey south? The original narrative is on the verge of unfolding. With closed eyes, the fox engages her mind. The cunning strategies of the ancient ancestors of Huaxiao resurface in her thoughts, culminating in a sly smile from Bel. Very well, let it be so. Upon exiting her chamber, Bel encounters Yuba and Ragnar, standing at the threshold. With a subtle blink, she conveys a message to Ragnar. Understanding her intent, Ragnar turns to depart. Yet, the great axe descends with a thunderous crash. Strands of hair fall before Ragnar's eyes, and the son of the sunken ship's chief gasps in shock. Bel, seething with anger, shouts at Yuba, Hey, Yuba, Ragnar is my brother. Yuba, his expression impassive, informs Ragnar, Bel shall not attend the feast. Ragnar, struck with dread, hurriedly nods, understood. Rest assured, I am merely preparing my vessel. He swiftly vacates the scene. Bel, dissatisfied, exclaims, Ragnar, you coward. Yuba extends a hand, urging Belle to return home. Reluctantly, Belle complies, yet begins to pack her belongings, muttering "fool" under her breath. Yuba, a man of few words, does not hinder Belle's preparations nor respond to her provocations. He merely resumes his tasks, knowing full well he can apprehend Belle whenever he desires. The following morning, Belle departs early once more in search of Ragnar. Yuba once again brandishes the great axe to invite Belle home, warning Ragnar that Yuba's axe does not discriminate. Ragnar is left in stunned silence. Belle, unfazed, tosses her belongings to Ragnar in front of Yuba. Winking, "Ragnar, stow my treasures aboard the ship. They will surely be of use at the feast." Ragnar's lips twitch, pondering how he is not truly a brother. "Your father intends to cleave me with an axe while you dig a pit for your good brother." Yet, he collects Belle's pack, neither returning it to her nor handing it over to Yuba. That night, upon sensing Yuba's slumber, Belle stealthily slips outside. At that moment, the coastline of the sunken ship is lined with the longboats of the free folk, torches illuminating the night sky as the warriors engage in final revelries. For at dawn, the champion shall lead them southward to commence the feast. However, as the first rays of sunlight grace the horizon, Yuba appears before the free folk, wielding his great axe. "Where's Belle?" The free folk exchange glances, equally awaiting the champion. Yuba calls out Ragnar's name with a booming voice. Ragnar emerges, bowing respectfully, requesting Yuba to inspect his vessel to ensure Belle is not aboard. With his axe in hand, Yuba, filled with skepticism, boards Ragnar's ship, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, from the deck to the hold, from bow to stern, yet finds no trace of Belle. Realizing something is amiss, Yuba comes to the shocking conclusion that he has been deceived by his adopted child. Roar! Several hundred meters east of the sunken ship, Belle, mounted on a steed, heard the roar emanating from the coast and chuckled softly, saying, "Yuba, you fool, you cannot thwart the White Fox." Is this the end? As his steel sword shattered, Weimer Royce felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he had been a bit stronger or more cunning, he might have managed to protect his foolish comrades long enough to return to the wall and convey vital information about the others to Commander Mormont. If successful, even if he were to perish at the hands of the others, he would have no regrets. Yet, gazing at the broken sword in his hands and the chilling blade of ice poised to strike him, Weimer Royce helplessly shut his eyes. Clang! A sudden flying axe deflected the icy blade of the other. Belle Joman descended from above, legs together, exerting all his strength to stomp on the grotesque face of the other. The force of the blow was such that both Belle and Weimer Royce heard the sickening crack of the other's neck breaking. Immediately, the other was sent flying, the magical ice blade clattering to the ground. "Run!" Belle shouted. Weimer Royce, not pausing to confirm Belle's identity, turned and fled for his life. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in black, concealed in the treetops, revealed himself and joined the escape. Belle glanced back at the other he had kicked away. Its neck was broken, lying in the snow, unable to rise again, its limbs thrashing helplessly as it struggled to regain control without its central nervous system. "Truly monstrous," Belle muttered with a sardonic smile, his eyes catching sight of the fallen, icy blade. "Hiss! Damn, it's cold." Unable to resist the temptation, Belle bent down to retrieve the oddly shaped ice blade and immediately turned, scrambling away in the opposite direction from the other. He quickly caught up with Weimer Royce. The cloaked swordsman, wiping blood from his face, inquired, "Who are you?" As Belle ran, he thought Elba Wood. Elba Wood? Indeed, a descendant of the Woodfort family from Bear Island. Weimer Royce frowned, recognizing the Woodfort name, a family that had ruled Bear Island and even the North thousands of years ago, from which the legendary Night King had emerged. However, the Woodfort family had long since faded into obscurity, though a collateral branch still existed on Bear Island. Weimer Royce pressed on, "Wood, what are you doing here?" Belle, unflustered, fabricated a lie. "Night's Watch brother, I was captured by wildlings when I was young and escaped from beyond the wall." Weimer Royce turned his head and finally realized that his savior was merely a young lad. Moreover, this youth was strikingly handsome, with black hair and eyes, draped in white furs, exuding a spirit as lively as the white fox of the polar realms. He was not a wildling. Weimer Royce instinctively accepted this truth, yet his instincts remained on high alert. "So, you possess knowledge of the wildlings? And what about the others?" With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Belle responded to Weimer's words, "Indeed, I possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the wildlings. However, as for the White Walkers, truth be told, this is my first encounter." Weimer Royce inquired, Are you not afraid of the White Walkers? Of course I am. Yet my desire to survive outweighs my fear. Bell feigned nonchalance as he spoke. As they fled for their lives, the two engaged in intermittent conversation, their voices mingling with the rustling of the forest around them. By dawn the following day, the sound of the White Walkers had faded behind them, revealing the ominous silhouette of the wall against the horizon. Weimer came to a halt, prompting Bell to ask whether he awaited his Night's Watch brothers. Weir and Gary, Weimer uttered the names. Bell was taken aback, surprised to learn of another brother of the Night's Watch. No sooner had Weimer finished speaking than two figures clad in black emerged from the forest, an elder and a youth. The elder, Gary, appeared to be in his 50s, while the youth, Weir, was in his 20s. Weimer addressed them. You all have witnessed the White Walkers. Upon hearing the term White Walkers, a shiver coursed down Gary and Weir's spines. Weimer recalled narrowly escaping the icy blades of the White Walkers, terror lingering in his heart. Gathering his courage, he declared, "Follow me, we must report this discovery to Commander Mormont." Weir responded in a trembling voice, "Yes." Gary remained silent, his expression rigid with apprehension. "And you, Elba?" Bell chimed in, reminding the black-clad swordsman, Elba Wood, brother of the Night's Watch. Weimer's gaze swept once more across Bell, landing on the icy blade in his hand. His pupils dilated, a tumult of emotions flashing through his eyes: fear, astonishment, and curiosity. The once proud Weimer could no longer maintain his composure. He exclaimed, "Wood, you wield the sword of a White Walker." Bell pointed the blade toward him, a grin upon his lips. "Indeed, it is quite cold, so cold it nearly numbs me." Startled by the peculiar icy blade, Weimer recoiled, shouting, "Put away that damned thing." Yet almost immediately, his gaze returned to Bell. Bell heard him say, "Would safeguard that cursed sword. It is an exceedingly important piece of evidence." Bell extended his hand toward Weimer, requesting the sheath for the sword. The black-clad swordsman widened his furious eyes, as if to say, "How dare you, a wildling, demand the sheath of a noble from the Vale?" Seeing that he would not comply, Bell turned to seek the other two figures in black. Weir distanced himself from Bell, as though he were a harbinger of doom, stating, "My sword is lost. You should inquire with Gary." Bell approached Gary, still clutching the icy blade. "Excuse me, may I borrow your sword sheath?" Gary stiffly retrieved his own sword, his expression betraying his discomfort. As Bell took the sheath, he felt Gary's hand tremble ever so slightly. The poor old black-clad man was evidently paralyzed by fear of the White Walkers. Bell's keen eyes darted about, and with a playful grin, he whispered into Gary's ear, "Brother of the Night's Watch, do you dare to confront the White Walkers?" Gary's body trembled slightly, yet the intensity of his vibrations was quite pronounced. Bell's lips curled into his characteristic smirk. He then sheathed the icy blade into Gary's scabbard, carrying it with him. Wimmeroys led them toward the Wall of Despair. It was evident that Wimmeroys and his team, having procured vital intelligence, were on the verge of achieving great acclaim. This was precisely the reason Wimmeroys had allied himself with the Night's Watch. He cast a glance at his family crest, a cluster of pebbles nestled between two lines of runes against an orange background. In a hushed tone, he recited his family motto, "We remember. What is remembered is nothing but glory." At the Wall of Despair, within the Black Castle, Commander Mormont, upon hearing of Ranger Wimmeroy's return, promptly set aside his affairs to personally greet the noble knight he held in high regard at the castle gates. Though Wimmeroys possessed an arrogant demeanor, one could not deny his exceptional prowess among the Night's Watch. This young nobleman, hailing from knighthood, not only bore a strong sense of honor, but also exhibited unparalleled swordsmanship, having bested Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell in their sparring matches. In contrast to the current ranks of the Night's Watch, predominantly composed of criminals, Wimmeroys certainly warranted Commander Mormont's esteem. Mormont ascended to the top of the gatehouse, where he peered over the parapet and observed Wimmeroys leading three individuals through the gates, two of whom were familiar faces, while the remaining one, shrouded in rags, appeared to be a wildling. At the gate, Wimmeroy's companion, Will, excitedly shouted to the brothers of the Night's Watch, proclaiming that they had witnessed a living White Walker. The guard of the Night's Watch merely assumed he had been rendered foolish by the wildlings, laughingly mocking him with assertions that White Walkers were not alive, but rather dead. "Hey Gary, why are you silent? Have you also been struck down by the wildlings?" "Ha ha ha." Chapter 5. The deserter. The brothers clad in black jested at Gary, showing him no respect despite his service of over 40 years as a veteran. Having joined the Night's Watch at the tender age of 10, such is the lamentable state of the Night's Watch. which has fallen from a prestigious order of thousands of knights to a mere band of 600 ruffians and criminals. Gary remained silent in the face of their derision. Ordinarily, he would have retaliated with his fists. Since witnessing the White Walkers with his own eyes, he had not uttered a single word. Even the most dim-witted ruffians of the Watch noticed his unusual demeanor, and their taunts grew louder, buzzing like mosquitoes as they speculated about the old soldier being frightened senseless by the wildlings. At that moment, Commander Gior Mormont arrived. Silence. The arrival of the old bear caused even the most unruly of the Night's Watch to hastily seal their lips, fearing the slightest sound might escape. Upon seeing that Wyman had returned safely, Mormont initially felt a sense of relief, but soon his gaze was drawn to the shocking injury that marred Wyman's handsome visage. The gash from a blade had utterly disfigured his face. With concern, Mormont inquired, "Wyman, are you well?" Wyman Royce's cheeks twitched slightly. He was acutely aware of his injury, but he had not anticipated its severity, especially to elicit such a reaction from the old bear. Yet honor and duty reminded Wyman that some matters transcend one's own appearance. He solemnly stated, "My Lord Commander, I bring back vital intelligence." Mormont nodded. "Good. I overheard them discussing the White Walkers." "Indeed, my Lord Commander, the news is grave." Mormont's white brows furrowed, and his lips pursed slightly as he began to assess whether Wyman Royce might be indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Grave news? In all his years in the Night's Watch, few events warranted such a description. Moreover, the Knights from the Vale were known for their haughtiness, even as Mormont admired Wyman Royce. He could not help but privately evaluate him. Let us proceed to the command tower. Wyman sensed Mormont's skepticism regarding his motives and intelligence, but he understood that haste was unwise. He pondered how best to persuade the commander. His gaze soon fell upon Ser Beric Dondarrion. Their eyes met, and Beric smiled warmly. Wyman noted how this dark-haired young man genuinely enjoyed laughter. When Beric smiled, he resembled a fox, exuding an appealing charm, though it only heightened Wyman's wariness. To offer unsolicited kindness is often a sign of ulterior motives. Beric discerned Wyman's suspicion from the latter's expression. To ease the tension, Beric took up the ice blade, sheathed within its scabbard, and remarked playfully, "Ser Royce, I suspect you will need this to convince your Lord Commander." Wyman raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Of course." Beric then handed the scabbard to the old soldier. "Gary, my good man, please pass this White Walker artifact to Ser Beric." He deliberately emphasized the term White Walker. Gary gazed at the scabbard being offered, his pupils dilating sharply. Even with the sword sheath obscuring his sight, he could still perceive the chilling aura emanating from the ice blade of the White Walkers. The harrowing scene from the previous night replayed in his mind like a haunting nightmare, the unnatural cold, the terrifying specters. At that moment, Gary inexplicably recalled his long-deceased elder brother, pondering whether his sibling might also rise as a White Walker to claim his life in the dead of night. Fear dispelled the last vestiges of reason from Gary's mind. Seizing his heart with an iron grip, in full view of the crowd, he emitted a scream reminiscent of a woman's. Seizing the moment, he yanked a mounted Night's Watch brother from his steed, commandeering the horse, and fleeing southward. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. Gior Mormont was the first to react, bellowing in fury, "Capture that deserter!" Chaos ensued as the Night's Watch sprang into action, pursuing the fugitive. Meanwhile, Bell observed the scene he had orchestrated, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If not now, then when? The Night's Watch would show no mercy to wildlings. Bell raised the ice blade that he had failed to deliver to Gary, aiming for the nearest mounted ranger, intent on using the sheath to unseat him and emulate Gary's ploy. However, Waymar Royce reacted just in time, seizing the sheath that Bell had lifted. The Vale Knight seethed. "Wood, you did that on purpose." Bell first grinned mischievously, further igniting Waymar's ire. The knight tightened his grip on the sheath, attempting to wrest it from Bell's hold. Yet, the sheath remained steadfast. Waymar was taken aback. How could this lad possess such strength? Seizing the moment of Waymar's hesitation, Bell suddenly delivered a kick to the knight's lower abdomen. The Vale Knight howled, cursed, and vowed vengeance. "By the seven, I shall slay you." Yet, Bell had already slipped away. Amid the turmoil, Bell commandeered a horse, brandished the ice blade, and took a different route from Gary's escape. Only a handful of mounted rangers pursued him, but soon Bell's remarkable horsemanship left them far behind. After evading his pursuers, Bell sought refuge in a secluded valley. Utilizing the survival skills of a free man, he concealed himself there for a month. Eventually, he followed the river southward, navigating through dense wolf-infested woods, until he arrived at Winterfell. This time, he assumed the name Bell Fisher. The Fisher family was a long-extinct lineage from the stony coast of the north, connected to the once-ruling family of the Fog Island in the Riverlands. Like Elbawood, No one could definitively prove whether Bel truly belonged to the family he claimed or if such a person ever existed. Naturally, not everyone could masquerade as nobility. But Bel's handsome visage worked in his favor. A cunning fox has 3 dens. Bel resolved to adopt this phrase as his family motto. He believed that as long as he wished it, he could be Bel Jorman, Elbow Wood, or Bel Fisher, and even Jorman Baelish. Once infiltrating Winterfell, Bel lay in wait within the taverns, eavesdropping on the latest rumors from the 7 Kingdoms. Firstly, the significant news: the Prime Minister Jon Arryn has passed away. Bale reflects on how swiftly news travels among the people of the 7 Kingdoms, akin to a voice carried through the extremes of fire and ice. At this moment, it is likely that even the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, Jon Arryn's foster son, remains unaware of this development. Yet, this event has swiftly become a topic of conversation among the patrons of the tavern. Following the Prime Minister's demise, there are reports that King Robert Baratheon is on his way to Winterfell. It is said that the king's entourage has reached the Neck. However, due to the prolonged duration of the 13 long nights, King Robert's procession has encountered considerable difficulties, becoming mired in the mud of the Neck. Each day, numerous locals have ventured forth to assist the king in clearing the roads, providing him with provisions and drink, thus reaping a modest financial reward. It has been remarked that the people of the Neck have taken to expressing gratitude towards the king. Bale nearly choked on the patron's jest, but soon realized that in the original narrative, the story commenced at the tail end of a long summer. In stark contrast, Bale has personally witnessed 13 harsh winters. This profound shift instills a sense of unease within him. It seems, in some enigmatic fashion, that all these events are intricately linked to Bale's own transference. A chill runs down his spine, and at this juncture, an individual bursts into the tavern bearing news that Duke Stark will personally execute a deserter from the Night's Watch. Grasping the ice blade concealed within his sword sheath, Bale melds into the crowd. Chapter 6, Bale's misunderstanding of the direwolf. The morning dawned cold and lonely, hinting at the possibility of bloodshed. Following the throng, Bale arrives at the execution grounds, where he witnesses the guards of House Stark escorting the condemned man. The crowd, upon sighting the prisoner, stirs with a palpable tension, exchanging whispers about his origins and the crimes he has committed. Although they are already aware that he is a deserter from the Night's Watch, some among them harbor darker thoughts and malicious speculations. Some suggest that the prisoner swore allegiance to the king beyond the wall, while others imply that he betrayed his oath due to an illicit affair with a wildling woman. Unlike the spectators, Bale instantly recognizes the prisoner as Gary, the old soldier who had been terrified by the others. He recalls the wanted poster affixed in Winterfell, where his own name, along with that of Elwood, still graces the list of Night's Watch deserters. Fortunately, the artistry of the wanted posters is woefully lacking, and the likeness depicted bears little resemblance to Bale, save for the shared traits of black hair and dark eyes. However, many in the North possess such features, as the blood of their ancestors courses through their veins. At that moment, the head of House Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, arrives at the execution grounds. The young wolves trail closely behind their leader, observing the grim proceedings, much like in the original tale. Bale pushes his way to the front, scrutinizing the appearances of the male members of House Stark. 2 guards drag the prisoner, Gary, to the center of the clearing, forcing his head down upon the dark, unyielding wood of the executioner's block. Eddard Stark dismounts, and his foster son, Theon Greyjoy, promptly presents him with his sword. Named Ice, this is a great sword of 2-handed proportions, broader than a man's palm, and when stood upright, it towers even over Robb, the eldest of the young wolves. The Ice Blade, forged from Valyrian steel and imbued with magical enhancements, possessed a hue as dark as smoke. Nothing in existence could rival the sharpness of Valyrian steel. As Bale beheld the colossal sword in the Duke's hand, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the ice blade of the White Walker strapped to his waist. It was well known that the ice blades of the White Walkers, like Valyrian steel, were infused with magic, boasting strength and sharpness that were in no way inferior to Valyrian steel. In the execution yard, Duke Stark suddenly proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, by the authority of Robert I of House Baratheon, King of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby pronounce your death sentence." With that, he raised the colossal sword high above his head. Bale's gaze fell upon the condemned Gary. The 2 locked eyes, and Gary's expression shifted. Yet, the Duke's sword swiftly descended, cleanly severing Gary's head from his body. Blood splattered onto the snow, a vivid red akin to fine summer wine. A horse from the Duke's retinue reared and nearly bolted in panic. Seizing the moment, Bale executed a swift, inconspicuous motion, kicking a stone at his feet. The stone landed in front of the horse, sending it into a complete frenzy. The warhorse broke free from the ranks and charged toward the gathered crowd. Chaos erupted. and the Duke hastily ordered his guards to intercept the horse, lest it harm the people of the north. However, the horse rampaged uncontrollably, leaving the guards no time to react. They could only shield the Duke's sons before watching the runaway steed bear down on the crowd. Just as the horse was about to crash into the throng, Bell intervened. He positioned himself between the horse and the people, legs apart, arms wide open. Duke Stark exclaimed, "Jory, save that boy!" The young wolves, Robb, Bran, and Jon, gazed in astonishment at the figure of the boy, their fists clenched in tension. The Duke's foster son, Theon Greyjoy, mockingly remarked that the boy had lost his mind. The onlookers sensed that the boy's blood might soon splatter upon them, prompting many to hastily retreat, causing a crush that left several injured on the ground. Yet, what transpired next defied all expectations. Bell spread his limbs wide and opened his mouth, letting out a fierce roar. The frenzied horse, sensing danger, reared on its hind legs and skidded to a halt, ultimately tumbling to the ground. Bell distinctly heard the sound of the horse's bones breaking. Crack! Duke Stark heard it too, as did his guard, Ser Jory, the young wolves, and the guards of House Stark. All were taken aback, their gazes fixated on the boy. Bell's black hair and dark eyes, his striking features, white fox fur, and ethereal demeanor left a profound impression on the Stark bannermen. The Duke instructed the stable master, Hullen, to examine the injured warhorse on his behalf, and if the injuries were grave, to grant the creature a swift end. Then, the Duke approached Bell. Bell watched as the Duke drew near. Eddard Stark's brown locks danced in the wind, his neatly trimmed beard woven with strands of silver. At first glance, his gray eyes appeared stern and unyielding, yet beneath that facade, Bell discerned a flicker of astonishment and curiosity. The Duke then spoke, his tone laced with concern. "Child, you are quite brave. What is your name?" "I am Bell. Bell Fisher, my lord," he replied. The Duke furrowed his brow, murmuring the name Bell. He recalled some ominous tales regarding the Bard Bell, the king beyond the wall, and the surname Fisher raised suspicions, if memory served him right. That lineage had once ruled the Stony Coast, but had long since faded into the annals of history. Could it be that the Fisher family still had descendants? Or was this youth merely an impostor? Eddard Stark fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Bell. Unfazed, Bell's eyes sparkled with clarity like a spring in a secluded valley. Unable to detect any abnormalities, Eddard directly inquired about Bell's origins, his age, and the reason for his presence in Winterfell. Bell answered truthfully, 14 years old. Hailing from the valley where the Stony Coast meets the Streamlands, the last scion of the Fisher family had remained hidden there, with the singular purpose of restoring his family's honor. Bell's response did little to alleviate Eddard's suspicions. Rather, it deepened the doubts of the direwolf. Yet, Bell's performance was impeccable, betraying no fear. At that moment, the sound of an axe echoed behind the Duke. The stable master Hullen's son had fetched a great axe, decisively severing the horse's head, proclaiming the end of its life. A horse with a shattered leg seldom survives. Execution, in fact, became a merciful release. Otherwise, it would endure excruciating pain, with the probability of succumbing to infection and inflammation far surpassing that of recovery. In a feudal society, warhorses often held greater value than human lives. Hullen, overseeing his son's grim task, expressed his sorrow and suggested to the Duke that Bell should be held accountable for the maimed horse. The Duke firmly rejected the notion, rebuking him. "Fisher has saved many lives. We all know how fierce a knight's steed can be." "Indeed, my lord," Hullen acquiesced, bowing and stepping back. The Duke turned once more to Bell, grappling with how to address this dubious youth. 35 years of life experience whispered to him that the boy named Bell Fisher was suspicious. Yet, his strong moral compass urged him that Fisher had saved many lives and deserved to be treated with kindness. Ultimately, morality triumphed over doubt. Eddard Stark turned to Ser Jory and commanded, "Jory, take this young man with you. Also, send for Maester Luwin. I shall require his wisdom." Before Bell, the Duke's intentions were laid bare, yet this revelation only heightened Bell's anxiety. The seemingly clumsy demeanor of the dire wolf was not ineptitude, but rather a straightforwardness that took him by surprise. As he contemplated the impending scrutiny from Maester Luwin, Bell's heart raced wildly. Chapter 7. The icebound wolf. Though the biting winds had ceased and the warm sun shone brightly, the long journey back to Winterfell felt increasingly frigid. Bell trailed behind the group, acutely aware of Ser Jory's gaze fixed upon him. The young wolves engaged in fervent discussion about the brutal execution they had just witnessed, as well as Bell's intervention to restrain the rampaging warhorse. Robb, the Duke's eldest son, proclaimed that the deserter had died with remarkable bravery. While the young wolf heir inherited his mother's fair complexion, auburn hair, and the blue eyes of House Tully. Handsome indeed. Illegitimate, Jon countered, noting the terror that filled the eyes of the condemned. In his heart, Bell concurred with Jon's assertion. It was fear that had led to Gary's demise. He deserved to have his eyes gouged out by the others. After cursing, Rob suggested a race to the bridge. John glanced at Bell, suppressing his curiosity, and spurred his horse to catch up with Rob. Bell watched the two brothers ride away, then heard the Duke imparting wisdom to his 7-year-old son, the future Green Seer. "Bran," the Duke inquired, "Bran, what do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Bran retorted, "Can one be brave in the face of fear?" The Duke replied, "One can only be brave when fear is present. Do you know why I had to execute him?" Without hesitation, Bran responded, "Because he is a wildling. They kidnap women and sell them to the others." The Duke smiled, remarking that the wet nurse had regaled Bran with tales once more. He reiterated his question, clarifying that he was not inquiring why the prisoner deserved death, but rather why, as a Duke, he must personally carry out the execution. Bran could not fathom an answer and mentioned that King Robert had a hangman to assist in the execution of prisoners. Bell, eavesdropping, silently applauded. The Duke was evidently not as astute as his son. Oblivious to this, the Duke continued to mold his precious son into his own mediocre likeness. He spoke of the Stark tradition, which holds that those who pronounce a death sentence must also wield the sword. If one is to take a life, they should at least gaze into the eyes of the condemned and listen to their final words. Should one fail to do so, perhaps the sentence should not be death. Bran, one day you will become a vassal to Rob, governing your own lands on behalf of your brother and the king. When that day comes, you must not kill for sport, nor evade your responsibilities. A ruler who hides behind the scenes and pays an executioner to do their bidding will soon forget the essence of death, the Duke concluded solemnly. Bran blinked and nodded, accepting his father's indoctrination. Bell scoffed internally, though he refrained from showing it. Morality and responsibility. These were the ivory towers erected by rulers for the governed. As a core member of House Stark, Bran was unwittingly confined within this ivory tower by his father's hand. Bell understood why the Starks would eventually decline in the original narrative. He certainly would not stand up to correct the Duke. Nor would he dare point a finger at Eddard Stark, declaring his teachings to the young wolves a failure. The wolf pack had woven its own snare, granting the fox an opportunity. At that moment, Jon Snow returned on horseback, breathlessly informing the Duke that he and Robb had made a remarkable discovery. The Duke and his entourage followed along and discovered a horrific sight by the riverbank north of the bridge. The Duke's adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, murmured by the seven hells. "What in the name of the gods is this?" Before them lay the long-dead form of a colossal wolf, larger than 2 hounds stacked together. Its dark figure half buried in a blood-stained pile of snow, soft and lifeless. Its once fluffy gray fur was frozen, and a putrid scent clung to it, reminiscent of a woman's perfume. "A wolf," Robb stated. Theon retorted, "No wolf is this large." Jon was about to interject to quell Theon's incessant provocations, but it was Bell who spoke first. From the back of the group, Bell's bright voice rang out, "It is a dire wolf." The Duke turned around, followed closely by the others, who gazed at Bell with newfound interest. Jon opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, intrigued by Bell's recognition of the creature's identity. Only Theon continued to contest the child's credibility, lifting his chin to challenge Bell. "But no one has seen a dire wolf south of the wall for 200 years. Bell smiled and countered, "Yet, here it is before us." Theon was momentarily silenced by Bell's retort. At that moment, Bran noticed something in Robb's arms and joyfully exclaimed as he rushed over. It was then that everyone realized Robb was cradling a gray, fluffy pup, 5 in total. Jon handed another direwolf pup to Bran, who eagerly accepted it, sitting down and nuzzling the creature against his cheek. "This is a bad omen," Sir Jorah remarked. The Duke frowned. "It is merely a dead wolf." Yet, his furrowed brow betrayed an unspoken agreement with the captain of the guard's words. Everyone was aware that the sigil of House Stark of Winterfell was the running wolf. What killed it? The Duke inquired. Robb proudly pointed to a wound on its jaw, prompting the Duke to crouch down and twist off a deer antler from the dead wolf's chin. An unexpected silence enveloped the group as they anxiously stared at the antler. No one daring to speak, fear palpable in the air, save for the young Bran and the outsider Bell. The Duke discarded the antler, wiping his hands in the snow, contemplating how to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. But Bell spoke up once more. "This is a sign from the gods." The group turned to him, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes shining with fervor. Theon Greyjoy shouted, claiming Bell was spouting nonsense, and drew his sword towards the pup in Bran's arms. Bran cried out, "No?" Robb, seeing his father's adopted son daring to threaten his own half-brother, sternly reprimanded Theon and insisted they would care for the wolf pups. The stablemaster's son argued against it, stating that his father believed it was merciful to slay the dire wolves, a sentiment that found resonance with the Duke himself. The Duke declared that rather than let the pups starve and freeze, it would be better to end their suffering swiftly. Bran, in protest, screamed, "No." Robb was also seeking ways to persuade his father. He began by mentioning that Sir Roderick's red bitch had given birth the previous week. Though many of the pups had perished, leaving only 2 survivors, which should suffice for the wolf cubs. The Duke's expression remained unchanged. The she-wolf had succumbed to a stag's antlers, leaving the Duke with a profoundly negative impression of the incident. Jon Snow, the bastard, was preparing to join in the persuasion when Bael spoke up first. With an exceedingly bright voice, Bael emphasized even louder than before, "Gentlemen, this is a divine omen." "What nonsense, a divine omen? You're merely spouting drivel." The taunt from Theon was met with disdain. He increasingly found the newcomer, who was the same age as his brothers, insufferable, feeling inexplicably threatened by Bael's presence, as though it challenged his standing within House Stark. The Duke cast a stern gaze at Theon. "Theon, do not blaspheme against the gods." Theon immediately lowered his head, yet his hostility towards Bael only deepened. A glimmer of insight flashed in Bael's eyes. Merely by observing the expression of the Duke's foster son, he could discern the thoughts within. The other believed Bael would usurp him, while it was a clear misunderstanding. Bael had no desire to clarify, as he regarded the Duke's foster son with utter disdain. Theon Greyjoy was ostensibly a foster son, but in truth, he was merely a hostage to control the Iron Islands. Subsequently, Bael heard the Duke inquire, "Fisher, what do you mean by divine omen?" With calm composure, Bael smiled. "My Lord Duke, the she-wolf gave birth to 5 wolf cubs, and as we all know, you have 5 children." The Duke's countenance shifted dramatically, and his retainers exchanged furtive glances. "What of Jon?" Theon Greyjoy raised his head with a mischievous grin, implying that since Bael intended to align the 5 direwolf pups with the Duke of Stark's 5 offspring, the bastard Snow might be deemed superfluous. Robb shot a warning glance at Theon. Yet, a fierce glint flashed in the Duke's eyes, his wolf-like gaze fixated on Bael, attempting to pierce through to discern whether his heart harbored any unspeakable secrets. But all he saw was an abyss, with profound depth in his eyes. Bael smiled and uttered cryptic words. "I believe the gods have their design. In this world of ice and fire, it is well known that the deities constantly observe the mortal realm. The fate of every individual, the course of all events, is preordained in the ethereal realm. Especially for those who defy their oaths, the gods shall surely bring forth punishment." At that moment, another white-furred direwolf pup emerged from beneath the corpse of the she-wolf. Jon Snow, the Duke's bastard, rushed forward, seizing the pup, a serene smile blooming upon his face. Sir Yura, the master of horse, and other retainers of the Duke held their breath in anticipation. Theon Greyjoy's eyes widened, his gaze bouncing in astonishment between the white-furred pup in Jon's arms and Bael. Jon cradled the white cub. This one was hidden away. Bael noticed the Duke's right hand tremble, as if Jon's words had struck a nerve within him. Swan Novel Network. Bael, too, appeared contemplative. Those familiar with the lore understand that Jon Snow is the progeny of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, the last scion of the Targaryen dynasty. This hidden white-haired cub also heralds something significant. The Starks are associated with wolves, while the Targaryens are characterized by their silver-white locks. The 6th white-furred wolf cub evidently foreshadows Jon Snow's true identity. Bael gazed at Eddard Stark, who had yet to fully comprehend the marvel laid before him. Otherwise, he would surely attempt to obscure the truth with clumsy theatrics. Fortunately, apart from Bael, none of the others present seemed to discern the implications. "Father, please allow us to keep these wolf cubs," pleaded the eldest son, Robb, addressing the Duke. The Duke remained silent, prompting Robb to turn to Bael and echo his earlier words. "Fisher just mentioned that these cubs symbolize our family." Jon added, "A lone wolf dies, but a pack survives." The Duke was visibly moved, casting a glance at Bael before addressing the children. "Then let us keep them. Jory, Desmond, bring the other cubs along. We must return to Winterfell." He continued, "And Fisher, prepare yourself. I wish for you to meet Maester Luwin, who will validate your identity." Winterfell. Bael accompanied the Duke's entourage through the grand gates of oak and iron, entering the hall of Winterfell. Along the way, Bael contemplated fleeing. Yet reason cautioned him that should he attempt escape, he would be pursued and likely executed as a spy within mere strides. The Duke instructed Desmond to take the children below to distribute the wolf cubs. He then turned his gaze to Bael. "Fisher, you seem well-versed in prophecies." His words carried an insinuation. Bael could distinctly sense the suspicion emanating from the Wolf Duke. Yet, he had anticipated this, for both his name and surname, along with his previous actions, appeared rather dubious. Bael's name coincided with that of the legendary bard known as the King Beyond the Wall, whose most remarkable tale involved abducting the lone daughter of House Stark, thereby producing an heir, due to her status as the only daughter. The bloodline of House Stark has since flowed with the essence of the King Beyond the Wall. This tale, too sensational to be accepted, was vehemently denied by House Stark, and their family tree revealed no trace of the characters within the narrative. Nonetheless, Eddard Stark remained notably attentive to Bel's name, as well as the surname Fisher and Bel's interpretations of the prophecy. The Duke failed to recognize that in his mind. He had already regarded the matter of the direwolf as a prophecy. "Young man, the Duke is addressing you," Sir Jory reminded Bel. Bel chuckled. "My apologies, Your Grace. I am uncertain of the matter at hand. Perhaps the Divine was indeed watching over us just now." By attributing his interpretation of the direwolf to divine will, he rendered the Duke momentarily speechless. Even if Eddard Stark wished to inquire further, Bel could feign ignorance. Everything is by the will of the gods. The Wolf Duke would not relinquish his inquiries easily. He continued to press, curious about the deities that Bel often mentioned. The Duke of the Wolf sought to ascertain which god Bel worshipped. The Duke's inquiry struck a chord, prompting Sir Jory to rest his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Their vigilance towards Bel had never waned, even though he was merely a youth. Bel's eyes darted about, contemplating the old and new deities. "Child, I do not relish in verbal games," the Duke warned with restrained patience. Yet his body language betrayed his growing impatience. His fists clenched upon the armrests of the throne, augmenting his imposing stature. Instantly, Bel knelt on one knee. "I apologize, my Lord Duke. It was not my intention to conceal the truth. The Fisher family is among the most ancient of lineages, and the North too venerates the old gods." Bel still refrained from providing a direct answer, instead hinting at the Duke's inquiry. Eddard Stark frowned, disliking Bel's oblique manner of speech. Yet he comprehended the insinuation. This youth and his ancestral house remained devoted to the old gods. The Duke exchanged glances with Sir Jory, who silently conveyed that he had detected no issue. As for Bel's faith, many in the North adhered to the old gods. Bel utilized this matter as a smokescreen to obscure his own beliefs. Indeed, the Duke did not pursue the topic further, allowing Bel to breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, even Bel himself was unsure which divine entity had been his protector thus far. However, he could definitively rule out the seven and the old gods. He deemed further verification necessary, as this world also housed the Red God, the god of many faces, and the Drowned God, among others. "My Lord Duke, Master Lewin," announced Ser Desmond, returning with Master Lewin in tow. Master Lewin was a diminutive figure clad in gray, his piercing gray eyes keenly observant. He wore a long robe woven from gray wool, edged with white fur trim, the colors of House Stark. "Bring a chair for Master Lewin to sit." The Duke commanded his retinue. Bel stood in place as Master Lewin took his seat to the Duke's right, while Sir Jory stood beside the Duke. And Ser Desmond positioned himself next to Bel. What a remarkable gathering, a three-party inquiry. The Duke first introduced Master Lewin to Bel and then clarified Bel's status to Master Lewin. The purpose of calling the scholar was unmistakable, to verify Bel's noble identity. In truth, Master Lewin had already been briefed by Ser Desmond about the situation prior to his arrival. The Duke's introduction was merely for show before Bel. It was not that the Duke of the Wolf relished in political machinations, but rather it was a fundamental courtesy of nobility. Ahem. Master Lewin deliberately cleared his throat, his gray eyes fixed upon Bel. "Bel Fisher." Bel nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Master Lewin. May the well of wisdom favor you, and may it favor you as well." "Good child. Now, tell me, what is the sigil of the Fisher family?" Without hesitation, Bel replied, "A catfish, crowned with a jeweled tiara." Master Lewin's sparse gray eyebrows arched slightly. This was the sole piece of information he possessed regarding the Fisher family, and it was the only card he held. Bel's answer was entirely accurate. The secrecy of this information is profound, for the decline of the Fisher family has persisted for millennia. Aside from the learned scholars of the Academy, few are aware of the design of the Fisher family crest. To err on the side of caution, Scholar Reuven decided to play an imaginary card. His gray eyes locked onto Bel's with a measured calmness as he inquired, "What of the family motto? And your crest? Why have I not seen it?" For a fleeting second, Bel's heart seemed to halt under the weight of the scholar's scrutiny. Nevertheless, he boldly replied, "The rainbow after rains." Esteemed scholar, the rainbow after rain? Reuven's gray eyes seemed to glaze over with intrigue. Could this truly be the family motto of the Fisher clan? Lost for 1,000 years? At that moment, Sir Desmond drew his sword, mistaking the scholar's momentary confusion for deceit on Bel's part. Chapter 9. Bel? The innate actor in a flash of silver, Desmond's blade was poised at Bel's throat. Bel feigned terror, leaning back in an attempt to evade. But Desmond's grip remained steadfast on his shoulder. Before Reuven could offer clarification, Duke Eddard Stark interjected, "Desmond, lower your sword. This child speaks no falsehood. His eyes do not deceive." With the blade withdrawn from Bel's neck, Desmond sheathed his sword. Reuven then expressed his belief in Bel's sincerity, asserting that a 14-year-old could not possess such acting prowess. Bel's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly proposed, "May I remain here?" The youth knelt before Duke Eddard, pleading for sanctuary and expressing his desire to pledge fealty to the Duke. restoring honor to the Fisher name. Yet, the Duke did not acquiesce immediately. Sir Jory chuckled. Child. Only those who have achieved merit may swear allegiance to the Duke. The Duke nodded in agreement and reminded Bell that he had yet to answer a critical question. He noted that he had not seen the Fisher crest. At that moment, the assembly witnessed Bell bow his head, his fists clenched, his back trembling slightly as he spoke with profound shame. They have stolen it. With that, Bell rose and dashed towards the door. Sir Desmond reacted with swift precision, blocking Bell's path, his right hand gripping the boy's shoulder with the strength of iron. Why do you flee? The sudden turn of events astonished the Duke and the scholar, who turned their gazes to the restrained Bell. The boy lifted his gaze, tears of shame streaming down his face. My lords, they have taken my crest. Allow me to leave. This will be a lifelong disgrace. His heartfelt performance moved those present, for the nobles understood the weight of losing one's crest for a youth. Sir Jory chuckled lightly. Indeed, you ought to run, child. If I had lost my crest in my youth, my father would surely have broken my legs. A fleeting smile graced the lips of the Wolf Duke before he turned serious, asking Bell, who are they? Bale felt an overwhelming sense of shame, his words tumbling out chaotically, wild man, thief, beggar, until he finally exclaimed in a tone bordering on despair, by the gods, I do not know. Calm yourself, young man. Do not bring shame upon your family. The Duke admonished sternly. Bale fell silent, ceasing his nonsensical utterances. I apologize, my Lord Duke. I have lost my composure. It is good that you recognize your error. Remember this day's mistake and rectify it. Yes, esteemed Duke. Eddard Stark regarded Bale with a nod of approval. Despite the lingering doubts surrounding him, he undoubtedly possessed potential. Eddard, disinterested in further probing into Bale's identity, trusted his own instincts. Desmond? Bale is adept at handling spirited horses. Let him first serve under Huron. The Duke decisively determined Bale's fate. Suppressing his surprise, Bale knelt to express his gratitude to the Duke. Desmond patted Bale on the shoulder, saying, Rise, come with me to the stables. Thank you. Following Desmond, Bale proceeded to the stables. Eddard exchanged glances with Jory and Lewin. Jory remarked that with Desmond and Huron watching, the suspicious youth would not cause any trouble. Lewin added that if Bale truly were of the Fisher lineage, the North might soon gain an exceptional talent. Eddard nodded in agreement. Lewin, kindly assist that boy in recreating a family crest. Lewin the scholar readily consented. Meanwhile, Bale, having passed the assessment, arrived at the stables, where Desmond entrusted him to the stable master, Huron. Bale's demeanor was exuberant. He had finally infiltrated House Stark. The next moment, a lively little girl appeared at the stable door. Sir Desmond, we have come to see the wolf pups. Huron leaned in to whisper to Bale, this is Miss Arya, the Duke's youngest daughter. Following closely behind were Robb, John, Bran, Sansa, and the youngest, Rickon, all excitedly rushing towards the dire wolf pups nestled in the warm straw. Tap. Tap. Bale noticed Theon Greyjoy being the last stander. The scene was quite amusing, with the 5 Starks and 1 Snow encircling their respective wolves. The foster son, Theon, stood behind them, unnoticed. He felt awkward, though he had long since grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Theon noticed Bale gazing at him. What are you staring at? Theon snapped, his irritation palpable. Bale averted his gaze, focusing instead on the Starks. This only fueled Theon's annoyance. So now you serve beasts in the stables? Huh. What a fine place to be. Theon deliberately mocked Bale. Before Bale could respond, Huron retorted, better than having no place at all. The ever-sensitive Theon immediately recognized that Huron was belittling his position as a foster son, which in reality rendered him a hostage, though Eddard Stark treated Theon as his own, never subjecting him to harshness and regarding him like his own children. Theon was still not a Stark. He could never return to his homeland of the Iron Islands. He was a hostage. As Sean's face flushed with anger, he was on the brink of hurling more vehement and vulgar insults at Lord Hullen when Robb approached. Sean. Robb presented his wolf cub to Sean, gesturing for him to feel it. Sean immediately set aside the quarrel, suppressing a lump in his throat to decline. Robb did not press the matter and returned to his siblings, while Sean quietly stood behind them. Subsequently, Bale watched as the Stark children named their wolves, until the youngest, Rickon, grew weary from play. It was only then that Robb, John, Sansa, and Sean gathered up their younger brother to depart. Just as they were about to leave, Bale set down his task and approached Robb. Is there something you need? Robb inquired, puzzled. Bale smiled, revealing that he had heard a rumor at the tavern that the king's caravan had become mired in the mud of the neck. Oh, Robb responded, intrigued. The bastard Jon Snow interjected, Robb, I have also heard this. The gossip travels fast in the tavern. We should inform our father. Robb's confident smile surfaced. He was eager to seize every opportunity to impress the Duke. The young wolf lord, now maturing, could hardly wait to assist the head wolf in governing their lands. Bale's lips curled into a smirk. The fox's ambition extended beyond the stables. He intended to hitch his wagon to the young wolf lord. Bale positioned himself in front of Rob. Is there something else? Rob queried, perplexed. Sean, irritated, retorted, step aside, groom. John swiftly defended Bale and chastised Sean. Sean, what of the etiquette the Duke has taught you? He then turned to Rob, asserting that Bale was special and that Rob ought to hear him out. Recalling how Bale had bravely scared off the galloping horse earlier that day, Rob concurred with John's assertion. Fisher, please, go on. Upon uttering these words, Rob suddenly felt a stirring within. The scene before him felt remarkably familiar. It seemed his father often listened to the opinions of Ser Jory, Lord Desmond, and others. I should emulate father. Rob forced a smile, eagerly anticipating Bale's forthcoming words. Bale did not disappoint. Your Grace, if the king's horses are indeed trapped in the mud, you should suggest to your father that he send someone to welcome them, to avoid the tongues of gossip. Rob slapped his thigh in excitement, urging his brothers to accompany him in informing their father. I will request that father appoint me as the envoy to welcome the king. John, Sean, I shall take you both along. Let us go. Hearing Rob's words, Sean's face lit up. John, with his deep-set eyes, caught Bale's gaze and asked, Bale Fisher, what are you thinking? All he received in response was Bale's smile, which radiated wisdom. Chapter 10. Arya Stark after Rob and the others departed. Sansa cradled the young Rickon as they made their way back to rest. Before leaving, Sansa called for her sister Arya to join her. Arya, still engaged in play with her wolf cub, turned at her sister's call and replied, no. Sansa rolled her eyes, the sisters' discord not being a recent development. If Sansa embodies the essence of a lady, then Arya is undoubtedly the epitome of a tomboy. Sansa frequently questions the divine in her heart, pondering why. Despite sharing the same parents, Arya remains utterly oblivious to her sister's words. Arya, come back with me, or I shall inform the nuns and mother. Do as you please. With indignation, Sansa clutched her younger brother and departed. Arya turned to glance at the wolf cub, scoffing. Who is afraid of whom? She affectionately stroked the cub's head. But the still blind creature shifted its head, seemingly attempting to evade her touch. Miss Arya, you ought to pet it under the chin. Dogs adore having their chins scratched. Belle timely interjected, offering sage advice to the second daughter of House Stark. Arya lifted her gaze to see a handsome youth standing behind her, smiling warmly. The boy possessed a gentle demeanor, with striking features akin to that of a fox. Curiously, Arya inquired, Who are you? I am Bale Fisher. The Duke has entrusted me with duties in the stables, he replied. Arya casually remarked that Belle did not resemble a stable boy. Her eyes drifting to the busy steward's son, Hullen, who bore an ordinary appearance and dressed in simple, yet fine cotton garments, fitting the image of a steward's offspring. In contrast, Belle's striking handsomeness and the intelligent gleam in his eyes lent him an extraordinary aura, even when clad in coarse linen attire. Complemented by an impressive white fox fur draped over his shoulders. Belle elucidated his lineage as a fallen noble and then deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the name of Arya's wolf. With a playful smile, Arya responded, How did you know we named her? Her name is Nymeria, a mischievous little lady. As Arya attempted to stroke the cub's chin, Nymeria emitted a contented purr. Did you hear that? Indeed, my lady. You may call me Arya. It is an honor, Arya. In the castle's main hall, Rob met with his father, the Duke, to relay the news of King Robert's entourage being ensnared at Neck's End. And he eagerly volunteered to undertake the responsibility of welcoming the king. Rob, summon Master Lewin. Jory, fetch Ser Desmond. Eddard Stark did not immediately acquiesce. The Duke was known for his composure. Once all were gathered, Eddard Stark conferred with them and deliberately included Rob in the discussion, reviving the spirits of Rob, who had felt somewhat disheartened. Eddard said, Rob, repeat what you just told Master Lewin. Rob stood tall and succinctly recounted the details, prompting a satisfied nod from Lewin, who then sought confirmation from Ser Desmond regarding the veracity of the news. Desmond had inquired prior to his arrival and affirmed its authenticity. Eddard recalled King Robert, thumping the armrest as he declared, Since the rumors hold truth, I shall personally lead the company to welcome Robert. Rob, Jory, and Desmond rose in affirmation. Heh. Ned, do not rush, Master Lewin cautioned, dousing the Duke's enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality, then advised Eddard, from a political standpoint, that sending a small party to greet the king would be the most prudent course of action. Eddard Stark, maintaining his composure, replied, Very well. Who, then, should be dispatched? Eddard first eliminated Rob from consideration. The eldest son was merely 14 and lacked the necessary composure. As for Jory or Desmond, neither seemed particularly suitable. Suddenly, Eddard realized that those available to him were woefully inadequate, and it was indeed best for him to personally go forth to greet them. Master Lewin, Eddard began. I have received a letter from Maester Aemon. Maester Aemon, originally Aemon Targaryen, hailed from the noble house Targaryen but renounced his royal lineage for noble ideals, swearing allegiance to the Night's Watch and serving as the Maester of the Wall, now nearing a century in age. Upon hearing that there was trouble at the Wall, Eddard Stark's brows furrowed with concern. White Walkers, Lewin whispered. The Duke was taken aback, instructing Robb and Jory to leave the room. He needed to speak privately with Master Lewin. Sensing his father's alarm, Robb left with Ser Jory, never before having witnessed such a look upon his father's face. After a considerable time, the Duke summoned the three back into the hall and issued his commands. First, send someone to the Night's Watch to request the return of Benjen. Second, Desmond, you shall journey to King's Landing to meet with King Robert. Winterfell must establish communication with the Crown and ensure the flow of information remains unimpeded. Third, Robb. Robb's eyes widened. You are to prepare for the royal procession. If any issues arise, call upon Jory for assistance. Yes, the young wolf was entrusted with this vital task. Exchanging glances with Ser Jory, who responded with a reassuring smile. Once the arrangements were made, Eddard placed a hand to his forehead, inhaling deeply. The recent events had been overwhelming, each more bizarre than the last, causing the Wolf Lord, who favored stability, to feel immense pressure. First, there were the deserters from the Night's Watch, then the unsettling occurrences involving Baelish, the dire wolves, that cursed Robert, and even the legendary White Walkers had emerged. Master Lewin rose and placed a comforting hand on the Wolf Lord's shoulder, signaling him not to succumb to excessive stress. Eddard returned a weary gaze. Lewin conveyed Eddard's orders, urging Robb and the others to act swiftly, as the situation was urgent. Robb, Jory, and Desmond bowed and exited, the pack dispersing to fulfill the tasks laid out by their leader. Thereafter, Eddard and Lewin engaged in extensive discussion regarding recent events, including matters concerning the king, the White Walkers, and even Bael. As Robb exited the hall, Ser Jory inquired if he required assistance. Robb smiled in response, mirroring the courtesy Jory had shown him in the hall. Haha, my lord, I am always at your service, Ser Jory said kindly before departing, leaving the matters entirely in Robb's hands. Robb then summoned his brothers, Jon and Bran. He consulted with Jon and Bran just as his father would with his vassals. Bran eagerly suggested that 100 knights be summoned for protection, while Jon reminded them to bring ample shovels and ropes. The king's procession was mired in mud. They would need shovels to dig and ropes to pull. Excellent, let us set forth, Robb exclaimed, draping an arm over his brother's shoulders as they excitedly approached the door. As the three brothers passed the stables, they chanced upon Bael grooming the Duke's warhorse. The folk of House Stark are well aware of the fierce temperament of the Duke's warhorse, which gallops across the battlefield with the speed of the wind and fights valiantly, a creature only the Duke himself can master. Yet, before them, the young Bael Fisher, of similar age, interacts with the Duke's steed as if they were old friends. The fiery horse, typically restless, remains calm in the stable, relishing Bael's attentive care. The three are astonished. Robb steps forward to approach Bael, while Theon and Jon remain obediently at the periphery of the stable. This spirited stallion has always accepted only the Duke's eldest son, refusing proximity to anyone else, including bastards and wards, who are met with disdain. Upon hearing Robb's footsteps, Bael does not turn but continues grooming the warhorse. The horse, sensing Robb's approach, snorts with agitation. Bael whistles a lively tune to soothe the steed. Finally, after meticulously brushing every strand of the horse's mane until it gleams, Bael tidies his tools and exits the stable, smiling as he approaches Robb. Robb, his expression tense, asks, "Are you not afraid of it?" Bael, removing his leather gloves, replies with significance, "My lord Robb, tending to a fierce horse is akin to dealing with a rogue. When it bares its teeth, you bow your head. When it smiles at you, you must draw your sword." Robb furrows his red brows, confusion flickering in his blue eyes as he realizes he does not comprehend Bael's words. Behind him, Jon thoughtfully reiterates, "When it bares its teeth, you bow your head. When it smiles at you, you must draw your sword." He then advises Robb, "Robb, Bael is wise, you should take him along." Theon, standing nearby, sneers. "He is merely a stable boy." Bael maintains his smile and gives Jon a grateful wink. Noticing the gesture, Jon responds with a faint smile. At this moment, Robb concedes with an outstretched hand that he did not grasp Bael's earlier statement, thus inviting Bael to accompany him, hoping for an explanation along the way. "It would be my honor," Bael replies, grinning as he walks alongside Robb. Chapter 11. Neck Marsh. Under Theon's disdainful gaze, Bael and Robb walk side by side, heading to muster knights and gather supplies such as shovels and ropes. Along the way, Robb continues to inquire about Bael's earlier remarks. Bael explains, "When a rogue shows his teeth, he seeks to dominate you rather than harm you. Bowing your head in submission may allow you to evade danger, even causing him to underestimate you. However, when a rogue begins to smile, he either truly disdains you or intends to cause you harm at that moment. A good man must draw his sword and prepare for action. If he underestimates you, do not hesitate, strike with your sword. If he seeks to harm you, then you must strike with even greater resolve. As he concludes, Bale's gaze sweeps over Theon, causing the Greyjoy ward to shudder, feeling a pang of shame for his own cowardice. Just as Theon is about to speak, the young wolf interjects, "Bale, your wisdom suits the common folk." Bale smiles and replies, "Indeed, this is the wisdom of the common man." The young wolf lord's eyes glimmered with admiration, although he would never yield to evil. As the honor of House Stark must remain untarnished, he genuinely appreciated Bale's wisdom and deemed his words worthy of consideration. Most importantly, Bale's humility put Robb at ease. After gaining Robb's approval, Bale assisted the young lord in preparing for the welcoming party over the next 2 days. On the third morning, 100 knights gathered in Winterfell, while Jon and Theon readied shovels, ropes, and other supplies. Bale had thoughtfully prepared 20 robust geldings for Robb. These geldings, having been castrated, gained significant weight due to female hormones, sacrificing speed for strength comparable to that of a bull. Upon seeing the 20 hefty horses behind Bale, Theon chuckled, "Aha, stable boy. Are those pigs?" The crowd turned to look. Bale ignored Theon's remark and simply addressed Robb. "My lord, you will find these geldings useful." Robb was perplexed as to why Bale had procured such stout horses. They were to welcome the king's procession, not to plow fields. Nonetheless, Robb chose not to dampen Bale's spirits and merely nodded, considering the addition of 20 hefty steeds a minor inconvenience. As Bale noticed Jon approaching, he recognized him as the only one present who had discerned the purpose of the geldings. Jon quietly inquired where Bale had acquired such strong horses and expressed confidence that with these powerful steeds, they could surely pull the king from the mire. Bale smiled faintly, acknowledging the scarcity of clever minds in the north, with only a few like Jon and Maester Luwin possessing the necessary intellect. "I requested them from the stable master," he replied. Jon understood, realizing that Bale was fulfilling a task assigned by the Duke. Just as their conversation began to unfold, a distinguished guest arrived. Lord Eddard Stark, along with his brother Benjen Stark, who had joined the Night's Watch, and Ser Jorah and Ser Desmond, entered the gathering. Upon spotting Benjen Stark's Black Night's Watch attire, Bale's pupils contracted, prompting him to conceal his figure behind Jon Snow. His gaze swiftly scanned the Duke's entourage for familiar faces. Fortunately, the individual he sought was not present. A sigh of relief escaped Bale. It seemed the Knights of the Vale had not arrived. He had been anxiously searching for the whereabouts of Weimer Royce. Bale had anticipated the Duke's order to recall his brother, ensuring someone would be available to greet the king. And the Night's Watch must have already reported the news of the White Walkers to the Duke. Otherwise, he would not have summoned Benjen. Benjen Stark's role as the envoy was a foregone conclusion, and the Night's Watch had vital information to convey to their beloved King Robert Baratheon. After all, it had been 8,000 years since the White Walkers had vanished, and now they might very well re-emerge. The Seven Kingdoms king must be made aware of this matter. As for how the king would react to such a terrifying revelation, that was a question best left to the gods. Duke Eddard Stark officially proclaimed, in the name of Winterfell and the guardianship of the North, he appointed Brandon Stark as the North's envoy, tasked with leading a delegation to the Neck to welcome the esteemed King Robert. He continued to decree that his eldest son Robb and Ser Desmond would serve as deputies to accompany Brandon Stark. Robb and Desmond knelt in acquiescence. Subsequently, the party set forth, hastening towards the Neck. Belle, Jon, and Theon, as companions of the young Wolf Lord, blended into the throng. Duke Eddard Stark ascended the low gates of Winterfell, gazing at the procession vanishing into the swirling snow, silently praying to the old and new gods for the safe arrival of his dear brother Robert in Winterfell, while also wishing for his son Robb to experience growth through this endeavor. Perhaps the gods heard the Duke's supplications. The welcoming party encountered no hindrance on their journey and reached the Neck within a week. As Brandon Stark led his party into the foul marshes of the Neck, the local inhabitants, upon seeing the sigil of House Stark, instinctively approached to relay their tidings. The impoverished and seemingly simple folk of the Neck possessed an astute understanding. They knew without question that the Starks were in service to the crown. The residents informed Brandon Stark that the royal carriage had become ensnared in the mire, with mud covering the king's coach, obscuring the gold and glory therein. Brandon immediately rallied his men to the rescue. A day later, they discovered the royal convoy a few hundred meters from the suspected King S Road, accompanied by the coarse shouts of a man whose voice boomed like thunder, instilling trepidation even in the hearts of the valiant Northmen. How much longer will it take to extricate the carriage? By the seven, teach these fools a lesson. King Robert Baratheon, the stout ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, reclined inlaid golden oak chair, angrily cursing the clumsy neckers attempting to assist him. Prince Joffrey peered from the carriage, one hand clutching a luxurious fur to prevent it from dragging through the filthy marsh. Joffrey commanded his hound, Sandor Clegane, "Dog, my dog, fetch that toad. I wish to see what lies within its belly." Sandor, bearing scars upon his face, lowered his head obsequiously. "As you command, my prince." Joffrey, "Should you dare to further torment creatures, your dear Uncle Tyrion Lannister shall deliver a resounding slap to your face." A dwarf leapt onto Joffrey's carriage, sternly admonishing the prince. The dwarf was none other than the infamous imp, Tyrion Lannister. "Get away, dwarf." With that, Tyrion struck Joffrey across the face before the assembled crowd. The Northmen stood astonished at this raucous scene. They had envisioned the royal convoy as a grand spectacle, the members of the royal family as regal and noble. They had anticipated the embarrassment of a lavish procession mired in mud, yet none had foreseen such a cacophony. Baelor reveled in the performance from the rear. Reflecting on the words of the people of King's Landing, the honor of the royal family had indeed been devoured by the mire of the city. Chapter 12. Robert Baratheon, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and lend a hand, commanded Bran Stark, and at his behest 100 knights from the north sprang into action, deftly grasping shovels and ropes to rescue the king's entourage. Bran led Robb and Desmond to personally greet their sovereign. Despite the pervasive muck, Bran Stark knelt resolutely before the king's throne, allowing mud and filth to tarnish his garments. However, clad in the black of the Night's Watch, the stains were not conspicuous against his attire. Bran Stark of Winterfell, envoy of the Night's Watch, pays his respects to your majesty, he proclaimed. Robb and Desmond, equally undeterred, knelt in the mire. Robb, son of the Warden of the North, pays his respects to your majesty. Desmond pays his respects to your majesty. Robert Baratheon bade them rise, jesting that his dear brother Ned had finally shown some cleverness by sending someone to summon him. He then inquired why Eddard had not come in person, but had instead dispatched his brother of the Night's Watch. Bran explained that the Night's Watch had pressing matters to convey to the king, hence Ned had sent him. Robert swore vehemently it must be some nonsense, and in a coarse manner issued his command, "Enough of that. Get my entourage onto the main road, quickly." Bran complied, turning to direct the northern knights in their task. Just as Robb and Desmond intended to follow suit, King Robert called out to Robb, his jowly face breaking into a kind smile. "Ah, is this not Ned's whelp? Come here, let me have a look at you. The last time I saw you, you were about Tommen's size, ha." The onlookers turned their gaze to Robb, and upon noticing the sigil emblazoned upon his chest, their understanding dawned. Only a Stark could soften the temperamental king into such amiability. "Come here, whelp, do not keep your king waiting." Robb approached the king with measured caution, his demeanor betraying his apprehension. Yet Robert paid no mind to Robb's hesitance. As the young wolf drew near, the rotund king enveloped him in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Good lad, Ned has raised you strong. Let me see you. Ah, you are the spitting image of your mother." To Robb, Robert appeared as a long-lost, affectionate elder. He relinquished his guard and gently embraced his father's dear friend, King Robert. Releasing him, Robert invited Robb to stay by his side, casually discussing matters concerning Ned. Unable to refuse the king's hospitality, Robb entrusted Sir Desmond with the task of clearing the path, focusing instead on conversing with the king. Robert finally found joy in their exchange, engaging in lively conversation with Robb, at times bursting into laughter, at others recounting amusing tales of his youth with Robb's father. The king's endearing demeanor significantly altered Robb's perception of the corpulent, greasy middle-aged man before him. To speak candidly, when Robb first beheld the king, he inwardly questioned his father. Could this corpulent man, resembling a black bear, truly be the valiant and invincible King Robert spoken of by his father? The interaction between the two would undoubtedly spark a chain reaction among the onlookers. The Crown Prince, Joffrey, glared at Robb with venomous resentment. "That wretched wolf boy has usurped the affection of the king, my father. Dogs, my dogs. Whip them. Too slow." Joffrey chose to unleash his fury upon the men of House Stark. Sandor Clegane, living up to his moniker as the Hound, dutifully executed Joffrey's command, brandishing his whip against the Stark cavalry who were clearing the path and dragging the cart. His actions immediately incited chaos. The temper of the Northerners is as frigid as the icy landscape, and the Stark cavalry halted their tasks, directing hateful glares at Sandor Clegane. One of the cavalrymen, struck by the Hound's whip, defiantly drew his sword, glaring fiercely at the Hound. Unfazed, Sandor Clegane retorted with bravado, "What? Do you dare defy the prince's command?" Sir Desmond stepped in front of his soldiers, calmly questioning the Hound. "Why does the prince strike the northern cavalry?" "You are too slow. The prince is teaching you to hasten your pace. The whip cannot teach men. Then I would not mind delivering a few more lashes on behalf of the prince." "Arrogant. Utterly arrogant." Sandor Clegane, emboldened by his status as the prince's protector, showed blatant disregard for the northerners who had come to assist. Even the composed Sir Desmond felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth. Apologize. Sandor Clegane exaggeratedly responded. What? Do you actually expect the prince to apologize? Joffrey interjected. I am the prince. Joffrey's outburst caught King Robert's attention. The cloaked Eddard Stark approached, and a golden-haired woman emerged from the cart, adorned with a diamond-studded crown. Exuding regality and breathtaking beauty, clad in an opulent golden gown, she was Joffrey's mother, Queen Cersei. Following closely behind her was her brother, the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister. The imp Tyrion sat at the edge of the cart, and the bald spymaster, Varys, observed the unfolding drama from a distance. King Robert, irritated by the interruption of his conversation with Robb, commanded, Robb, go inquire with Joffrey and your men. Robb respectfully stepped back to investigate the matter at hand. However, Prince Joffrey clearly had no intention of complying, retorting sarcastically, why should I answer a wolf pup's question? From afar, King Robert's reprimand echoed, Joff, I sent him to ask you. At the sound of his father's chastisement, Joffrey panicked, helplessly scanning the vicinity until his gaze finally settled on his mother. Queen Cersei instructed Jaime Lannister to toss a small pouch of golden dragons to Desmond. Urge your men to hurry, both the prince and I, your queen. Do not wish to wait long. Desmond glared at the golden dragons thrown into the muddy ground before him, seething with indignation. Banyan Stark shielded his body from the piercing gaze and picked up the golden dragon, placing it into the hands of an innocent knight who had been unjustly whipped. Continue your work, Banyan commanded. The Farsens here. Robb returned to the king's side, overhearing Robert mutter under his breath about the queen. That wretched woman will inevitably corrupt my children. I must replace her. Robb's pupils constricted as he shook his head, attempting to cast aside the unwelcome words from his mind. The following afternoon, after a day of arduous rescue efforts, the royal convoy finally returned to the main road. However, the conditions remained dire. The 13 long nights had significantly increased the moisture in the neck, and the king's road had fallen into disrepair over the years. Less than an hour into their renewed journey, several carriages at the front toppled over due to the horses stepping into empty air, and the carriages behind, unable to brake in time, slid into the muddy ditch. As King Robert was lifted from the muck by his guards, he angrily shoved them away, cursing, damn it. This accursed mud. By the 7, upon our return to King's Landing, I shall send men to fill this swamp. The onlookers silently endured the king's outburst, the air thick with tension, only broken by the sound of melting snow. Yet, amidst this solemnity, an inappropriate laugh broke forth. A faint chuckle, barely audible, came from a distant youth who attempted to cover his mouth with his hand, but ultimately failed to suppress it. Everyone turned to see a boy with a Kraken sigil upon his chest. It was Theon Greyjoy. Oh no, Jon gasped inwardly, hastily pulling Theon's hand away from his mouth to prevent others from realizing it was he who had laughed, despite his usual disdain for Theon. Beside Theon, however, Bael shook his head, declaring, how could he possibly hide it? The king bellowed, who dares to laugh at the king? Theon, terrified, cast a glance toward the irate monarch. Robb, poised to defend his brother by oath, was interrupted as laughter erupted once more from the crowd. Bael laughed heartily, his mirth more audacious than Theon's. Unabashed in his amusement. Ha ha. The onlookers regarded Bael with expressions of disbelief, as if to say, my word, is there truly such audacity? The king was challenging you to laugh. How utterly foolish. Chapter 13. The Quest for Attention. King Robert Baratheon, upon hearing Bael's raucous laughter, instantly darkened in countenance. He whipped his cloak around him, mud splattering as he strode forward, the damp fabric clinging to his legs, heavy yet unable to restrain his fury. Who are you? Robert demanded, confronting Bael with a glare that seemed capable of consuming the boy whole. Robb attempted to intervene, but Ser Desmond subtly blocked the young wolf. Theon Greyjoy had already retreated to the side, leaving only Jon beside Bael, who felt that remaining silent would serve Bael better in the face of the king's wrath. Bael stood alone, yet his eyes held no fear. He bent at the knee, kneeling before the king. I am Bael, Bael Fisher, your grace. Robert exclaimed with fury, young man. I perceive no respect from you. The king raised his hand, intending to deliver a resounding slap to Bael's face, wishing to reprimand the audacious fisher boy. Bael boldly declared, I possess a method to ensure the caravan progresses smoothly, your majesty. Smack. Robert's hand landed on Bael's face, causing it to swell instantly. However, Robert restrained his might. He had initially envisioned toppling this brazen lad outright. Speak not nonsense. The king warned Bael in a deep, gravelly voice, dare to utter such folly. And I shall have your life. Bael felt a numbing sensation on the right side of his face, while Robert's slap was excruciating. It paled in comparison to the impact of his warhammer. Enduring the pain, Bael maintained his composure and confidently suggested they could fell trees, removing their branches, and then bind them into rows with ropes to place beneath the wagon's carriage, allowing men and horses to pull it along the road. Akin to the way porters haul boats, wise your majesty. Robert, his sunken eyes accentuated by dark circles from indulgence, brightened at the imaginative proposal presented by the boy before him. Cease your foolishness. Robert sternly admonished Bell, then turned to urge his men. What are you dawdling for? Follow this boy's counsel. Damn it, not one among you is as clever as a child. By the gods of the seven, their king was finally poised to escape this mire. With that, the king commanded a chair to be brought to the roadside, taking on the role of overseer. The royal guards, servants, and the direwolf knights sprang into action, wielding swords and axes to fell the innocent trees of Neckwater. John praised Bell. Bell, you are a genius. Robert summoned Theon, pushing the troublemaker forward. Reluctantly, Theon thanked Bell. Thank you. Fisher. Bell exchanged glances with John, both holding back laughter. John could no longer contain himself, relishing Theon's current predicament. Bell then jested to Theon, next time, do not let Bell face the king's slap alone. What are you laughing at, Jon Snow? What concern is it of yours? Huh. Robert pulled Theon away, joining the tree-felling effort. John also retrieved 2 axes, handing one to Bell. Bell protested that it was his idea, but John insisted that even the wise must engage in physical labor. Rolling his eyes, Bell accepted the axe and joined in the lumbering task. At that moment, the bald master of whispers, Varys the spider, appeared before Bell. Sensing the sweet fragrance of Varys's perfume, Bell noticed the sheen on his bald head and pondered whether, should Varys ever grow hair, it would gleam as brightly as a shiny scalp. Varys spoke, his voice equally sweet. Mr. Fisher, you must be the all-seeing Lord Varys. It appears the king wishes to see me. A flicker of surprise crossed Varys's face. Ah, I relish conversing with the astute. Please, go ahead. Varys was taken aback by the young man's intelligence. Though he appeared younger than the direwolf Robb, few boys his age possessed such wisdom. Moreover, his little bird had yet to report any information regarding Bale Fisher, making the youth seem as if he had materialized out of thin air. Bale discerned Varys's keen interest in him, yet he was reluctant to engage too deeply. There exists no intelligence that the 8-legged spider cannot procure. Bale understood that given time, Varys would undoubtedly uncover his origins from beyond the wall. As for whether Varys could discover Bale's experiences in the lands beyond, that remained uncertain. Maintaining an air of mystery was paramount. Disregarding Varys, who trailed closely behind with an expression yearning for interaction, Bale hastened to the presence of King Robert Baratheon. He knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you say your name is Fisher. Why do I not see your sigil? Robert's countenance darkened. Bale replied, Maester Luwin is still crafting it for me. Robert's expression softened slightly. It seems Ned believes this clever-tongued lad is no trouble. Surprised, Bale realized that the seemingly foolish King Robert was, in fact, quite astute, easily grasping Bale's intent to conceal the loss of his sigil. One should not underestimate the heroes of the realm. It was inconceivable that a man capable of overthrowing the Targaryen dynasty and subsequently holding the Iron Throne could be a simpleton. However, Robert did not delve into Bale's background, for his good brother Ned had already arranged for Maester Luwin to create a new sigil for Bale, indicating that Bale had earned the trust of House Stark. And those whom Ned trusts are likewise trusted by Robert Baratheon. Robert then inquired about Winterfell and the North, having previously posed similar questions to Robb, but now seeking Bale's perspective. How do the people of Winterfell view my visit? He asked. Bale relayed the tavern gossip faithfully, stating, The Northerners are well aware of the deep bond between their lord and the king. Thus, they harbor no grievances regarding your arrival. However, they are perpetually indifferent to southern affairs, merely wishing for the king to enjoy his visit before swiftly returning to his Iron Throne. Bale unabashedly summarized. The Northerners often say that with the Starks in the north, they have no need for a southern king. Huh, you are quite candid, young Fisher. That sounds like something those barbarians of the north would utter. They worship the old gods, and they fear me not, Robert scoffed. Bale, smiling, interjected, Mighty your Majesty. Allow me to clarify. The Northerners do not fear the Iron Throne, but they hold great reverence for your indomitable warhammer. Ha ha ha, you boastful little lad. King Robert laughed heartily, his hand thumping heavily upon the armrest of his chair. I seek not their fear of the king, but rather their respect for me. For Robert Baratheon. Bale lowered his head at the opportune moment. Varys, who was attending him, gazed intently at Bale, recognizing his potential. I must have the little birds investigate his origins. Chapter 14. The feast at Winterfell. 2 weeks later, the royal procession arrived at Winterfell without incident. They had taken several breaks along the way, and the caravan, once sullied by the muddy terrain of the Neck, had regained its former splendor. The royal convoy flowed into the castle gates like a resplendent river of gold, silver, and steel. Robb Stark and his cavalry followed closely behind the royal party, with Bale among their ranks. As Bale and his companions successfully passed through the gates, King Robert had already reunited with Lord Eddard Stark. Indeed, it was a reunion. For the disparity between Robert's present appearance and their last encounter was striking. His waist had expanded by 10 inches, and he had gained 8 stones since their last parting. The atmosphere was lively, primarily due to King Robert's exuberance. He was eager to see his dear friend Ned once more. It almost seemed as though the king had traversed the vast distance from King's Landing to Winterfell not for matters of state, but solely to visit Ned. Yet, Robert was ultimately Ned's sovereign, not merely a friend, prompting the Lord to say, "Your Grace, Winterfell stands ready to serve you." Following this, the Stark and royal family members exchanged pleasantries, complimenting one another's children. As the formalities concluded, the king declared, "Eddard, lead me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." The word crypt caught Bale's attention like a hawk spotting its prey. His heart raced with an unexpected intensity, a surge of intrigue welling within him. He could not fathom why he felt drawn to the crypt, but his mind began to echo, Stark's crypt, Winterfell's crypt, Stark's crypt, Winterfell's crypt. The term reverberated within him like a phonograph. Bale sensed that this must signify something profound. There was something within the Stark family's crypt that beckoned him. He had no doubt about the authenticity of this feeling, for in the world of ice and fire, the divine was real, and all things had their traceable origins. Soon after, Robert and Eddard proceeded to the Stark crypt. The royal entourage was accommodated in a designated area within the castle, while Bale found himself occupied, assisting the stable master, Hullen, in managing the numerous horses brought by the royal party. He remained busy until nightfall, when the full moon emerged from behind the clouds. Just as Bale feared he might miss the welcoming feast that the Starks were hosting for the royal family, Sir Desmond sought out the stable master for assistance. Bale eagerly awaited Hullen's permission to leave, but to his surprise, the latter shook his head and remarked, "Lucky lad, the king mentioned you in front of the Duke." "Why? Who knows?" Bale replied with a casual smile, and followed in the footsteps of Sir Desmond. He traversed the corridors, undergoing thorough inspections by the guards. Once they confirmed that he bore no concealed weapons, the guards allowed Bale to enter the banquet hall. However, when Desmond brought Bale before the Duke and the King, King Robert and Duke Ed had already conferred about Bale, engrossed in a discussion on how the Battle of the Trident might have unfolded differently. Duke Ed merely commanded, "Desmond, find a place for the boy to sit, and provide him something to eat." King Robert, impatient, exclaimed, "Ned, I should have struck that wretched Rhaegar a few more blows in those days." Bale found himself momentarily speechless, yet he deemed the sentiment reasonable. Currently, Bale was but a minor player. To be mentioned by the Duke and King at the banquet was an achievement that surpassed the majority. It is worth noting that the gathering boasted dozens of knights, each renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, including the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, Sir Jorah, the Duke's right hand, and the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, Ser Roderick, yet none of them featured in the Duke and King's idle chatter. Meanwhile, Bale was discussed in conjunction with Robert's lifelong adversary, Rhaegar. "Sir Desmond, follow me," came the command. Bale was led to a corner where, fortuitously, Jon was also present, accompanied by Benjen Stark. The two of them, much like in the original narrative, fell into a debate. Jon wished to join the Night's Watch, but Benjen suggested he bide his time. Benjen proposed that Jon should first father a few bastards outside before seeking him out, a term that struck a nerve with Jon. He trembled, declaring, "I shall never sire any bastards outside." He enunciated each word with conviction, the last word spat forth like venom. At that moment, all eyes at the table turned toward Jon. He muttered an apology and rose to leave. Bale happened upon him. "Jon, I'm sorry, I wish to be alone," Jon said. Bale watched as Jon departed with his direwolf, Ghost, and then took the vacant seat beside Benjen, assuming Jon's position. Benjen Stark's gaze lingered on his nephew, while Bale, using Jon's fork, speared a steaming, juicy onion and savored its rich flavor. The crunch of the onion drew Benjen's attention back, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded the youth before him, struggling to place Bale in his memory. Benjen pondered, when had Ned adopted another child? There had been no recent family rebellions. At that moment, Bale, still chewing, remarked, "My lord Benjen, I fear you do not truly know Jon. Though he is as youthful as I, he possesses a clearer understanding of his desires." Benjen displayed a hint of surprise as fragments of rumors resurfaced in his mind. Whispers of a cunning youth sent to serve in the stables by the Duke's command. It dawned on him that the Bale Fisher spoken of earlier by King Robert and the Duke was indeed the lad before him. "Bale?" Benjen inquired with curiosity. Bale, hesitant to meet Benjen's gaze, continued to relish his meal, his focus unwavering on the delicacies. Although he had concealed his face with a black cloth while traversing the wall, Bale could not guarantee that Benjen would not recognize him. Bale savored the exquisite delicacies and sipped his wine, exclaiming, "Indeed, I must apologize, my lord, for I have never tasted anything so delightful." Banyang chuckled, treating Bale as a child, encouraging him to disregard his surroundings and join in the feast. For the Night's Watch seldom enjoyed such fine sustenance. Banyang forked a piece of meat drenched in onion gravy, which was his favorite. "Crunch," he remarked. "I have heard of your intelligence, surpassing even John's." Bale paused, contemplating that the Night's Watch truly seemed in need of recruits, and Banyang appeared to wish to enlist him. However, Bale had little interest in standing guard in the frigid wilderness. Thus, he replied, "Forgive me, my lord, but I believe I should first father a few bastards in Winterfell before considering such matters." Banyang nearly choked, turning his head to laugh. "No wonder John claims you are as clever as a fox." Bale tilted his head, glancing at Banyang with a playful squint. "Am I? Haha, what a delightful little fellow." Banyang was thoroughly amused by him. Shortly thereafter, Bale felt Banyang pat his shoulder and whisper in his ear, "Bale, please go check on that lad John for me, and offer my apologies. I shall give serious thought to what he has said. Also, tell him to steer clear of the Lannisters. They are steeped in treachery." Following Banyang's gaze, Bale spotted Tyrion Lannister heading in Jon's direction. That little imp. Bale accepted Banyang's task, deftly snatching 3 pieces of warm, buttered bread from the table. The fox's primary mission was to indulge in the feast. Mediating family disputes was merely incidental. Chapter 16. Eddard's Mercy. The wildling youth Ragnar heard the corpulent lord beside the Warden of the North, referring to Robert, bellowing in rage. And he too shouted curses in the ancient tongue of his ancestors. "Come, Southron, kill me. Free folk shall never yield." Ragnar's howling interrupted Robert's furious tirade, prompting him to inquire of Eddard, "What is that little wildling shrieking about?" Eddard, relying on his rudimentary grasp of the ancient tongue, translated for King Robert, "He calls you Southron. He wishes to duel." Upon hearing the scornful term Southron, Robert erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the hall. "Ha, ha, ha." His roar soon filled the banquet hall. "Bring me my warhammer." Nearly everyone in the hall instinctively covered their ears in fear, for they knew the king's wrath was a portent of calamity. Eddard endured the ringing in his ears, sometimes thinking Robert ought to be called Lannister instead. Yet, he swiftly advised his friend, "Robert, he cannot best you." The king, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am well aware of that. Once I shatter his skull, I shall cast his corpse beyond the wall, allowing the Night's Watch to inform the wildlings of his demise. I want all wildlings to know the might of Robert Baratheon's indomitable warhammer." Ragnar, sensing the corpulent lord's desire for combat, shifted his knees on the cold stone floor, mockingly shouting in the ancient tongue, "Southron, come, fight me. When I pierce your belly with my teeth, I shall use your entrails to fashion a noose for your neck." Suddenly, Bale leapt forth, tossing a sword to his opponent. Ragnar felt an uncanny familiarity in the voice of the speaker, yet when the sword fell before him, he did not look at Bale. Instead, he first pressed his bare foot upon the hilt of the sword, then deftly sawed through the ropes binding his hands against the blade. Ragnar shouted, "For freedom!" Bale proclaimed loudly, "For Duke Eddard, for King Robert." The long swords clashed, igniting a flurry of sparks as Ragnar's fierce gaze met Bale's. "Bale!" Bale yelled, "Let go!" The iron sword danced with a flourish, its tip menacingly poised at Ragnar's wrist. With a muffled grunt, Ragnar dropped the iron sword, just as Bale had anticipated. Bale's sword now rested against Ragnar's throat. Ragnar uttered a word, and Bale blinked his right eye. Behind the throne, King Robert, though displeased that Bale had claimed his prey, remarked, "The flourish is acceptable." Bale continued to control Ragnar with his sword, bowing slightly toward the king. Suddenly, Duke Eddard shouted, "Be careful." It turned out that Ragnar had seized the moment while Bale was turned to the side, swiftly dropping to retrieve the sword from the ground. The childhood friend was about to slay Bale. However, Bale's foot swiftly landed upon Ragnar's wrist. In agony, Ragnar screamed. Then, everyone heard Bale speaking in the tongue of the wildlings. "Ragnar, behave yourself if you wish to live." Few in attendance understood the wildling language. Robert turned to Eddard and asked, "What is that lad saying?" After a moment of thought, Eddard replied, "Bale is telling the wildling to behave." Robert shook his head, already weary of the farce, though it was infinitely more entertaining than sitting upon the Iron Throne. The king coldly commanded, "Sever his head, lad." Eddard Stark acquiesced. Yet, Bale hesitated to act. King Robert reiterated his command, his tone tinged with irritation. "Lad, I said to sever his head. Are you deaf?" Bale overturned Ragnar, raising his sword as if to strike. All the guests were electrified with anticipation. With wine and meat tonight, the spillage of wildling blood would be the crowning delight. Yet Bale did not carry out the king's order. Kneeling on one knee, He leaned on his sword and addressed Duke Eddard and King Robert. Please forgive me. My Lord Duke, I have a plan that could eliminate threats on both sides of the Wolfswood and Dragon's Point. Robert's fist slammed heavily upon the armrest of his chair, eliciting a faint cry from the wood. A crack. Eddard glanced at Robert, whose countenance was somber and silent. Understanding his old friend's temperament, Eddard recognized that the king was quite angry, yet still within manageable bounds. Weariness flickered in Eddard's eyes, and he urged Bale to share his thoughts. Thank you for your patience, your majesty, and my lord Duke. Bale expressed gratitude towards the two dignitaries, primarily to salvage his image in King Robert's eyes. He then pointed at Ragnar, asserting that since this man was the son of the wildling chief, he could be detained in Winterfell as a hostage. As long as the wildling chief of the sunken land cares for his son, his tribe would not dare to infringe upon the Duke's domain. In the corner of the hall, Jon and Tyrion spoke in unison. Clever. However, King Robert scoffed at the stratagem, exclaiming in anger, they are merely wildlings. For every warrior from the Seven Kingdoms, we can slay as many. Daisy Mormont of Bear Island pounded her breastplate and vowed that should the wildlings dare to descend from the Bay of Ice, the warriors of Bear Island would cast them back into the sea. Bale disregarded their words, his gaze fixed intently upon Eddard Stark. He believed that Duke Eddard would concur with this plan, for he possessed a heart of compassion and would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Eddard spoke, imploring Robert, my king. Should the wildlings dare to cross the border, the men of the north shall take up arms. Yet, if they remain in the north, the folk within the wall may enjoy peaceful slumber. Robert rudely spat upon the ground. Do as you will, Eddard, wrap this up swiftly, for you have utterly ruined this feast. With that, the king rose to depart. The spider immediately approached, for the king indeed had queries for him. Where in this city can one find a wench? Your majesty, this is Winterfell, came the reply. Bale caught sight of the veins bulging upon the brow of the golden-haired queen Cersei, yet none paid heed except for Jaime Lannister. Duke Eddard commanded that the captives be confined to the dungeon, declaring the evening's festivities at an end, and that all matters be discussed anew upon the morrow. In the dark of night, beneath a veiled moon, Bale seized the opportunity while the jailer dozed to stealthily slip into the dungeon. The fox was always light of foot, a skill honed while hunting in the icy wilderness beyond. Ragnar. Bale appeared before Ragnar's cell like a specter. The latter lay unmoving upon a bed of weeds. Whether asleep or dead, or perhaps Ragnar simply chose to ignore Bale. In truth, from a perspective unseen by Bale, tears welled in Ragnar's eyes. He could not fathom why Bale had betrayed the free folk only to appear as a jester within the Stark castle. The wildling's intellect was not equipped to grapple with such complexities. Bale recognized Ragnar's simmering anger but offered no explanation, asserting instead that he would never betray the free folk, urging Ragnar to trust him unconditionally if he could not comprehend. Remember the key to your cell? The bald-headed one at the door. There is but one, hanging behind his backside. Well done. Bale cautiously pilfered the key and unlocked the cell, freeing Ragnar. Without a word, Ragnar struck Bale with a punch. Yet Bale had anticipated the move and evaded it with ease. Bale quietly warned him, Ragnar, if you move even an inch, I shall know what you intend to do. Gritting his teeth, Ragnar pressed Bale once more about what was required of him. Bale instructed Ragnar to return to his father, Old Toothless, and inform him to prepare for a true feast. In a few months, when the winds of iron and salt blow and the wolf packs have departed, let the free folk navigate their longships across the sea to Winterfell. I shall be ready to greet you. Ragnar's eyes widened in astonishment. Winterfell? By the old gods. Bale quickly covered his mouth, urging him to flee with him. Subsequently, Bale guided Ragnar through a series of narrow escapes from sentries, assisting him in squeezing through a dog hole in the walls of Winterfell. Just before their parting, Ragnar shared some good news with Bale. Yuba had also journeyed south in search of him. Yuba. Bale's face lit up with joy as he again urged Ragnar to depart. Ragnar swiftly slipped into the dog hole, while Bale stealthily returned to the castle. However, upon reaching the base of the castle walls, the guards had already discovered the escape, flames flickering atop the walls. In a moment of panic, Bale seized the chaos to slip back into the stable and feign sleep. Yet, it was not long before Sir Desmond stormed into the stable with soldiers, demanding that Bale accompany him to meet the Duke. Desmond declared, Bale Fisher, your deeds have come to light. Come along quietly. Confess, and you may find leniency. Resist, and face severity. I call for a trial by combat. Chapter 17, Trial by Combat. In the Hall of Winterfell, Bale was bound and escorted before Duke Eddard and King Robert. Sir Jory was tasked with interrogating Bale Fisher. Why did you free the wildling? It was you who suggested we keep that wildling as a hostage. Our esteemed Duke placed his trust in your words. Yet you took advantage of the revelry to stealthily release the hostage from the dungeons. May I conclude that you have betrayed the Duke? The Duke's expression was grim as he surveyed Bale, while King Robert regarded him with the gaze reserved for the deceased. Bale's acquaintances stood by, observing. Young Lord Rob harbored no disguise for his animosity. He loathed betrayal, particularly towards the father of the Duke. Theon Greyjoy, lingering at the rear, watched Bale with a gleam of schadenfreude. Jon's eyes were filled with confusion and questioning. Tyrion Lannister murmured, "Oh, the catfish lad is doomed this time." Prince Joffrey cried out, "Extract the traitor's heart." His suggestion surprisingly garnered support from many. Even Sir Desmond and Sir Jory believed Bale should face strict punishment. The North never forgets. Especially not the traitors. Only one man, the stable Aster Hullen, stepped forth to plead for Bale. Hullen asserted that Bale was a remarkable talent. Having managed the Stark horses for many years without encountering anyone with such a gift for horsemanship. Pray, allow him at least to don the black garb and guard the wall for you, and the king, Hullen implored the Duke. Eddard took a deep breath. Bale, do you have anything to say? On the Swan Novel Network, Bale knelt upon the ground. Lifting his gaze with a resounding voice, I swear before the old and new gods that my release of the wild man Ragnar was not intended to harm the Stark family, nor to undermine the North. Just and noble Duke Eddard, valiant King Robert, I beseech you to grant me the right to a trial by combat. A trial by combat. The hall erupted in commotion, and Duke Eddard furrowed his dark brows. Sandor Clegane, the hound and protector of Prince Joffrey, mockingly remarked, "This lad is desperate." His words were met with approval from two Kingsguard members. Sir Barrows Blunt shouted rudely, while Sir Meryn Trant lowered his gaze, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips as he ambiguously expressed his willingness to duel on behalf of the Duke and the King against the striking youth. The perverse tone of Meryn Trant caused the men beside him to recoil. At the dais, King Robert spoke, "If the sharp-tongued lad wishes to wield a sword, let him have one. The seven shall bear witness with blood." Duke Eddard then gestured to Jory, "Provide Bell with a sword." Clang. Banyan Stark unexpectedly tossed his own treasured blade to Bell, surprising all present. Bell picked up the sword, offering his thanks to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Banyan explained that he had lent the sword to Bell for Jon's sake, as Bell had apologized to Jon the previous night and had helped comfort him. Bell then gazed at the sword in his hand. It was a family heirloom of House Stark. Though not of Valyrian steel, it was undoubtedly a remarkable weapon. After performing a few flourishes to acclimate to the sword's weight, he proclaimed himself ready. Now, they awaited the Duke and King to determine who would represent them in the duel. Sir Jory, Sir Desmond, and Sir Roderick all eagerly stepped forward, for the Northerners. Honoring oaths and reputation was of utmost significance, and representing the Duke in a trial by combat was a matter of great honor, regardless of life or death. However, King Robert's booming voice dashed their hopes. "Let my man fight him," he declared, pointing a thick finger at Sir Meryn Trant. Sir Meryn was taken aback with delight. Leaping into the arena, his heavy armor clanking ominously. Cruelly and sadistically, he addressed Bell, "Come forth, handsome lad. I shall draw exquisite patterns upon your tender skin with my sword." A quiet gasp rippled through the audience. Oh, everyone presumed that Bell would meet a gruesome end. Yet, this was fitting. A traitor deserved a dreadful fate. Sir Jory proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the old and new gods, of the kings of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the first men, of the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm, King Robert Baratheon, and in the name of the Duke of Winterfell, the Warden of the North, and the protector of the North, Duke Eddard Stark, I declare the trial by combat to commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than Sir Meryn Trant swiftly lunged at Bell with his sword. Bell's eyes hardened. His opponent was a Kingsguard, undeniably formidable. The formidable adversary, Sir Marlon, was not unfamiliar to Bell. However, the Kingsguard was an elite cadre of warriors, distinguished from the thousands of knights across the Seven Kingdoms. Excluding the White Walkers encountered beyond the wall, Bell had never faced an opponent of a Lintland's caliber. As the attack commenced, Bell nimbly leaped to the side to evade it. Yet, Sir Marlon's sword pursued him relentlessly, akin to a venomous serpent fixated on its prey. Kill him. The discontent of the spectators grew palpable as Bell's evasions incited their ire. They roared in agitation, eager to witness bloodshed and compensate for the disappointment of the previous night's feast, where Ragnar had escaped beheading. Among the crowd, Jon furrowed his brow, wishing to shield Bell from harm, and even more so from the brutal judgment of the tournament. Tyrion perched atop a table, straining to catch a glimpse of the duel. In the center of the hall, Sir Marlon pursued Bell like a tin can, while Bell darted about, evading capture like a mouse in a game of hide-and-seek, which only served to invigorate the cat. The exhilarated Sir Marlon taunted Bell with his sword, threatening, "Boy, once I catch you, I shall pierce your body bit by bit, starting with your mouth, then your eyes, your chest, fingers, and toes." His cruel words sent the audience into a frenzy of excitement. Another member of the Kingsguard laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Marlon, treat this lad just as you do those children at night. Lord Eddard Stark found the words of the two Kingsguard intolerable. With a hint of anger, he questioned Robert, how can you tolerate the presence of such dishonorable men? King Robert, flamboyantly gulping down a mouthful of summer red, grumbled that they were all Lannisters, and there was little he could do about it. He was too indifferent to care. Besides, Robert had never required the protection of the Kingsguard or the Gold Cloaks. He relied on his invincible warhammer. Eddard tightened his facial muscles, considering that if he were to truly serve as Hand of the King, he must first restore discipline within the Kingsguard. Men like Marlon Tarlon, who exhibited signs of depravity, were unworthy of serving in such a prestigious capacity. At that moment, gasps erupted from the audience. Eddard and Robert turned their gaze toward the unfolding drama. It became apparent that Bell had been cornered against the wall, with no avenue for retreat or escape. Sir Marlon's sword lunged toward Bell's face, aiming for one of his eyes. Bell bent low to evade the strike. Sir Marlon's sword scraped against the stony wall, producing sparks, followed by a harrowing scream. The scream belonged to Marlon. Bell had slipped past his opponent, though he appeared unarmed. Yet, all could see the crimson blood gushing from the seams of Sir Marlon's leg armor, a hue more vibrant than the summer red in the guest's goblets. As Marlon Tarlon turned, they discovered Bell's sword embedded in his lower abdomen, precisely between the plates of his armor. Damn the depravity! Marlon Tarlon shrieked in agony. Bell elegantly pivoted, bowing to the Duke and the King. The outcome was unmistakably determined. Chapter 18. In the name of the old and new gods, Scholar Lewin proclaimed in his aged voice. In the name of the old and new gods, we find Belphegor not guilty. The trial by combat, the most exhilarating event on the continent of Westeros. With the deities as witnesses and the sword and blood as evidence, any party that emerges victorious in combat shall be absolved of all suspicion, regardless of how grave it may seem. Some may argue that this is inherently unjust. Is it not merely a contest of brute strength? Yet, in a world where divine beings truly exist, the trial by combat transcends mere physicality. Its fairness surpasses all mundane laws. The gods shall observe with their own eyes, for this is a sacred ritual to please them through sword and blood. In the original Tale of Ice and Fire, excluding the malevolent act of King Aerys II Targaryen, who deliberately used fire in a cauldron to represent the death of Rickard Stark, Eddard's father, the accuracy of the trial by combat stands at a remarkable 100%. Whether it was Tyrion, suspected by Catelyn Tully, Eddard's wife, the Wolf Mother, of the murders of Bran and Rickon, or the Lightning Lord's battle against Sandor Clegane, or the Red Viper's confrontation with the Mountain, each outcome has aligned with justice. For instance, Tyrion was suspected by Catelyn of plotting against Bran and Rickon, yet both remained alive. Ultimately, Tyrion's champion, Bronn, triumphed over his foe. Furthermore, the Lightning Lord, wielding a flaming sword, judged the Hound, overcoming his deep-seated fear of fire. Sandor turned the tables and struck down the Lightning Lord, who possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. The clash between the Red Viper and the Mountain was incited by Tyrion and Sansa being accused by Queen Cersei of conspiring to murder Joffrey. The Red Viper represented Tyrion, while the Mountain stood for Cersei. As the battle commenced, the Red Viper toyed with the Mountain using his poison spear, ultimately piercing the Mountain's body with his toxic weapon. Just as victory seemed assured, he was caught off guard and met his demise at the hands of the mortally wounded Mountain. Such events undeniably lend credence to the belief that the gods indeed pay heed to the trial by combat. This time, the 14-year-old Belphegor faced the Kingsguard, Ser Meryn Trant. To outsiders, the disparity in their strengths appeared insurmountable, yet Belphegor succeeded in slaying Trant. This indicated that the gods had rendered the fairest judgment. Even amidst skepticism regarding Belphegor's actions, including the seemingly treacherous act of releasing Rhaegar, he emerged victorious. The gods have faith in Belphegor. Rising, Belphegor calmly returned to the crowd. Tyrion hurriedly approached him, inquiring about his true intentions. With a smile, Belphegor replied, "It's a secret." Tyrion was left speechless. Meanwhile, neither Lord Eddard nor King Robert pursued further questions regarding Belphegor, for they trusted in the fairness and righteousness of the trial by combat. Since Belphegor claimed that releasing the wildling was not intended to undermine House Stark or subvert the North, and the outcome of the trial substantiated this, the merciful Eddard and valiant Robert chose to let the matter rest. King Robert abruptly proposed a hunting expedition with Ned. The Duke, unusually, did not decline, for the recent tumultuous events had taken their toll, and he sought to alleviate his frayed nerves. Thus, they devised a plan to venture into the Wolfswood beyond Winterfell that very afternoon. The hunting party would consist solely of Jory, Bran Stark, Ser Barrows of the Kingsguard, and a handful of guards. Despite Lord Eddard's suggestion to include additional companions, King Robert preferred to avoid an entourage of excessive hangers-on. Afterward, the group dispersed, and Bell accompanied the stablemaster Hullen back to the stables to attend to his duties. Hullen instructed Bell to groom all the horses, emphasizing the need for a glossy finish and to remain undisturbed by extraneous thoughts. Belle acquiesced. In the afternoon, a distinguished guest unexpectedly arrived at the stables. "Hello, Arya." "Belle?" It was none other than Arya Stark, the second daughter of Lord Stark, with whom Belle had previously crossed paths. Upon seeing Belle, Arya expressed her admiration for his prowess in overcoming the King's Guard, noting that he was of the same age as her brother Robb. Robb had struggled against the Winterfell instructor, Roderick, and Arya conservatively surmised that Roderick was at least on par with the King's Guard. Thus, the astute Arya concluded that Belle must be more formidable than Robb. With a smile, Belle humbly attributed his success to divine favor, claiming it was mere fortune that allowed him to triumph over Ser Meryn. Arya shook her head, keenly observing, "Luck is also a form of strength. Congratulations, Belle." "Thank you, Arya," he replied, still smiling, and then inquired about her presence at the stables. Arya explained that she had come to watch Hullen forge horseshoes. Horseshoes? Belle paused for a moment, thinking how fitting it was for the spirited Arya to be so engaged. He teasingly asked, "Don't you wish to accompany Princess Myrcella?" Arya's pupils dilated, and she vigorously shook her head as if recalling a haunting nightmare. "No. That would be dreadfully dull," she exclaimed. Arya continued, asserting that Myrcella and Sansa were two peas in a pod, preoccupied solely with matters befitting young ladies, needlework, attire, and romance, none of which held any allure for her. "Very well, I shall take you to see Hullen," Belle said. Arya leaped with joy. Meanwhile, outside Winterfell, King Robert's impromptu hunt did not endure for long. As Bran Stark seized the opportunity of the king's successful shot at a stag, he delivered grave news regarding the White Walkers to the seemingly buoyant monarch. Sitting atop his steed, Robert turned his head, regarding Bran with an expression akin to that of an adult observing a child's antics. Yet Bran's demeanor was decidedly grave. "You cannot be serious," Robert exclaimed, raising his hands in disbelief before glancing at Eddard. "Is what your brother says true?" Eddard expressed his own skepticism but affirmed that Bran had no reason to fabricate such a tale. He informed Robert that Maester Aemon had sent a raven from the wall. Robert cast a sidelong glance, still unconvinced. "White Walkers? Surely that is a tale spun by old wives to frighten children," Eddard remarked. "You are the king of the Seven Kingdoms. I shall heed your counsel." Robert playfully punched Eddard on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are still the Warden of the North. The North is your domain. Tell me what I should do, dear Ned." Eddard, seemingly oblivious to Robert's jest, earnestly offered suggestions. In a serious tone, the Duke replied, "Better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it entirely." Robert, despairing of his friend's lack of humor, retorted, "You have truly lost your mind." He turned to Bran, "You two have gone mad." Then, pointing towards the wall, he vented his frustration. "The maesters of that forsaken wall must be out of their wits." "White Walkers? Huh? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Robert declared he had had enough. The day's hunting was over. On their return, he chastised Eddard. "You have utterly ruined my enjoyment." Later that night, the king summoned Eddard, Bran, and Maester Luwin to the hall. The rotund monarch was, after all, no fool. Chapter 19. Bale's plan that night. In the stable, Bale lay upon a soft, warm pile of straw, his head resting on a blade of ice belonging to the White Walkers. The blade was frigid. Even through the scabbard and straw, Bale could feel its chilling presence. However, this cold did not discomfort him. Rather, it invigorated his mind, allowing him to remain clear-headed. As his thoughts flowed, Bale began to organize his forthcoming plans. He anticipated that Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark would soon journey southward, returning to King's Landing. Eddard's two daughters, Sansa and Arya, would accompany their father to the capital. For the king and the duke had reached a verbal agreement that Prince Joffrey would marry Sansa. Arya, too, would be taken to King's Landing to learn the ways of a lady, or so Eddard believed. Bale needed to make a decision swiftly, whether to find a way to join the southern expedition to King's Landing or remain in Winterfell. Winterfell. Bale felt he had not yet exhausted his time there, yet as an outsider, he understood that staying in Winterfell would yield him no advantages. Unless he was willing to wait for the moment when Theon Greyjoy would betray and ambush Winterfell, Bale was unwilling to simply bide his time. And he had already made arrangements, allowing Ragnar to return and summon the wildlings was his contingency plan. Bale had instructed Ragnar, "When the winds of iron and salt blow, when the wolves have departed, let the free folk sail their longships across the sea and enter Winterfell." Winterfell was a prize Bale was determined to seize. Speaking of power, where there is influence, there lies authority. To seize the moment, Bale knew he must accompany the Duke and the King southward. Otherwise, he would remain a mere stable boy in Winterfell. Even if the free folk had the opportunity to capture Winterfell, Bale would be unable to lead them to establish a stable rule. Unless his plan was simply to take Winterfell and retreat to the frozen north as a king among wildlings. Without a shadow of doubt, The illustrious feat of successfully plundering Winterfell would undoubtedly captivate the wildlings north of the Wall, an accomplishment unparalleled by any king of the Outer Realms. Yet, what Bell desires transcends even this grand achievement. His aspirations encompass the north, and indeed all of Westeros. Clenching his fists, Bell realizes that to establish a legitimate rule over the north, he must emulate his ancestor, the Bard King Bell, by marrying a Stark woman. He must choose between the two young maidens, Sansa and Arya, and he has made his decision. Arya Stark. Bell's plan is straightforward. He intends to accompany the Duke south to King's Landing. When chaos erupts in King's Landing and throughout the Seven Kingdoms, he will escort Arya back to the north. At that juncture, with the Stark family diminished, Bell will rely on the dual accomplishments of rescuing the Duke's daughter and reclaiming Winterfell, ensuring that both the north and the shores of White Harbor will belong to him through his union with Arya. As Bell indulges in these reveries, a chilling wolf's howl pierces the air from outside the stables. The mournful sound reverberates throughout the castle, as effortlessly as a needle piercing fine silk, awakening everyone in that moment. Bran has fallen. My heavens! Bell rushes outside, gazing towards the summit of Winterfell's castle. The towers rise high, but only the main hall is illuminated, where it is said that Lord Eddard and King Robert are deliberating state affairs this night. Clearly, Bran could not have fallen from there, as the other windows remained dark, shrouded in the castle's pervasive gloom. The following day, the fate of young Bran Stark becomes the concern of all. His wolf howls incessantly, a heart-wrenching and sorrowful sound. The wolf cries out for an entire day and night. Yet no one dares to blame the loyal creature, save for the perverse nature of Joffrey. When Bell visits Bran alongside the stable master, Hullen, he overhears Joffrey uttering, "Let the dog kill the dog." The first dog refers to the hound, the scarred Ser Sandor Clegane, while the second indicates Bran's wolf, which has been howling relentlessly, irritating Joffrey. As Bell ponders how to save the innocent wolf, the diminutive lion, Tyrion Lannister, fortuitously appears. Tyrion approaches the prince and admonishes his nephew directly. Joffrey, emboldened by the hound, engages in a verbal spar with his uncle, only to receive a resounding slap from Tyrion. Clap. Bell applauds, exclaiming, "Bravo! Tyrion, you possess courage." Both Tyrion and Joffrey, along with Clegane, turn to see Bell applauding. Joffrey, incensed, covers his slapped face and commands the hound, "Dog, go kill that boy. He has insulted the future king." "Do not move," Tyrion warns darkly. The hound, however, remains loyal only to the robust lion. Tyrion springs up once more, delivering another slap to Joffrey and grasping the prince's ear, insisting, "Quickly command your dog to cease, and apologize to Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn, expressing your deep regret. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to bestow upon you 2 more slaps to etch this lesson into your memory." Thus, one creature subdues another. Joffrey cried out, pleading with Sandor Clegane to cease, then proclaimed his intention to inform his mother. In response, Bale, with his face pressed close, made a grotesque face at Joffrey, mocking the prince by repeating, "I shall tell mother." Joffrey immediately ceased his tears, staring at Bale in astonishment. He had never encountered anyone so audacious in his entire life. Undeterred, Bale continued his taunting, relishing the sheer delight of bullying the insufferable Joffrey. He winked at Tyrion, exclaiming, "Oh, is this not the weeping, mother-seeking little prince, Joffrey?" Joffrey was taken aback. After witnessing Bale's performance, Tyrion struggled to suppress his laughter. Despite his efforts, he could not hold back, erupting into laughter. The sound shattered Joffrey's facade of arrogance, leaving his false dignity in tatters, thoroughly exposed by Bale's antics and Tyrion's mirth. What transpired next astonished even Tyrion Lannister and Sandor Clegane. Joffrey fled, crying. His hound drew his sword, aiming for Bale, but the latter nimbly dodged. The hound was left bewildered. His strike, swift enough to challenge even an adult, had been evaded by this child. Bale raised his hands, signaling his disinterest in combat, and kindly reminded the hound, "Your master is long gone." Sandor Clegane glared at Bale, committing his appearance to memory. Contemplating the day he would have the opportunity to reduce this boy to mere paste for the dogs. He then hastily pursued the direction in which Joffrey had fled, determined to prevent a calamity akin to that which befell House Stark from befalling House Lannister. Once the hound departed, Bale greeted Tyrion. Tyrion pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Bale smirked. "Tyrion, did you know that at times like these, a mere round of applause suffices?" Tyrion clapped while shaking his head, expressing a twinge of regret. "I had anticipated you would accompany us to King's Landing." Bale raised an eyebrow, recognizing the cleverness of the dwarf. It was remarkable that Tyrion could deduce Bale's desire to travel to King's Landing without Bale ever having disclosed it. However, Tyrion had miscalculated, despite having offended the prince severely. Bale's intent to visit King's Landing remained unchanged. Bale provocatively questioned Tyrion about what led him to presume that he would not go. Tyrion was astonished. marking the second instance of his surprise that day, the first being Bale's brazen mockery of Geoffrey. Are you not afraid for your life? Who would wish to kill me? Geoffrey? Ah, the dwarf lion. I hold your nephew in even lower regard. Tyrion's pupils contracted as he swiftly contemplated Bale's words. To publicly express disdain for the future heir carried significant implications. Tyrion scrutinized Bale once more. Bale encouraged him to ask anything he wished. Tyrion inquired, are you plotting rebellion? Just you? Bale unhesitatingly dismissed the notion with a scoff. Chapter 20. A Lannister always pays his debts. Tyrion may have been engaging in mere speculation. Yet it was inconceivable that Bale would ever conspire against him, at least not at this moment. Many conditions had yet to ripen. Bale remained in the planning phase, eager to uncover more of the hidden truths within the world of ice and fire. The tales of mortals unfolding across the continent of Westeros held immense significance. Yet the supernatural beings such as the others, the cold gods, and the Lord of Light were equally impossible to disregard. Changing the subject, Bale inquired whether Tyrion had visited Bran yet. Tyrion lamented the child's unfortunate fate, his spine shattered and soaked in blood. Maester Luwin was desperately attempting to save him, though in truth, he was merely cleaning the wounds and staunching the bleeding, subsequently administering various broths and tonics, all the while praying that the gods would show mercy upon the Stark child. Tyrion nonchalantly remarked, among all the potions, I only recognize the milk of the poppy. Bale responded, Bran will be fine, his wolf still howls. Tyrion jested, you speak as if you were a priest in a church. Bale chuckled, then fixed his gaze upon Tyrion's eyes, where in the contrast of black and green, he saw his own reflection, a white fox. What is the motto of House Lannister? Bale asked. Tyrion, feeling somewhat perplexed, replied, hear me roar. Bale lowered his voice, projecting with conviction, Tyrion, hear me roar. Startled, Tyrion shivered. All right. Bale, with insinuation, offered a piece of advice to Tyrion and his beloved family, Lannister. A debt must be repaid. A debt must be repaid? Tyrion found himself bewildered. As he watched Bale stride towards Bran Stark's chamber, he mulled over Bale's words. Lannister, a debt must be repaid. Why would he say this to me? Could it be? Tyrion sought out a servant to inquire about his brother and sister's whereabouts. He was informed that Jaime and Cersei were having breakfast, with his nephew Tommen and niece Myrcella in attendance. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Tyrion first requested a slice of buttered bread, 2 fried fish, a glass of fine dark ale, and a few strips of bacon, specifically instructed to be cooked a bit crispier. Queen Cersei and Jaime sat opposite him, both clad in their nightwear yet radiating a brilliant glow, as though they were 2 mirrored reflections of a magnificent sculpture, Cersei's hair long and flowing, Jaime's slightly shorter. Tyrion felt utterly incomparable to them, yet he paid no heed, intently observing the expressions of Jaime and Cersei. At that moment, his nephew Tommen interrupted, inquiring about the condition of his friend Bran. Tyrion responded that Bran was not faring well, his injuries were grave. Princess Myrcella curiously asked just how severe the injuries were. Little one, his back is broken, Tyrion explained, and both of his legs are rendered useless. They are currently feeding him broths and milk of the poppy, lest he suffer unbearable agony. Perhaps when he awakens, he may eat, but he shall never walk again. Cersei's emerald eyes pierced through him with a searing gaze. When he awakens, are you certain that is even a possibility? Despite Cersei's attempts to employ every ounce of her acting prowess, her superficial performance only served to solidify Tyrion's suspicions. It's merely a possibility, my dear sister, Tyrion remarked, concealing his true thoughts. The moment Cersei heard him address her as my dear sister, a wave of nausea washed over her, nearly causing her to regurgitate her breakfast. In a sharp tone, Cersei warned, Imp, do not call me that. Tyrion, relishing in his dark humor, echoed her words. What else should I call you, my dear sister? This provocation prompted Cersei to hurl a sharp fork in his direction. Tyrion deftly dodged, seeking salvation from his brother Jaime Lannister. Jaime, your dear sister nearly killed me. Uncharacteristically, Jaime refrained from defending him, merely stating, then keep your distance from her. Oh, do not be like that. The Lannisters are a family bound by love, Tyrion jested, though a sense of discomfort gnawed at him. In the past, Jaime would have stood up for him, but today his brother's mood was evidently sour, further corroborating Tyrion's suspicions. As the servants brought forth a sumptuous feast, Tyrion dug in voraciously, his manners lacking yet the food delightful. Unable to bear dining with Tyrion any longer, Cersei rose to summon Tommen and Myrcella back to their quarters. Tyrion suddenly lifted his gaze. I overheard something on my way here. Cersei halted in her tracks. Jaime casually inquired, what did you hear? A Lannister always pays his debts, Tyrion replied, returning to his meal. Cersei and Jaime exchanged alarmed glances. Jaime, with an unnatural expression, asked, Tyrion, who told you that? Cersei narrowed her eyes at her brother, resembling a lioness poised to devour her prey. Tyrion feigned nonchalance, a stable lad named Bell, the one who triumphed over Marlon in the trial by combat. Jaime and Cersei shared another significant look. Cersei, urgency lacing her tone, pressed, "What else did he say?" Tyrion raised his head, feigning innocence, and countered, "Is something amiss between you two?" Cersei forced a smile, instructing Jaime to accompany her to her chambers for a private discussion. As Tyrion lowered his gaze, his fork piercing the fish on his plate, he pondered, "Bell, that catfish of a boy, what are you truly thinking? What do you know? Who are you? That lad undoubtedly knows something." "Calm down, Cersei. How can you expect me to remain calm if he is a traitor? I will protect you." Cersei scoffed coldly, then hysterically shouted at Jaime, "With what will you protect me?" "With the sword in my hand," Jaime replied. Cersei turned her gaze towards the snowy rooftops of Winterfell, the white landscape inducing a sense of dread in the lioness. "Very well. Go find the boy and speak with him. Take your sword." "I shall," Jaime affirmed, grabbing his sword. Just before exiting, he turned to Cersei and said, "Consider all that I have done for you." In the morning, Bell returned to the stables, following Master Hullen to learn the art of shoeing horses. Suddenly, Ser Jaime Lannister burst in, prompting Bell and Hullen to look up. Hullen, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, Ser Jaime Lannister, what brings you here? Do you require me to prepare some special services for your steed?" Bell reminded Hurin that Jaime was wielding a sword. Jaime instinctively concealed the blade by his side, his posture awkward, akin to a thief trying to cover his ears. Hurin instructed Bell to leave first, wishing to speak privately with Jaime. Bell smirked and exited with a smile. Jaime parted his lips, yearning to call Bell back, yet the suspicion it might arouse restrained him, and he allowed Bell to depart. Subsequently, Jaime engaged Hurin for nearly 10 minutes before finally steering the conversation towards Bell. "I wish to converse with that boy," Jaime said in a gentle tone, striving to appear amiable. Hurin acquiesced and agreed to take him to see Bell. In the stable, Bell was grooming the king's fiery steed. Hurin grimaced and informed Jaime to wait a while, as Bell would only attend to them once he had finished grooming the horse. "Please excuse me. You may wait here while I attend to other matters." Hurin, the steward, departed, leaving Jaime alone with Bell. Jaime attempted to call out, "Bell Fisher," but Bell remained oblivious. Jaime felt an urge to draw his sword and interrogate Bell about what he knew, yet the young man's focused demeanor dissuaded him from taking such drastic measures. After a lengthy silence, well into the morning, Bell finally set down the brush. "Lannister, debts must be repaid." Jaime furrowed his brow. "What do you know?" Bell turned, a smile gracing his lips. "You, the Kingslayer, already owe a debt to the Mad King, and now you've incurred another." With a clang, the sword of the Kingslayer halted before Bell's neck. Jaime Lannister bellowed, "Speak. What do you know?" Chapter 21, The Kingslayer. Bell maintained his composure. Jaime applied a slight pressure, the sharp blade slicing into Bell's skin, blood seeping from the capillaries. "Are you provoking me?" Jaime demanded. Bell remained unfazed, even more relaxed, as Jaime had the capacity to end Bell's life, but refrained from doing so. Unperturbed by the sword at his throat, Bell continued, "Did Tyrion tell you?" "How do you know?" Jaime retorted, "Are you truly Tyrion's brother? Are you calling me foolish?" "Aha, it seems there is still hope." Bell's mockery incited Jaime's rage. Yet it was the convoluted words of Bell that ignited a deeper fury within him. Jaime mused that Bell bore a resemblance to Peter Baelish. "Tell me everything you know." With a forceful shove, Jaime slammed Bell against the wall, the sword pressing against the boy's chest. Bell raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet he swiftly unleashed a verbal onslaught sharper than any blade. In a voice only Jaime could hear, Bell pierced Jaime's soul with his words. "I know everything. I know you killed the Mad King, for he intended to incinerate everyone with wildfire. I know of your incestuous relationship with your sister, who bore you 3 children. I also know it was you who pushed Bran from that high wall, causing that innocent boy to fracture his spine, and his loyal wolf still howls in mourning. Can you not hear it? Jaime Lannister, how could you bring yourself to do such a thing?" James's pupils dilated as Bell seized the opportunity to escape from beneath his sword, the Kingslayer remaining oblivious to the turn of events. With a shiver coursing through him, James heard Bell's demonic whisper behind him. "Do you know why they call you the Kingslayer? It is you who saved them, for you are but a coward. Do you recall what Eddard Stark once told you? Had he been in your position, he would have taken his own life to uphold his vow, while you arrogantly sit upon the Iron Throne, desecrating the gods and incurring a debt of oaths." Bell's words flowed like a torrent, leaving James's mind in a haze. He felt Bell's face press against his back as the latter grasped his head, forcing him to gaze skyward. "Look. Above, the gods watch you. Do you feel their wrathful gaze upon you, James Lannister? The divine scrutiny?" James turned his eyes to the heavens, where the northern sky appeared eerily white, unsettling in its brightness. The sun's rays compelled him to squint. He saw nothing, yet felt as if he perceived everything. His will was shattered. Weakly, he knelt, his sword slipping from his grasp. Belle heard James muttering to himself, "What should I do? What am I to do?" A smirk curled on Belle's lips. The Kingslayer? Merely a boy who never grew up. He whispered softly in James's ear, "James Lannister, debts must be repaid. Lannister, debts must be repaid." In that moment, James regained a fragment of his lost soul, turning to face Belle, only to lower his gaze in fear. Bowing his head brought a wave of shame. Why should the formidable James Lannister bow to a mere adolescent? Belle's eyes were clear. "Do you now understand what must be done?" James nodded, then shook his head. He knew he must repay his debts, for the 7 gods were watching him from above. Yet, the specifics eluded him. Belle picked up James's sword, pointing it at him as he proclaimed, "In the name of the old and new gods, kiss your sword, renew your vow, and swear to defend that oath with your life." James nodded, pressing his lips to the blade, a cut opening upon his mouth, crimson blood cascading down the edge. In that filthy corner of the stable, a sacred aura blossomed forth. James inquired of Belle what oath he should utter to atone for his sins. Belle replied, "Ask yourself. If you possess any sense of honor." "Ask myself?" James pondered deeply. Perhaps it was divine providence that granted him such clarity, as if he understood how Tyrion survived. Reflecting on his transgressions, he identified 2. First, the betrayal of his oath by slaying the Mad King, and second, casting Brandon Stark from the tower. Thus, James swore before the gods, "In the name of the old and new gods, I, James Lannister, vow to protect King Robert Baratheon with my life. I shall aid every member of House Stark. By this, I shall atone for my sins, and I shall never again violate my oath." With that declaration, James rose. Belle cautioned him, "Kingslayer, do not underestimate the gravity of your situation. You have already broken your vows. The trials the gods set before you shall be far more arduous than before. You must remember, prayer is not merely a means to avert calamity or to seek blessings, but rather a method to draw strength from the divine to atone for our sins." Belle's words struck like a bolt of lightning. Jaime murmured, "Not to avert disaster, nor to seek fortune, but to atone for sins." Belle patted his back, signaling him to depart. It was then that Jaime recalled the pressing matter at hand. Jaime's expression grew tense. "Who exactly are you? Will you betray me?" Belle replied, "I shall not. The living hold more importance than the dead. Remember your vow, Jaime. I shall watch over you, as will the gods. You still have a chance for redemption, both you and Cersei." Upon returning to Cersei's quarters, Jaime felt as though he were a wandering corpse, his lost demeanor startling even her. Cersei furrowed her brow, inquiring what troubled him. Jaime remained silent for a long while, suddenly realizing the gravity of the oath he had sworn. Belle was right. Jaime had just pledged to protect King Robert, but upon seeing Cersei, the truth dawned upon him. He understood all too well that Cersei had long wished for Robert's demise. If Jaime were to uphold his vow, he must stand against Cersei. Jaime intended to persuade Cersei to abandon her plot against the king, yet the words faltered on his lips. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while longer. He thought. Cersei, irritated by Jaime's apparent cowardice, could not fathom how a lion could hang its head in defeat. A lion must hold its head high. "Jaime, lift your head. What of that boy? Have you slain him?" Jaime shook his head. Cersei laughed, "Huh? You cannot be serious, my dear Jaime Lannister." Jaime discerned the fury beneath her laughter. He assured Cersei that Belle would never betray them. Cersei could no longer contain her rage, taken aback by Jaime's naivety. The lioness erupted with fury. "A guarantee? What assurance do you provide? With his tongue or our heads?" "Cersei, that boy is quite special. He is a messenger of the gods." Jaime's assertion left Cersei bewildered, as though her mind had been assaulted by Robert's warhammer. Cersei, with a smile, questioned whether Jaime understood the gravity of his words. Jaime fervently insisted that he was serious. Cersei's smile vanished, her expression turning to stone as she coldly declared, "You are mad. I shall summon Maester Pycelle to examine your mind." "Jaime." "Cersei, Cersei. Silence. Hear my wrath." Jaime raised his hands in surrender. Then he overheard Cersei venomously declare, "I want someone to cut out his tongue." Chapter 22. The conflict shortly after Belle had dissuaded Jaime. Arya and Jon passed by the stables. Jon observed that Belle's collar was somewhat disheveled and noted the chaotic footprints on the ground. He inquired what had transpired. Belle replied with a smile, "A lion has visited." Without hesitation, Jon blurted out Tyrion's name. "Tyrion? His brother? The Kingslayer? Indeed. But let us not speak of that impulsive lion. What are your intentions?" Belle deftly changed the subject. Arya proactively informed Belle that they were going to watch Rhaegar and Tommen engage in a duel. Belle replied, "That must be quite entertaining." A smile graced Arya's elongated visage as she encouraged, "Indeed. You should join us." The girl glanced at her wolf, who joyfully barked in response. Belle shook his head, stating that he had yet to complete the task assigned by Steward Holland. Upon hearing this, Arya boldly strode into the stable with her wolf, and soon thereafter, Hullen's affectionate voice could be heard indulging his young mistress. Shortly after, both Arya and her wolf emerged from the stable, proudly proclaiming, "All done." Belle followed the siblings to the training grounds. However, they halted at the corridor upon hearing the sounds of an argument involving Robb, Ser Roderick, Joffrey, and Sandor. The trio approached the wall and peered down into the bustling training yard. There, they found a multitude of individuals, including Robb, Roderick, Rhaegar, Theon, Tommen, Joffrey, and Sandor. Accompanied by numerous knights from House Stark and House Lannister, all present to support the Crown Prince in his studies. All eyes were fixed upon Robb, Roderick, Sandor, and Joffrey, with Robb and Joffrey openly displaying their animosity toward one another. Sandor fanned the flames of discord, while Ser Roderick calmly sought to mediate the conflict. After listening for a while, Belle discerned that Roderick had proposed a sparring match between Joffrey and Robb. Joffrey dismissed the idea, claiming it was mere child's play, yet everyone could see his underlying fear. Their verbal exchanges were as fierce as a duel with real swords. Ultimately, Joffrey suggested they use actual swords, but Ser Roderick, in an effort to prevent any accidents, declined. Seizing the moment, Sandor mocked the Stark heir and his mentor, with half of his burned face contorted into an ugly grin. He derided, "Is this place for training women?" "I train knights," Ser Roderick retorted sharply, "and when they are grown and their skills sufficiently refined, I shall allow them to wield true weapons." Sandor then turned to Robb, asking, "How old are you, lad?" 14, Robb replied. Sandor scoffed, "I killed a man at 12. Mind you, and I did not wield a dull sword." Robb's pride took a significant blow, prompting him to shout that he would duel Joffrey with real swords. Ser Roderick intervened calmly, but this only elicited more brazen mockery from Joffrey. "Come, Tommen, the playtime is over. Let the children remain and continue their games," Joffrey sneered, a contemptuous smile gracing his handsome face as the Lannister knights joined in laughter. Robb, seething with rage, was nearly provoked to draw his sword, and even Ser Roderick's face flushed with anger. Fortunately, Theon swiftly embraced Robb, preventing him from charging at the prince. This incident ought to have concluded there. Yet fate had other plans, for Belle had witnessed the entire exchange. Unbeknownst to them, Belle had appeared before Joffrey, wearing a malicious grin. "Your Highness," he greeted. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Joffrey's expression shifted dramatically. "Stable boy, what do you want?" Bale rolled up his sleeves and bowed to Joffrey, saying, "Brave Prince Joffrey, I trust you would not refuse my challenge." Joffrey retorted, "A stable boy dares to challenge me?" The confident prince did not hesitate. "Of course. How do you wish to fight?" Just as Bale was about to speak, the Hound intervened, positioning himself between Joffrey and Bale. "Your Highness, a commoner is unworthy to compete with you." Realizing this, Joffrey chuckled lightly, lifting his chin in disdain. "A stable boy is not worthy to fight me." His tone was so self-satisfied, it was as if he had already claimed victory. Even the calm Bale felt his temper flare due to the exchange. He unfastened his white fox fur cloak, revealing the emblem of the esteemed Fisher family, a catfish crown, meticulously sewn by Maester Lewin, with a countenance as cold as ice. Bale addressed Joffrey, "Pray tell, are you insulting the illustrious Fisher family?" Joffrey, ever the provocateur, sneered. "Fisher, the chief of the wild men of the woods?" His words incited laughter among the knights of House Lannister. Bale clenched his fists, a cold smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "It appears this is the attitude of the heir to the Iron Throne towards the noble houses of the realm. I shall spread the word of today's events, and I believe the lords of the Seven Kingdoms will understand the character of their future king." Joffrey's eyes widened in shock. The stable boy had devised this plan. He furiously shouted, "How dare you?" Unfazed by the prince's outburst, Bale shot back, "Then I demand you lower yourself and apologize to me. Apologize to the Fishers. Apologize to the dishonored Lord Robb Stark." Joffrey glared, gritting his teeth. "Never." Bale tossed his glove at Joffrey's feet, declaring, "Then pick it up and duel with me. The victor shall earn honor." Joffrey's eyes flashed with malice. "Dog, you fight him for me." Without hesitation, the Hound picked up Bale's glove. Suddenly, Roderick stepped in front of Bale, turning his back to him, his tone resolute. "Child, I shall fight for you." The Hound let out a derisive laugh. Sir Roderick gripped his sword, lowering his center of gravity, clearly entering a combat stance. "Old man, you cannot defeat me. The swords of the North are meant to slay hounds." Just as the two were about to clash, Jon appeared on the training grounds with Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion bellowed, "Joffrey, Hound, cease this at once, unless you wish for Lord Tywin to find out." Joffrey, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "Never. Dog, kill the old man." However, upon hearing Tywin's name, the Hound stood frozen, his feet rooted to the ground like a tree. Meanwhile, Jon quickly urged Robb, who soon regained his composure. Commanding Roderick to cease the fight, the instructor relaxed his stance and turned to Bale, offering an apology. Yet, Bale found himself reflecting. Perhaps one should not underestimate the heroes of the realm. He had intended to seize the opportunity to bully Joffrey once more. But the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Beneath the audacious mask of the Hound lies a heart of reason, while Ser Roderick has long exercised restraint. Ultimately, it is Robb who commands him to cease. In the end, it falls to Jon and Tyrion to resolve the matter. At that moment, Tyrion rushes before Joffrey and delivers 2 resounding slaps, causing his nephew to wail. The imp seizes Joffrey by the ear, demanding an apology to Robb and Ser Roderick. In that instant, despite being merely a dwarf, Tyrion's presence looms like that of a giant. Blushing fiercely, Joffrey reluctantly approaches Robb, just as everyone anticipates an apology from Joffrey. An unexpected intruder disrupts the training grounds. Queen Cersei, adorned in a splendid gown embellished with golden onyx, storms in, her enchanting visage marred by fury. Cersei exclaims, "Joffrey, a lion need not apologize to a pack of wolves." Joffrey, pleasantly surprised, lifts his gaze, though the imprint of Tyrion's slap remains on his cheek. "Mother." Cersei, noticing the mark on her son's face, erupts in rage. "Who struck you?" Tyrion chuckles. "It was I, dear sister." "Get away, you dwarf." Cersei bellows, then commands the Hound. "Gregor, why do you hesitate? Remove that gossiping fool's tongue." The Hound glances at Ser Bale, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Bale's hand instinctively moves towards his sword. Chapter 23. Cersei, Jaime has lost his mind. The Hound's sword strikes at Bale, who draws his weapon in defense. The clash resonates. The strength of an adult far surpasses that of a youth, especially when the opponent is the Hound. Though Bale manages to parry the blow, he finds himself forced to retreat, his legs unable to withstand the force exerted by the Hound. Undeterred by the first failed attack, the Hound launches a second assault. This strike proves even harder to withstand, as Bale is still in retreat, unable to fully dissipate the momentum of the initial attack. Clang! Bale's sword slips from his grip, and the Hound follows up with a third strike. As the blade is knocked aside, Bale rolls to the ground, narrowly evading the Hound's third blow, then scrambles away in a disheveled flight. Only then does the crowd come to their senses. Joffrey exclaims with glee, "Good dog, kill him." Robb draws his sword, intent on rescuing Bale, but both Sansa and Jon firmly restrain him. Roderick acts before Robb, swinging his sword at the Hound. Tyrion, opting to take 2 obedient Lannister knights to find Jaime, knows that only Jaime can halt Cersei. As Roderick and Sandor Clegane clash, Bale remains hidden, observing the unfolding drama. The instructor and the Hound are both formidable warriors, one a master from Winterfell, the other a member of the Kingsguard. One is the North's finest, the other the realm's elite. Yet, the disparity in their strengths is less close than one might imagine. After a mere exchange of blows, the Hound keenly exploits a weakness, delivering a cut to Roderick's chest. Fortunately, his armor offers protection, resulting only in a superficial wound, yet blood swiftly seeps forth, flowing from his chainmail to his thigh, dripping onto the ground. "Huh, stand down, old warrior," the Hound taunts. Roderick clutched his chest in disbelief, astonished at the formidable prowess of the Hound, who had previously exhibited nothing more than the demeanor of a court jester in the presence of the prince. Noticing Roderick's silence, the Hound turned his attention to tormenting Bale. Roderick positioned himself defiantly in front of Bale, steadfast in his protection. The Hound barked menacingly, "Roderick, if you seek death, I shall oblige." Roderick stood firm, sword drawn. The 2 adversaries clashed once more, and within mere moments, the Hound's blade sliced through Roderick's thigh. Robb Stark shouted in alarm, "Roderick!" The young wolf broke free from the grasp of Theon and Jon, charging directly at the Hound. Seeing this, the Stark guards surged forward, while the Lannister knights met them head-on. A fierce battle erupted in Winterfell, with casualties mounting swiftly, the situation spiraling out of control. Fortunately, a tall, striking figure, gleaming like gold, emerged before them, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Jaime bellowed, "Lannister, fall back." The Lannister knights retreated without hesitation, including the Hound, Sandor Clegane. Across from them, Robb stood bloodied and bruised, his sword trembling in his grasp. "Stark, step back." Robb gritted through the pain. Concerned gazes fell upon the young wolf's injuries, as Jon and Theon cradled his face and body, ensuring he had not sustained fatal wounds. By divine providence, Robb had merely been struck on the head by the hilt of a sword. Perhaps the Lannister who had attacked him recognized Robb's noble status and refrained from delivering a lethal blow. As the dust settled, Bale emerged from the shadows, approaching Jaime. "I thank you for your rescue, but do convey to your sister that should anything happen to me, her secrets will become common knowledge." Cersei clenched her fists, commanding Jaime. "Jaime, kill him." Yet, Under Cersei's astonished gaze, Jaime sheathed his sword. Jaime, Cersei implored, return. This incident has escalated significantly. Both King Robert and Duke Stark will be informed. I act for your own good. I am your queen. Return. You must be mad. Cersei struggled to comprehend Jaime's defiance, attributing it to the boy who knew their secret. She fixed her gaze on Bael, contemplating how to eliminate this threat. With Jaime now unreliable, perhaps the Hound could be persuaded to assassinate the boy discreetly. Cersei's mind concocted her sinister plot. At that moment, Tyrion arrived late at the training grounds, his deformed little legs having hindered his speed. Approaching Bael, he sighed in relief. You are still alive. Bael shot him an irritated glance. Tyrion, you have caused me trouble. The dwarf scratched his head. Understanding Bael's implication, I know you informed Cersei and Jaime of our secret. I apologize. I shall make amends. I trust you, Lannister. Debts must be repaid. Bael emphasized the latter with a pointed look at Jaime. The gaze of the two briefly met, and Jaime unconsciously lowered his head. Hound. You are forbidden from causing any more trouble for Bael, or I shall reveal your altercation with Stark to father. Tyrion threatened the Hound. Cersei gritted her teeth, wishing she could strangle Tyrion for his mischief. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, without the Hound. She could easily employ other assassins with golden dragons to eliminate that stable boy, and perhaps dispose of the Stark boy as well. Those who knew the lioness's secret must perish. Cersei seethed as she led Joffrey back to their dwelling. Jaime followed closely behind, seemingly intent on offering an apology. But as Cersei and Joffrey entered the chamber, the lioness slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Jaime gazed at the closed door, helplessly licking his lips. Do not be disheartened, Jaime, Tyrion jested. My dear sister loves you 1,000 times more than she loves me. She will seek you out before the night is over. Jaime shot him a disdainful glance. However, as Tyrion anticipated, that very night Cersei summoned Jaime to her chamber. For the queen had been harshly struck by King Robert and sought solace from her devoted brother. As for the cause of Cersei's punishment, it was undeniably linked to the skirmish that had transpired earlier in the training yard. Meanwhile, Bael found himself similarly chastised by Duke Eddard Stark. The Duke ordered him to single-handedly clean all the horses belonging to the king's retinue in the stables, forbidding any assistance, and mandated that the task be completed within 3 days. Bael could only toil through the night, working tirelessly. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was exhilarated, for he surmised that the Duke was preparing to march south with the king. After all, why else would the Duke demand that he clean hundreds of horses in such a short span? Moreover, Bael was not entirely alone in his endeavor. Despite the Duke's decree forbidding anyone from aiding Bael, by midnight, Robb had come with Jon and Theon to lend a hand. The stable master, Hullen, turned a blind eye, pretending not to have witnessed their assistance. Under the bright glow of the torches, Robb, with his head bandaged, wielded a brush quietly, while Jon remained solemn. And only Theon begrudgingly followed behind them. Robb whispered, Bael, thank you for avenging me today. Bael, however, apologized. Robb, I am sorry for your injury. Do not fret. I landed a blow on that fellow as well. Robb replied, lightly brandishing his brush in triumph. Jon advised the two, next time, we must remain calm. Theon countered. They were the ones who went too far, but quickly fell silent, realizing he was defending Bael. Bael expressed gratitude to each of them, and Theon did the same. Robb and Jon accepted it readily, while Theon pouted, insisting that he was not helping Bael but rather assisting Robb. Bael paid it no mind and urged them to hasten their work, for there were still 288 horses awaiting their attention. They labored until the third night, with only brief respites for meals and necessities. By the early hours of the third night, as the 4 boys completed the final horse, Robb and Theon collapsed in sheer exhaustion. Jon was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, yet Bell, with dark circles under his eyes, grasped him firmly. Wearily, Bell implored. Jon, I beseech you for a favor. What is it? Jon inquired. Take me to the crypt. Chapter 24. Secrets of the Crypt in the Dead of Night. Within the Stark family crypt, Jon trailed behind Bell, his mind clouded and uncertain as to why he had acquiesced to Bell's request. Thus, Jon guided Bell past 3 sentinels. Despite the late hour, upon recognizing the illegitimate son and his companion, the guards posed no hindrance to them. In the dim, damp passageway of the crypt, Jon inquired if Bell felt any discomfort. Not at all, why do you ask? Replied Bell. Jon frowned. Except for the Starks, most others tend to feel uneasy here. Bell raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, I do feel a bit uncomfortable, but I can endure it. Oh, Jon murmured, suppressing his drowsiness as he probed Bell's motivations for being there. Bell, striding ahead without looking back, proclaimed divine guidance. Huh, Jon uttered, bewildered. Bell offered no explanation, instead hastening his pace. It's just ahead. Bell's instincts intensified. Something deep within the crypt was calling to him. However, Soon they were obstructed by a collapsed stone door. Jon informed Bell, "This is the end. The ancestors of the Starks intentionally brought this door down." Bell remained silent, approaching the fallen stone and pressing his ear against it. Jon, holding the torch, stood silently behind him. Suddenly, Bell furrowed his brow and instructed Jon to extinguish the torch. "What?" Jon responded, puzzled. "Without the torch, we won't be able to see the path." Bell, in an urgent tone, insisted. "The sound of the torch is drowning out the noises within." Jon, incredulous, queried, "There are sounds? What sounds?" He too pressed his ear against the wall, but all he discerned was the rhythmic pulse of his own veins. Bell reiterated, "Put out the torch, Jon. It is crucial." Trusting Bell, Jon considered that this was merely an ancient crypt. Surely Bell, no matter how enigmatic, could not conjure anything from a grave, unless perhaps this white fox of the snow sought to pilfer offerings meant for the ancestors of the wolf. With a swift motion, the torch was extinguished. Bell and Jon could no longer see one another, nor could they hear the crackling of the flame. They pressed their ears tightly against the stone, straining to listen. "Bell, I hear nothing," Jon whispered. "Shoo," Bell urged, closing his eyes as a faint, indistinct woman's voice emanated from the depths of the crypt, resonating through the thick stone walls. "Winter. Winter's horn." The voice grew clearer, yet increasingly frigid, chilling Bell to the core. Finally, he heard the ghostly scream, "Winter's horn." Bell felt as though his mind were being pierced by a needle. "Ah," he gasped, forcefully lifting his head from the wall. Jon fearfully grasped Bale's shoulder. Bale, still shaken, replied, "It's all right, Jon. Let us return." Jon, curious, inquired about what was troubling him. Instead of answering, Bale asked Jon what he knew about the crypts. Jon recounted the ancestral saying of House Stark, "Winterfell must always have a Stark in residence." Bale nodded. "Then you must adhere to that tenet." Jon pondered. "There should be no need for concern. Robb, Bran, and Rickon will always remain in Winterfell." Bale suddenly queried, "What about you? Are you prepared?" "We depart tomorrow, and Tyrion will accompany us. He is merely indulging himself. The king has tasked him with investigating the White Walkers. It seems the king ultimately does not regard it with the seriousness it deserves." "Bale, do you believe? Do you truly believe in the existence of White Walkers?" "Indeed," Bale replied, patting Jon's shoulder. "Jon, be cautious. This world is fraught with peril. The Night's Watch is of paramount importance, having sustained humanity for millennia, while the Baratheon dynasty barely scratches the surface of that duration. Regardless of the challenges you face, always remember that the Night's Watch is an honorable institution, with ancestors who sacrificed greatly for humanity." Jon, taken aback, murmured, I didn't realize its significance was so profound." Bale smiled and walked back to the surface with Jon. The dawn light was breaking. Bale turned to glance at the entrance of the crypt, which loomed dark and ominous, like a black void ready to consume all. He murmured the ghost's words, "The Horn of Winter." A smirk crept across his lips. "Next time I return, I shall dig up your grave." The following morning, the king's retinue bid farewell to Winterfell. The Northmen gathered to see them off. The cursed king has finally departed, and the Northmen rejoiced as they could once again embrace the comforting tranquility of their homeland. Yet, it was regrettable that Lord Eddard Stark and his two daughters had left with the king's entourage. Bale was also among the convoy, assisting Master Hullen with the horses. Notably, Tyrion was not part of the procession heading south to King's Landing. Instead, he was accompanying Bran Stark and Jon Snow to the Wall. King Robert had entrusted the task of investigating the resurgence of the White Walkers to a dwarf. 2 days after the convoy departed Winterfell, Jaime Lannister unexpectedly sought out Bale. The Kingslayer warned Bale, "Fisher, Cersei intends to have you killed." Bale, unsurprised, replied, "I am aware." He then added, "I trust you will manage the situation well, Your Grace." Jaime, displeased with Bale's use of Kingslayer, insisted that Bale could call him Lannister or Jaime if he preferred, but Bale remained obstinate. "I shall address you thus until Your Grace redeems himself," Bale quipped with a mischievous glint. Jaime protested. "Why?" Bale met Jaime's gaze, feigning profundity. "So that each time you see me, you will be reminded of your transgressions." As the conversation concluded, Bale heard Jaime's teeth grind audibly. Jaime declared with conviction, "Cersei will not relinquish her hold easily. I cannot safeguard you at all times." "Then teach me how to defend myself," Bale exclaimed, drawing his sword and striking at Jaime. Clang! Jaime effortlessly parried the blow, then counterattacked with the ferocity of a storm. Bale soon found himself on the defensive, despite his swordsmanship being exceptional among common folk. Even having once slain the Kingsguard member Marentrant, it proved insufficient against Jaime Lannister, one of the mightiest knights in the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, Bale's triumph over Meryn was largely attributed to the unexpected nature of their duel during a trial by combat, where Meryn, in his arrogance, had underestimated him, thanks to divine intervention. Clang, clang, clang. Jamie's assault was relentless, as he simultaneously attacked and deftly instructed Belle, "Mind your footwork. You must move at an angle. Your grip on the sword is entirely incorrect. Apply force with your left hand. The right is merely for support, unless you are naturally left-handed. Do not merely focus on my shoulder. That advice is only useful for novices. Against someone like me, you must learn to observe the elbow." The two engaged in training for an entire afternoon, wielding real swords. In the ensuing days, Jamie returned daily to mentor Belle, much to Cersei's chagrin. Although Jamie consistently pacified her with his abundant energy and skill, it was evident that Cersei was increasingly eager to eliminate Belle. She had already set her plans in motion, soon to seize a fortuitous opportunity. One day, while Belle was grooming the horses for the king and the duke, Arya Stark suddenly sprang forth from behind, her excitement palpable as she invited Belle. "Belle, Mikey and I are going on an adventure. Will you join us?" Belle blinked, then smiled, replying, "It would be my utmost honor." Chapter 25. The prey. The royal caravan had been traveling for several days at a swift pace. When Belle was invited by Arya to partake in their adventurous escapade, they had already entered the realm of the Riverlands. The pastoral beauty of the Riverlands was far more inviting than the eternal snows of the north, with the banks of the Green Fork teeming with purple and red blossoms, the gentle babbling of streams and the joyous songs of birds uplifting the spirit. Arya and Mikey, having never ventured south, found everything along the banks of the Green Fork to be a source of wonder. Basking in the warmth of spring, Arya Stark called out to Belle, who stood beside the grassy path. "Belle, I see fish. Come help me catch them." Belle approached to find Arya's wolf, Nymeria, growling at the shore. Driving the fish toward Arya, Mikey wielded a makeshift spear crafted from a sharpened stick, poised downstream to intercept. Arya, the primary hunter, rolled up her pant legs and waded barefoot into the water, her legs marked with numerous bruises and small scars, each a testament to her adventurous exploits. As the little wolf herded the fish closer, Arya suddenly lunged into the water, emerging empty-handed and drenched. She shouted, "Belle, come help me. They're swimming too fast." With a smile, Belle pointed out the issue. "Arya, your voice is too loud. The fish will surely flee." Arya widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. Belle removed his shoes and stepped into the river, the water refreshingly cool, yet not icy. It was crystal clear, reflecting a verdant hue, allowing the fish to be easily seen with the naked eye. Belle moved his legs gently, resembling petals drifting on the river's surface, silently approaching a school of fish, halting only when he was quite close. Arya and Mikey watched him anxiously, holding their breath. Belle's hands swiftly plunged into the water, akin to two agile serpents. Splash! Arya exclaimed, "You caught it." Mikey, the butcher's apprentice, rushed over with a spear, splashing water everywhere. Belle handed the writhing fish to Arya. "Hold it steady. It's not only strong, but also slippery." The girl joyfully accepted it, only for the fish to flick its tail and plop back into the river. "Oh no," Arya said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. The wolf on the shore howled a whoa. Belle placed a finger to his lips, signaling Arya to be quiet. He then asked Mikey for the wooden spear. The butcher's apprentice willingly handed over the fishing gear. With the spear in hand, Belle crouched and ventured deeper into the green-forked river, spotting a large fish. Arya and Mikey remained still, fearful of scaring the creature away. The little wolf wagged its tail by the riverbank, the water nearly soaking its front paws. Belle made his move. From over a meter away, he hurled the spear with speed and precision, causing the surface of the green-forked river to shimmer crimson. The little wolf, catching the scent of blood, joyfully howled from the shore. "Oh whoa." Arya instantly realized Belle had succeeded and gleefully ran towards the spear, disregarding the water that had risen to her knees. Belle cautioned her about the depth, but Arya was too busy lifting the spear, happily showing Belle her catch. The fish was indeed substantial, twice the thickness of Arya's arm. With a tail measuring 30 centimeters, it was a magnificent salmon. Afterward, they returned to the shore, where Mikey kindled a fire. Belle used his dagger to slit the fish's belly, discovering roe inside. He gathered the roe in a leaf and extracted the fish's gallbladder and intestines, subsequently skewering the fish with twigs for roasting. During the grilling, Belle, Arya, Mikey, and the little wolf, Nymeria, shared the delectable roe. Once the fish was nearly cooked, they savored the succulent salmon together. After indulging in the feast, the trio and the wolf lay on the grassy bank of the river, gazing up at the sky. Arya reminisced about her brothers. "I wish Robb and Jon could be here too." Belle rested his head on his hands. Watching the clouds drift lazily, they will have their chance. Arya chuckled. "When that time comes, we'll have a fishing competition, and Mikey will join us." The butcher's apprentice expressed his delight, saying it would be splendid to fish alongside the young lords and ladies of House Stark. The gentle breeze and warm air of the riverside lulled them into a state of serenity. Arya yawned, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a dream. In her dream, She found herself pursuing a hound until a towering monstrosity emerged ahead, causing the hound to pivot and lunge towards Arya. Startled, Arya awoke with a gasp, only to witness a shocking scene unfold. Someone was attacking Belle. A man, his face grotesquely scarred, clad in armor, swung his sword at Belle. Belle attempted to parry the blow, but the assailant's immense strength forced him to stagger backward. Arya roused the still slumbering Mikey. "Mikey, wake up quickly." The butcher's apprentice rubbed his eyes and sat up, then heard the clash of swords between Belle and his attacker. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, that's Sir Sandor Clegane. Why is he assaulting Belle?" Arya handed him a wooden harpoon. "Mikey, go assist Belle, while Namelia and I summon help." Mikey took the harpoon. Watching Arya and the little wolf dash towards the king's convoy, he glanced back at Belle, who was engaged in battle with the hound, and attempted to rush to his aid. Out of the corner of his eye, Belle caught sight of him. "Mikey, find the Duke and his Majesty." Before the words had left his lips, the hound's sword struck again, prompting Belle to focus intently on the fight. The hound, while attacking, attempted to rattle Belle's composure. "Child, I see that Sir Jaime has taught you a few moves." "Ah, feudal, you cannot best me." Belle disregarded the taunts, concentrating on defense and evasion. "You cannot endure for long. I shall slice open your throat and sever your tongue." The hound unleashed a torrent of verbal barbs. Yet Belle remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Arya and Namelia raced towards the king's convoy, which had already distanced itself significantly. Arya surmised it would take her a considerable while to catch up, by which time Belle might have already perished. "Namelia, faster!" Arya urged the little wolf. Though she was actually spurring herself on, she galloped furiously, soon leaving her pet wolf behind. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared before her. "Arya?" Sansa exclaimed in surprise. "Besides Sansa?" Joffrey Baratheon inquired curiously. "Your sister?" Sansa smiled demurely in response. "Yes, dear prince." At that moment, Arya galloped up to them, and upon recognizing Sansa and Joffrey, she cried out excitedly, "Sansa, Joffrey, Clegane is attacking Belle. You must come help." Sansa and Joffrey exchanged glances. Sansa asked Arya what was happening, only to receive a brusque reply from her sister. "I don't know. Clegane has gone completely mad." Sansa felt her composure slipping, casting a furtive glance at Joffrey, hoping he would overlook Arya's rudeness and not develop a disdain for her due to her sister's impoliteness. However, Joffrey, displaying remarkable magnanimity, smiled at Sansa. In her eyes, that smile was imbued with confidence and charm. Joffrey patted his chest and assured, "Fear not, Clegane is my father's knight. At my command, the issue shall be resolved." Sansa clasped her hands together in admiration, exclaiming, "That is splendid. I assent to it, Arya." Arya turned her horse around. "Let us hurry." Sansa's lips trembled as she watched her sister ride away, hastily turning to Joffrey to offer an apology. "I'm sorry, Joffrey. Arya has always been this way." Joffrey flashed a charming smile. "She is your sister. I have siblings too, so I bear you no ill will. You are truly gracious." However, as he turned away, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes, and he murmured, "The stable boy is as good as dead." "What?" Sansa did not quite catch his words. "No, let us hurry." Chapter 26. Fury by the banks of the Green Fork. Micah glanced back anxiously at the sight of the fearsome hound pursuing Beale, who was darting in all directions. Despite his concern, he resolved to heed Beale's advice and sought assistance alongside Arya. Yet, he had not ventured far when he fortuitously encountered Arya, who was returning, followed closely by the noble Prince Joffrey, with Lady Sansa lagging behind, breathlessly requesting the prince to wait. "Micah, where's Beale?" Arya inquired urgently. Micah informed them that Beale was being chased by the hound. Arya turned to Joffrey, commanding him, "Joffrey, command your men to cease." Joffrey's face contorted with anger. "You wild girl, I am the future king." Arya's eyes darted. She could not comprehend Joffrey's fury but recalled Jon's words, that this prince was a scoundrel. In a desperate bid to save her friend, Arya endeavored to plead with Joffrey to order the hound to halt. Joffrey chuckled. "Now that's more like it, ha." He rode closer to the scene. Then, to Arya's astonishment, bellowed, "Good hound, kill the stable boy." The hound responded with a chilling growl, intensifying its assault on Beale. Arya was taken aback. Micah quickly recognized the peril Beale faced but felt too intimidated to speak to Prince Joffrey, let alone implore him to stop the carnage. At that moment, Sansa arrived, only to overhear her sister hurling insults at Joffrey. "Arya, you wretched girl." Sansa scolded, apologized to Joffrey at once. "No, he is a scoundrel. A liar," Arya retorted, her anger boiling over. Joffrey sneered. "Ah, I shall never forgive this wild girl." He then urged the hound forward, demanding it swiftly end the life of the detestable stable boy. Arya screamed, her voice piercing Sansa's ears. "No. Micah, go help Beale." Without hesitation, Micah seized a wooden spear to assist Beale, but Joffrey obstructed him, drawing his sword in threat. "There you Do not be afraid. Joffrey is a coward, Arya shouted, inciting Joffrey's rage. Even though Micah stood frozen, he raised his sword and aimed it at Micah's face. Micah screamed in pain as the unfortunate butcher's apprentice bore a grievous injury, courtesy of Joffrey's wrath. The blood of her friend ignited a frenzy within Arya, propelling her toward Joffrey, who was unceremoniously thrown from his steed. In a panic, the fallen Joffrey raised his sword, poised to strike Arya. Sansa's voice pierced the air. Do not harm her, Joffrey. Yet, Joffrey, weary of Sansa's childish games, dismissed her pleas. The game was over, and he wore a cruel smile. Just as his blade was about to find its mark, Nymeria, the young wolf, lunged and sank her teeth into Joffrey's wrist. The prince emitted a shrill scream, and the sword, Lion's Tooth, fell from his grasp. Sansa leaped from her horse, pounding Nymeria's head with her fists. Nymeria, let go. Do not harm Joffrey. Seizing the moment, Arya retrieved Lion's Tooth and, in a fit of rage, struck Joffrey's face with the hilt, leaving him bloodied and bruised. A short distance away, Sandor Clegane, the hound, heard his master's anguished cries. He looked up, horrified to see the stark impostor atop Joffrey, relentlessly pummeling his face. Without a second thought, he abandoned his pursuit of Beric and rushed to rescue his lord. Beric turned to watch the hound rush away, panting heavily. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the hound by the banks of the Green Fork. However, the unfolding events left Beric with no time to rest. He witnessed the hound approaching Arya and Joffrey, delivering a vicious kick that sent Arya sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain from her injuries. Arya, he cried out, charging at the hound with his sword drawn, furious that the brutish dog dared to harm her. Meanwhile, having rescued Joffrey, the hound knelt beside the prince, inspecting his injuries. Your Highness, are you all right? Joffrey screamed in fury. Kill them. Slay them all. The hound's eyes glinted with menace as he looked up. Sansa, terrified, sank to the ground, scrambling backward. Arya curled up in agony. Micah groaned, covering his face, and Nymeria continued to snarl at the hound. In a swift motion, the hound seized the young wolf by the neck, raising his sword, ready to exact his wrath on Nymeria. At that critical moment, Beric burst onto the scene. Die, hound, he shouted, diverting the brute's attention. The hound hurled Nymeria at Beric, who caught her, but was forced back by the sheer force of the impact. As he stumbled, the hound's sword came slicing through the air. In that instant, just as Beric and Nymeria were about to be pierced by the hound's blade, another scream erupted from Joffrey. Stop, or I shall kill Joffrey. It was Arya. Despite her pain, she summoned her strength, rising from the ground to brandish Lion's Tooth against Joffrey's throat. The hound turned, shouting, Child, put down the sword. Do you know what you are doing? Arya gritted her teeth, her expression fierce and defiant. Her gaze was resolute. Release my friend. The hound found himself in a predicament. The command issued by Queen Cersei compelled him to slay Bael, yet safeguarding Prince Joffrey was his primary duty. It seemed that fulfilling the Queen's order would be impossible today. Just as the hound prepared to sheath his sword, a gust of wind swept in from behind. Oh no! The hound realized he had overlooked the significant presence of Bael Fisher. With both hands raised, Bael plunged his sword into the hound's body. A sickening sound echoed as the blade found its mark. Bael pressed the sword against the hound's form, proclaiming, The Kingslayer speaks the truth. None of you deserve the title of Kingsguard. The hound lowered his gaze, staring at the iron sword that pierced through him. The blade, already marred by countless gashes from Gregor Clegane, was an unassuming weapon, yet it had penetrated the body of the infamous Kingsguard, Sandor Clegane. The hound clenched his teeth, gasping in agony. Damn it! It was unclear whether he cursed himself or Bael. With a vigorous thrust, Bael caused the hound to kneel in pain. The blade was withdrawn, splattering blood in every direction. The hound, displaying remarkable fortitude, refrained from crying out, merely grunting as he struggled to ease his suffering. Bael raised his sword, gazing at the kneeling hound, his heart filled with murderous intent. Stop! James Lannister appeared on the King's Road. Bael looked up at the Kingslayer, and before his sword could descend, the hound collapsed into a pool of blood. James dismounted, his fury ignited by the chaos strewn across the grass. 7 gods, what have you all done? You are utterly lawless. Come with me to meet his majesty. Chapter 27. Astonished, there are male bronze figures. In the round hall, King Robert, with a beer belly, glowered at the prisoners. Arya Stark stood defiantly at the center of the great tent, her short hair askew, her eyes fixed on the tent's ceiling. Joffrey sat upon the throne, attended by a military scholar who tended to his wolf-bite injury, while his mother, Cersei, gently applied a soothing green ointment to his face. Ouch! Joffrey protested in pain. Tears welled in Cersei's eyes, for she had never witnessed her beloved son in such a state. Joffrey, mother will take care of you. She then turned her gaze toward the criminals, Arya Stark, Bael Fisher, Sansa Stark, and a wild boy whose name escaped her. You shall pay for this. For the Lannisters. Debts must be repaid. Arya glared at the queen and her son, letting out an indignant huff before turning her head away. Bale Fisher stood tall beside Arya, resolute and dignified, offering no reply. Sansa, on the other hand, apologized to Cersei, claiming it was all Arya's fault. Arya, infuriated, whipped her head back, pointing an accusing finger at Sansa's lovely nose. Liar. And Joffrey, you are a liar too. You promised to stop the Hound. Cersei spat viciously at Arya. Silence, stark wench. Were it not for your Duke father, I would have dealt with you long ago. The king, Robert, could no longer endure the cacophony and bellowed for silence. At that precise moment, Duke Eddard Stark arrived. Upon entering, Eddard inquired about his daughters, expressing his concern. Robert gestured for the Duke to approach, but Cersei interrupted her husband, furiously protesting to the Duke. Stark, behold the misdeeds your daughter has inflicted upon my son. You must make amends. Arya, upon seeing her father, found her courage and bravely protested. It is you who should compensate me. Sandor Clegane assaulted Mycah without provocation, and not only did Joffrey fail to intervene, but he also ordered Clegane to slay him. Cersei pointed at Mycah, her voice laced with venom, demanding, then why does this boy still stand before us alive? Her subsequent remarks only increased her arrogance. Moreover, Joffrey is a prince. When a prince wishes to slay someone, why does that person not perish immediately? Robert thundered in response. Enough, woman. Silence your foul mouth. This is my hall, not your wretched Casterly Rock. Yet Cersei retorted with even greater fury. Baratheon, she has harmed your son. Robert waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. I see only superficial wounds. Joffrey is a man, not a whimpering princess. Upon hearing his father's words, Joffrey dismissed the salve from his mother's hands and refused the maester's treatment. This action garnered Robert's approval. Well done, Joffrey, that is my son. In my day, I shattered the head of the Mad King at the Trident. That battle-eye Cersei interrupted once more. Robert, I care not how you vanquished Prince Rhaegar or the injuries you sustained. I demand justice for the wrongdoers to ensure our son receives fairness, and to uphold the honor and dignity of the future rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. Robert clenched his fists but turned to Eddard. At last, Eddard seized the opportunity to inquire about the events that transpired. Robert instructed Joffrey to recount the tale himself. Joffrey, in turn, fabricated a story, claiming the Hound sought out Mycah not to kill him. Arya, witnessing Mycah's struggle, intended to summon the Butcher S-Boy for assistance. But Joffrey forbade them from undermining the contest's integrity, leading them to unite against Joffrey. Liars! Arya exclaimed, her face flushed with rage. She had never encountered a more despicable individual than Joffrey, yet soon she would meet another, her elder sister, Sansa Stark. Sansa interjected, providing false testimony, asserting that Joffrey spoke the truth. She actively defended her beloved prince's actions, casting suspicion upon her sister, Arya. With sorrow and anger, Arya gazed at her sister. This marked the second time Sansa had opposed her on behalf of Joffrey that day, entirely oblivious to the peril her words posed to Arya's friends. In a fit of fury, Arya struck Sansa repeatedly, crying out, Liar! 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 You are the worst. She loathed her sister for the betrayal. Eddard hastily lifted his young daughter and turned to Bale, saying, Bale, quickly, look at Sansa. Bale found the situation amusing, yet upon reflection realized that aside from Arya and Sansa, he was the only one in the entire hall who belonged to House Stark. With a sigh, he approached Sansa, bent down, and gently inquired, Miss Sansa, are you all right? Sansa, feeling aggrieved, began to sob. Observing her distress, Bale found it difficult to harbor any anger. After all, she was merely an innocent little girl. Though Sansa was slightly older than Arya, she lacked understanding of the consequences of her actions, her maturity not yet rivaling that of her younger sister. Eddard and Catelyn had sheltered the girls too well. As ordinary parents, they excelled, but alas, the Starks were destined to be leaders, unable to live as common folk. Bale assisted Sansa to her feet, offering her a gentle smile. Do not be sad, my lady. Arya merely wished to protect me and Mikey. Sansa gazed at Bale's handsome face, sensing a softness in him that starkly contrasted with the arrogance of Joffrey. A thought flickered in her mind. How wonderful it would be if Fisher were a prince. Bale then turned to King Robert, addressing him, Your Majesty, the just king. I trust your wisdom has unveiled the truth. This incident arose solely from Gregor's unprovoked attack on me. I regret that His Highness the Prince and the ladies were drawn into it, but it is not their fault. Rather, blame lies with my inability to swiftly overcome Gregor. King Robert glared at Bale. Suddenly, a handsome young man, with a fair complexion and long black hair cascading to his shoulders, erupted in laughter. Dressed in luxurious green attire, he exuded an air of elegance, his family crest, a stag, mirroring that of King Robert. Look at this boy's audacity, claiming he could defeat Gregor. How bold! Bale turned to the man. You must be the esteemed Duke Renly Baratheon. Renly raised a spirited eyebrow. A clever lad. You claim you wish to conquer Gregor? Bale nodded, feigning regret. Indeed, and I have already bested him. Yet my methods were not entirely honorable, rendering this victory unworthy of boasting. Renly appeared puzzled, questioning whether Bale had genuinely defeated the Hound. Jaime stepped in to corroborate. Duke Renly, the Hound indeed fell at the hands of Bale Fisher. Renly's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, how astonishing. He turned to Bale and suddenly noticed the boy's delicate features, reminiscent of a white fox in a snowy breeze. With a smile, Renly declared, I believe I shall remember your name, Sir Bale Fisher. Bale involuntarily shivered, taken aback. How intriguing. There is male copper here. Away with you. At that moment, a messenger arrived to announce that the Hound had awakened. King Robert dispatched someone to inquire why the Hound had attacked Bale, glancing momentarily at Cersei. Cersei observed coldly, untroubled by the thought that the Hound might betray her. Soon, the messenger returned with the Hound's words, Your Majesty, Gregor claims he sought vengeance for Ser Lancel's sake. As fellow members of the Kingsguard, Ser Gregor Clegane believed that Ser Balon Greyjoy must have resorted to unfair means to slay Lord Meryn. King Robert, enraged, slammed his thigh and exclaimed, What nonsense! Duke Eddard Stark replied, Robert, we both witnessed the trial by combat. It was entirely fair. I know that foolish dog nearly jeopardized our family's relations. In a fit of anger, Robert commanded, Someone, go and hang that foolish dog. Chapter 28. The tyrannical Cersei cast a glance at Jaime. The Kingslayer stepped forward to plead for Ser Sandor Clegane. However, King Robert remained indifferent to Jaime's appeal. Insisting on the execution of Sandor Clegane, Jaime retreated to Cersei's side, where she shot him a scornful look, as if to say he was useless. Jaime returned an apologetic expression, prompting Queen Cersei to confront Robert herself. With biting sarcasm, she remarked, Robert, the foolish dog you wish to execute has protected Joffrey, while your noble brother's daughter merely allows wolves to attack your son. Robert was momentarily silenced, despite his deep disdain for the Lannister women. Cersei's words bore a semblance of truth. Even Eddard could not refute it, and the Duke urged Arya to apologize to Joffrey. Arya, no. He released the dogs upon Balon. Eddard replied, That is not Joffrey's doing. It was Gregor's own decision. Arya, both furious and aggrieved, was gently coaxed by her father to lower her head and admit fault. Please, no. Arya shouted at her father. She could not comprehend why he insisted she apologize to the loathsome Joffrey. They had done nothing wrong. It was Ser Gregor who attacked Balon, and Joffrey who deceived her. Why then must her father demand an apology? Cersei sneered, Look at the wildness of this girl. This is the offspring of Stark and Tully. Arya glared at the queen in fury. Just as she was about to retaliate with harsh words, Balon unexpectedly stood before her. Kneeling on one knee, he took Arya's hand and said, Arya, for my sake and that of Mikey, please apologize to them. Why? Arya questioned, bewildered. Balon patiently elaborated. Neither Mikey nor I bear the names Stark or Baratheon. Arya, do you understand? Please apologize for us. Both Mikey and I will remember your deed. Though Arya did not fully grasp it, she trusted Balon, for he was wise, surpassing her siblings in intelligence, and Jon had openly acknowledged this fact. For friendship, Arya acquiesced. Very well. Reluctantly, the girl turned to Joffrey, bowing her head in apology. As expected, Joffrey rudely rejected Arya's apology, hurling insults at the Stark girl. I won't accept an apology from a wildling. Robert bellowed from the throne, Joff, you are a man. Eddard stepped forward to defend Joffrey. Robert, let this farce pass. Taking a deep breath, Robert commanded everyone to withdraw, as he had matters to discuss with Eddard, Varys, and several other lords. Just when everyone believed this family farce was nearing its conclusion, Cersei emerged once more to stir trouble. She presented her demands to Robert. Robert, that girl unleashed a wolf upon your son. We must skin that beast. Otherwise, no one will hesitate to let dogs attack the king's offspring. Robert turned to Ned, who gasped in astonishment. Robert, surely you cannot mean that. Robert, exasperated, urged his old friend, Ned, it is merely a beast. Arya suddenly realized that the adults intended to kill Nymeria. The girl cried out, It's not Nymeria's fault. You must not harm her. Sansa, too, pleaded with the queen on behalf of her sister, given her amiable relationship with Cersei. Yet, Cersei was unyielding. I demand the wolf's skin. Ned, Robert said. Robert, unable to meet his gaze, commanded, Fetch the wolf. Suddenly, Jaime Lannister stepped forward, apologizing to the king and queen, stating that he had let the wolf escape while returning with Joffrey and the others. Cersei, in a fury, exclaimed, Escaped? Then capture it. That beast has injured my son. It shall not flee. Robert, unwilling to engage further with her nonsense, provocatively declared that anyone wanting the wolf's skin should go and catch it themselves. Cersei cast a venomous look at her husband before her gaze swept over the culprits who had harmed her son. "There is still a wolf here," she said, fixating on Sansa. Sansa, bewildered, raised her head, unable to comprehend why the queen, usually so amiable, would direct such words at her. Arya quickly reacted, "Do not harm Lady." It was well known that Sansa's wolf was named Lady. The little creature was both beautiful and charming, embodying its name just as Sansa did. Sansa often groomed her wolf and adorned Lady with ribbons. However, the lioness's wrath demanded an outlet. Sansa pleaded, "No, please do not hurt Lady." Cersei's command was unequivocal, "Bring me the wolf." Ned once more implored Robert, but the king could not perpetually oppose his queen. And he genuinely believed that Ned's daughter was at fault for allowing the wolf to bite Joffrey. Realizing the king's sentiments, Ned coldly stated, "Then you shall do it yourself." It was now Robert who found himself in a predicament. "Ned, surely not. Unless you intend to do it yourself." Ned pressed on. Robert's nostrils flared with anger, and he abruptly rose from the throne, his belly protruding as he stormed away. Despite his bluster, it was clear to all that the king was retreating. Cersei grew more brazen. "Bring me the wolf." Ned summoned the ancestral Valyrian steel sword. "Ice. I shall do it myself. No one shall lay claim to the Stark wolf's skin." Cersei protested, but the duke's restrained fury rendered her objections futile. Only Lady's owner, Sansa, knelt on the ground, weeping. Just as the situation seemed poised to descend into tragedy, Peter suddenly interjected, "My esteemed lord, noble queen, I have heard that the king has resolved to betroth Miss Sansa to Prince Joffrey." Cersei, wary, replied, "What do you intend, boy?" Bael exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect. Bowing his head before Cersei, his gaze fixated on her delicate, alabaster legs. "As queen, you insist on executing Lady Sansa's wolf. Do you truly wish to curse this marriage?" he inquired. Cersei found herself at a loss for words. Though she was a proud woman, her arrogance would invariably wane when the topic of her cherished son arose. Bael issued a warning. "The direwolf is a gift bestowed upon House Stark by the old gods. Should we slay the direwolf, we shall undoubtedly incite the wrath of the divine, and retribution shall follow. I have no faith in your barbaric deities," Cersei retorted, to which Bael responded with a peculiar, almost sinister laugh. As she gazed at his smiling face, an unsettling chill coursed through her. Clenching her fists, she silently questioned why she should harbor fear. The Lioness of Lannister had the protection of the Seven, and she was unafraid of those monstrous entities. Bael reminded her, "Beautiful queen, whether you worship the new gods or the old, the divine ever gazes down upon us." Cersei shouted defiantly, "Above me looms the Red Keep." Bael calmly replied, "The eyes of the gods pierce through all, including our hidden sins." At the mention of sin, Bael intentionally glanced at Jaime. Jaime's pupils dilated as he recalled the oath he had sworn before the gods in Bael's presence. "My queen, Sansa shall be Joffrey's betrothed," he declared. Cersei, taken aback by Jaime's alignment with House Stark, glared at him in fury. Bael reiterated, "My queen, you must have sought divine counsel. You surely understand that the gods are all-knowing, including our concealed transgressions." Cersei grasped Bael's veiled threat. He was menacing her. Clenching her fists so tightly that the paper armor nearly embedded itself into her flesh, she had never anticipated being cornered by this upstart. Though she harbored a desire to eliminate Bael immediately, the Hound was gravely injured, and Jaime's inexplicable wariness of him compelled her to seek additional support. For now, she would spare them, but in the future, she would demand double retribution. Cersei rose, elevating her proud and beautiful head. "Lannisters pay their debts. Starks, remember this. This matter shall not conclude without consequence." With that, the queen departed with Joffrey, once again rejecting the maester's attempts at treatment. "Step aside. The Lannisters have better physicians than you," Cersei coldly commanded. Jaime followed closely behind them. Bael and Duke Eddard watched the lions depart, both exhaling in relief. "Bael, Arya, you must remain within my sight until we reach King's Landing." Duke Eddard's tone was stern, yet his heart softened at the thought of these two mischievous youngsters. Chapter 29. The Lady Bael and Arya could hardly be expected to remain under Duke Eddard's watchful eye all day. To keep a close watch on Bael, the troublemaker, Eddard appointed him as a direct attendant under the command of Ser Jorah, responsible solely for the care of the Duke's personal guard's horses. Rather than assisting Lord Hullen in managing the entire caravan's steeds, the Duke's personal guard consists of 50 men, making this a rather formidable task. Each knight is assigned at least one warhorse and one spare mount, with some possessing additional pack horses for transporting equipment. Thus Bael finds himself managing over 100 steeds. Fortunately, he is not alone. The knights have their own attendants. Bael's primary responsibility is to tend to the Duke of Ed's spirited horses. This is indeed a remarkable honor. In reality, Ed is subtly demoting Belle, for Belle not only rescued Sansa's dire wolf, but also formed a bond with Arya, consistently displaying a keen intellect and considerable martial potential. Although Belle's origins remain somewhat dubious, Ed believes that nurturing Belle will yield greater benefits than drawbacks. That evening, King Robert summoned Duke Ed for a council. Ed left Belle in his own camp, and soon thereafter, Arya and Sansa came to visit him in succession. Lady Sansa even brought along her dire wolf, Lady. They had come to express their gratitude to Belle. He humbly accepted their thanks and inquired if Arya had managed to hide Nymeria. It turns out that when Jaime Lannister captured them and brought them back to camp, Belle had instructed Arya to let Nymeria escape. The little wolf had been reluctant to part from her master, but perhaps Belle truly possessed some enchantment, for the wolf seemed to understand his words. Subsequently, Nymeria seized the opportunity to flee while the Kingslayer was distracted. At this moment, Arya informed Belle that she and Ser Jorah had searched for Nymeria, discovering wolf droppings but failing to spot her. Belle remarked, "It seems she has hidden herself quite well." Arya nodded, casting a discontented glance at her sister Sansa. Today's events had left Arya disappointed in Sansa, who, in her desire to win Joffrey's favor, had spoken on his behalf. The consequence? Had it not been for Belle's cleverness, Sansa might have lost her own wolf. Yet, Belle bore no ill will towards Sansa. She was merely an innocent, naive girl. However, Belle felt compelled to advise Sansa that she must never again place herself in opposition to her family for the sake of outsiders. Belle crouched down, gently scratching Lady S' head to foster a bond with Sansa. Lady was entirely unlike Nymeria. Rather than a wolf, she resembled a beautiful little dog. Among her litter of Arctic wolves, Lady was the smallest, boasting a coat of gray fur and golden eyes. Furthermore, the little wolf seemed perceptive, sensing Belle's contemplation, and quietly sat still, allowing him to pet her. "Lady Sansa," he called. "I am here," Sansa replied. Belle raised his gaze to meet hers at a more approachable height and began to impart wisdom. He posed a question, "Lady Sansa, do you know why the Queen wishes to kill Lady?" Without hesitation, Sansa responded, "Because Nymeria has run away." Belle pressed further, "But do you understand why she is determined to slay the Stark wolves?" Sansa shot a resentful glance at her sister, attributing the motive to Arya's injury of Joffrey. "You're mistaken." "Am I mistaken?" Sansa looked at Belle in confusion. With a sigh, Bale pondered why he found himself not only tending to Eddard's horses but also educating his children. The lengths one must go to in order to legitimately seize Winterfell. He turned to Sansa and inquired, "My lady, do you aspire to be a queen?" To which Sansa responded with enthusiasm, "Of course." Bale cryptically replied, "Then you must learn the intricacies of the game of power." "The game of power?" Sansa echoed, her brow furrowing. Bale nodded solemnly, cautioning her that if she truly wished to ascend to the throne, mastering this game was imperative. Otherwise, even if she were to become queen, she would not survive the eve of her wedding. Sansa gasped in fear, unable to comprehend why Bale would frighten her. How could becoming a queen lead to death? Such thoughts had never crossed her mind, and she had never been enlightened by her parents on these matters. Suddenly, she recalled Eddard and Cersei's words. No. Her father and the queen had both assured her that as long as she remained dutifully by Joffrey's side in King's Landing, she would become his bride and a queen. Bale rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "Eddard Stark, your naivety is astonishing." He then asked Sansa what she believed life as a queen entailed. "Having children?" She replied with a smile. "And then doing nothing?" Bale's hand trembled slightly at her innocence. Was this what it felt like to be a teacher confronted with a slow learner? Faced with the naivete of Sansa, Bale experienced a headache, yet his intellect quickly devised a strategy to guide her toward the importance of familial alliances. "Tell me, my lady," he inquired, "how would you describe the relationship between a queen and her king?" Sansa frowned, even in her simplicity. She could discern the discord in Cersei and Robert's marriage, which was starkly different from the affectionate bond shared by the Stark couple. Even Sansa, with her rose-tinted view of Cersei, could not overlook the animosity that seemed to pervade their union, perceiving them more as adversaries than as spouses. "Ah, clever lady. You have noticed," Bale remarked. "Are you not curious as to why King Robert and Queen Cersei's relationship is so strained? Shouldn't they be in love?" He paused, allowing the weight of his words to resonate. Bale understood that education must be gradual. He could not transform Sansa's perspective in a single conversation. "Take some time to reflect on this," he advised gently. Additionally, he continued, "May I offer you a humble suggestion? If you wish to protect Lady from harm, might you entrust her care to me for the time being? Both the Queen and King harbor disdain for direwolves, and I fear there are those who might wish to harm the gift bestowed upon House Stark by the old gods." Sansa glanced at Lady, who tilted her head, gazing at her lovingly. "Rest assured, I know how to care for them. Even your father's warhorse was under my watchful eye," Bale assured her. Sansa reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well. But please treat Lady kindly." Bale bowed with a smile. "I give you my word." Lady seemed to understand their exchange, nuzzling Sansa's leg with a sense of reluctance. After receiving a few affectionate strokes from her owner, Lady moved to stand beside Bale. At that moment, Eddard Stark returned to the camp. The Duke lifted the curtain, only to find his two obedient daughters within Belle's tent. "Your Grace," Belle greeted. "Father," Arya and Sansa chimed in unison. Eddard blinked, saying little, merely instructing Belle to accompany him to the military tent for a briefing. "At your service," Belle replied, as Arya and Sansa watched Belle depart with their father. Sansa suddenly asked, "Arya, what do you think of Belle?" Arya looked at her sister in confusion, failing to comprehend. Sansa sighed, "You truly are a fool." Arya, agitated, retorted, "What do you mean?" Sansa shook her head in resignation, indicating her reluctance to quarrel with Arya. Belle followed Eddard into the latter's tent, where the noble lady sat obediently by the entrance. Eddard removed his black leather gloves, turning his back to Belle, and spoke in a somber tone, "Belle, Mikey is dead." Belle furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation. Cersei, the venomous Lannister woman, having failed to eliminate the wolf, had turned her murderous intentions towards the butcher's younger son. Belle felt a surge of indignation. Mikey was merely the son of a butcher, who had never harbored any thoughts of harming Cersei's children. Yet, such an innocent soul had fallen victim to Cersei's treachery. Who was responsible? Belle demanded. Eddard raised an eyebrow, deeply appreciating Belle's astuteness. The qualities Belle possessed were rare in the north, where the freezing wilderness typically bred only savagery. Eddard replied calmly, Barrows blunt. He is a member of the Kingsguard, yet, in truth, a knight of the Lannisters and a scoundrel. I shall remember him, Belle vowed. Chapter 30. The Duke's Attendant, Your Grace. I shall inform Lady Arya, Belle declared, intending to relay the news of Mikey's demise to Arya. Eddard halted him, questioning whether this would provoke Arya. Given Arya's disposition, if we do not inform her beforehand, she is bound to react impulsively, Belle asserted. Eddard regarded Belle, suddenly perceiving that the youth understood his daughter better than he did. Very well, Eddard conceded. I shall speak to Arya about this matter shortly. You stay behind. I have further inquiries for you. Belle blinked, wondering if the Duke sought to inquire about his origins or perhaps wished to leverage his intellect to analyze the discussions from that evening's council meeting. It is regarding tonight's meeting, Belle. I require your insight, Eddard urged, gesturing for Belle to take a seat. Belle's heart swelled with joy. This indicated that Duke Eddard intended to employ him more significantly. Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to secure a minor position for himself. While serving Eddard might not lead to a grand title, perhaps a secretary to the Prime Minister could suffice. Stealing a glance at Eddard, Belle observed the Duke deep in thought, discerning what could be shared with him and what must remain confidential. First and foremost, the matter of the remnants of House Targaryen must not be disclosed to Belle. The news of Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen taking refuge in Pentos must remain a secret, lest someone exploit the existence of the dragon heirs for their own gain. Only the tournament and the mysterious demise of the former King's hand, Duke Jon Arryn, remain. Eddard gathered his thoughts and began to articulate the details to Bale. I cannot fathom how Robert not only squandered the Targaryen dynasty's treasury but also incurred debts amounting to several million gold dragons owed to the Lannisters. And now he intends to host a tournament in my name. Oh, cursed Robert. Eddard smote his forehead, a pained expression etched upon his face. Bale inquired, What counsel do you seek from me, esteemed Duke? Eddard turned to him. Child, assist me in devising a means to persuade Robert to abandon this absurd tournament. He added, I know you possess the ability, you have swayed him on multiple occasions. Bale chuckled. Eddard Stark might be a commendable commander, yet he was far from a skilled politician. This was hardly his fault, for Eddard's ascendance to the Stark lineage came at the tragic expense of his elder brother Brandon, who was slain by the Mad King Aerys. Perhaps old Stark had always intended to cultivate Eddard as a successor to the family legacy. Thus, Eddard adhered to principles of loyalty, honor, compassion, and courage. He was a virtuous man, yet a virtuous man cannot lead his family to greatness. Bale remarked, my Lord Duke, I suggest you concede. Rather than compelling the king to relent. Eddard responded, What? Do you believe Robert is in the right? Bale thought Eddard's naivety was glaring, and resolved to enlighten the Duke on political matters. Bale posed a question to Eddard. Imagine yourself as a simple farmer, and a wild man approaches you with an axe, demanding to borrow 100 gold dragons, or he will end your life. What would you do? Without hesitation, Eddard replied, I would lend it to him. Precisely, Bale grinned slyly. And our king is the wild man, while the Lannisters are the farmers. With that, Bale playfully winked at Eddard. The Duke was taken aback. Bale continued, Thus, you need not fret over how much King Robert owes his family, even if he were to mortgage all 7 kingdoms to the old lion. Would that grant the Lannisters rightful claim to the Iron Throne? Eddard found this notion preposterous, his expression one of confusion. Isn't that tantamount to extortion? Bale affirmed, indeed. It is extortion. Our King Robert bears no resemblance to a good king, yet he is certainly not as easily deceived as he appears. I suspect he has intentionally accrued a debt of millions to the old lion amidst his revelries. Eddard, bewildered, decided to press on. He recalled the words of Duke Renly, that the royal treasury owed not only the Lannisters, but also the Iron Bank across the narrow sea. But Robert is also in debt to the Iron Bank. To prevent Bale, who hailed from a remote background, from being oblivious to the Iron Bank, Eddard kindly interjected. The Iron Bank is the power of the Free Trade Federation across the narrow sea. Bale interrupted him. My Lord Duke, I am aware. The Iron Bank is renowned for its banking and lending practices. However, do not forget, they reside across the narrow sea. Duke, indeed, the Iron Vault lies across the sea. Do they dare to come and collect their debts? In the next moment, a powerful jolt struck the Duke's mind, prompting him to ponder. Could it be that Rob is truly like this? He is certainly not foolish, yet this notion seems utterly preposterous. My dear Duke. The truth is often more absurd than one could imagine. As Bell sat on a small stool, awaiting the Duke's reflections, he too was engaged in contemplation, pondering how he could derive greater benefits from this journey to King's Landing. Bell's ambitions remained steadfast. He sought to wed a woman from the Stark lineage, thereby securing dominion over the North as a son-in-law, and subsequently unite the free folk beyond the wall to contest for the Iron Throne. Thus, Eddard Stark emerged as Bell's greatest obstacle. As long as the Duke lived, Bell could never hope to govern the North, for the hearts of its people belonged to the Starks. However, could Bell allow Duke Eddard to stride willingly into his predetermined demise? Bell's conscience recoiled at the thought. Moreover, as Bell was destined to marry either Sansa or Arya, should the bride discover that he stood idly by while her father met his end, how could he ever face his future wife? To avert the collapse of his plans and to appease his conscience, Bell mused, I must devise a solution that satisfies all parties. Otherwise, the act of causing his father-in-law's demise only to marry his daughter would be exceedingly wicked. Bell feared he might be cursed in his future progeny. Before Duke Eddard could reach clarity, Bell's mind began to concoct a scheme, the feigning death plan, codenamed Mistletoe. Bell contemplated who could serve as the master apothecary. Who should he seek? Maester Luwin? Peter Baelish? Tyrion? Or perhaps Varys? At that moment, Eddard Stark interrupted Bell's musings. Even if we are to host this tournament, it is not the most pressing matter at hand. There is another issue, Bell. I require your assistance. Bell, is it concerning the former hand's cause of death? I have heard that Jon Arryn has fallen gravely ill, and it seems that in a mere few months, the stranger has claimed our kingdom's most vital figure. Eddard felt a surge of admiration for Bell's acumen. He had intended to broach this very topic. Eddard nodded. Precisely, Lisa mentioned in her letter to Catelyn that the Lannisters were responsible for Arryn's death. As he spoke the final words, the Duke gritted his teeth, resembling a wolf poised to rend a lion asunder. Bell's clear eyes flickered. I believe we should retain this hypothesis. However, rather than relying on hearsay or conjecture, we must place our faith in the evidence. For it is as solid as iron. As solid as iron. A glimmer of insight flashed in Duke Eddard's eyes. Bell grinned. That is the adage of House Fisher. My lord. The Duke nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Bell growing increasingly appreciative. A splendid maxim. Chapter 31. The Great Axe whispers. Once Eddard had addressed the matter at hand, he turned away, presenting his tall, broad back to Bell. Dressed in a dark gray cloak, the Duke's tone grew somewhat somber. Bell. We are soon to arrive at King's Landing, a city of unparalleled opulence, yet the closer we draw to it, the more trepidation fills my heart. The heartfelt words of Duke Ed brought an inexplicable warmth to Bell, who had been raised by his foster father since childhood. Bell comforted Ed, saying, My lord, this may well be a divine revelation, a reminder to keep your eyes wide open to the lurking dangers, discerning friends from foes. Ed chuckled. That is indeed a formidable task. Bell replied, A lone wolf perishes, while wolves thrive in packs. You can rely on us, Sir Jory, Sir Desmond, and Master Hullen will pledge their unwavering loyalty to you. Even Miss Arya and Miss Sansa are willing to serve you. The girls are still too young, Ed remarked. Yet they are born at the heart of power. Ed fell silent for a moment, then said, No, let them remain safely within the palace of King's Landing. I desire nothing more than for them to grow up in peace. Bell sighed inwardly and responded, As you wish, kind Duke. Now, you should retire and rest. The Duke issued his dismissal. Bell left the Duke's tent, a mixture of joy and concern in his heart, as the lady let out a sharp cry. Ed Stark was still too naive, but everyone has their flaws. If only Sansa could mature a bit, she could assist Ed greatly. Yet Ed was not Tywin. The old wolf could not be as ruthless as the old lion. It is well known that Tywin Lannister treated his children more like tools than kin. Lost in thought, Bell walked towards his tent, oblivious to a tall shadow lurking in the darkness behind the tent. The dying embers of the campfire illuminated the shadow's face, rough and dark as the exposed black rock of a snow-capped mountain, with a thick, grizzled beard. "Oh, woo." The lady barked alertly. "Who goes there?" Bell called out. A tall and familiar figure stepped from the shadows, and a distant voice echoed. "Bell." "Yuba," Bell exclaimed, his gaze locking onto the rough, dark face he had not seen for months. Yuba's beard remained thick and grizzled, his cheeks as rugged and dark as the exposed rock of the mountain. Filled with joy, Bell embraced his taciturn foster father, saying, "Yuba, what brings you here? You must have followed me all the way. This is splendid. With you here, my plans will proceed much more smoothly. Come, let us speak in the tent." Yuba's beard quivered, and Bell knew his foster father was smiling. He pulled him into the tent and stationed the lady at the entrance. "Yuba, listen closely. I am now Bell Fisher, and you shall be Yuba Fish. You are my distant relative from the Iron Sea, here to pledge your allegiance to me, understand?" Yuba nodded. "Tomorrow morning, you will come to me openly. No one will suspect a thing, and I will make all the necessary arrangements." Yuba remained as taciturn as ever, yet his presence brought Bell an extraordinary sense of security. With Yuba at his side, Bell no longer needed to worry about his personal safety. Having clashed with the Hound on several occasions had made Bell acutely aware of the gap between himself and the realm's greatest swordsman, until that gap was diminished and vanished. He greatly needed Yuba, the mightiest warrior from beyond the wall, as his protector. That night, Bell slept with an unprecedented peace of mind. During the southern expedition to King's Landing, Bell experienced the deepest slumber, nearly missing his appointment with Yuba. Early the next morning, commotion erupted outside the camp as Yuba arrived as scheduled. However, Bell remained blissfully asleep, only to be roused by the sounds of a scuffle, rubbing his fox-like eyes. He stepped out of the tent, where he beheld Yuba fiercely assaulting a knight from House Lannister and a member of the Gold Cloaks. It transpired that a guard mistook Yuba for a savage attacking the camp and, without hesitation, initiated an assault, only to be promptly subdued by Yuba's bare hands. The conflict escalated, with more Gold Cloaks and Lannister knights encircling Yuba, but none could match his prowess until Ser Jaime Lannister arrived. The Kingslayer unsheathed his sword, ready to strike, but fortunately, Bell appeared just in time. "Ser Jaime, please cease." Jaime turned to see Bell, who, on this occasion, refrained from referring to him as the Kingslayer in front of the gathered crowd. Bell declared, "This is Yuba Fesh, my distant relative, who has come to seek refuge with me." Jaime regarded Yuba, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, a muscular man seemingly in his 40s, wielding a massive axe upon his back. Jaime recognized that Yuba posed no threat and was astonished by his strength. Given that Yuba had not wielded a weapon throughout the altercation, Jaime pondered, could it be that Bell Fisher has such a formidable distant relative? Ignoring Jaime's confusion, Bell grasped Yuba and made his way toward the camp. However, not everyone was pleased, particularly the Gold Cloak leader, the Kingsguard Boros Blunt. Boros Blunt was a robust man with a fierce demeanor, but Bell could only recall one thing about him. He had killed Micah. When Duke Ed had informed Arya the previous night that Micah had been executed on the Queen's orders, the girl's sobs had penetrated even Bell's slumber. He had not anticipated that Boros would confront him so swiftly. In his heart, he resolved with malice, Cersei's lapdogs deserve death. A petty man seeks vengeance, and today, I shall be that petty man. "Ser Boros, do you have any objections?" Bell inquired, employing courtesy before hostility. Boros scoffed, provoking Bell, deliberately raising his voice so that nearly everyone in the camp could hear. The direwolf, the piglet's lackey, and now an unknown savage, Starks only bring trouble to the king and queen. Boros bellowed at Bell, "Boy, take your savage and get the hell out. The royal entourage does not welcome you." Laughter erupted as the crowd reveled in the insult. Hearing the exaggerated laughter surrounding him, Boros smugly thought, "Once I drive this brat out, I shall personally deliver his head to Queen Cersei. Huh, the queen has promised me a grand reward, and I can hardly imagine what it might entail." Yet, he remained oblivious to the brevity of his triumph. Bell raised his voice, challenging, "Ser Boros, by what authority do you expel the retinue of Duke Stark? Do you possess orders from the king or the queen?" "Boros, of course, boy. Spare me your words and be gone, before I execute you and your savage father." The knights of House Lannister and the golden-robed men erupted into laughter at the mention of savage father. Bell, undeterred, demanded that Boros present proof, since he had claimed to possess a royal decree. Infuriated, Boros retorted, "What decree? Get out. This place is no haven for savage fathers and their wretched sons." "Ha." Bell boldly inquired, "Since there is no decree, are you merely seeking to humiliate the Fisher family and the esteemed Stark family, my lord?" Boros snapped, "Indeed, now leave." Without hesitation, Bel gestured to Yuba. Yuba, dispatch him. With a whoosh, the great axe sliced through the air. The Kingsguard Barrow's blunt was cleaved in two, from head to toe. The golden-robed men and the knights of House Lannister stood frozen in shock, until a faint gasp broke the silence. At that moment, King Robert and Duke Eddard arrived. Bel's gaze traversed the bisected corpse of Barrows. Opposite him, Robert's face was ashen, while Eddard pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 32. King's Landing. Eddard looked at Robert. Robert, for my sake, hear Bel's explanation. Robert spat out his frustration, the acrid stench of wine wafting from his mouth. He roared, how dare you slay my king's guard? In the midst of venting, Robert scrutinized Yuba, whose towering stature slightly sobered the king. Bel knelt on one knee alongside Yuba. Having seemingly grown accustomed to the king's wrath, Bel maintained a calm demeanor, for he understood that despite Robert's folly, the king's essence bore resemblance to Duke Eddard. Both had been shaped by the noble teachings of House Aaron, valuing justice and courage. Bel's defiance indeed seemed to bring comfort to King Robert. For this lad did not shriek like the fools and cowards of King's Landing when trouble arose, which often left Robert agitated. Your Majesty and my Lord Duke. This is Yuba Fish, my distant uncle. Bel introduced Yuba before addressing the transgression. Sir Barrow's blunt provoked and insulted my family, despite my numerous warnings. He continued to demean a noble with the foulest of words. While Yuba and I may be but fallen nobles without lands, the honor of nobility must be defended with our lives. Thus, I commanded Yuba to teach Barrows a lesson. However, it seems Barrows was ill-equipped to match a Kingsguard's strength. And Yuba did not foresee that he would fatally strike Barrows. After finishing his account, Bel's gaze met King Robert's with clarity. Robert felt as though he were staring into the eyes of a snow-white fox, whose gaze was devoid of deceit. Even the rhythm of its breath remained steady. Yet Robert was acutely aware that the latter part of Bel's statement was a fabrication. An accident? Although Robert held a disdainful view of Cersei's kin, Sir Boros Blunt, whom he had unwittingly brought close to himself, the absurdity of accidentally slaying a member of the Kingsguard was beyond comprehension. Bale keenly sensed Robert's suspicion. Yet the reality remained. Yuba's axe had indeed fallen, and a Kingsguard lay lifeless. The illustrious king had no choice but to acknowledge that Yuba had indeed faltered. For it took but a single blow to dispatch Boros. Bale's tone turned slightly mocking as he remarked, I fail to understand why Lord Boros did not evade the strike. Had it been I would never have met Yuba's axe with my head. Robert, suppressing his fury, cast a glance at Boros's corpse. It was undeniably a single axe blow that had claimed his life, yet this only fueled Robert's rage further. The king's guard had been felled by a mere stroke. What shame would this bring upon whom? Was it the face of Boros Blunt and the Lannisters who stood behind him? No. It was the king's dignity that was at stake. Spitting upon Boros's lifeless form, Robert cursed, damn it, what a useless wretch. However, he did not spare Bale either. You impertinent fool, you've slain two of my Kingsguard, though they may have been worthless. Do you comprehend the affront you have dealt me? You have struck my honor. Robert's fury was twofold. First, for Bale's ceaseless provocations, and second, for the incompetence of his own men. His wrathful words illuminated Bale's understanding. The root of the king's ire lay here, and it was a matter easily remedied. Initially fearing imminent imprisonment, Bale realized that if the king's concern was merely about his pride, he could simply restore it. Bowing his head respectfully, he declared, I shall forever remember your teachings, your majesty. My impulsiveness has led me to this grave misdeed. Hearing Bale's self-admission of guilt, Robert snorted derisively, his anger slightly abated. Nevertheless, he deliberately raised his voice, determined to impart a lesson to this impetuous youth. Indeed, you have committed a grave offense. You have taken the lives of my two guards, and I demand restitution in blood. Eddard quickly interjected, Robert, Bale is a clever lad. He merely acts on impulse. Robert turned sharply, do you suggest I grant him clemency? Eddard, he has slain two of my guards. Who knows how many more he might kill? The onlookers exchanged glances, contemplating whether to bestow upon Bale the dubious honor of being the bane of the Kingsguard. Eddard continued, Robert, Marlon fell in a trial by combat, and Boros acted provocatively. You know how knights cannot abide any slander against their honor from childhood. Robert, seething, retorted, and so he must kill his adversary? Eddard replied, we both have done so. Damn it. Eddard, damn you. Robert was incensed, his shame turning to rage as Eddard unveiled the truth. Just as the plump king was on the verge of throwing a tantrum akin to a madman, Bale interjected once more. Most valiant King Robert, should you seek to punish me, I shall willingly accept, but I beseech you, do not involve Yuba. He has journeyed far to ally with me. Yet I have nearly brought harm upon him. If I am truly beyond redemption this time, I beseech you to accept Yuba. He is a formidable warrior, taciturn yet unwaveringly loyal. Should you place your trust in him, He can safeguard your well-being from dawn till dusk, surpassing any of your royal guards. Robert, the others gaped in astonishment. Would the king really accept Yuba? Would he allow a mysterious strong man to serve as a royal guard? In the midst of Robert's silence, Bale whispered to Eddard, "My lord, I have heard that you intend to reform the king's guard, which is why I brought Yuba to my side. If I am indeed to meet my demise, I implore you to take Yuba. He is worthy of your trust." Eddard, though compassionate, was not foolish. He addressed Robert. "Robert, individuals like Boros Blunt and Marintrant are indeed unfit to be royal guards." Robert scoffed. "Of course I know that. How could the Lannister dogs be worthy of the white cloaks and armor?" A seemingly innocuous remark swayed Robert's resolve. Initially intent on punishing Bale, he recalled that the two royal guards who had perished at Bale's hands were merely dogs placed by the old lion, Tywin Lannister, at his side. Robert's anger diminished in light of this revelation. In comparison, Bale's transgressions and the Lannisters' displeasure seemed less significant. However, while he might spare Bale from death, he could not allow him to evade punishment. Robert declared, "Eddard, take him back and administer 10 lashes to ensure he remembers that the king's authority is not to be challenged." With that, Robert turned his horse and departed, eager to circle back to the unforgiving Iron Throne before embarking on his final hunt. Bale called after him, "Merciful Majesty, please accept Yuba." Without looking back, Robert replied, "Eddard, if suitable, provide him with a set of white armor." Bale felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He had successfully placed a man beside Robert. Of course, his success in recommending Yuba stemmed largely from his own lowly status, as Robert cared little for a minor noble's machinations and likely remained ignorant of Bale's true intentions, believing instead that Bale sought to curry favor and atone for his misdeeds. Yet, Bale's elation was short-lived as Duke Eddard approached him, whip in hand. Eddard commanded, "Come with me." Bale's lips twitched. Given Eddard's stubborn nature, he anticipated a severe thrashing. That evening, with his back aflame from the lashes, Bale rode on horseback, with the towering Yuba leading the way, and the young she-wolf nestled beside the horse's belly. Together, they followed Duke Eddard Stark, their eyes set upon the grand and imposing city of King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 33. The arrivals at the king's behest. The citizens of King's Landing gathered along the thoroughfare to welcome the new hand of the king, Eddard Stark. However, as Bale observed the common folk cursing at the royal procession, it was evident that their welcome was far from genuine. The plight of the populace was dire indeed. The long night of 13 years and the king's reckless extravagance have plunged the people of King's Landing into profound despair. During the tenure of the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, the Red Keep was able to quell the fury of the common folk. Yet in the brief period following the mysterious demise of the king's hand, the latent dangers and unrest among the lower classes have surged at an alarming rate. Bale cautioned Eddard, "My lord, the commoners are furious." Eddard surveyed the surroundings, his expression immediately turning grave. The throngs by the roadside were not mere citizens. They resembled barrels of gunpowder ready to ignite. The Duke urged his guards to remain vigilant, while Bale moved closer to Arya and Sansa, advising the girls to stay close to their father in case of an emergency. Both Sansa and Arya sensed the tension in the air. Sansa, perplexed, inquired, "Bale, why are they cursing us?" To which Bale replied, "Because the nobles have treated them poorly." No sooner had he spoken than a Lannister in a red cloak forcefully overturned a beggar who had dared to obstruct the path. The woman was of lowly status, but she was not alone. Countless others lined the streets, equally destitute. The harshness of the red cloak acted as a spark to ignite the smoldering fury of the people, unleashing a torrent of filth, stones, and the wrath of the mob upon the royal procession. Sir Barristan Selmy, a member of the King's Guard, bellowed, "It is a riot." The gold cloaks and red cloaks drew their swords, yet the anger of the commoners overwhelmed them. Amidst the chaos, a crossbow bolt suddenly struck. Bale fell from his horse but remained unscathed, as Yuba shielded him with his robust arms. "Eddard?" Bale called out. "I am fine," he shouted back, though he pressed himself tightly against the belly of the horse, forcing the lady to be entirely beneath it. "Duke," Eddard shouted, "ignore the commoners. Charge forward with me." Towards the Red Keep. He led the charge, flanked by 50 Stark guards who formed a protective circle around him as they sprinted towards the fortress. The king and queen's carriage forged ahead, while Sir Barristan made the decision to break through earlier. The gold cloaks remained behind to suppress the rioters. Debris fell upon the procession, excrement, stones, and spittle, and by the time the key figures reached the Red Keep, they were in a most disheveled state. The king and queen's golden carriage smeared with filth and emanating a foul stench. As Queen Cersei and Prince Joffrey emerged from the carriage, their frantic cries echoed, demanding the annihilation of all rioters. Bale was fortunate to have Yuba shield him from the debris, the 2-meter stature of his adoptive father serving as a formidable barrier. At that moment, the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the Grand Maester Pycelle, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys, stepped forward to greet the king and the newly appointed prime minister. Before King Robert could utter a word, Queen Cersei angrily accused Commander Janos Slynt of the City Watch, questioning his responsibility for the security of King's Landing. Janos bowed deeply, trembling with trepidation, as he extended his apologies to Cersei, vowing to provide the queen with a satisfactory response. Behind him, Bael observed the scene, his mind beginning to unravel the peculiarities of the recent events. Why would anyone attempt to attack me with a crossbow? Bael pondered, concluding that common folk could scarcely afford such a sophisticated weapon. Thus, it was evident that someone lurked in the shadows, plotting against him. As to the identity of this assailant, Bael needed no guesses. It could only be the malevolent and foolish Cersei. Beyond this conclusion, he could conceive of no other possibilities, unless the archer had intended to assassinate Eddard Stark instead. However, if that were the case, the assassin's aim was absurdly inaccurate, for Bael stood at least half a meter away from Eddard, making it impossible for a crossbow to miss its mark. With clarity dawning upon him, Bael's fury intensified. This was yet another attempt by Cersei to eliminate him. Following her previous instigation of Boros Blunt to murder Arya's friend, Micah, an egregious act, Bael had already struck a deal with Jaime Lannister, subtly suggesting that should Cersei overstep her bounds, he would keep their secrets. Yet, it was clear that Cersei held no trust in him, nor would she ever. Fixating on the slender, graceful figure before him, Bael murmured to himself, "Cersei, since you wish to leave no room for mercy, I shall not be courteous in return." Resolute, he decided that once he entered the Red Keep, he would exact the most terrifying revenge upon Cersei. He would make her suffer more than death itself. That evening, having completed his cleansing ritual, Duke Eddard convened the first council meeting. King Robert did not attend, for the incorrigible Robert had already indulged himself the moment Eddard set foot in the Red Keep. The king merely left Eddard with a remark about dining, and thereafter, he departed the city for a hunt with his guards. It was reported that Jaime Lannister accompanied the king. The relationship between the Queen's brother and Cersei had recently grown tense, seemingly due to some unresolved conflict. At the council meeting, Eddard Stark took his seat upon the Iron Throne, with Ser Jorah and Bael standing on either side. Bael felt honored to be present, as Eddard had invited him to listen in, well aware of Bael's political acumen and intellect. The Duke aimed to mentor him further and assist in the duties of the Hand of the King. In attendance, aside from the Master of Ships, Stannis Baratheon, were all the other council members: Ser Balon Swan, Captain of the King's Guard; Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin; Renly Baratheon, the Master of Laws; Varys, the Master of Whisperers; and Maester Pycelle, the Hand of the King, and the newly appointed Prime Minister, Duke Eddard Stark, was the first to speak. Addressing the council with the primary topic of the day, the unexpected unrest that had erupted in King's Landing. This incident seemed to foreshadow the myriad challenges that would confront Duke Eddard during his tenure as Prime Minister. Eddard began, "Gentlemen, let us discuss why, during the king's absence, chaos has brewed in King's Landing." The Minister of Justice, Lannister, remarked casually, "The common folk are ever discontented, lamenting one thing or another. They grumble about the king not providing them with food for free, then bemoan the nobles who indulge in lavish feasts. Occasionally, they incite riots, resulting in a few fatalities and some looting, only to return to their wretched existence." Eddard frowned, dissatisfied with this response, particularly since Lannister, as the Minister of Justice, should have a direct concern regarding the disturbances in King's Landing. Yet, it was evident that Lannister did not regard the matter seriously, or perhaps he had never taken the King's Landing judiciary to heart. This was precisely why King Robert appointed his frivolous brother as the Minister of Justice at the Red Keep. Just as Eddard was about to voice his criticism, Bael leaned in and whispered, "My lord, the Earl, Lannister is indifferent to governance. Any criticism you offer would be futile and would only sour your relationship with him. The prudent course of action is to assign someone to assist him in managing affairs, thereby ensuring the administration of justice aligns perfectly with your vision for the Seven Kingdoms." Eddard's brow unfurled, astonished by Bael's sagacity, and he promptly embraced Bael's counsel. However, he was still uncertain whom to delegate to alleviate Lannister's burden of authority. Thus, he turned directly to the Master of Whisperers, Varys. "Lord Varys, as the Master of Whisperers, what is your take on this situation?" Varys smiled and replied, "Kindly Prime Minister, the answer is rather straightforward. The commoners have long been deprived of adequate sustenance, and the unfortunate passing of Prime Minister Jon has severed their means of relief." Eddard responded, "Then we must open the granaries for aid without delay." The Chancellor, Peter, immediately interjected, "Dear Prime Minister, the treasury is entirely depleted, And we are even indebted to the Lannisters and the Iron Bank to the tune of several million golden dragons. After speaking, Peter eagerly scrutinized Eddard, hoping to witness a reaction of shock or anger. However, Bale had already briefed Eddard on such matters. Eddard clasped his hands, resting them naturally beneath his chin. Then let us procure more loans. Lord Baelish, I entrust this matter to you. Also, King Robert intends to host a tournament. So arrange for the funds for the tournament to be borrowed in one go. Peter sat in stunned silence. A flicker of surprise flashed in Varys's eyes. Maester Pycelle, drowsy, stirred slightly. Eddard announced, "Very well, gentlemen, it grows late, and I am weary and in need of rest. We shall address further matters tomorrow. Also, please inform Ser Sterling that I wish to know the outcome of the suppression of the riots by tomorrow. He should be prepared." Chapter 34, Littlefinger as the night deepened. Many within the Red Keep found themselves unable to sleep. In the eastern courtyard of the Red Keep, Varys's modest abode was the setting for a clandestine meeting. Peter Baelish pulled up a chair, clearly not a stranger to seeking Varys in private. Varys observed Littlefinger as he rambled. "Ned is more astute than I had anticipated." Varys responded, "Earl Baelish, a wolf is forever a wolf. It cannot devolve into a dog, nor can it evolve into a lion." Peter raised his gaze. "Then there must be a fox advising him." Varys chuckled softly and remarked that it was indeed a fox, a young one at that. An Arctic fox that had journeyed from beyond the wall. Peter dully took a swig of his drink, sensing that Peter was no longer interested in their riddle game. Varys candidly said, "That handsome youth, he hails from outside the wall. His mind is as sharp as a fox. Pardon my jest. Perhaps the lad has drained the fountain of wisdom from the wildlings." "The wall? Indeed. How peculiar. The wildlings have even reached the Red Keep." Peter pondered how to exploit Eddard Stark's transformation. A clever chancellor was not what he desired. After expelling Jon Arryn, he certainly did not wish for another Jon Arryn 2.0 to emerge from the Red Keep. "I must see Ned," Peter declared as he rose to leave. Varys pressed his lips together and wished, "Safe travels, Lord Baelish." With a thud, he added, "Watch your step. The chaotic stairs can be treacherous." That night, Bale temporarily returned the lady to Sansa. He exited the Hands Tower and made his way to the barracks to visit the injured Yuba. Just as he stepped out of the tower, he collided with a short man with greenish-gray eyes and a small mustache. The man glanced at Bale's family crest, offering a warm smile. "My apologies." Bale returned the smile, deepening it. "Peter Baelish." Bale politely excused himself. "Forgive me, my lord, I am on my way to the barracks." Peter graciously stepped aside. "Very well, please proceed." The two passed each other, each harboring ulterior motives. As Peter ascended the steps, he mused, "A catfish in a crown?" Bale looked ahead. "Chaos is the ladder." I quite like that saying. The encounter with Peter ignited Bale's desire for the game. Playing the Game of Thrones alone was far too dull. He required like-minded allies or equally matched adversaries. Lost in thought, Bale made his way to the barracks and soon found Yuba. Yuba's arm, as thick as a grown man's thigh, was already wrapped in bandages, stained with deep crimson. "Yuba, are you well?" Bale inquired. Yuba nodded. "I have something to discuss with you." Yuba followed Bale to a secluded corner. "To be cautious." Bale knocked on the wall to confirm there were no hollow spaces or hidden compartments. The Red Keep harbors no secrets. Bale did not dare forget this phrase. After ensuring they were not being watched, Bale finally whispered his plan to Yuba. "Yuba, I want you to remain close to King Robert. As far as I know, he is soon to be assassinated. I need your help to abduct him back to the north when he is injured. To hold the king is to command the lords." Regardless of whether Yuba comprehended the intricacies of his scheme, Bale could not help but boast. "This tactic is to hold the king and command the lords. When the southern lords are embroiled in war, I shall declare myself the king of the north, the guardian of the north, and rally for the king's cause." Huh. Just imagine the look on old Lion Tywin's face. Yuba quietly observed his foster father's performance. Yuba, take good care of your injuries. I shall ask Ed to send Master Pycelle to assist with your treatment. Furthermore, do not underestimate Robert. He personally slew the dragon prince Rhaegar Targaryen on the battlefield 15 years ago. I am uncertain of his current prowess. However, if you successfully capture him, exercise caution. Any man who can ascend to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms is no mere fool. Also, I am grateful for your visit. Bell chuckled as he patted his foster father's forearm, intending to pat his shoulder instead, but Yuba was too tall. Yuba nodded and turned back to the barracks. At the entrance of the barracks, Bell faced the Hands Tower, where shadows flitted about in the upper chambers. "Littlefinger, you have overstepped. Only I can serve at a potion of persuasion." At this moment, the visit of Peter Baelish was reaching its conclusion. Before departing, Peter reminded Ed, "My lord Ed, you truly are a slow learner. Your distrust of me has been the wisest decision since you dismounted your steed." Ed bid farewell to Peter and was about to retire for the night when another knock echoed at the door. Your Grace. Bell? I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I just saw a figure emerge from your chamber. Oh, that was Lord Peter Baelish, our master of coin. Forgive my impertinence, but did he come to provide you with clues regarding the cause of Duke Aaron's death? Please, come in. I sense you have something to discuss. Bell pushed the door open, discovering Duke Ed Stark seated wearily in a chair. The council meeting and Peter's late-night visit had left him more fatigued than when facing the tumult in King's Landing. Ed gestured casually towards a seat. Sit. Bell complied, feeling apologetic. I can see you are quite exhausted. Let us conclude this swiftly. Indeed. Bell organized his thoughts and began with a fabricated family proverb. My Lord Duke Fisher once said. Ed chuckled, seemingly aware of the multitude of proverbs attributed to the catfish. Without missing a beat, Bell continued, the guilty are often the most innocent. Ed furrowed his brow. Do you suspect Littlefinger? I suspect anyone, Bell retorted, reminding the Duke that in the game of power, one must be wary of those who wear smiles. Ed massaged his temples. He confessed to Bell that he had only just begun to attempt trust in Peter. But with Bell's words, he found himself uncertain of whom to believe. Bell spoke earnestly. It is crucial that you trust yourself. Ed lowered his hands, his dark eyes fixed on Bell. My Lord Duke, you are the leader of the pack, the warm son of the North. We believe in you. You must honor this trust. With that, Ed Stark suddenly fell into a state of confusion and fear. Throughout his life, he had placed his faith in many, Father Old Stark. His elder brother Brandon, his sister Lyanna, Robert, John, Caitlin, and Roose. Yet, Ed Stark had never truly believed in himself. Bell sensed that Ed was on the verge of losing himself in his own warnings. Bale reminded Eddard, My Lord Duke, you are now the Prime Minister, the hand of the King. In the absence of the King, you reign as the uncrowned monarch. You are the bearer of the sword, not merely a wielder of another's blade. Eddard replied, This sword feels too heavy. It is no wonder that Robert hesitated to take it up. Yet, you have us. A chuckle escaped him. Indeed, indeed. The following morning, Prime Minister Eddard convened another audience. He began by announcing a new appointment. Ladies and gentlemen, the young man standing beside me is Bale Fisher. In the name of the hand of the King, I appoint him as my secretary. Henceforth, should any of you require important matters to be conveyed, please consult Bale. Bale straightened his posture and stepped forward, with the Lady of the Wolves at his feet. He displayed the emblem of the hand of the King hanging from his chest. Greetings, esteemed lords. I am the secretary to the hand of the King, Bale Fisher. He gestured towards the lady. This is my adopted wolf, lady. Chapter 35. Secretary Bale in the audience. Peter's gaze flickered. Littlefinger watched the young man on stage, suddenly recalling his own youth when he had, through the connection of his former lover Lisa Tully, gained the favor of John Arryn, subsequently ascending to the esteemed position of Master of Coin. High in his station, Peter thought, Bale Fisher, I shall remember you. On stage, after introducing himself, Bale returned to his place and began to assist Eddard in recording the proceedings. Eddard first called upon the commander of the city guard, Janos Slint, to report. Janos, flourishing his golden cloak, stepped forward. Honorable Prime Minister Eddard, my men have successfully quelled the unrest. As per your request, I have compiled the casualties. 8 gold cloaks lost their lives, and dozens more were injured. Eddard furrowed his brow. What of the common folk? What are their casualties? Janos, clearly caught off guard by the Prime Minister's concern for the commoner's safety, hesitated, creating a moment of awkward silence. Fortunately, Varys came to his aid. The Master of Whisperers, exuding a sweet scent, kindly interjected, My little birds tell me that yesterday, 261 commoners perished in the suppression, with over 400 injured. Eddard's frown deepened. He turned to Varys. Despite his distaste for the man's eunuch status, Varys seemed to care more for the common people than many other noble lords. Master Varys, how did the commoners respond? Ha ha ha. My dear Prime Minister, they are, of course, cursing us from the safety of their homes, and they harbor even deeper resentment towards King Robert, Queen Cersei, and all members of the royal family. Janos eagerly volunteered, asserting that his men could silence the gossiping commoners. However, his words only served to infuriate Eddard. Enough, Slint. They are the subjects of King's Landing, not our enemies. We cannot be solely heavy-handed. Only through compassion can we reconcile with them. Janos Slint retreated in trepidation. Ed inquired of Peter, How has the matter of raising funds for the famine relief progressed since yesterday? Peter responded with utmost respect, Esteemed Prime Minister Ed, I have managed to temporarily secure a sum of funds. However, King's Landing is facing a shortage of grain, and we require time to procure supplies from elsewhere. How long will this take? At least half a month. Ed closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before reopening them. By the old and new gods above, We cannot afford to wait that long. The starving commoners will inundate the Red Keep. Peter spread his hands in resignation. But, my Lord Prime Minister, I am not a magician. I cannot conjure food out of thin air. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Janos quietly probed whether more forceful measures were necessary. Ed sternly rejected the notion. No, only a mad king would resort to such a heartless act. This is precisely why Robert overthrew him. Lancel, inappropriately amused, chuckled. Well then. Pray tell, my Lord Prime Minister, what shall we do? Lancel's greatest talent lay in his ability to disgust others. Yet, Ed found himself at a loss for words. Just as the hand of the king was at an impasse, the scribe, Bale, suddenly spoke up. My Lord Prime Minister, this issue may not require a resolution, or rather, it will soon resolve itself. All eyes turned to Bale. Ed's expression was one of confusion. Janos wore a smirk filled with sarcasm. Peter and Varys regarded him with curiosity. Lancel found it amusing, and Maester Pycelle's eyes glimmered with admiration. Had Bale wished, Pycelle would have eagerly recommended him to the Citadel. What do you mean? Ed asked Bale. Bale succinctly explained that King's Landing's food crisis would soon alleviate due to the imminent tournament. I suspect merchants from the Seven Kingdoms are already en route, laden with milk, salt, and bread. If you are in dire need, you could announce that the tournaments start and end times will be moved forward. Those who miss it will lose their chance to compete. This would compel all knights to hasten to King's Landing, and the merchants would follow suit. For every day they delay is a day's earnings lost. Bale's words illuminated the room. Ed's brow relaxed, and with satisfaction, he declared, let it be so. This will expedite Robert's farce, and during the Red Keep's time of debt, I hold no interest in the tournament. Please spread the word that the tournament will commence promptly in 3 days, urging knights and merchants to quicken their pace. Varys, the master of whisperers, readily took on this task, promising to inform all knights and merchants en route from the Arbor to the Riverlands by this afternoon. Bale, your suggestion is commendable. Ed verbally praised him, growing increasingly appreciative. Ed then instructed Peter to distribute the Red Keep's stored grain as porridge over the next 3 days, and to procure as much grain from the market as possible. Peter eagerly accepted the command, his demeanor brimming with exaggerated respect. As you wish, my dear Prime Minister. Subsequently, Ed shifted the topic of conversation. My lords, regarding the mysterious demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, I must inquire each of you in detail, in comparison to famine and the tournament. Jon Arryn's death is evidently of greater significance to Eddard, not solely because Jon Arryn is the godfather of Eddard and Robert, but also due to his stature as a remarkable statesman who upheld King's Landing throughout the long night of 13 years and Robert's extravagance. His passing is already shrouded in suspicion. Eddard and Catelyn had received a secret missive from his sister Lisa Tully, who alleged that the Lannisters were covertly responsible for Jon Arryn's demise. Eddard surveyed the gathered lords, noting with some relief that none of the Lannisters were present. If one were to consider the most despised adversaries of the Wolves, the Lions would certainly top the list. Among the attendees, Renly Baratheon was the first to assert his ignorance regarding Jon Arryn's death, suggesting that Eddard need not expend further time on him, especially since they had already conversed in Robert's court. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Renly declared, tossing his dark, lustrous hair before preparing to rise. Eddard contemplated briefly and permitted Renly's early departure. He then addressed the remaining lords, instructing them to wait in the antechamber, starting with Peter. The lords, save for Peter, stood and retreated to the side chamber. The throne room was left with only Eddard, Peter, and Bale. Once assured of the other's exit, Peter gestured towards Bale. Ned, can your scribe be trusted? Without hesitation, Eddard replied, certainly, Bale is a trustworthy lad. Ah, I see, Peter remarked with a hint of nostalgia. His youth reminds me of the early days when I first worked under Jon. Eddard smiled faintly, as Peter's words elevated his perception of this man, whom Catelyn deemed clever. Bale, with a knowing smile, remarked, since Lord Peter and Prime Minister Jon were as close as father and son, you must surely know the truth behind Jon Arryn's peculiar death. Peter's lips twitched involuntarily. Although lacking evidence, he keenly sensed that Bale might possess knowledge of the truth. No, that cannot be. Peter swiftly dismissed his outrageous supposition, fully aware that no one knew he had incited his former lover Lisa Tully to poison Jon Arryn. He quickly regained his composure, donning a professionally charming smile, of course. He turned to Eddard. I mentioned last night that you and Catelyn both received Lady Lisa's letter. Eddard nodded. Yet I still need to question the others. Wise decision, Lord Eddard, Peter replied. Bale feigned ignorance of the letter, and after a brief explanation from Eddard, he finally presented a demeanor of trust towards Peter. Peter appreciated this, stating, Scribe Bale, your skepticism is justified. In the Red Keep, no one is wholly trustworthy. You must assist Lord Eddard in sharpening his discernment. Bale smiled and extended an olive branch. Indeed, we also require your cooperation, Lord Peter Baelish. Chapter 36. Resilient Nature. Afterward, Eddard commanded Peter to leave and summoned Varys into the room. While awaiting his arrival, Eddard remarked, "Peter is a good man, is he not?" "No, my lord," Bale replied. "It would be prudent to place him on the highest alert list." "Oh." Eddard was about to inquire why, when Varys entered and took a seat. The bald eunuch smiled, his face blooming like a peach blossom. "Greetings, my gracious hand of the king, and the ever-promising Secretary Bale. If you wouldn't mind, might I inquire what you were just discussing?" Eddard shook his head. "I'm afraid, Varys, that is a matter of secrecy." "Ah, very well," Varys chuckled lightly. "Do forgive me. It is merely a matter of professional habit, as you know." He implied his role as the spymaster of the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard was not bothered by Varys' professional habits, but found his roundabout manner of speaking rather vexing. Bale shared this trait to some extent, though Eddard deemed Bale to be decidedly more straightforward. Despite Eddard's reluctance to share secrets with Varys, Bale interjected, "My lord, I believe you might inquire of Lord Varys regarding his opinion of Peter. Having worked together for an extended period, they surely understand one another better than we do." Eddard pondered this and found Bale's reasoning sound. He then turned to Varys, his meaning clear. "Please, do enlighten us." Varys stroked his smooth chin and began. "Since you wish to hear, Lord Bale is competent, pragmatic, astute, a perfect politician. His presence in the Red Keep is worth 100 others. I apologize for not wishing to speak ill of a colleague, but Lord Bale is a man of considerable conviction. That is all I shall say. I hope it proves helpful." Eddard furrowed his brow. A man of conviction? He was left pondering Varys' insinuations, opting to move on. Bale urged, "Please, speak of the demise of Prime Minister Jon. As the spymaster, you must possess unique insights." Varys replied, "It was poison from Lys." He candidly named the poison and explained it originated from beyond the continent of Westeros. "I once advised Jon Arryn to appoint a food taster, but he declined. His exact words were, 'Only something not human would think that way. But the deceased is no more, and I wish not to dwell on it,'" Varys elucidated. Eddard pressed him, asking if he knew who had administered the poison, given that he was aware of its nature. Yet, Varys began to speak in vague terms once more, offering several names with justifications for each, but providing no definitive answer. Eddard grew weary of this and dismissed him. "I sense he is concealing something," Eddard remarked. "Indeed, my lord. Though I have only been here for 2 days, I can sense that the Red Keep is rife with secrets. Damn it, I long to pry open that eunuch's mouth and discover what lies within." "At least he divulged the name of the poison. That is a valuable lead," Bale remarked. Though in his heart, he mused, there are numerous clues yet unspoken by Varys. For instance, Lady Catelyn had previously been concealed within the city, hidden by Littlefinger in a brothel in King's Landing. Yet, these matters were unbeknownst to Eddard Stark. Eddard nodded in acknowledgement. After Varys departed, Maester Pycelle entered. He was the last to arrive. Pycelle's beard had turned completely white, and he appeared decidedly unwell, resembling someone who had not yet fully awakened. An image unbefitting the title of the Chief Maester of the Seven Kingdoms. Even Bale suspected that the old man might be suffering from a degree of impotence. Yet, it was this feeble elder who provided the Prime Minister with 2 significant leads. Pycelle's voice possessed the characteristic frailty of the elderly. As I observed the Prime Minister's condition deteriorating, I administered poppy milk to alleviate his suffering. Before closing his eyes, he uttered a prayer for his beloved son to both the lady and His Majesty the King. He spoke of the resilience of the bloodline. Eddard repeated Jon Arryn's dying words. "The bloodline is resilient?" "Indeed, the bloodline is resilient," Pycelle confirmed. Eddard inquired if there were any other notable behaviors. Pycelle informed Eddard that the former Prime Minister had been perusing a tome authored by the Grand Maester, a substantial work detailing the genealogies of the great houses. Eddard asked, "Might I borrow it for my perusal?" Pycelle widened his eyes in surprise. "Of course, I shall procure it forthwith, though I fear you may find it rather dull." "It matters not. I merely wish to take a look," Eddard replied. Beside him, Bale's eyes darted as he contemplated whether he could expedite Eddard's quest for the truth. However, Bale quickly dismissed this notion. He required time to devise a plan. To secure dominion over the north, both Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark must perish. They need not truly die, but Bale must ensure that they are perceived as deceased by the world. Only then would Bale have a chance to realize his ambitions. Thus, Bale needed to grant Cersei time, for if Eddard were to uncover the lineage of Robert's 3 children prematurely, the straightforward Duke would undoubtedly inform his dear brother Robert, who would then execute Cersei and Jaime. In such a scenario, a civil war in the Seven Kingdoms would be impossible. For the old Lion Tywin was not an impulsive man. He would not declare war on the Red Keep merely because of Cersei and Jaime. Moreover, Bale had already devised a plan to position Qyburn beside Robert as a guard, who would, at a critical moment, abduct Robert. The timing was meticulously arranged for the day Robert went boar hunting. Qyburn would intervene to prevent the boar from inflicting a fatal wound on Robert and then escort him to the north. Bale would also ensure a timely rescue. For now, he could only let the bullets fly a while longer. Bale had made up his mind. Although he longed to hasten the demise of that venomous fool, Cersei, he yearned even more for her to suffer a fate worse than death. Death would be too merciful for that madwoman. The most effective method of vanquishing an enemy is not to eliminate them, but to torment them psychologically. Bale mused. Isn't Cersei most fearful of the prophecy of the Frog Witch? Then I shall bring that prophecy to fruition. After the departure of Pycelle, Ed and Bale engaged in a discussion regarding the clues revealed by several ministers. Ed deemed the information from Grand Maester Pycelle to be of great significance. He also considered the variety of poison disclosed by Varys to be a valuable lead, as the source of the poison used on Jon is quite limited, facilitating the investigation. Furthermore, last night Littlefinger had mentioned several suspects to him, resulting in a plethora of clues that left Ed feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Bale suggested that he begin with the clues provided by Pycelle. Ed inquired about the clues from Varys and Littlefinger. My Lord Duke, I believe it would be more prudent to investigate what Prime Minister Jon was contemplating prior to his demise, rather than seeking to identify his murderer. If he indeed met with foul play, the perpetrator will inevitably reveal themselves once the truth is uncovered. Bale subtly guided Ed, knowing that pursuing this line of inquiry would lead Ed to first examine the legitimacy of the royal lineage. As for the question of who killed Jon Arryn, did it truly matter? Moreover, Bale was acutely aware that Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, had poisoned Duke Arryn. Yet, Bale found it advantageous to retain Peter for the time being. Rather than exhausting himself over a stranger's demise, he preferred to leverage the living for his own benefit. Very well, I suppose you're correct. Ed's gaze drifted towards the door. Although he had only occupied the Prime Minister's seat for 2 days, he longed to flee through that very entrance. Suddenly, the previously closed door swung open, revealing Sister Modin, the tutor of Sansa and Arya. The expression on the woman's face was far from pleasant, and Ed could easily surmise that Arya had caused yet another disturbance. Sister Modin bowed her head at a precise angle of 35 degrees. My Lord Prime Minister. Ed gestured for her to approach, then turned to Bale, saying, Bale, I appreciate your assistance, but I must investigate what trouble Arya has stirred up this time. Bale sighed. Since Mikken's tragic demise, Arya has been inconsolable. As a friend, I have yet to have a proper conversation with her, and I feel quite guilty. Ed casually remarked, then let us go together. Chapter 37. To the Academy? Sister Modin led the way for Ed, with Bale and the lady following closely behind. Along the route, Sister Modin recounted the mischief Arya had been involved in. Your daughter has concealed a sword. Ed was taken aback. What? He glanced at Bale, silently asking if he was aware of this matter. Bale feigned innocence, replying, Oh, do you mean a sewing needle? Ed's astonishment grew, though his expression remained as rigid as the winter storms of the north. She even named the sword? Bale chuckled. As far as I know, it was a gift from young Jon to Arya. Jon. Ed's anger began to dissipate. If only Arya could interact with Sansa as harmoniously as she did with Jon. Bale dismissed the possibility, asserting that Ed's 2 daughters were polar opposites. I'm sorry, my lord, but if Lady Sansa is a warm flame, then Arya is a biting frost. Ed responded, a marvelous analogy. Just as the two were about to continue their light-hearted banter, Sister Modin signaled that they had arrived at their destination. Eddard pushed open Arya's door, but it was locked. Arya, unlock the door. We need to have a serious conversation. Footsteps echoed from within, yet the door did not open immediately. Bale urged, Arya, the Duke and I have come to see you. We are truly sorry about Micah, but you must know I had Yuba ensure that scoundrel, Bronn, was cut in two. From inside, Arya's frustrated voice rang out. It's the Queen. And Joffrey. Then the door swung open. Arya stood there, tears streaming down her face. Yet her gaze remained defiant. Eddard's heart softened. Arya, I wish to speak with you. He gently pulled his daughter into the room, with Bale following closely behind. When Sister Modin approached, Bale turned and offered a courteous smile. I apologize, Sister Modin. I believe the Duke will assign Arya a new tutor. You may concentrate on guiding Lady Sansa from now on. We are all grateful for your patience and diligence. Sister Modin was taken aback, struggling to believe Bale's words. Eddard's voice came from within the room. Sister Modin, please attend to other matters. Bale closed the door and stood beside the lady. Eddard took his daughter's hand and sat on the edge of the bed, requesting Arya to hand him the sword. Unbeknownst to her, Eddard was already aware that the needle was a gift from Jon, so she reluctantly surrendered the sword to her father. I heard from Bale that needle is a gift from John. Eddard examined the sword closely. It is a fine blade. Indeed, it is forged by Mikan. Arya was taken aback. You already know. She glanced at Bale, who offered a slight smile and found a chair to sit on. Eddard, has John taught you how to wield a sword? Arya answered without hesitation, to stab the enemy with the sharp end. Eddard chuckled, acknowledging that this was indeed the essence of swordsmanship. He returned the sword to Arya, sighing, winter is coming, but spring has just arrived. That is precisely what concerns me. Arya, in winter, the wolf packs unite, yet in summer, there is often discord among them. I hope you can get along well with Sansa. I do not hate her. I only despise the queen and Joffrey. Bale reassured, they will face their reckoning. Arya, the gods love mankind. Arya retorted, but they are still thriving. Bale smiled wryly. It is merely that their time has not yet come. You must learn to be patient. Knights who only know how to swing their swords do not survive many battles. Arya was persuaded. Noticing his daughter's silence, Eddard smiled and remarked that he should have called Bale to teach Arya sooner. Arya blushed. Bale waved his hand in modesty. My lord Eddard, you should seek a more mature professional. I am still learning how to be your hand. Eddard patted his thigh, encouraging Bale, you already are. He turned to Arya. Arya, sometimes when I look at you, I see Lyanna, my late sister. Arya inquired curiously, they all say she was a beauty? Is that true? Indeed it is. Arya mused that no one had ever deemed her a beauty. Sansa and the others often referred to her as horse-faced. Bale, discerning her thoughts, remarked, Arya, a girl transforms greatly as she matures. In time, you shall certainly possess the beauty akin to Lyanna. A blush crept to Arya's cheeks as she tightened her grip on the sewing needle, wishing fervently to poke several holes into Bale's frame. Eddard interrupted their exchange, stating, I shall summon Jory and the others to find a true swordsmanship instructor. Arya, my only hope is that you remain safe and do not depart from us as Lyanna did. Casting aside her distractions, Arya assured her father, I shall be well, father. Eddard cautioned her to behave in the coming days, for her new instructor would soon arrive. He then rose, beckoning Bale to depart. Bale bid farewell to Arya, advising her. Next time they mock you, simply relay the words of the Duke. Gritting her teeth, Arya retorted, be off with you. With a thud, Eddard and Bale exited, leaving Arya gazing at the sewing needle in her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. She longed to return to Winterfell, to frolic with Jon, Bale, Robb, and Theon. Although Jon had ventured to the wall and would never return, it appeared Bale would remain by their father's side for the foreseeable future. Arya's thoughts wandered to the innocent butcher's boy, her friend, who had met an untimely demise. The resilient girl wept anew, clutching her pillow before succumbing to slumber. Outside, Eddard instructed Bale to seek the maester and inquire if he had located the books Jon Arryn had perused. Eddard himself intended to inspect the defenses of the Red Keep and King's Landing, as well as assess the progress of Peter's efforts to alleviate the plight of the starving populace, fearful of potential civil unrest. Having received a rigorous military education from a young age, Eddard prioritized military matters above all else. Bale bade farewell to Eddard and accompanied the lady to the maester's residence. Upon arrival, Bale was greeted by the sound of youthful laughter emanating from within. Raising an eyebrow, he mused that the aged Grand Maester still possessed vigor, having previously suspected him to be feeble. He instructed the lady to remain composed and then knocked upon the door, which quickly fell silent. Grand Maester Pycelle, it is I. Bale Fisher, the Chancellor's secretary. Ah, it is you, please enter, came the reply. My dear, do assist in opening the door for our young secretary. A lovely maid opened the door, startled by the lady's presence. Bale detected a faint, peculiar odor within but feigned ignorance, assuring the maid that there was no need to fear his pet wolf. Upon entering, he found Pycelle reclined in his chair, still bearing the appearance of a frail elder. Bale instructed the lady to remain by the door and addressed Pycelle. Grand Maester, the Chancellor has asked me to help you locate the books once read by Duke Arryn. Pycelle yawned. Ah, splendid. I have been troubled by that very matter. As you know, I am quite advanced in age. Slowly rising from his chair, Bale hurried to assist him, discreetly pilfering an item from his person, unnoticed by Pycelle. The aging scholar, with a sense of satisfaction, praised Bale, saying, Good boy. You possess a mind favored by the wise and a heart filled with kindness. Bale, gently caressing the unfamiliar dagger nestled in his embrace, replied with a subtle smile. Compared to your radiant moon that has illuminated the Red Keep for 40 years, I am but a faint glow. Ha ha, you are indeed talented, Pasha remarked, his demeanor warm and affable, as he continued, Child, although I am aware of your role as the aide to Prime Minister Ed, I must say, should you desire it, I could personally pen a letter of recommendation to the Academy for you. Belle was taken aback. To the Academy? Chapter 38. Favor Bell politely declined Pasher's offer, saying, I appreciate the thought, but I must decline. Pasher, showing no sign of offense, understood that not everyone could endure the rigors of scholarly pursuits, especially in a place like the Academy, where hardship is regarded as an honor. With a smile, Bell defended, in truth, I aspire to become a monk, to sail through the ocean of wisdom. Alas, the Fisher family is dwindling, and I must first fulfill my familial obligations. Perhaps when I grow old, I will consider relinquishing all to journey to the Academy. Pasher nodded repeatedly, a wise choice, my child. I sense you possess the potential to become an exceptional scholar. Thank you for your kind words, Bell replied. Now, let us seek out that book. Pasher's gaze shifted towards the collection area, where rows upon rows of grand bookshelves stood, meticulously organized with a wide array of works, treatises, poetry, essays, novels, and more. Bell stepped ahead of Pasher, who spoke in his aged voice. It should be in the third row. Bell inquired about the title and scanned the shelves. With little effort, he located the book even before Pasher could reveal its name. Is it the genealogy of the 7 families? Bell interjected triumphantly, surprising Pasher. He waved the book in his hand, declaring, it is no dust. The other books are all covered in it. Pasher marveled, astute. The esteemed scholar found himself increasingly fond of this uniquely intelligent youth. Were it possible, he would even desire to personally mentor the boy, provided that Bell could set aside his unwavering loyalty to House Stark. Pasher understood Bell's refusal of the scholar's personal recommendation, choosing instead to continue serving Stark. After obtaining the book, Bell bid farewell to Pasher. Once Bell had departed, Pasher straightened his posture and swiftly approached his desk to write. To the esteemed members of the Academy, I have discovered a young man who may well etch his name in history. He currently serves House Stark, yet he could undoubtedly become part of our great endeavor. I will endeavor to divert him from the Red Keep and arrange for him to be situated closer to Old Town. A title of knighthood, an encounter with a cultured noble lady from House Hightower, in a manor along the banks of Honeywine should surely entice him. To this end, I require the assistance of the Citadel to persuade the Hightowers to recognize the potential of this young man. His prospects are promising. I urge you all to pay heed. After meticulously composing his letter, Pycelle harbored high hopes for Bale, determined to extricate this young man from the clutches of the Wolf Duke. This endeavor was not solely for the benefit of the Citadel, but also to sever the support lent by the Wolf. The ascendance of Tywin Lannister to the Red Keep is inevitable, and Pycelle has been plotting for many years to this end. To achieve his goal, Pycelle proceeded directly to meet Queen Cersei in Maegor's Holdfast after dispatching his letter from the Ravenry. With the king absent, Pycelle sought to leverage Cersei's authority to issue a decree. However, to his astonishment, Cersei categorically rejected his request without hesitation. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, You wish to elevate that gossiping young fool? Dream on, old man. Exiting Maegor's Holdfast, Pycelle refrained from pressing Cersei further, for he understood that the unreasonable queen was exceedingly capricious. Once a lioness has set her mind, it is an immutable truth, a trait she has exhibited since childhood. Nurtured by Tywin's indulgence, the Grand Maester gazed towards the distant figure of the Hand. No matter, once Duke Tywin claims the Red Keep, I shall directly petition the Old Lion for my desires. The Citadel requires the finest young talents of Westeros. Meanwhile, Bale remained blissfully unaware of Pycelle's favor. After placing the tome The Genealogy and History of the Great Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, authored by the Master of Whisperers, on the desk of Prime Minister Eddard, Bale prepared to seek out Yuba to discuss their plans moving forward. With the tournament on the horizon, Bale envisioned a glorious opportunity for both to distinguish themselves throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Securing the championship would be an unparalleled triumph. Perhaps King Robert would bestow upon him a knighthood and a handsome sum. Bale had even envisioned crowning Arya with the laurels of love and beauty. I hope Eddard does not take my head for this. He chuckled lightly as his dire wolf approached, nuzzling against his leg. Bale looked down at the little wolf. Do you wish for me to present the crown to Sansa? Alas, her heart yearns for Joffrey. Off we go then. Let us find Yuba. However, as Bale and his direwolf exited the room, they were met by an unexpected figure at the threshold of Varys. The Master of Whisperers, who oversees the realm's intelligence, was leaning against the window, gazing out at the scenery, exuding the sweet scent of perfume. As Bale pushed the door open, Varys turned, revealing an amicable smile. Bale, my dear scribe. Lord Varys, what brings you here? I apologize for encroaching upon your time, but I believe we should converse indoors. Varys glanced towards the interior. Bale surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before inviting Varys inside. Once settled, Bale poured a glass of wine for Varys. Please. Thank you, Bale. How are you finding your days in the Red Keep? Quite well, but I suspect you have more pressing matters to discuss with me. Bale remained vigilant. The spider was no benign creature. Varys curled his lips in a playful smile, jesting, I relish conversing with the astute, however. The abundance of fools in the Seven Kingdoms is truly disheartening. He then, in an exceedingly mundane tone, unveiled the most significant secret of Bael. Varys swirled his wine glass, his gaze penetrating the glass, magnifying the liquid clinging to its walls. It is difficult to fathom that one hailing from beyond the wall could possess such intelligence. Is it not? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Bael. The lady sensed the tension escalating palpably, while the alert young wolf barked at Varys. Bael placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, regarding Varys as though he were a lifeless corpse. Varys raised both hands in an exaggerated manner, exclaiming, Oh, take it easy, young man. Bael retorted, What do you wish to convey? Varys refrained from answering directly, instead recounting a legend. Bael, I have heard of a king from beyond the wall, known as the Bard King, who shares your name. Coincidentally, this Bael wed the Winter Rose of the North, and you maintain amicable relations with the two Stark ladies. Bael's scheme had been laid bare, yet he felt no surprise. Such was the nature of the spider. Such was Varys, the eight-legged spider, all-seeing and all-knowing. Bael pondered that since Varys was aware of his plans yet had not reported him, it could only indicate that Varys clasped his hands before his chest, declaring, I believe we can collaborate, ambitious and romantic young man. Bael unsheathed his sword and placed it upon the table, directing the sharp tip towards Varys. How do you propose we collaborate? Varys, deftly pinching the sword's tip with his fingers, redirected the perilous point away. He then remarked, Perhaps you might refrain from hastily uncovering the truth behind the Duke of Alan's demise. Bael, unreservedly, inquired what he could gain from Varys. Varys replied, A favor. Bael countered, I have no fondness for owing favors, nor do I appreciate others being indebted to me. Kindly prepare for me a swift vessel at the port of King's Landing, one that can promptly reach the north. Varys blinked knowingly, surmising that Bael intended to elope with Eddard's daughter in the future. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. Bael watched as the spider departed. Notably, Varys had not taken a single sip of the wine throughout their encounter. Chapter 39. The Cunning Fox's Lair. Bael poured the wine out of the window, hoping that at this hour, no one would pass beneath the Prime Minister's tower. He then left a note for Duke Eddard, promptly making his way to the barracks to consult with Yuba regarding the upcoming tournament. To his surprise, Bael discovered he was particularly popular that day, as someone awaited him along the way. It was Count Beric. In the open square, Bael encountered Peter, who had specifically come to await him. Since Bael had been appointed as the Prime Minister's scribe by Eddard, various factions had deemed him a key contact. For it was well understood that the Prime Minister managed the kingdom's affairs on behalf of the king, while the scribe attended to the Prime Minister's matters. Peter wore his signature smile. If Bael was the Arctic fox of the north, then Peter was undoubtedly the red fox of King's Landing. Secretary Bael, what brings you here? Peter smiled, his gaze drifting towards the corner of the eastern courtyard where Varys's modest abode stood. I spotted Varys emerging from the Prime Minister's tower, he noted, then turned back, feigning amiability as he quietly cautioned Bael, do not place too much trust in him. He is akin to a spider, devouring his prey without a trace. Bael responded with a sly grin, eagerly anticipating what the infamous little finger sought from him. Gratefully, he thanked Peter, then, without any pretense, divulged Varys's request. He wishes for me to refrain from hastily uncovering the cause of Jon Arryn's demise. Peter was taken aback by Bael's candor, his features trembling unnaturally at the corners of his eyes and cheeks. He stammered, striving to maintain composure while his mind reeled in confusion, grappling with Bael's intentions. Internally, Peter cried out, Is this something you can openly state? Bael's laughter rang bright and jubilant. Littlefinger? The most cunning schemer in the Seven Kingdoms? Let me show you how I will outmaneuver you, It was as if Bael had discovered a delightful new toy. Previously, he had been engaged with the likes of Cersei, Robert, Ned, and Jaime, mere novice politicians that had failed to pique his interest in this game of power. Much like a lower-tier player being rebuffed by a professional chess player, Bael expressed his disinterest in squaring off against the inept. However, the high-stakes matches at the Red Keep were an entirely different matter. With players like Peter, Varys, and Bael, the game promised to be far more engaging. Interrupting Peter's thoughts, though the latter was currently devoid of any coherent thoughts, Bael continued, Count Bael, although I do not comprehend why Master Varys requires me to act in such a manner, I have acquiesced to his request. He is the master of whisperers, surely privy to some monumental secret, and his caution must surely be for my benefit. No? Bael spoke in Varys's defense. Peter, enveloped in a haze of confusion, resolved to maintain his composure as a master strategist, continuing to cast aspersions on Varys. With exaggerated expression, he cautioned, Secretary Bael, do not underestimate that eunuch. He is a remnant of the Targaryen dynasty, and to my knowledge, he has been plotting some nefarious schemes. I even suspect that the Duke Jon Arryn's death is linked to him. Feigning surprise, Bale retorted, but Lady Lisa stated it was the Lannisters. After speaking, he even winked innocently at Peter. Peter, momentarily speechless, pondered whether Lisa's confidential missive was truly a topic for open discussion. He scrutinized Bale's expression yet discerned no clues. Suddenly, Bale chuckled, aware that Littlefinger had grown suspicious. He then proactively clarified. Did Duke Ned mention this in our presence before? You and Lady Catelyn are childhood friends. I assumed you were aligned with us. Peter's eyes brightened with realization. Ah, indeed. Littlefinger replied with a seemingly innocent smile. Catelyn and I share a friendship, as does Ed. Belle interjected. I believe we could also forge a friendship, in honor of Lady Catelyn, Prime Minister Ed, and King Robert. For Catelyn, for Ed, for His Majesty the King. Peter's smile deepened. Were it not for the absence of wine at the gathering, Belle and Peter, like a small and large fox, would have almost raised a toast in celebration. Belle maintained his smile. And what is your perspective? The Duke has informed me that you proposed 4 suspects. Yet it appears that Varys is equally suspect. Peter stroked his chin, feigning contemplation on Belle's behalf, while in truth, he was devising ways to deflect suspicion from himself. He knew better than anyone how Jon Arryn met his demise, and thus, he felt a profound gratitude towards Varys. Had Varys not approached Belle, Peter would have been at a loss on how to absolve himself completely. I suggest you investigate Varys, Peter advised. Belle raised an eyebrow that may prove challenging. My lord, you may call me Peter, Belle. We are friends, and I shall find a way to assist you. That would be splendid. Belle then made a request to Peter, seeking to borrow 10,000 golden dragons. Peter, taken aback, inquired what Belle needed such a sum for. Belle candidly replied that he required the funds to hire someone to investigate Varys, and he also wished to prepare an emergency vessel at the port of King's Landing, should unforeseen events arise. With concern, Belle remarked, Peter, though I have only just arrived in King's Landing, I feel as though I am amidst a powder keg filled with wildfire. I must prepare for the Duke and the ladies. I am acutely aware of the turmoil surrounding them. Peter regarded him with admiration, praising Belle, a wise choice. Belle, while others may perceive it as cowardice, I understand you. We, who hail from humble beginnings, know that danger lurks everywhere. Belle responded, Thank you. You are a friend worthy of respect. Peter smirked. Likewise, my friend. Now, regarding the golden dragons, I shall make arrangements for you at once. By the way, if you require assistance, I can also help you arrange for the vessel. Considering you are new here, that would be fortuitous. Having your help is a stroke of luck. Oh, and there is one more matter. Varys mentioned that the chronic poison used to assassinate Duke Arryn is called Tears of Lys. If it is not too much trouble, could you procure some? It may prove beneficial for the investigation. Oh, of course, we are friends after all. Peter departed with a smile. Belle watched the slender figure retreating, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Belle mused, Now I possess 2 ships and a pouch of poison. The last ship shall be prepared by Ed himself. Subsequently, Belle spoke to Yuba about participating in the tournament, to which Yuba agreed. Thus, the two practiced their combat skills in the eastern courtyard, while the King's Landing garrison also trained, eager to showcase their prowess at the tournament. Belle and Yuba practiced diligently until dusk. As the candlelight illuminated the Prime Minister's chamber, Belle proceeded to tidy up and return. He knocked on Ed's door. Prime Minister, it's Belle. Please come in, Ed responded. Belle, accompanied by a lady, entered the room. He initially inquired about Ed's inspection of the defenses in King's Landing. The Prime Minister lamented that General Janos Stryng, clad in his golden robes, was a gluttonous fool, and had he not personally conducted the inspection today, chaos would have surely ensued during the tournament. Are you considering replacing him? Belle asked. I would like to. But Peter advises me to hold off. He claims that any new appointee would be just as incompetent as Stryng. Peter has a point. Janos Stryng has his merits for having remained in office for so long. Very well, Ed conceded. The conversation then shifted to the tome titled The Genealogy and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Ed mentioned he had just perused it. Yet he could not fathom why Duke Alan had found it worthy of his attention during his lifetime. Belle knew the answer, but chose to withhold it from Ed. We shall uncover the truth, Belle declared. Let us hope so, Ed replied, somewhat despondent, as the weighty matters of governance in King's Landing burdened his spirit. Seizing the moment, Belle suggested that Ed prepare a vessel ready to transport Sansa and Arya back to King's Landing. Ed appeared perplexed. I am quite concerned, Prime Minister. I fear winter is coming. Winter is coming, Ed echoed silently, recalling the family motto he knew all too well. Indeed, you speak rightly. Winter is coming. I shall have Jory attend to it. Wise as ever. Their conversation concluded, unbeknownst to Ed. A A shadow concealed within the walls of the Prime Minister's chamber had eavesdropped on their exchange and promptly relayed the information to Master of Whisperers Varys. In the late hours of the night, in Varys's modest abode, the spider pondered the intelligence he had acquired, remarking with intrigue, 3 ships. What a clever and cautious young lad he is. Chapter 40. Prelude. The following day marked the eve of the tournament. Following Belle's counsel, Ed had convened the tournament several days in advance, resulting in a considerable influx of participants that caused a fair amount of chaos. General Janos Styryngi, commander of the City Watch, voiced his grievances to Prime Minister Ed during a council meeting, attributing the turmoil to the Prime Minister's decision to expedite the tournament. Upon the Iron Throne, Ed furrowed his brow. Belle stepped forward to admonish Styryngi on Ed's behalf. Commander, if you cannot even maintain basic order, might the Prime Minister question your suitability for the role of Commander of the City Watch? Styryngi's face flushed with anger as he glared at Belle, bewildered that a mere youth dared to reprimand him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Belle's nose, Styryngi began to speak, but before he could utter a word, Peter Baelish interjected, suggesting that as colleagues serving the Prime Minister, there was no need for such ire. Furious, Janos Sterling temporarily suppressed the raging fire within him for the sake of Peter Baelish. He turned to Eddard and demanded more manpower. Prime Minister. Eddard replied that they would recruit 50 new soldiers, with the expenses covered by Peter, and he would also contribute 20 of his personal guards to assist the garrison. Peter protested, but Eddard forcefully assigned the task to him. If you can manage the 40,000 Golden Dragons prize for the tournament, there is no reason you cannot handle a few coppers. Very well. Peter reluctantly acquiesced, but cast a glance at Baelish. It seemed as if Peter was saying, your friend has just aided you. Now you should return the favor. Baelish contemplated swiftly. Money was trivial. Yet Eddard's personal guards were of great significance. With the tournament's commencement, the time of King Robert's demise would soon arrive, and Bael must prepare for his escape from King's Landing, ensuring all loose ends were tied up beforehand. Such tasks could not be accomplished by Bael alone. And being a newcomer in King's Landing, he had few capable individuals at his disposal. The only available candidates were Eddard's northern guards, whom Bael needed to retain for potential emergencies. Ahem. Prime Minister, I have a plan that could manage those rogue knights without costing a single coin. Baelish's voice echoed through the throne room. Curious gazes turned towards him, and Eddard urged him to continue. Baelish proposed, we should wisely utilize the law. The law? Indeed. Since the knights have come for the tournament, we need only to establish a rule that any disturbances or violations will result in disqualification from the competition. Thus most would temper their behavior. Eddard smiled at Baelish's suggestion, while Peter chuckled and praised. What a brilliant idea, Secretary Baelish. Truly remarkable. However, the Justice Minister, Lancel Lannister, suddenly interjected, singing a different tune. What a clever strategy. Yet Secretary Baelish, you seem to have overlooked one detail. Janos just mentioned he is short on personnel. Without enough people, your plan cannot be executed. Baelish smiled slightly. Then let heroes check heroes, and champions check champions. Lancel, let heroes check heroes, and champions check champions? What do you mean? Baelish continued to elaborate on the tournament, stating that since everyone was there to compete, as long as participants assisted the garrison in enforcing the law, they could be rewarded during the tournament, perhaps by allowing them to skip the first round and advance to the second, or providing them a chance to compete in a revival match. Even if they were eliminated, they would still have an opportunity to continue participating. Peter clapped his hands in approval. Peter, a genius idea. Lancel was also persuaded. Baelish indicated that this matter pertained to the law and required Lancel's assistance as the Justice Minister. Lancel shrugged. This is your idea. You know best how to proceed. Baelish turned to Eddard. Eddard instructed Baelish to assist Lancel in this matter, effectively granting Baelish full authority, for everyone knew Lancel was but a mere figurehead, a fool. Even the blacksmiths of King's Landing offered their remarks on the 3 male members of House Stark. King Robert was likened to true steel, Duke Stannis to pure iron, while Renly was merely likened to beautiful yet worthless brass. Subsequently, Bael requested Renly to compose a proclamation. He instructed the city guards to disseminate the notice and announce it to those who had come to King's Landing for the tournament. Bael's approach proved immediately effective. By the afternoon, the city SPs had greatly improved, as many honorable knights voluntarily aided the enforcement teams in apprehending troublemakers, all in hopes of gaining favor during the tournament. When King Robert and the King's Guard returned to King's Landing, Robert was puzzled by the unusual tranquility surrounding the tournament. Historically, each tournament had seen a noticeable decline in the city's order, but this time, the peace was even better than when no tournament was held. The previously unruly knights seemed to have regained their sense of honor. As Robert returned to the Red Keep with Eddard, who had come to greet him, He proudly proclaimed that appointing Eddard as Hand of the King was indeed a stroke of genius. Eddard humbly attributed the success to Bale. Robert's nose flared with disdain. Bale? Oh, that slippery little fellow. Eddard chuckled. Indeed, your grace. I hear you appointed him as your scribe? Bale performs admirably. As for you, as long as you are content as Hand, that is all that matters. What of him? He is practicing for the tournament. Ah, splendid. Better than those who only know how to scribble. Robert exclaimed. But he shall not be the champion, as I too intend to compete. Ha. His bold declaration elicited immediate protests from Eddard and the accompanying Ser Barristan, reminding him that a king should not enter the tournament. For no one would dare to lay a hand on the king unless they were courting death. Robert was persuaded, yet his mood soured. Their sovereign had long prepared to dominate the competition, only to find himself unable to participate. Damn it, he cursed, dismissing Eddard and the others. Returning to the Red Keep ahead of them. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep, a striking figure stood by the bay window atop Maegor's holdfast. Circe, clad in a soft and elegant nightgown woven of green and gold silk, glared ominously out at the distant training grounds. She spotted Bale Fisher practicing lance charge with his towering barbarian squire. Circe longed to eliminate the boy who knew her secret, yet she had yet to find the opportunity. Moreover, another person she loathed was soon to return to the Red Keep. Circe cast the remnants of her wine from the goblet out the window and turned towards the bare man on the bed, Lancel Lannister. Lancel, remember to do as I instructed. From this day forth, serve Robert strong spirits. But Circe, I am your queen. Lancel replied, a troubled expression crossing his face. Yet he eventually nodded begrudgingly. Circe's lips curled into a smile. Lancel, if you execute this well, your queen shall reward you handsomely. Once the wild Robert has passed, I shall ascend as the regent dowager, and at that time, I may well appoint you as the prime minister, even bestowing upon you a dukedom and lands. Lancel swallowed hard, nodding with greater determination than before. Very well, you may leave. Jaime will return shortly, and I would prefer he not find you reclining upon my bed. Circe dismissed her young cousin. Chapter 41. The Water Dancer, Syrio, in the evening. Eddard immersed himself in the tome titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Principal Nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, which Duke Aaron had perused in life. It is indeed true that Paisal's assertion of the book's dullness holds merit, yet Eddard toiled through it relentlessly in pursuit of truth. Although nearly all the living souls at the time of Melian's compilation of this dusty list of weddings, funerals, and festivities had yet to be born, it surely concealed clues. A resilient nature, Eddard murmured, recalling the Duke Aaron's last words. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Is it you, Bale? No, it is I, Jory, my lord. Oh, do come in. Ser Jory pushed the door open, accompanied by a bald man with a prominent hook nose. Jory introduced him as Syrio from Bravos. The esteemed sword master Eddard had engaged for Arya. A mere glance at the bald man confirmed Eddard's impression of his formidable prowess, exuding the confidence characteristic of a master swordsman. Please instruct my daughter well. At your command. At that moment, Bale re-entered. Eddard introduced Syrio to Bale, who expressed considerable interest in the former chief swordsman of Bravos. He proposed to escort Syrio to meet Arya. So soon for the first lesson? Eddard inquired with a smile. Arya will undoubtedly be so delighted that she won't be able to sleep, Bale replied. Very well, but do not stay too late. You have a tournament tomorrow. Bale gestured for Syrio to accompany him. Once they departed, Eddard turned to Jory and asked if they had located the individuals suggested by Littlefinger. Jory affirmed they had found them and had spoken with them. Among them, a stable boy had provided the most valuable information. The captain of the guards informed Eddard that the stable boy claimed Duke Aaron had been in robust health prior to his death, appearing nothing like one who would fall ill. Furthermore, Duke Aaron frequently rode with Duke Stannis, often visiting brothels and venturing into the countryside. Later, Duke Aaron had intended to send his son to Dragonstone to be raised by Duke Stannis, for which they had specifically visited the armorer Tobo Mott to commission fine armor. Eddard meticulously noted each detail, then instructed Jory to accompany him to the armory the following day. Additionally, he arranged for someone to visit the brothel, as he needed to ascertain what Duke Aaron had truly been engaged in during his lifetime. Jory expressed his concern, but tomorrow is the tournament. We shall go after you have fought, Eddard replied. It seems you do not believe I will last until the end. Eddard locked eyes with Jory. No, you shall not. Their conversation continued to be eavesdropped upon by spies lurking within the hidden passages of the Hands Tower, who reported their findings to the Master of Whisperers, Varys. Meanwhile, Bale led Syrio to seek out Arya. On the road, Sylio's gaze fell upon the wolf that followed at Bale's feet. With a smile, Bale remarked, her name is Lady. She was once Miss Sansa's wolf, now under my care. Sylio replied, it seems that dire wolves truly exist in this world. Of course, there are many secrets yet to be uncovered, and I trust you. Hailing from across the narrow sea, no more than I do. Bale engaged in casual conversation. Cilio nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. Bale knocked on the door, which swung open to reveal Arya, who greeted him with a sewing needle. Look out, Bale. Prepared for such an encounter, Bale deftly evaded and seized the girl's wrist with precision. With a gentle yet firm grip, Arya winced and released the needle. Cilio observed with admiration. Impressive technique, Master Bale. Arya looked up, her slightly protruding eyes darting between Cilio and Bale, as if questioning who this person was. Cilio responded, I am your dance instructor, young lady. I am a girl. I know, but to a water dancer, it is all the same. Bale interrupted Cilio, forgive me, master, but what exactly is a water dancer? Cilio, now in teaching mode, suppressed his discomfort and explained that water dancers are unique swordsmen from Bravos. They practice a distinctive swordsmanship known as the Dance of Water, entirely different from the knightly swordplay of Westeros. It is swift and deadly, emphasizing rapid, graceful movements, stealth, and balance, employing only lightweight rapiers. It is said that true water dancers can fight upon the water's surface without creating a ripple. Bale raised an eyebrow. That sounds exceedingly difficult. I mean, to become a true water dancer. Cilio affirmed, but they indeed existed. Bale replied with a playful tone, I believe it. After all, this world has fire-breathing dragons. So why not dance upon water? He then winked at Arya, who giggled, appreciating Bale's rare sense of humor among the Northerners. Cilio maintained a serious demeanor. Young man, take up your sword. We shall practice in a well-lit space. Arya immediately stifled her laughter, while Bale returned the sewing needle to her and expressed a desire to observe. Cilio did not refuse, and they soon entered the hall. Bale instructed his men to light more candles, as the property of the Red Keep was public, after all. Meanwhile, Cilio had already begun practicing with Arya. No, young lady. This is not a massive sword wielded with both hands. You must hold it with one hand only. It is too heavy, said Arya. This will strengthen your arm muscles and enhance your overall coordination. Just like that, you must wield the sword with one hand. What if I drop the sword? Arya inquired. The sword must become one with your hand, the bald man instructed her. Will your hand fall off? Of course not. Cilio Farrell, having served for 9 years as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord of Bravos, understood these matters well. Listen to him, young lady. Remember, you are not wielding a battle axe, you are holding a sewing needle. Arya fiercely spoke on his behalf. So it is. Now, let us commence our dance. Remember, child, we are not learning the iron dance of Westeros, the knight's dance, with its sweeping strikes. No, this is the dance of assassins, the water dance, characterized by agility and surprise. Humans are composed of water, you know? When you pierce the body, the water flows out, and life ceases. He took a step back and raised his wooden sword. Now, come and strike me if you dare. Arya lunged at Sirios with her sewing needle, only to miss predictably. Sirios' mouth was like a machine gun, incessantly pointing out Arya's flaws in swordplay. Beside them, Belle observed intently. Having previously spent a few days learning knightly swordsmanship from the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. During that time, he made rapid progress and managed to survive under the Hound's tutelage. However, Jaime's style of swordsmanship did not quite align with Belle's inclinations. It is well known that during Jaime's service to the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, he received instruction from the Seven Kingdoms' finest swordsman, the Sword of Dawn. The Kingsguard's sword techniques are both ornate and lethal, favoring offense over defense. Belle, however, preferred a more flexible approach. His foster father, Yuba, never taught him systematic sword or axe techniques, as even Yuba himself lacked such training. The wildlings beyond the wall fight by instinct, which led Belle to develop a habit of adaptability. Thus, Sirio's water dancer techniques resonated with him, particularly the emphasis on agility, balance, and insight. Nevertheless, the water dancer's swordsmanship is still systematic, rooted in the rich history and civilization of Essos. Belle was not interested in the specific form Sirios taught. He sought only the essence. This was due in no small part to his miraculous talent. Most individuals must glean the essence from regimented practice, while Belle could perceive it at a glance. As night fell and Arya became utterly exhausted, Belle called an end to their practice, suggesting they continue the next day. He escorted Arya back to her room, feeling increasingly confident about the forthcoming tournament. He had successfully merged knightly horsemanship, water dancer techniques, and the combat instincts of the wildlings. Chapter 42. The Foxskin Knight the victor, Belle Fisher. The announcer declared the winner as Belle lifted his knight's visor, smiling towards the stage. Eddard, Sansa, Peter, and Jenny were seated together, the sun shining brilliantly today. Eddard squinted, unable to discern any joy. Sansa held a bouquet of roses, her gaze, like her friend Jenny's. Not on Belle, but on the distant Night of Flowers, lore asked Tyrell. Peter sat behind Sansa, rising to applaud and cheer for Belle, like an old friend when Belle was declared the victor. Peter's commotion drew Sansa and Jenny's attention, and the young ladies, somewhat embarrassed, began to applaud for Belle. Jenny remarked, "Sansa, I think Secretary Fisher is quite impressive, handsome and promising, though perhaps a touch too young." Sansa teased, "Well, that makes him perfect for you." Sansa. Giggles ensued. In the arena, Belle's gaze wandered in search of Arya, yet to his dismay, the young wolf maiden appeared utterly disinterested in the tournament, not making an appearance in the stands. Belle surmised she was likely engrossed in her training with Syrio, mastering the art of water dancing. Temporarily withdrawing from the competition, Belle rode forth on the Duke's warhorse to secure the coveted crown. He had specifically borrowed a noble steed from Duke Ed. Having tended to this horse for over a month, Belle had seamlessly bonded with it. Taming horses was an intrinsic talent he possessed, not only with horses, but he also excelled in training wolves. One could easily verify this with the Stark family. Belle pondered. With Arya absent, whom shall the crown of love and beauty adorn? After fierce competition, the tournament swiftly approached the final round before the semifinals. With the remaining knights comprising Belle, Yuba, the Knight of Flowers Loras, the Kingslayer Jaime, the Mountain Gregor Clegane, the Captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy, Roose Bolton, and Lancel Lannister. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, was absent from this event, still recuperating from his injuries. Belle had pierced his lung with a sword at the Green Fork, and the Maesters had to exert all their efforts and potions to stabilize his life. It was said he would need at least 6 months to recover. Whether he could heal sooner was a mystery only the Seven Gods could unveil. In the quarterfinals, Belle found himself pitted against Lancel. The flamboyant Duke donned an exquisitely crafted gleaming green armor, crowned with imposing golden stag antlers. His lance and shield bore the unique sigil of House Hightower. And with Lancel's strikingly handsome visage, he was undoubtedly the third most dashing knight of the day. The first was, of course, his close friend, the Knight of Flowers Loras, followed by Jaime Lannister. Belle had to settle for 4th place, earning himself the moniker of the Fox Fur Knight among the noble ladies present, due to the snowy fox fur draped over his shoulders. This distinction garnered him a throng of female admirers, as the highborn ladies of King's Landing were quite curious about the suddenly emerging young knight. They fervently sought every detail about Belle until they unearthed that he hailed from the now-fallen Fisher family and currently served as the secretary to Lord Eddard Stark, the Hand of the King. The labels of youth and versatility in both martial and scholarly pursuits became synonymous with the Foxfur Knight. Now, as the Foxfur Knight faced off against the flamboyant Duke of Hightower, the atmosphere in the arena surged with excitement. Belle rode in with a leisurely demeanor, observing Lancel across the way, who smiled back until they made eye contact, at which point Lancel assumed a charge position. Let the contest commence. Lancel commanded the referee. The Duke of Hightower aimed to catch Belle off guard. As the referee signaled, Lancel charged forth with impatience, though Belle was slightly slower to start. It did not impede his victory over his opponent. Lancel's prowess did not match his ornate appearance. His connection with his steed was less than perfect. While his movements on horseback surpassed most knights, they appeared rigid to the eyes of elite competitors. His grip on the lance was too tense, lacking the necessary finesse. In stark contrast, the seamless integration of Bale and his steed presents a breathtaking spectacle. In the adjacent competitor waiting area, Loras Tyrell, a close confidant of Renly, exhibits a look of concern. Renly is exerting himself too much. Jaime Lannister scoffs derisively. He has lost. Hardly had the words left his lips when Bale's lance struck Renly first, the wooden tip shattering with a resounding crack. Yet the immense force was sufficient to dislodge Renly from his mount. The audience gasped in astonishment. Oh. The referee promptly declared Bale the victor. Subsequently, Yuba triumphed over Robert Royce. It is worth mentioning that Robert Royce, clad in red armor, is the brother of Wymer Royce, whom Bale had rescued at the wall. Had it not been for Robert Royce's slightly advanced age, Bale might have mistaken him for his sibling. Jaime Lannister achieved victory in his bout against Ser Bollistan. After Bollistan was unseated, he removed his helmet and jested about his age. "I am getting old." Jaime attempted to assist him, but the old man refused to grant the Kingslayer any courtesy. Finally, Loras Tyrell and Gregor Clegane took to the arena, the Knight of Flowers facing off against the Mountain. One is the man every woman in the Seven Kingdoms dreams of sharing a bed with, while the other is a fearsome warrior who instills dread throughout the realm. This undoubtedly stands as the most talked-about match of the day. The encounter between the Knight of Flowers and the Mountain seemed to have been orchestrated in advance, leading many to suspect foul play during the drawing ceremony. Bale, with a smile, thought, "This makes it exciting." It was not only Bale who engaged in mischief. The Knight of Flowers had also tampered with his mount. Loras Tyrell had deliberately chosen a stallion in heat. Many in the audience noticed this, with men whispering disdainfully about the Knight of Flowers, deeming it a form of cheating. However, the women vehemently disagreed, defending their Loras, claiming it was merely a clever strategy. Jaime, familiar with the mountain's temperament, and Queen Cersei, sipping wine from her distant throne, exchanged knowing smirks. Loras is courting disaster. The next moment, the match commenced. The mountain and his steed appeared awkward, as if a giant were riding an oversized dog. Bale remarked, quite comical. The Knight of Flowers, on the other hand, remained radiant, though the mare beneath him was gently casting glances at the mountain stallion. The two competitors quickly approached, with the mountain raising his long lance, when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mountain steed seized the opportunity to rear up, and the mountain predictably tumbled from his mount. Loras Tyrell emerged victorious. The referee immediately rendered his judgment. The ladies of King's Landing embraced each other, joyfully cheering. Loras produced a rose he had prepared in advance, ready to present it to the next fortunate recipient. He bestowed a rose upon every victory, having previously gifted one to Sansa. However, calamity soon befell him. The mountain, filled with rage, rose and swung his wooden lance, striking the Knight of Flowers from his horse. The mountain's strength was astonishing. As all witnessed the Knight of Flowers' armor buckle under the impact, the wooden lance snapping like a twig. For heaven's sake, someone must rush to save Loras. Sansa cried out from the audience. Her voice resonated with unanimous agreement among all the women present. They implored their husbands, brothers, and sons to rush into the arena and rescue the Knight of Flowers. Yet, who would dare to provoke the fearsome mountain? The mountain loomed over Loras, forcibly removing his helmet, causing the Knight of Flowers' golden hair to cascade like blooming flowers. In this moment of peril, Beryl shouted. Yuba, the adoptive father, sprang forth. Towering at nearly 2 meters, nearly matching the mountain's height, Yuba seized Gregor's fist and swung it toward Loras, while Beryl galloped forward, charging the mountain with the formidable bulk of his steed. Only then did the others react. Ed ordered the guards to intervene, and Balistan led the Kingsguard to confront the mountain. Together, they managed to subdue the most terrifying warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. The mountain was pinned to the ground, emitting a frustrated roar of indignation. Chapter 43. Champion Beryl approached the mountain, observing with amusement the subdued figure beneath the collective strength of the crowd. Boldly, he leaned down and patted the mountain's face. Good dog, we all know you ought to win. Loras is unworthy. The mountain glared at him. Beryl smirked. It seems you don't understand human speech. He stepped aside, watching as Balistan escorted the mountain out of the arena. After the tumult, Loras was left shaken. The Knight of Flowers sought out Yuba to express his gratitude to the silent giant. Yuba, Beryl replied on his behalf. Yuba says it was a mere trifle. Loras Tyrell offered a charming smile. Nonetheless, Tyrell shall remember your kindness. Beryl chuckled, suggesting that perhaps he would soon have an opportunity to repay the favor. As if divinely ordained, the referee announced the next match. Beryl versus Loras, Yuba versus Jaime. I forfeit. Loras raised his hand to inform the referee. Beryl noticed the Knight of Flowers bestowing upon him another enchanting smile. I shall still remember you, Beryl. A shiver ran down Beryl's spine. All right, thank you. Meanwhile, Yuba and Jaime had taken to the stage. The silent giant faced the king lair. The course of their match need not be elaborated. It was undoubtedly a fierce battle. Yuba, though not well versed in the jousting techniques of the Seven Kingdoms, utilized his terrifying combat instincts and exceptional physical prowess to engage Jaime for several rounds. The prolonged clash between Jaime and Yuba was thrilling, with their lances splintering multiple times. Ultimately, the referee had no choice but to halt the contest and determine the victor based on technical merit. The outcome was apparent within the Seven Kingdoms. Jaime Lannister's knightly skills were unrivaled. Perhaps in his youth, Balistan could have matched him, but Yuba was clearly no match for Jaime. Both competitors accepted the ruling without dissent. Jaime publicly acknowledged Yuba's strength, yet proudly asserted his superiority as a knight. At this moment, Beryl mounted his steed. The Fox Knight wore a smile, resembling an endearingly clumsy Arctic fox. In the grandstand, King Robert laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Cunning little scamp." The audience was equally amused by the young Bale. As it was evident what strategy he was employing, he sought to capitalize on the moment when Jaime had just completed a grueling match, denying his opponent any respite. Unlike the previous encounter where the Flower Knights triumphed over the mountain using a stallion, this time, few blamed Bale. His actions were undeniably a clever exploitation of the rules of the competition, whereas Loras's actions were unequivocally deceitful. The blame could only fall upon Jaime for failing to swiftly vanquish his foe, thus exhausting himself unnecessarily. Yet, The proud lion would not retreat. Jaime shouted, "Come forth. Bale Fisher, let me witness your true prowess and see if the gods indeed favor you." Bale raised his lance with grandiosity, replying, "You shall, my lord the Kingslayer. Charge." Without the need for a referee's announcement, Bale and Jaime surged into battle. The contest commenced. Bale rode the Duke of Ed's steed with the swiftness of lightning. Jaime Lannister, from a distance, removed his helmet and swiftly hurled it towards Bale. The audience had lost count of how many times they had gasped that day. Oh! Bale faced the formidable projectile, a helmet large as a head, unflinchingly, impaling it upon his lance. In the next heartbeat, Jaime flicked his damp golden locks back and lunged his spear towards Bale's armed shoulder. However, Bale evaded the strike. In the stands, Loras Tyrell stood, applauding excellent horsemanship. The women cheered exuberantly for Bale, inciting Jaime's ire, who cast a furious glance at the already eliminated Flower Knight. Yet, the match demanded undivided attention. Suddenly, Bale turned back, and Jaime's helmet was propelled from the tip of the lance, crashing against the back of Jaime's neck. "Ha ha, Kingslayer, here's a gift for you." Bale observed as Jaime's helmet struck the nape, regrettably missing the back of his head. Otherwise, the contest would have concluded right then. Jaime gritted his teeth in pain, feeling his neck nearly lose sensation. "Roar!" The lion bellowed, turning his steed to charge at Bale. Bale deftly pulled the reins, executing a stylish maneuver and thrusting his lance downwards at Jaime. Bang! The spear shattered upon impact, and Jaime Lannister was unseated. A profound silence enveloped the arena as all eyes were incredulously fixed upon the Kingslayer. Despite their foreknowledge of Jaime's fatigued state after his prolonged battle with Oberyn, the accumulated experience from past tournaments led them to subconsciously believe that Jaime Lannister would emerge victorious. Bale approached Jaime on horseback, bending down to extend his arm, ostentatiously declaring, "I hope to hear the lions roar again next time." Jaime shot him a glare, then casually grasped his arm. Had Bale not tightly clamped his legs around the horse's belly, Jaime would surely have yanked him off. Jaime feigned nonchalance, brushing the dirt from his attire, and departed the arena alone. As Bale gazed at the despondent figure of the usurper, a smug hum escaped his lips. "Humph, you dare to play tricks." It was only when the usurper vanished from sight that the crowd realized that Bale Fisher, the Fox Knight, secretary to Prime Minister Eddard, and a young nobleman of diminished fortune from the Stony Coast, had triumphed in the Prime Minister's martial contest. Bale. Peter rose to his feet, enthusiastically applauding as if he himself were the victor. Sansa and Ginny Poole leapt from their seats, and soon Prime Minister Eddard joined in the clapping, causing applause to cascade like a downpour, with all present chanting the champion's name. Bale, Bale, Bale. Amidst the cheers, Bale claimed the laurel of love and beauty, then rode forth to Sansa, bestowing the crown upon her head. Sansa, bashful, remained seated, murmuring a shy thank you. Bale smiled politely, slightly bowing to the lady in a knightly manner. Jen Poole, seated beside Sansa, exchanged glances between the two with a teasing air before playfully nudging Sansa. "Oh, Jenny!" Sansa exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. In the higher royal box, Prince Joffrey's expression was one of evident displeasure. "Mother," he called out. Cersei, with an impassive demeanor, addressed her son in a condescending tone. "Joffrey, it was merely a tedious contest." Joffrey chuckled, raising his haughty head, gazing down at the crowd with disdain. King Robert, however, appeared quite entertained, mocking the Lannisters. "Can you believe that Jaime lost to that boy? It's almost laughable." Then, under the baleful gaze of Queen Cersei, the rotund king triumphantly ordered the champion's rewards to be presented to Belle. As a final provocation, he taunted Cersei. "Woman, refrain from giving me that look. Or do you wish to leave with your brother?" Cersei clenched her teeth, cursing inwardly. "Robert, you wait. Your time will come, and it shall not be long. Pour the wine, you fool of House Lannister." Robert reprimanded the newly appointed cupbearer, Lancel. Ever since Cersei had maneuvered Lancel into Robert's service under Tywin's name, the unfortunate lad had become the king's scapegoat for venting his wrath. Lancel trembled under Robert's scorn. Robert, observing Lancel's frightened demeanor, grew even angrier. "Fool, must I repeat myself? Pour the wine." Finally comprehending, Lancel, under Cersei's piercing gaze, filled Robert's cup with the specially concocted strong liquor. "Huh, this wine is quite good," Robert remarked, seizing Lancel by the collar. "Fool, be grateful for this drink. Otherwise, you would have spoiled my mood." With a forceful shove, Robert sent Lancel sprawling before joining in the revelry. Below, Belle was hoisted aloft by the jubilant crowd and tossed into the air. Yet the keen eyes of the fox remained fixed on the royal box, observing all that transpired. The drama had commenced, and a smile curved at the corners of Belle's lips. Chapter 44. The Script Sir Jory. Belle? Belle appeared with a smile at Jory's door, surprising him. as Belle seldom sought him out alone. Jory inquired what business Belle had with him. "Let us find a secluded place to converse," Belle whispered. "Is this truly the hidden spot you mentioned?" Jory inquired, glancing at Arya and Sirios, who were engaged in a lively sword practice in the hall, leaping around like grasshoppers, their weapons clashing with a cacophony. Belle leaned closer to Jory's ear. "The noise they are creating will effectively mask our conversation." Jory furrowed his brow. He despised the notion of lurking in the shadows like a rat, calculating and scheming. "This concerns the safety of the Prime Minister's family," Belle reminded him. Jory's frown deepened. Yet he chose to suppress his disdain and attempt to listen. "Sir Jory," Belle continued, "what I am about to divulge must not leave your lips. Not even in discussion with others, particularly the Prime Minister himself." "Why? Allow me to finish. There are no secrets within the Red Keep. If there are, it is only because no one dares to speak of them. And our esteemed Prime Minister is about to uncover a deadly secret regarding the royal bloodline." Jory gasped. "What do you know?" Belle patted his shoulder. "Jory, relax. Understand that I was the first to assist the Prime Minister in this investigation." Perplexed, Jory pressed Belle for details. Belle refrained from answering immediately, instead recounting the progress of Eddard's inquiries. Noting that the Prime Minister had already met several of Robert's illegitimate children and believed they had uncovered significant truths, Jory nodded. Belle then revealed, "In truth, I know the reality, but I have not disclosed it to the Prime Minister." "What is the truth?" Jory asked urgently. Belle leaned in closer. "The three princes and the princess are not of the king's bloodline. They are the offspring of Lannister incest." Jory's pupils dilated in shock. "What?" "Shoo," Belle cautioned, covering his mouth. "Can you guess why I have not informed Lord Eddard?" Jory shook his head, his mind racing. Belle continued to whisper, "Because I fear Lord Eddard would meet his demise as a result. Do not be hasty. Consider the peculiar death of Duke Aaron, and you will understand that my concerns are entirely justified." "Lord Aaron." Jory began to regain his composure. Belle urged, "Reflect on it. Duke Aaron presided over the Red Keep for a decade, yet he still fell victim to treachery. We have been here for less than 2 months, and Lord Eddard's guard consists of only 50 men. Should the enemy strike, are we to sacrifice everyone, even if we pledge our loyalty to Lord Eddard? What of Lady Arya and Lady Sansa? Shall we allow them to fall into enemy hands?" Jory hastily shook his head, finally grasping Belle's earnest intentions. Seeing his success, Belle proceeded to share numerous details. "You know, Yuba has accompanied the king. He will do his utmost to save him and escort him to the north. If the king meets his demise, it shall not matter. It may merely afford time for the Starks. I have prepared 3 vessels at the port of King's Landing. You, Desmond, and Hullen shall each lead a small contingent aboard different ships. Do not inquire about their origins. I have procured them through considerable effort over these past days. However, I must forewarn you, neither I nor the Starks will be aboard those 3 ships. You shall serve as bait for my enemies. Your fates are sealed. Yet the North shall never forget." Bale locked eyes with Jory, and in that moment, both beheld a blazing white flame within each other's gaze. "This fire is called loyalty," Jory proclaimed. "The North shall never forget." Bale nodded in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Jory. Should fortune allow you to survive and return to Winterfell, I shall prepare the finest wine and the grandest feast for you." Jory laughed with excitement. "Then I am truly grateful." Bale licked his lips and smiled, affirming that he had indeed not misjudged Jory. Jory replied that since the day he swore fealty to Lord Eddard, he had been prepared for sacrifice. Bale embraced Jory for the first and last time, saying, "Brother, you embark tomorrow night. Before you depart, take the Lord's Valyrian steel with you. Desmond and Hullen are aware of the plan and envy you greatly." Jory delivered a hearty punch to Bale, exclaiming, "And you chose to be the last to inform me? How am I to boast to those 2 old scoundrels now?" Subsequently, Bale and Jory shared a hearty laugh. Arya paused, curious about Bale and Jory's interaction, only to be chastised by her master. Syrio frowned, urging her to concentrate. Arya bit her lip and then attacked Syrio furiously, only to receive more bruises in return. Syrio quickly called a halt to the training, stating, "Stop. This method is futile. Your heart is as tumultuous as if a large stone were cast into a pond. Remember, a water dancer's heart must remain untroubled." Arya felt somewhat disheartened, recognizing the truth in her master's words. Reality often stings more than falsehoods. She glanced toward Bale and Jory, noticing Jory smile at her before departing with a certain grace. Arya had never before thought to describe Ser Jory with the term graceful. He was always as cold as a stone, only slightly less so than the Ned Stone that others perceived. Yet, that very stone, known as Jory Castle, now appeared to be ablaze with fervor. Bale approached, a smile gracing his face as he comforted Arya. "You are already remarkable, Arya. Syrio merely holds high expectations." Arya bit her lip, saying, "But it is not enough, Bael. Tell me, are you planning something?" Bael was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Arya to sense the anomaly, for he had not intentionally revealed anything to her prior to this day. Nevertheless, Bael chose not to conceal the truth. He had intended to inform Arya. He signaled to Syrio, who understood and began demonstrating sword techniques, loudly feigning instruction. "Young one, your footwork must be like this. Steady your hands." Both Bael and Arya chuckled at the exchange. Then Bael placed a pouch of white powder into Arya's palm. "Tomorrow night, Eddard will have a conversation with Cersei. After Cersei departs, you shall enter and pour your father a glass of wine," discreetly adding this. "Poison?" Arya inquired. Bael, with considerable force, tapped the top of Arya's head. "It's a sleeping draught, you foolish little pup. How dare you presume I would wish harm upon your father?" "Ouch!" Arya pouted as she tucked away the potion, yet within a heartbeat, her excitement surged. "How do I know it will be effective?" Bael turned to Syrio. "Tonight, you must secretly let your master sample a bit." Syrio frowned. "I am listening." Arya giggled. "Oh, Syrio, but you must taste a bit for my father. What if Bael truly intends to poison him?" Both Bael and Syrio shot her an exasperated glare, yet Syrio approached, dipping his pinky into the pouch and tasting the concoction. The bald master smacked his lips, as if savoring fine wine. "Indeed, it is a sleeping draught, potent enough. This pouch should lull a pig into slumber for 3 days." Arya's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, I truly hope that pig enjoys a deep sleep." "Ah, Arya," Bael remarked. Chapter 45, The Devil in the Dead of Night. Varys quietly observed the flickering flames in the hearth. In the shadowy corner, a silhouette reported, "The water dancer and the little girl are too boisterous. I only heard them mention 3 ships, the Valyrian steel sword ice, and never fall. It is never forget. Should you miss here again, I shall have your ears severed." "Yes." Varys's expression remained impassive, the orange glow dancing upon his face. The shadow promptly vanished. A cunning fox in its lair. Yet this little fox was more cautious than the rest. He had prepared 3 ships, intending to use the Stark family heirloom, the Valyrian steel sword ice, as bait. He truly was willing to bleed for it. Would he indeed escape aboard one of the other 2 ships? If so, which one would it be? Desmond, or Huron? Or perhaps neither? Varys withdrew a glowing ember from the hearth, his gaze fixed intently upon the incandescent core. Suddenly, he whistled a bird call, and another shadow emerged from the darkness. "Is Yoren of the Night's Watch still within the city?" Varys inquired. "Yes, my lord, there are 20 of them. Keep a close watch on those cloaked figures. The little fox can only rely on them to flee with the pack." With that, Varys tossed the ember back into the fire. Bang! The hearth erupted with smoke, the coals flaring momentarily. "Inform the Kingslayer of the news regarding the imp's imprisonment by Catelyn. He will surely seek an audience with the Warden of the North." "As you command." Meanwhile, in Peter's chamber, Littlefinger narrowed his eyes at the individual across from him. A palpable danger permeating the air. "You do not genuinely intend to study it, do you?" Opposite him, clad in black, Bael lifted the pouch of poison from the table, weighing its contents. The scales of fate subtly tipped toward malice. Peter may have surmised Bael's intentions, yet Bael offered no admission. Among the clever, too many words cannot be spoken. Peter, with an unspoken understanding, refrained from exposing Bael. The machinations of Bael and Peter did not conflict. Rather, the greater the chaos in King's Landing and the 7 Kingdoms, the easier it became for Peter to attain his desires. For Peter, Eddard's demise was but an optional catalyst for disorder. Additionally, he was keen to observe how Bael would navigate the aftermath, akin to students sharing answers. Since Bael also sought Eddard's death, Peter harbored no objections to Bael taking the initiative and was quite willing to offer assistance and counsel, with the poison of Lisa being one such example. Noticing Bael's silence, Peter shifted the conversation. "What of your fox fur? I have always found it quite exquisite." Bael replied. "Perhaps." His response pertained to the previous question. Peter chuckled, his gaze upon the youthful figure before him reminiscent of a younger, more vulnerable version of himself. "Are you afraid?" Peter inquired. "Perhaps," Bael responded, marking the second instance of the word that day. Peter maintained his smile as he guided this young protege. "You need not bear the weight of your conscience. I have a precious adage to share with you. Chaos is the ladder to progress." Bael interjected, and Peter's laughter grew more pronounced, tinged with malice. "Indeed. It may feel disheartening at first, but soon you will forget, for the doors obstructing your path have been flung open by your own hands." Suddenly, Bael asked, "Like how you poisoned Jon Arryn?" Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know?" he exclaimed. Bael regarded him with the look one might reserve for a fool, casually tapping his own head. Realizing the peril he was in, Peter propped himself up, arching his back like an agitated cat. He glared at Bael, exclaiming, "Devil." Bale shrugged. "I recall we were still friends earlier today." Peter nearly screamed, "No, leave. Get away. You skin-clad demon." With that, Peter leapt from his seat, drawing the dagger concealed within his inner pocket and pointing its tip at Bale. Bale sighed, urging Peter to lower his weapon. "I am the champion of the melee. Peter, your dagger appears no more threatening than a seamstress's needle to me." Peter choked, suddenly realizing that his gravest miscalculation in life was underestimating Bale's psychological maturity. The youth before him harbored a formidable demon within. Yet Peter mistakenly believed him to be merely an adept student of his own nefarious methods, referring to the poisoning of John Aaron. Then, he recognized he had committed an even greater blunder by failing to flee at the first sign of Bale's hostility. In the next instant, Bale's dagger sliced through Peter's neck like lightning. The blade, engraved with the sigil of the Grand Maester, became stained with blood. Peter clutched his throat, yet blood continued to flow relentlessly. Bale steadied him, guiding him to sit, and placed the Grand Maester's dagger into Peter's trembling hands. Bale gently covered Peter's eyes, whispering, "Remember, when you descend into hell, inform Duke Aelin that you took your own life with Peter's dagger." Blood bubbles formed in Peter's throat as he gasped. Bale listened intently for a moment. "What if he asks why?" he inquired. "Then you shall tell him it is a secret." With that, Bale snapped Peter's neck. He then removed his blood-stained black attire and casually draped it over Peter's serene and sweet visage. Bale chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Forgive me, Peter, but a game of chess requires only 2 players. You have departed first. Good night. May you dream sweetly." The following morning, after the raucous melee had concluded, King's Landing fell into an eerie silence, even more profound than before the tournament commenced. Early in the day, Prime Minister Eddard Stark departed from the Red Keep, accompanied by Ser Jory and others, embarking once more on the quest to uncover the king's illegitimate offspring. With Jory's deliberate guidance, Eddard became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The royal bloodline had been sullied. Emerging from a brothel, Eddard cursed inwardly. "Damn you, Robert, look at what you have wrought. Your illegitimate daughter selling her body for survival in a brothel, your illegitimate son laboring in a blacksmith's forge. What a reckless sowing of wild oats." He vowed to inform the king without delay. Yet, the ever-compassionate Eddard found himself unexpectedly contemplating the plight of the queen and her children. Despite Cersei being a Lannister, he had no desire to sympathize with that deranged woman. Nevertheless, he understood that, ultimately, this was Robert Baratheon's fault. Had Robert exercised restraint, he might have avoided leaving behind any illegitimate children. Eddard even found himself relieved for his late sister. Thank the heavens Lyanna did not marry him. Perhaps I should grant that woman a chance. At the very least, her children are innocent and should not lose their mother. Eddard reassured himself, resolving to speak with Cersei first to allow her time to flee. He aimed to save those 3 children and discern Cersei's intentions. Vowing never to commit acts of unwarranted violence, Eddard commanded, "Return to the Red Keep." His voice carried an unusual gravity. Behind him, Jory, Desmond, and Hullen exchanged glances. The plan was set in motion. However, as they journeyed back to the Red Keep, an unexpected visitor emerged. The golden-haired lion, the Kingslayer, and the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, blocked Eddard's path, drawing his sword and pointing it at Eddard. "Stark, release my brother." Eddard's expression turned to one of suspicion. Jaime Lannister? He briefly doubted whether Jaime was aware that he knew the secret shared between Jaime and his sister, Cersei. Yet, Jaime's subsequent words dispelled Eddard's concerns. It turned out Jaime had come to demand an explanation, claiming Eddard's wife, Catelyn, had imprisoned his beloved brother, Tyrion Lannister. Eddard's thoughts faltered. "Catelyn?" Jaime raised his sword with both hands, declaring, "Stark, I swore never to harm another Stark, but your wife has imprisoned Tyrion, and someone must pay this debt. Because a Lannister always pays his debts." With that declaration, Jaime swung his sword towards Jory Castle. Jory, undeterred, drew his own blade, exclaiming, "Protect Lord Eddard." He charged valiantly at Jaime. In an instant, blood stung the eyes and hearts of the Northerners. Chapter 46, The Turning Point. Jory's head rolled away, severed by Jaime Lannister with a single stroke. After committing this heinous act, the Kingslayer, having slain Jory, violently shook the blood from his sword before galloping away from King's Landing, evading the Northerners' realization. Ser Desmond's eyes blazed with fury as he commanded the Stark Guard to pursue. However, Eddard halted them. "Stop at once." Dismounting, he cradled Jory's bloodied head in his arms, tears of rage streaming down his face. "Curse you, Robert. Damn the Lannisters." He murmured, "We have more pressing matters at hand, matters concerning the fate of the 7 kingdoms." At the Red Keep, in the Prime Minister's tower, Bale was rendered speechless upon hearing the news of Jory Castle's beheading at the hands of the enraged Jaime Lannister. His keen instincts detected a conspiracy clearly. Someone was working behind the scenes. The news of Tyrion's imprisonment by Catelyn should not have spread so rapidly. The incident stemmed from an assassin's attempt on the paralyzed Bran Stark in Winterfell, leaving behind Tyrion Lannister's dagger at the scene. As a result, Catelyn apprehended Tyrion. And they were presumably at the Eyrie. Yet still, the news had traveled too swiftly. Unless someone acted with intent, someone deliberately released the information to incite Jaime Lannister, aiming to sabotage Bale's escape plan. Bale quickly identified the mastermind, Varys. I underestimated you, my Lord of Whispers. You are indeed the finest player in this Game of Thrones. Yet, the game would not cease simply because a piece had been removed from the board. After grasping the intricacies of the situation, Bale composed himself and approached the Prime Minister's door. By now, Northerners had gathered at Eddard's entrance, fervently demanding that Eddard adjudicate Jaime Lannister for the murder of Sir Jory Castle, the captain of his guard. Make way. Bale's arrival silenced the crowd momentarily. Desmond's eyes burned with indignation. Bale, the Lannister has slain Jory. Bale maintained his composure. Sir Desmond, winter is coming. Desmond gritted his teeth as Bale produced a letter from his cloak. You must find Sir Illyrio Mopatis and ask him to deliver this letter to the Brethren in Black. The Crow's Eye. Desmond inquired why he could not send one of their own. Bale emphasized that Illyrio was indeed one of their own, stating that King's Landing was fraught with peril, and only the Braavosi assassin could safely deliver the letter. You and Hullen must exercise caution. We cannot afford more deaths. At least not before then. After imparting his instructions, Bale pushed open Eddard's door and strode inside with purpose. He addressed Ed, who sat in a stupor on the chair, saying, My Lord Prime Minister, we must take action. Ed lifted his gaze, his mind in turmoil over Jory's death, for Jory's father had been a close comrade. Sharing both wives and children, they had perished at the hands of the Red Keep. Bale deliberately inquired of Ed, simultaneously aiding him in organizing his thoughts. Pray, enlighten me as to what you have discovered. Regaining his composure, Ed revealed to Bale the troubling lineage of the 3 princes and princesses born of Queen Cersei. Bale, donning the guise of a performer, raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Is it truly so? Did you surmise this? I dared not believe it. Ed replied, Indeed. I too found it hard to accept. Robert's bloodline lies beyond the Red Keep, and Jory is dead. You now face 2 choices. Either inform the king immediately or contact Duke Lancel Lannister. Bale's words left Ed bewildered. Lancel? What is his concern in this matter? Bale, slightly breathless, suddenly grasped the source of Sansa Stark's naivety. He solemnly cautioned Ed, Since you are now aware that the royal lineage has been tainted, it is imperative to safeguard the remaining bloodline. Duke Lancel Lannister still resides within the city, and his situation may be perilously precarious. At last, Ed comprehended the gravity of the situation. Oh, by the gods, send someone to notify him to leave at once. And also, dispatch word to Robert. Bale reminded him that he should also immediately order the arrest of Cersei and her children. Yet Ed hesitated. Bale sighed inwardly. My lord Ed. Do not say I did not afford you the chance. Ed countered. No, summon her here. I wish to speak with her privately. Bale cautioned that such an action might provoke suspicion. Ed insisted, at the very least, we must listen to her thoughts before executing the guilty. Very well. Had Bale not been prepared, he would have surely chastised Ed for his actions. At this juncture, Ed still clung to the rules of the game. While his adversaries sought only to overturn the table, Bale exited the room, and Desmond and others surrounded him, inquiring about the Prime Minister's words. Bale stated that he intended to notify Duke Lancel and King Robert. The messengers might face peril. Bale highlighted the danger. Desmond declared that the Northerners cared solely for loyalty and honor, selecting 2 trustworthy guards from House Stark to carry out Bale's orders. Bale produced a letter, instructing one to seek Lancel. He then directed the other to find the king, merely stating that Prime Minister Ed had urgent matters to discuss. Once the 2 departed, Bale signaled to Desmond and Hullen, Proceed as planned. Desmond and Hullen exchanged glances, as if bidding a final farewell. Meanwhile, Cersei Lannister raised her goblet. Sitting across from the elderly Pycelle, Pycelle had come to inform Cersei that Jaime had slain Ed's guard and fled in fear of punishment. Cersei, displeased, set down her glass of wine. Mind your words, old man. The Lannisters are innocent. Pycelle fell silent, taken aback. Cersei bit her vibrant red lips, expressing her disdain. Shame. Jaime is becoming increasingly cowardly. When Pycelle inquired whether she wished to inform her father, Lord Tywin, Cersei commanded him to be silent. And Joffrey? The prince is with Sansa Stark. Very well, send someone to keep an eye on that foolish girl. Cersei took a sip of wine, raising her gaze to the sunlight streaming into the shadows of Maegor's Holdfast. Evening was approaching. Cersei ordered Pycelle, "Go summon Yano Slint to see me." "The commander of the city watch?" Pycelle replied, rising slowly from his seat. Unable to tolerate his sluggishness, Cersei bellowed, "You needn't go. Send someone more agile." Pycelle sat back down, undeterred. "Your Grace," he said, "Fisher is a capable man. You should promote him." "Absolutely not." "Why?" Cersei scolded the Grand Maester. "Silence, old man. I am your queen, and you need only heed my roar." Pycelle fell silent, pondering how such a headstrong daughter could emerge from the illustrious lion, Tywin. Just as Maegor's holdfast fell into silence, Bell was unexpectedly arrived. Cersei frowned, asking, "What brings him here?" The servant explained, "Ser Belwas comes to convey a message from Lord Eddard." Cersei, her tone skeptical, replied, "Let him in." Belwas entered the hall, bowing perfectly to the queen before greeting Grand Maester Pycelle. Pycelle responded cheerfully, utterly oblivious to the fact that Belwas had implicated him in Littlefinger's demise. Cersei gave Belwas a frosty reception. What does Stark have to say? Belwas could not specify. But Lord Eddard requested the queen to visit the Hands Tower alone, claiming it was urgent. Huh? What urgency? Why does he not come to see me personally? Unable to endure the presence of this foolish and malevolent woman, Belwas reminded Cersei, "You know best in your heart." "What do you mean? Please, do go. Before Lord Eddard changes his mind." Cersei's expression shifted erratically. Her not-so-bright mind finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Eddard had uncovered the truth regarding the legitimacy of her offspring. Suppressing her inner turmoil of fear and rage, she commanded, "Leave." Chapter 47. Ambiguity. My Lord Varys. The letter. The Shadow handed the blood-stained envelope to Varys. Varys inquired, "What of the messenger?" "Dead. And the one headed to the Kingsguard?" "Also deceased." Well done. You may withdraw." "Yes." The Shadow retreated into the darkness. Varys opened the envelope, revealing the noble signature of Lord Renly Baratheon at the top, with the sender identified as Belwas at the bottom. Varys had intercepted a letter from Belwas to Renly. He quickly read through the contents. Learning that Belwas intended for Renly to return to his lands and assemble troops in preparation for a march to King's Landing. "Great minds think alike, Ser Belwas," Varys remarked, his expression one of delight. He scrutinized Bale's handwriting, then took up his pen to craft a letter of similar content, merely substituting the recipient's name with Stannis Baratheon at the top of the missive. "Go, dispatch both letters," he commanded. From the shadows emerged a dark hand, gripping the letters with 3 slender fingers. After sending the letters, Varys stroked his smooth chin in contemplation. It was understandable that Fisher would inform Renly. But why would he also send someone to the Kingsguard? If Robert were to survive, wouldn't his schemes be rendered futile? Varys found himself utterly perplexed. Had Bale been privy to Varys's thoughts, he would surely have worn a cunning smile, for this was a smokescreen devised by Bale, aimed at confounding Varys's judgment. The essence of strategy lies in concealing one's true intentions from the opponent. Bale's objectives, however, had always been unequivocal: to extricate Arya and Ned from the secret passages of the Red Keep. As Varys remained oblivious to Bale's overarching plan, he inquired of the Shadow, "Have you located the swordsman from Braavos?" "The man is quite astute, my lord," the Shadow replied. "Find him swiftly. I must ascertain Fisher's directives." Varys insisted. "Furthermore, keep a keen watch on the ships at the port and the Night's Watch. The North must descend into chaos for the return of the Blackfire to be facilitated." In the Red Keep, along the corridor leading to the Prime Minister's tower, Bale, draped in a white fox fur, walked ahead, with Cersei trailing behind in a gown interwoven with gold and green. Fisher was present, and Cersei's demeanor was as delicate as a fading flower. Bale halted, a knowing smile gracing his features, eager to observe what tricks Cersei would conjure. He turned to see the queen's crimson lips curve into a smile. "Crowned knight in white fox fur, might you enlighten your queen as to why the Prime Minister summons this woman?" Cersei inquired, her tone laden with intrigue. Bale reiterated his ignorance regarding the Prime Minister's intentions, to which Cersei's pale, fragrant hand found its way onto his shoulder, her voice dripping with seductive laughter. "Oh, Bale, you are the most reliable secretary of Prime Minister Ned. You cannot deceive me." Sensing the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Cersei, Bale swallowed hard. The allure of the 7 kingdoms was indeed formidable. Yet, he cautioned her, "Your Majesty, you are not merely a woman. You once sent someone to murder my friend." Cersei's eyes flickered with surprise. "Who?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Bale replied, "Michael." Cersei, flustered, hastily defended. The death of Michael at the hands of Barrows Blunt was merely his personal act. He sought to protect Prince Joffrey. With an air of sincerity, she then apologized. "I am truly sorry, Secretary Bale." Stepping closer, she whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "I shall compensate you." Bale merely scoffed, turning silently to lead Cersei onward. Cersei's expression suddenly transformed into a remarkable display. The light of the seven struggled to manage her facial demeanor, which only served to render her features and skin more unnaturally twitchy. Bael remarked, "Foolish woman, do you truly believe that everyone thinks with their lower halves?" Feeling that mere contemplation was insufficient for his ire, he mockingly taunted Cersei, "I have heard that a woman's lower regions are the mightiest sword. However, dear queen, powerful men harbor no interest in base women." Cersei roared, "Fisher, you should consider how to please Eddard. We are all aware of your secret." With that, she entered Eddard's chamber, the door closing behind her as Bael ushered her in. He had little interest in their conversation, knowing that the soft-hearted Eddard would likely spare Cersei. A decision that, in the original timeline, led to the demise of both Eddard and Robert, as well as the decline of House Stark. Yet, Bael was present, and he firmly shut the door behind Cersei and Eddard before striding towards Sansa Stark's chamber. He had not forgotten Sansa, however. He would not take her away. The dreamy girl would only jeopardize Bael's plans. After all, in the original narrative, Sansa had even betrayed Eddard's plans to Cersei, who opposed her father. Nevertheless, Bael would not abandon Sansa. He had prepared a contingency for her. Jennifer. Bael pushed open the door to Sansa's room, where Jennifer rose to her feet. She was Sansa's close confidant and the daughter of the steward of Winterfell, Vivian and Tielle. "Is Sansa still entertaining Joffrey?" Bael inquired. "Yes, secretary. You summoned me here to wait for you?" Jennifer replied. "Please, take a seat." Bael gestured for her to sit while he approached Sansa Stark's writing desk. The surface was cluttered with various threads, colorful ribbons, and the crown of love and beauty. Bael lifted the crown and, from within his cloak, produced a letter. He approached Sansa's bed and tucked the crown and letter into the cotton of her pillow. Curious, Jennifer questioned Bael's intentions, initially believing he was about to confess his feelings to Sansa. However, Bael's subsequent words filled her with trepidation as he pressed his hands upon her soft shoulders. "Jennifer, we are leaving." "Where to?" "Who is leaving?" "You and whom?" Jennifer inquired anxiously. Bael clarified, "I, Eddard, Arya, your father, Desmond, Hullen, we are all departing." "And what about me?" Jennifer asked, her anxiety mounting. Though she was of similar age and beauty to Sansa, her intellect far surpassed that of her friend, as she was the daughter of a household steward. Bael replied, "Jennifer, you must remain in the Red Keep. You need to stay by Sansa's side." The harsh reality caused Jennifer's small hands to clutch her skirt tightly. Biting her lip, the girl declared, "I understand. I will protect Sansa." Bael nodded with a sense of reassurance and grasped Jenny's hand, imparting strength. "Do not fret. I have made all the arrangements. Should you find yourselves in peril, you may seek the aid of Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion is my friend, and Jaime has sworn an oath to the gods. They will provide you assistance, at the very least ensuring your safety." Jenny committed these two names to memory, trusting that Bael would not deceive her. "I must take my leave now. Remember, once Sansa returns, you and she should share a bed until the storm has passed." Bael patted Jenny's shoulder and rose to depart. Instinctively, Jenny curled her body, crossing her arms around her legs in an awkward manner, saying, "Secretary Bael, we'll be all right, won't we?" Bael embraced Jenny, smiling as he whispered in her ear, "After the Aurora, this is the motto of House Joman." With a thud, Bael left, and Jenny murmured, "Joman? So he is not called Fisher. Are you ready, Arya?" "Of course, I can hardly contain my excitement." "And Lady is too," Arya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration as she regarded Bael, who entered clad in black. "The direwolf." Lady howled in response. Chapter 48. Life and Death. Where is the medicine? "Right here. Prepare it, and remember to keep it from Eddard." Arya patted her undeveloped chest, promising Bael that it would be handled with utmost care. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's chamber, Cersei was dressing. Do not misunderstand. Eddard will not take any action against the Queen. The flush on Cersei's face revealed that the beautiful Queen had just endured the greatest humiliation of her life. The beauty of the Seven Kingdoms had been spurned. If Cersei had harbored animosity towards Eddard Stark before, she was now resolutely determined that the Stark family would not meet a favorable end. Once Cersei had donned her attire, Eddard informed her that he would not immediately disclose the bloodline issues concerning the three princes and princesses to King Robert. He would allow Cersei time to escape. Eddard urged, "Flee with the children, whether to Essos or across the Dothraki Sea, just get as far away as possible." Cersei retorted, "You want me to self-exile? That is a bitter pill to swallow. Better than the cup your father offered to Rhaegar's children," Eddard warned Cersei, insisting that her family prepare the necessary finances and guards for her escape, as Robert's wrath would undoubtedly follow. Cersei roared in anger, "And what of my fury?" Yet, Cersei quickly softened her tone, whispering delicately into Eddard's ear, "Eddard, the Iron Throne is within reach. You need only extend your hand to seize the realm." Jaime told me that on the day King's Landing falls, you found him seated upon the Iron Throne and demanded he relinquish the throne. That was your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You merely needed to ascend the steps and claim the seat. How tragic, such a lamentable error, Eddard replied, furrowing his brow. The mistakes I have made in my life surpass your imagination, yet this is not one of them. Cersei immediately discarded her tenderness, coldly declaring, in the game of power, if you are not the victor, you are left with nothing but death. There is no middle ground. Having concluded her remarks, Cersei rose to leave. At the entrance, she encountered the loquacious young lad, Peter Baelish, alongside the wild girl Arya Stark and the insufferable direwolf. Baelish feigned ignorance of the situation, smiling as he inquired whether her conversation with Lord Eddard had proceeded smoothly. Cersei's pale ears twitched. A sudden awareness of her precarious position washed over her. She must swiftly seek protection for herself and Joffrey. Otherwise, the gossipy boy would surely persuade Eddard to apprehend her and the prince. Step aside. Cersei hissed like a mother lion. Baelish pulled Arya aside to clear the path, and as Cersei passed, Arya barked at her like a pup. Receiving a fierce glare from Cersei, Arya retorted, "You frightened the lady. The wild girl, of course, should fear the lioness." Cersei departed hastily. Baelish surmised that Cersei would immediately contact the commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, leaving him little time. He pushed open the door. "My lord." Eddard looked at the entering Baelish, Arya, and the lady with surprise. Baelish directly informed Eddard of his wish for Arya and Sansa to be sent out of the city and returned to the north. "My lord, winter is coming." Eddard nodded. "What of Sansa?" Baelish, unflustered, replied, "I have already informed Jeyne Poole." Eddard felt relieved. Jeyne, being the daughter of the late Lord Poole and Sansa's close friend, would relay the message without concern. Eddard then inquired if the ship and guards were prepared. Baelish provided a curt affirmative. "Well, you handle matters, and I am at ease." Eddard had now placed unconditional trust in Baelish, who had often advised him in the treacherous Red Keep, much like Littlefinger assisted Jon Arryn. During their discourse, Arya's gaze drifted toward the red wine on the table. With a flutter of anxiety, she approached, awkwardly pouring herself a glass and, under the cover of Baelish blocking Eddard's view, nervously and excitedly poured an entire packet of sleeping powder into the goblet. Baelish's voice interrupted, "My lord, let us raise a toast before we depart, wishing for all to go smoothly." Eddard took a deep breath. The situation was dire, and he truly needed a drink to soothe his nerves. Granting his assent, Baelish turned to Arya, ensuring he knew which glass contained her spiked wine. Then poured himself and Arya each a glass. With a smile, Baelish handed Arya her concoction. Arya, stumbling over her words, she replied, "Thank you." Baelish lifted Eddard's glass, presenting it to him. In the moment of turning, he discreetly mixed in a small packet of powder, the poison he had acquired from Peter. He then presented the tainted sleeping wine to Eddard. "Thank you." With a chuckle, Baelish turned to reclaim his own glass from Arya, raising it in a toast. "To the Starks, to King Robert." "To Stark, to King Robert." The three clinked their goblets, and Ed, Bael, and Arya each savored the red wine. A flush immediately appeared on Arya's cheeks. Bael strolled to the hearth, while Ed observed his daughter and the scribe, his vision suddenly becoming exceedingly blurred. He closed his eyes, pressing his hand against his forehead. "Bael, Arya, I feel unwell." A soft laugh escaped Arya's lips, and she glanced at her father, who had slumped onto the table, unconscious. "Bael, he's asleep," she exclaimed. Bael smiled at her before turning his attention back to the wall of the fireplace. Arya's smile faded, and she tilted her head, inquiring what Bael was observing. No sooner had she spoken than Bael drew forth a peculiar sword from his waist, a blade of ice, emanating a chilling aura more piercing than frost itself. "Bael?" The girl called uneasily, "Awoe." Under Arya's gaze, Bael thrust the icy blade towards the wall, and it effortlessly penetrated. Through the wall, Arya heard a scream. Bael withdrew the blade, its tip stained with dark crimson ice shards, blood. "Bael?" Arya watched as he turned a knob, causing the fireplace to reveal a hidden door. Upon its opening, a figure clad in black lay within, already lifeless, undoubtedly slain by Bael. Arya observed as he stood silently before the corpse, his expression grave. Unable to contain herself, Arya shouted, "Bael, please respond." Bael abruptly turned, as if awakening from a nightmare. "I apologize, Arya," he said. "I must carry Ed. We need to leave swiftly." Arya queried, "What about Syrio? Wasn't he to accompany us?" With regret, Bael explained that due to Jory's death, Syrio could not join them. He required Syrio to exit the city first to prepare for their escape. Arya pouted, "You must inform me beforehand next time." Bael smiled, "I promise." He then hoisted Ed's heavy form onto his back, instructing Arya to lead the way and reminding her to be cautious of the mechanisms within the secret passage. Brave, Arya accepted the task, and Bale advised her to gather some knives, forks, or pebbles to aid in their exploration. The two, a girl and a wolf, entered the passage. As they passed the corpse, Bale cast one last glance at the man he had slain with the ancient ice blade. Without needing to inquire, Bale recognized the deceased as a spy in the service of Varys, the spider. However, his focus was not on the identity of the fallen, but rather on the magic lingering in the ice blade upon the body. The ice corpse stirred. Instinctively, Bale whispered the incantation. A chilling breeze swept through the hidden corridor, prompting Arya's anxious voice from below. "Bale, this wind is so cold." The girl cried out again, "A whoa," as Bale reassured Arya to keep moving forward without looking back. His eyes widened in horror as the corpse began to rise from the ground. As Bale locked eyes with the corpse, an eerie azure glow emanated from its gaze, seemingly awaiting Bale's command. Was this a ghoul? A compliant ghoul? A more terrifying question surged in Bale's mind. What am I? The one who can control the ghouls. Chapter 49. The wild boar in the dense black forest of the Imperial Woods. The sky was obscured, blocking the valiant sunset and the swirling crimson clouds. Robert Baratheon sat within the grand tent, awaiting reports from the knights regarding the whereabouts of their quarry. This marked the third day of the hunt, during which Robert had managed to capture 2 rabbits and a roe deer, an insultingly meager haul for a king. He yearned for a more fitting trophy worthy of his royal stature. The wait was long and tedious. Raising his cup, Robert discovered it was devoid of wine. The absence of wine was a grave oversight on the part of the cupbearer. In a fit of rage, Robert bellowed, "Lancel, you imbecile of House Lannister. Where's my wine?" Lancel, feeling wronged, protested that he had only just filled Robert's cup moments prior. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Useless, Robert retorted, slapping Lancel hard across the face. Lancel, the handsome cousin of Cersei and Jaime, was left with a bruised visage resembling that of a pig. Stifling the sharp sting of pain, Lancel hastily refilled Robert's cup with strong liquor. With a hearty gulp, Robert drained the cup, his coarse, dark skin turning the shade of a boiled crab. "Ah, splendid. I adore this vintage," he exclaimed, belching loudly. He then warned Lancel, "Should you ever allow the king's cup to run dry again, I shall see to it that your neck faces the same fate." Fearful, Lancel quickly filled the cup once more. At that moment, Ser Barristan Selmy returned to report that they had discovered the wild boar. Robert's eyes glazed over with intoxication. A wild boar? Huh, a splendid creature indeed. In a drunken stupor, he rose, pushing past the assembly, dismissing the knights' offers of assistance to mount his steed, and shouted indignantly if they dared to look down upon their king. Robert thrust a hefty foot into the stirrup, exclaiming, "Back in my day, I smashed Rhaegar's skull. They called him the Dragon Prince, but I say they were full of nonsense. He was merely a Targaryen bastard, not even worthy of a wild boar. Damn it." He surely courted Lyanna like a boar in heat. Cursing vehemently, he clambered onto his horse, demanding that the invincible warhammer be brought forth. The king then declared to all, "Where's that wild boar? I shall slay that beast just as I did Rhaegar Targaryen. No one is to follow me. I seek a one-on-one confrontation with that creature." Just as before, the elderly Ser Barristan urged him against such folly, yet Robert, in a fit of bravado, swung the warhammer towards Barristan. However, it was not a genuine attack but rather a show of intimidation. Though the effects of the drink spun the world around him, he still wielded the warhammer with steady hands. Barristan was compelled to retreat, even the fearless knight wary of the king's wrath. With a hearty laugh, Robert urged his steed onward, setting off in pursuit of the wild boar-esh trail. Soon, he discovered the embodiment of the beast, Rhaegar Targaryen, deep within the dense forest. The arrival of Robert startled the wild boar, which, with its formidable tusks, directed its iron-hard head towards Robert and his warhorse, its red eyes reminiscent of a dragon's sanguine gaze. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty creature charged at Robert. He swung his warhammer with great force but failed to strike the monstrous beast. It seemed as though the late Rhaegar Targaryen had bestowed his protection upon the wild boar, as its sharp fangs pierced the abdomen of the warhorse, causing Robert to tumble to the ground. Following this, the boar trampled upon Robert, gnashing its teeth mercilessly. Robert cried out in agony, repeatedly bringing the warhammer down upon the beast's head. In the struggle, the boar crushed several of Robert's ribs, its razor-sharp teeth drawing forth torrents of royal blood. Robert's warhammer inflicted grievous wounds upon the beast, and soon both were rendered sluggish by their injuries. "Ah, cursed creature. You nearly brought about my demise," Robert gasped. He slowly raised his warhammer. Yet, victory shall belong to. Just as he was about to be impaled by the boar's tusks, 2 large hands seized the creature's hind legs, miraculously flipping it over. Robert, panting, turned to see his savior. It was Yuba, the wild relative of the little fox. He murmured, laying down his warhammer, pain causing him to close his eyes. Yuba paid no heed to the king, instead focusing on the boar, towering at 2 meters. He mounted the beast and raised his trusty axe, cleaving through the boar's face, then again and again, until the creature's head was split in 2. Its vile brain matter mingling with its blood, spilling onto the ground. Before long, Ser Balistan arrived with his men. The old knight reached out to assist Robert, preparing to hastily rescue the king. However, Yuba grasped Ballistan's forearm, silently urging him to look behind. Confused, Balistan turned. Unbeknownst to them, Lancel Lannister and several red cloaks of House Lannister had followed closely, surrounding the Kingsguard. Dauntless, Balistan sensed the ill intent of Lancel's approach and demanded, "Lancel, what is your purpose?" Lancel remained silent, merely casting a glance at the red cloaks. At his signal, they drew their swords, their points aimed at the Kingsguard and the king. Seeing this, Balistan unsheathed his own sword, tightening his jaw as he assumed a battle stance. The Kingsguard shall protect the king. The remaining Kingsguard, namely Alice Oakhart, Mandon Moore, and Preston Greenfield, all clad in white armor and draped in white cloaks, drew their swords as well. Yet, they betrayed their king. Only Ser Barristan Selmy stood frozen, seemingly unaware of his sworn brother's conspiracy. At that moment, Alice Oakhart, closest to Balistan, made his move, thrusting his blade towards Ballistan's side. But someone was quicker to act. Yuba raised his massive axe, the battle cry echoing as the head of Alice Oakhart fell to the ground. Lancel roared, "Lannister, slay them." The red cloaks surged forth, and the Kingsguard turned their blades towards Balistan. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Balistan cursed the traitors in his heart and vowed to make all oath-breakers among the Kingsguard pay dearly. Swiftly, he thrust his long sword towards the nearest Kingsguard, Mandon Moore. Caught off guard, Mandon Moore collapsed, his gaze fixed on Ballistan's blade in his final moments. The last traitorous Kingsguard, Preston Greenfield, charged at Balistan, but before he could strike, Yuba's great axe cleaved him in 2. "Thank you," Balistan remarked. Yuba replied, "Balistan, are you mute? Forget it. You take Robert and go ahead. I will cover our retreat." Balistan stood resolute, sword raised, as he entrusted his back to Yuba. Yuba did not refuse. He hoisted the injured, rotund king onto his back, indifferent to the king's pained cries, and plunged into the dense forest. Amidst the king's lamentations, Lancel Lannister issued a command for a full assault. In the name of the queen, annihilate them. For Cersei, for Lannister, the red cloaks lunged forward. Yet Balistan single-handedly obstructed their advance. Lancel warned him, "Balistan, we are many. Are you seeking death?" Finally drawing his sword, Balon declared, "Ser Jaime still has me." Balistan laughed heartily. "Balon, I knew I did not misjudge you." He then pointed his sword at Lancel's nose and declared, "Lannister's little bastard. It seems you have forgotten my title. I am the fearless Balistan, captain of the Kingsguard, the terminator of the War of the Nine Pence, the slayer of the last Blackfire, Maerys." Lancel bellowed, "Kill them." Chapter 50. Fearless in the dead of night at the Red Keep, in Maegor's Holdfast. Cersei summoned her maid to style her hair, clad in a backless golden silk nightgown. The queen's immaculate back nearly blinded Janos Slynt. He heard Cersei calling him, "Janos Slynt." "Your Grace, the illustrious and beautiful queen, you are the light of the 7 kingdoms," Janos responded. Cersei smiled, a beguiling grin. Stow your flattery. You know why I summoned you." Feigning ignorance, Janos urged her to clarify. In the mirror, Cersei's brows knitted together. Perhaps the maid had hurt her. The commander then witnessed Cersei snatch the comb from the maid and slap her sharply. Janos saw blood trickle from the maid's lip. Swearing he had never seen a woman strike another, let alone with such ferocity, Cersei dismissed the maid. "Begone, careless wretch." Janos Slynt's eyes flickered. He felt as though the queen was rebuking him. The maid sobbed as she retreated, and Cersei turned to Janos. "Slynt, if someone were to slander Prince Joffrey, what should you, as the commander of the Gold Cloaks, do?" Janos drew his sword, declaring, "I shall defend the dignity of the royal family with this blade." At that moment, he realized the man before him was none other than the current Prime Minister, Eddard Stark. "Now, take up your sword." "What?" Janos interrupted, his voice rising in alarm. Cersei fixed her gaze upon the golden-robed commander. Suddenly, Janos understood that the queen was not jesting. Fate had played a cruel trick on him. While he was aware of the discord between the Prime Minister and the queen, he never anticipated that the lid would be lifted so swiftly. He was unprepared and dared not wager. As silence enveloped the space between Janos and Cersei, Lancel Lannister, bloodied and battered, entered. Cersei immediately rose from her seat. The lioness clenched her jaw, forcing a sound from her throat. "Lancel." He tossed a cloth-wrapped head onto the floor, where it rolled, blood seeping from the fabric, staining the golden carpet with crimson and black. "Sterling," Cersei commanded Janos to unveil the cloth. Curiously, Genos peeled it away, exclaiming, "Is that the head of Ser Barristan Selmy?" Cersei's shock mirrored his own. The queen approached the severed head, confirming that the white-haired visage belonged to the legendary Kingsguard, the fearless Barristan Selmy. The lioness roared, "Lancel, you know this is not what I wanted." Lancel lowered his head, his expression inscrutable. "Who? Speak." "Barristan, Balon Swan, and that Yuba," she replied, her fury intensifying. She cared not for the old man or the wildling. She only desired Robert. Gripping Lancel by the throat, her nails nearly piercing his skin, she demanded, "Look into my eyes and tell me, where is Robert? Damn it, where is Robert Baratheon?" Lancel replied, "Yuba rescued him." "Seven gods. Complete your sentence, you worthless fool. How could Tywin Lannister have sired such a wretch?" In her rage, Cersei felt a flicker of fear. If Robert was still alive, if he returned. Oh, Joffrey. As Cersei spiraled into emotional turmoil, Lancel recounted the entire sequence of events, including how he had given Robert strong wine, the boar he faced alone, Yuba's timely rescue, his own betrayal, and Barristan's final stand. The fearless knight fought alongside Balon Swan, wielding their swords in unison to slay 9 fully armed redcloaks. Although Lancel had no desire to kill the legend, he led the charge, and together they thrust their blades into Barristan Selmy more than 10 times before he finally succumbed. Balon Swan sustained injuries, yet Lancel, on a whim, chose to spare him. After releasing Balon, Lancel personally severed Barristan Selmy's head. Before Cersei, he mournfully expressed his grief for Barristan Selmy. He was a man of honor, who upheld his vow with his life. Lancel spoke to himself, tears welling in his eyes. Cersei, however, was not swayed. She furiously pointed at the head of Barristan and cursed him. She accused Barristan of causing Robert to flee and subsequently berated Lancel, questioning why he did not pursue with his men. Lancel chose silence. Ever since he had personally executed the legendary Barristan, the idol of all boys in the Seven Kingdoms, Lancel's spirits had plummeted. In his despondency, Lancel disregarded Cersei's words, bowing his head in silence as he exited the Hall of Maegor. Cersei, infuriated, roared like a lioness in a fit of hysteria. "Go. Send the 2 hounds of House Clegane to pursue. We must see him alive or dead. I want Robert Baratheon to never return to King's Landing. I want him dead." Janos Slynt was rendered speechless, questioning in his heart how Cersei dared plot against the king. Yet, he was too fearful to challenge her. With the Mountain and the Hound in pursuit, the king could not have fled far. In time, Cersei would become regent, and the scapegoat would inevitably be the Warden of the North. "Slynt, your grace, I command you to seal off King's Landing and arrest all traitors and suspicious persons. At once, but esteemed queen, the tournament has just concluded, and many of my men are on leave. Then pay them. It is well known that Lannisters always repay their debts. With your generosity, I trust they will gladly seize the opportunity for extra coin." Janos Slynt promptly ordered all gold cloaks to impose martial law in the name of Regent Queen Cersei, then marched directly to the Hands Tower. Upon entering, the gold cloaks discovered it was already deserted. Janos Slynt arrived in the Hands chambers but found no sign of Eddard Stark. He searched the room thoroughly but could not locate the hand, nor did he know where Eddard had gone. Aside from the remnants of summer wine in a cup and the lingering warmth of the coals in the hearth, suggesting recent activity. "My lord, we have found Sansa Stark and her handmaiden." "Where?" Janos exclaimed, as if grasping at a lifeline. He quickly made his way to Sansa's chamber, where the 2 girls stood barefoot in their nightgowns, looking disheveled and distressed. Jennifer summoned her courage to protest. "My lady is betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She's also friends with Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister. How dare you harm her?" The gold cloaks turned to Janos, awaiting his command. Janos contemplated before deciding to place Sansa Stark and Jennifer under house arrest. He ordered that they not be treated lightly, and instructed the gold cloaks to ensure their protection. He then made his way to Maegor's holdfast to inform Cersei of Eddard Stark's disappearance. Cersei pinched her thigh, her voice trembling as she inquired about Eddard Stark's whereabouts. Janos shrugged. "I do not know, Queen Cersei." Cersei fought to suppress her panic. The situation was unfolding beyond her expectations. She had presumed that the foolish Eddard would remain passive. As long as Lancel killed Robert tonight, she could arrest Eddard Stark for treason come morning. Little did anyone know that not only had Robb Stark been rescued by a wildling, but Eddard Stark had also vanished without a trace. In a state of panic, Cersei's first thought was of Jaime. She commanded Janos, "Send someone to retrieve Jaime at once. I demand his presence." Janos, with his right hand pressed to his chest, promised to summon the Golden Lion immediately. However, the commander's mind began to churn with schemes, sensing numerous flaws in the queen's plans. Suddenly, a bald man entered the Maegor's hold. "Lord Varys?" Janos inquired. Varys, with a smile upon his face, finally brought some good news to the queen. The little birds at the port had spotted 3 suspicious ships preparing to depart, one of which bore the ancestral sword of House Stark, Ice. Cersei promptly ordered the Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks to intercept the vessels, even suggesting the hiring of pirates if necessary. After imparting this information to Cersei, Varys discreetly withdrew, cloaked in anonymity. Returning to his quarters, he questioned the shadow lurking in the darkness. "Where has Eddard Stark gone?" The shadow replied, "Apologies, my lord. The Hand has not left the Hand's Tower tonight." Varys suddenly realized the ruse. The ships at the port, the Night's Watch, the Braavosi swordsmen, all mere distractions. "Ha!" The spider erupted into laughter. "Beryl, you have truly outwitted me. You are indeed one of a kind." Chapter 51. The North remembers. Cersei issued orders to pursue the traitors. The Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks surged forth, rushing towards the port outside the Mudgate. 3 ships belonging to House Stark lay anchored there. Not long after setting sail, Desmond took Jory's place aboard with Ice. His ship was now commanded by Vaon Poole, alongside Hullen's vessel. Each ship carried 15 Stark family guards, acutely aware of the impending peril, yet unflinching. For the North remembers, Desmond's ship was the first to depart the port, being the closest to the mouth of the sea, only 10 minutes away from successfully entering Blackwater Bay. Suddenly, arrows rained down from the shore. Desmond commanded his crew to take cover, and they ducked behind the ship's defenses. He leaned over the stern to observe the pursuers and the other 2 vessels, and his heart sank. The last to leave, Hullen's ship, had barely begun its journey when it was overtaken by the Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks. The pursuers forced Hullen's ship to a halt with iron chains and long hooks. Janos Slynt, the commander of the city guard, was the first to board, and the Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks soon overwhelmed the vessel. The sounds of battle and screams echoed across the Blackwater River. Vaon Poole's ship did not escape its fate either. The Gold Cloaks atop the walls unleashed arrows tipped with wildfire upon Vaon's ship, swiftly setting it ablaze. The might of wildfires is known to all. They can burn fiercely for extended periods, even igniting in water. Desmond watched helplessly as the wildfire engulfed the ship, while the soldiers of House Stark and the Vaons screamed in the inferno. The flaming vessel continued its course until it finally ceased upon entering the Blackwater Bay, following Desmond's own ship through the narrow exit. It is said that the ship burned for an entire day and night, leaving not even a single skiff behind. Ultimately, only Desmond's vessel successfully escaped into the Blackwater Bay. Clenching his fists, he witnessed the tragic demise of Huron and the Vaons. Yet, a treacherous path lay ahead. He and his ship still had to navigate the Blackwater Bay into the Storelands, where the Duke of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, was notoriously known for his unyielding demeanor. Desmond fervently hoped that they would not fall into Stannis' grasp, for even if Stannis were to comprehend their plight, the obstinate Duke would still execute them. Simply due to his name, Stannis Baratheon. Besides Stannis, the venomous Cersei would undoubtedly send her minions in pursuit. With the Lannisters behind and Stannis ahead, Desmond felt the likelihood of returning to the north was exceedingly slim. He stood at the stern of the ship, gazing at King's Landing, which appeared shrouded in darkness. As if foreboding something ominous, Desmond offered a prayer to the night. "Old gods above, may you grant Duke a safe passage from this den of iniquity." Meanwhile, far from Desmond, a band of cloaked knights fled from King's Landing. They were members of the Night's Watch, led by the cunning crow, Yoren. With his hunched back and stooped shoulders, he exuded a sinister aura. His thick black skin and beard, resembling a tangle of dark foliage, were unkempt and infested. Behind him trailed 30 new recruits of the Night's Watch, most of whom hailed from the dungeons of the Red Keep. Previously, when Eddard Stark sought the king's bastards, Yoren had asked for assistance in recruiting from the Red Keep's dungeons. Now, he seized the chaos to escape through the North Gate. Having received word from the ever-watchful Ser Jorah Mormont, Jorah had informed Yoren that Bael would lead Eddard and Arya northward, and that Yoren and he needed to reach Harrenhal to prepare for their arrival. Yoren was resolute in this belief, for he had long been aware of the queen's nefarious schemes against the king and suspected that she would not spare the hand of the king. Thankfully, a clever lad stood by the Duke's side. Yoren spurred his horse onward, commanding his men to hasten towards Harrenhal without pause. However, they had scarcely left King's Landing when the pursuers arrived. A volley of arrows whistled from the shadows, and 2 new recruits fell. Yoren shouted a warning and turned to assess the pursuers. Upon recognizing their garb, he was taken aback. "Not the Red Cloaks?" Ser Jorah replied. "It's the Spider-S men. They have been searching for me." Yoren retorted, "It seems your whereabouts have been compromised." Jorah cast a sidelong glance at Yoren. "That's not on me. It's you and your men." "Well, whatever the case, let us fight our way out." Yoren turned his horse around, preparing to deliver a counterattack to his pursuers. The prowess of Langia was not to be underestimated. He had traversed the southern lands for 30 years, recruiting countless new soldiers for the Night's Watch. It was inconceivable that one could achieve such feats without genuine skill. Drawing his sword, Euron charged into the throng of pursuers, cleaving and striking with ferocity, felling 2 foes in swift succession. Witnessing their commander Esvalor, the new recruits, hardened criminals from the Red Keep's dungeons, finally rallied to Euron's side, launching a counteroffensive. In the ensuing clash, both sides suffered losses of over 10 men. Just as Euron prepared to lead another charge, the enemy suddenly vanished without a trace, as if the night had consumed them. Euron raised his sword in vigilance. Cilio reminded him that the pursuers had likely retreated. Euron expressed his disbelief, stating that Varys was not so easily dealt with. Cilio replied that it seemed Varys had chosen to spare them. With a chuckle, Euron remarked that Varys was hardly a benevolent figure. Cilio revealed that Bael had spoken of Varys's grand schemes. Who, Varys? Euron inquired. Cilio nodded, and they continued on their journey. As the moon approached the horizon, the world braced for the last shadows before dawn. In the Red Keep, Megiddo gazed at Cersei's pale visage, marred by dark circles. The queen had endured a sleepless night, her right hand never straying far from the stem of her goblet of red wine. As she savored the remnants of the exquisite drink, she murmured to herself, I shall prevail. Cersei, you are the light of the 7 kingdoms. You are the queen, the mother of Joffrey, the lioness. You will triumph, and men shall offer you everything. A maid entered, announcing that Janos Slynt sought an audience. Cersei bade him enter, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Janos knelt, reporting, Your Grace. 1 ship has escaped into Blackwater Bay, while the other 2 have been destroyed. I have dispatched men to pursue the last vessel. Cersei narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. How long will it take? Janos blinked, responding, Please grant me no more than 2 days. Remember your words. If all is well, you may leave. Ah, Your Grace, we have also located your son as betrothed. Oh, Cersei straightened, a smile gracing her lips. She mused that Eddard Stark was indeed a fool for leaving his daughter in the Red Keep instead of taking her away. Cersei instructed Janos to keep a close watch on Sansa Stark. The girl would prove invaluable. Janos assured her with a thump of his chest. And just as he was about to depart, the aged Maester Pycelle, draped in opulent attire, shuffled into the room with a frail gait. Cersei scoffed, Ah, esteemed Maester. Your timing is impeccable. Pycelle slowly approached a chair, easing himself down before replying in a fatigued voice, Forgive me, Your Grace, for I am but an old man. Cersei huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. She had grown weary of Janos and Pycelle, pondering how much more effective Jaime would be if he were present. In the hall, after quenching his throat with a drink, Pycelle cautiously inquired whether the events of the night in King's Landing should be reported to Lord Tywin Lannister. Cersei's goblet fell heavily to the ground. It's unnecessary. Pycelle clicked his tongue, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In truth, he had already dispatched a raven prior to his arrival, conveying the news of the upheaval in King's Landing, and for days he had been in correspondence with Tywin Lannister. Although the old lion resided far in the Westerlands, he was acutely aware of the happenings in the capital. At that moment, Varys unexpectedly appeared, informing Cersei that Ser Loras Tyrell had fled the city the previous night, now escorted towards Highgarden. Cersei, perplexed, inquired the Tyrells, What business does he have there? Pycelle nearly choked on his wine. By the 7, Your Grace, Loras intends to raise a rebellion. He dares. Chapter 52. A wolf's dream. Sansa dreamed a dream. In her dream, her gaze was low, nearly at the height of Baelish's knees. She also caught a glimpse of Arya. Sansa furrowed her brow, that wildling. Jenny, hearing her mistress's murmurs, awoke in fright, repeating Baelish's name as she drifted back to sleep. In her dream, she envisioned Baelish arriving with an army to rescue her and Sansa, culminating in a tearful embrace. The 2 young women lay in the same bed, each lost in her own dreams. Since reading the letter left by Baelish under the crown of love and beauty, both Sansa and Jenny had felt an unusual unease. They were acutely aware of their predicament, for Baelish had written in the letter that they were Lannister hostages, yet could also serve as Stark's informants. Before his departure, Baelish had pressed the letter beneath the crown, and now both items were clutched in the sleeping Sansa's hands. As Sansa and Baelish, along with Arya, traversed through the darkness, she suddenly turned back, only to behold 2 blue will-o'-the-wisps emanating an ominous chill. Ah! Sansa awoke, her eyes fluttering open as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Jenny stirred as well, her heart racing. Jenny wiped the cold sweat from Sansa's brow. Are you all right, Sansa? Sansa embraced Jenny, suddenly overcome with tears. Jenny, they have left us behind. Jenny quickly comforted her, reminding Sansa that Baelish had written in the letter that as long as they followed his counsel, they would be safe. Indeed, the letter. Sansa grasped it, as if that thin piece of parchment were a charter of iron and blood. At the beginning of the letter, Baelish apologized to Sansa, stating that the situation was dire, and he could not afford to take the lovesick Sansa with him, as such an act would surely alert Queen Cersei. Sansa silently accepted the apology and continued reading. Baelish informed Sansa that she would become a hostage, thus ensuring her safety, but Ginny was not in the same position, urging Sansa to be mindful of Ginny's safety in their daily lives. Sansa etched this sentiment into her memory. Ultimately, Baelish advised Sansa to heed Queen Cersei's commands, to offer no resistance, and to prioritize her own safety above all. Furthermore, should they encounter any peril, they could seek assistance from Jaime Lannister or Tyrion Lannister. If the situation were particularly dire, they might also consider turning to Maester Pycelle, but they must absolutely refrain from approaching Varys or Cersei, nor anyone else for that matter. Upon finishing the letter, Sansa set it aside and embraced the crown of love and beauty. Unlike in the original narrative where Eddard did not disclose the truth to Sansa, she is now acutely aware that Cersei aims to apprehend Eddard. This realization places her in a precarious position, at the very least. She possesses a clearer understanding of her circumstances than in the original tale. Nonetheless, she still yearns to become queen and desires to marry Joffrey. Holding the crown close, she silently apologized to Baelish and Eddard. "Forgive me, father, forgive me, Baelish, and thank you for your kindness. I shall endeavor to protect Ginny and avoid escalating conflicts. Yet I am already betrothed to Joffrey." Ginny seemed to sense Sansa's inner turmoil. Sansa forced a smile at Ginny, then requested the guards outside to bring in breakfast. After they had eaten, Cersei's summons arrived unexpectedly. The guard, with a fierce demeanor, announced, "Sansa Stark, the queen wishes to see you." Anxiously, Sansa followed the guard, arriving alone at the throne room. Inside, the tapestries beloved by King Robert had been torn down and haphazardly piled in a corner, the walls bare and desolate. Yet, one figure illuminated the empty hall, Cersei Lannister. Sansa beheld Cersei seated upon the Iron Throne. Beside the queen stood Lancel, while below them waited Geno Slint, Maester Pycelle, and Lord Varys, all anticipating Sansa's arrival. Sansa noticed Cersei's warm smile as she addressed her. "Sansa, my dear future daughter-in-law." Taking a deep breath, Sansa endeavored to appear composed. She bravely approached and greeted Cersei. With a smile, Cersei boasted to the assembly, "Look at her, such a lovely girl. I can hardly believe she is a Stark." Slint nodded awkwardly yet courteously, while Maester Pycelle appeared drowsy. Only Varys, the bald master of whispers, smiled and echoed the queen's sentiment. "Indeed. Miss Sansa's grace and poise remind me of the late Princess Elia Martell." Upon hearing that name, a look of revulsion crossed Cersei's face. "Varys, do not compare my future daughter-in-law to a Dornish whore." "Oh, my apologies, my queen," Varys feigned alarm, stepping back. Cersei concealed her distaste and turned her gaze back to Sansa. With a sigh, she lamented with a mix of pity and regret. "Sansa, dear Sansa. Although both Joffrey and I hold you in high regard, your father, Eddard Stark, has committed an unforgivable sin. I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to marry Joffrey." Sansa anxiously inquired of the queen what her father had done. Cersei squinted. "You do not know?" Sansa clasped her hands before her chest and implored, "Queen Cersei, I assure you, I am completely unaware of my father's actions. For the sake of Joffrey, please tell me what has happened to him." Cersei, seemingly disinterested, permitted Geno Slint to elucidate the matter. The commander of the City Watch gravely informed Sansa that her father, the current hand of the king, Lord Eddard Stark, had been accused of treason and plotting the murder of King Robert Baratheon. Sansa protested vehemently, "This cannot be. My father and King Robert were the best of friends." Varys snickered. Even the Green and Black factions were siblings, yet that did not prevent them from waging deadly war. The Green and Black factions were two political groups during the Targaryen dynasty, supporting the claims of siblings Rhaenyra Targaryen and Aegon Targaryen, leading to the infamous Dance of the Dragons, which precipitated the decline of the Targaryen house. The aged Maester Pycelle nodded in agreement. Sansa felt overwhelmed with injustice. At that moment, Queen Cersei stepped forward to defend Sansa, silencing Varys and comforting her with, "Sansa, my dear girl, I know you genuinely care for Joffrey. Your affection is evident to me." Sansa wiped the tears from her cheeks, replying, "Yes, your grace, I truly love him." Cersei shook her head with a sigh. "But how can I trust you?" This time, Maester Pycelle mumbled, "Let her write a letter." Cersei seemed to seize upon the suggestion and swiftly turned to Pycelle. "What letter?" "A letter of surrender." "To whom?" "Eddard Stark." Cersei gazed at Sansa in silence, feeling the weight of the moment. Sansa explained that she did not know where her father was, and thus could not deliver the letter. Varys then interjected with a malicious proposal, "Send it to Winterfell, and summon her siblings to King's Landing, thereby proving the Stark family's loyalty to the Iron Throne." Cersei commanded, "Sansa, Do as he says. Otherwise, you shall never see Joffrey again. Sansa bit her lip. I shall. Please do not separate me from Joffrey. Cersei rose and approached Sansa, embracing her and burying the girl's head against her bosom. The lioness consoled Sansa, assuring her that once all was resolved, she would personally arrange the marriage between Sansa and Joffrey. Thus, several days later, a raven flew to Winterfell. Maester Luwin delivered Sansa's letter into the hands of Robb Stark. After reading the letter, Robb tore it apart, exclaiming, "The old gods above, what is Sansa speaking of? With our father's fate uncertain and the king missing, she still pines to marry that vile creature, Joffrey." Maester Luwin remained silent. Robb declared, "Master Luwin, I must rally the troops and march south to rescue my father and sisters." Luwin replied, "I shall send a raven immediately." Chapter 53. Fire and ice. The briny sea breeze swept into the cave as Bale licked his parched lips and took a small sip from his water skin. Arya and the dire wolf had already reached the exit, while Bale followed behind, carrying Eddard. The waves of Blackwater Bay crash against the shore, with towering cliffs at their feet, while the rising sun bathes the sea in golden hues. Arya pointed towards the water, exclaiming, "Bale, look, there are ships engaged in battle." Bale gazed and spotted several vessels bearing the Lannister banner pursuing a solitary black ship. Although the black ship flew no colors, Bale surmised it belonged to Desmond. Unfamiliar with the vessel's ownership, Arya's inherent compassion for the underdog led her to voice concern for the outnumbered ship, expressing her hope for its escape. Bale reassured her, "I believe Desmond will manage." Desmond? Indeed, he has drawn the pursuers away from us. Arya gazed sorrowfully at the sea, her large eyes reflecting the sun's golden light tinged with melancholy. Bale reminded her that it was time to depart. Their destination was the town of New Wells, where they would board a ship back to the north. Arya turned away, unable to watch the lone black vessel any longer. She inquired if Bale was tired, having carried Eddard for 2 days and nights. "Thank you. I'm fine. Let us hurry along," Bale replied. Together, Bale and Arya made their way northward along the cliffs of Blackwater Bay, foraging for wild fruits, sipping dew, while Lady and Nymeria assisted in scouting the path and hunting small game. The trio spent 3 days traversing the untamed forest before being greeted at their journey's end by Nymeria. "Awoo." The she-wolf responded joyfully to her sister's call, echoing, "Awoo, awoo." Arya ran excitedly towards her long-lost dire wolf, exclaiming, "Nymeria." Bale approached with a smile, only to receive a warning growl from Nymeria. Arya playfully reprimanded the little wolf, saying, "This is Bale, don't you remember? He even fed you." Yet, Nymeria continued to regard Bale with suspicion, baring her teeth whenever he drew near. Unfazed, Bale chuckled and instructed Arya to prepare camp for the night. He gently set the still-sleeping Eddard down. Eddard's complexion appeared pallid, beaded with cold sweat, as though he were trapped in a nightmare. The wine he had consumed was laced with a sleeping draught and the poison of Lys, rendering him unconscious for 2 days while the poison slowly ravaged his body. Bale had never intended to kill Eddard. His aim was to weaken him, thereby facilitating control over the Warden of the North. Thanks to Peter's supply of Lysian poison, Bale's objectives were nearing fruition. That night, Bale roasted the groundhogs and rabbits caught by Nymeria and Lady, tearing off a piece of the roasted groundhog's meat and savoring its tender, flavorful skin, perfectly crisp and oozing with savory fat. Lady, Nymeria, and Arya, the 3 little gluttons, sat nearby, eagerly awaiting the alpha's distribution of their feast. Bale divided the roasted groundhog and rabbit into 2 halves, one for himself and one for Arya, leaving the scraps for Lady and Nymeria, while Arya relished her meal. Her thoughts lingered on her father, yet Eddard's lips remained sealed. Bale leaned in, forcibly prying open Ed's mouth, while Arya stuffed the torn strips of meat into it. However, the unconscious Ed was incapable of chewing. Arya scratched her head in confusion. Bale patiently instructed her that the food should first be minced before being fed to the patient. But how could they do that? If she chewed it and fed it to him, it would be akin to how he once fed her. Arya rebutted with a lifted nose, asserting that it was not Ed who had done so, but rather Catelyn and the wet nurse. Bale teased her, affirming her point but reminding her that she still needed to feed him, for he was her father and would not wish to consume what was in her mouth. With reluctance, Arya chewed the meat until it was finally broken and then spat it into Ed's mouth. Bale chuckled as he gently shook Ed's head, allowing the unconscious man to swallow the morsels on his own. Afterward, Arya propped up Ed's head while Bale cautiously offered him water. The salty, damp sea breeze swept through the woods, creating a scene that was both comical and tender. "Good night, Bale." "Good night, Arya." "Good night, Ed." The night began with the long howl of Nymeria. Ed entered a dream. In this dream, a girl he had never met sat upon the Iron Throne. Her hair as white as that of House Targaryen, and behind her loomed 3 dragons. Daenerys Targaryen. The name of the former princess floated in Ed's mind. Then Ed realized he was standing beside the girl, adorned with the badge of the hand of the king upon his chest. Confusion washed over him. When had he become the prime minister of the Targaryens? Ed. It was Arya's voice. Startled, Ed looked up to see Arya standing before him, now grown and as beautiful as Lyanna. He also spotted Bell beside Arya, a mature young man standing next to her as he would beside a Targaryen. Wearing a badge of the hand of the queen, Ed attempted to call out to them, Arya, Bell? But the great Targaryen dragon interrupted him with a blast of dragon fire. The dragon opened its blood-red maw, unleashing searing flames toward Arya and Bell. Ed shouted no, yet Bell raised his hand, and a frigid wind intertwined with the scorching dragon fire, enveloping the world in a thick mist of steam. Ed jolted awake from the nightmare. Dawn had arrived. Arya lay beside Ed, anxiously grasping his hand. Ed, are you all right? Ed's teeth chattered. I feel so cold. His body felt as if it were ablaze, yet his forehead, palms, and the backs of his hands were frozen as if encased in ice. Bell placed his hand on Ed's forehead and then told Arya, he has a fever. We must find him a warm place. Arya hesitated. Where to? Bell glanced toward the forest's edge. We should continue north. There must be a village near Rosby where we can rest. All right, let's set off at once. Not so fast. First, let him drink some warm water. It will help him feel better. In her haste, Arya scrambled to her feet, accidentally catching her foot on Ed, nearly tumbling into the remnants of last night's campfire. Bale assisted her, cautioning, be careful. Ed is quite strong. He can manage. Arya chided herself softly. Arya, how can you be so careless? You mustn't trouble Ed and Bale any further. We are in peril. She then apologized to Bale, expressing her gratitude for his patient companionship and support. With a comforting gesture, Bale affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, smiling as he replied, no need for thanks. I truly wish to remain by your side. Arya returned the smile. Thank you, Bale. Hee. Once we finish giving Ed some water, let us be on our way. Indeed. That evening, Bale and Arya finally stumbled upon a dilapidated village. Before seeking refuge, Bale instructed Arya to assist him in removing Ed's costly coat, which he discarded, while he himself shed his slightly extravagant outer garment. Subsequently, they dismissed the ladies. Lady and Nomelia, disguising themselves as siblings, escorting the feverish Ed into the village. Bale located the only tavern, where he laid down 7 copper coins for the proprietor to prepare a clean room, hot water, and food. Once Ed was settled, Bale asked Arya to stay in the room to care for him while he ventured alone into the tavern's main hall, approaching the individual who had been observing him intently. Bertrand Dorian? Bale boldly addressed the man. The latter, taken aback by Bale's audacity, lowered his voice, saying, Secretary Bale, you and the Prime Minister. Bale interrupted. I go by Jorman. Jorman Bale. Bertrand Dorian opened his mouth, remaining motionless for a moment before stammering, Your Excellency Jorman. Bale nodded. Excellent. Now we may commence our discussion. Chapter 54. The Lightning Lord. Bertrand Dorian, known as the Lightning Lord, earned this moniker due to his family crest, which features a purple lightning bolt against a black backdrop. He is the Count of Black Harbor, presiding over an entire city situated on the border of Stormlands and Dorne. Recently, during the Prime Minister's tournament held in King's Landing, Dorian had arrived with great anticipation, yet he failed to reach the top 8, or even the top 16. However, this does not diminish his prowess as a knight. Why do you find yourselves here? Bale, under the alias Jorman, seated himself amicably next to the Lightning Lord. Simultaneously, he observed the others present, a red-robed monk named Milos, a youth with platinum hair and lavender eyes named Edric Dane, the nephew of the famed sword Arthur Dane, and several mercenaries with unrefined appearances. Upon Bale's inquiry, Dorian candidly revealed that they had escaped the chaos of King's Landing. He lamented that Cersei's agents were ruthlessly arresting the Prime Minister's allies, despite the widespread knowledge that Prime Minister Ed had no faction. The Lightning Lord pounded the table, exclaiming, Geno Sterling, that brute, exploits the guise of purification to wreak havoc upon innocent civilians and the noble knights he once scorned. He voiced his indignation for the innocents. The others echoed his sentiments, displaying their righteous anger. Bale found solace in their genuine concern for Ed. In the original work of the Swan Novel Network, the character of Tang de Lien remained steadfastly loyal to Eddard Stark's commands, striving to resist the Lannisters and uphold the memory of the late King Robert Baratheon. It was a stroke of fortune for Bale to encounter the Lightning Lord in a village outside of Rosby. Their presence proved fortuitously advantageous for him. Bale produced a silver stag and requested the innkeeper to serve drinks of rye ale to the Lightning Lord's entourage. As the mugs were filled, Bale raised his cup, proclaiming a toast to Lord Eddard, to King Robert, to justice and honor. Upon hearing the words justice and honor, the Lightning Lord raised his cup with fervor. inviting his companions to join in the toast, to Lord Eddard, to King Robert, to justice and honor. After indulging in the fine wine, Bale and Tang de Lien sat down to converse. Bale stated, "I require your assistance." Without hesitation, the Lightning Lord replied, "Speak." Grateful for the other's valor, Bale entrusted him with spreading a particular rumor. This was a nursery rhyme, the lyrics of which proclaimed, "Both the Lord and the King met their demise. The true culprit is the Queen. All the dark-haired ones are bastards, while the golden-haired usurper sits upon the throne." The Lightning Lord was taken aback. Bale heard him urgently inquire if his words bore truth. Had both Lord Eddard and King Robert truly encountered misfortune? In a whisper audible solely to the Lightning Lord, Bale assured him, "Eddard yet lives, but Robert's fate remains uncertain. I can only hope that my machinations may save the king." "O heavens, 7 gods above," Bale silently prayed. At that moment, the sorcerer of Myr spoke, with the Red Priest declaring that someone had finally uncovered the secret of the tainted royal bloodline. He had presumed the inhabitants of the Red Keep to be fools. The Lightning Lord was once again astonished, for his friend sorcerer had never divulged such information to him. Bale confirmed the Red Priest's assertion. Indeed, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella were not the legitimate offspring of King Robert. They were the products of the incestuous union between Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister. Bale's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if such a monumental revelation were commonplace to him. However, the Lightning Lord could not maintain his composure. As the Earl of Blackport, a true noble of the Stormlands, House Baratheon was his liege. He was bound to uphold the dignity and honor of the ruling family. The Lightning Lord cursed, "This is a disgrace to the 7 kingdoms. A shame upon the Baratheons and all their vassals." Bale added, "The Lannisters have wrought this. What is it you require of me?" The Lightning Lord inquired. "Spread both the truth and the rumor far and wide. Take them to the Riverlands, the Vale, the Reach, and Dorne. Let the people of the 7 kingdoms know what has transpired in King's Landing. Let them understand the injustices faced by Lord Eddard and King Robert, and reveal the treachery of the Lannisters. I implore you to champion justice, condemn wickedness, and in the names of the fallen Lord and King, let the world know that there still exists justice and honor." Bale's impassioned speech resonated deeply with the Lightning Lord. Without a hint of hesitation, the Thunder King immediately accepted the request, pledging to assist without expecting any form of remuneration. Bale extended his hand in gratitude, and the Thunder King grasped it firmly. With their oath established, Bale cautioned Tandrillion that their assistance would undoubtedly attract trouble. "The Lion Pack will come when they scent blood," Bale remarked. The Thunder King acknowledged this but continued, "Principles and ethics must have advocates. Otherwise, they are rendered mute, as most in the world choose to feign deafness and blindness." Bale admired this sentiment and raised his glass in salute. Tandrillion responded with a smile, saying, "In truth, I am a fool for abandoning my hereditary lands in pursuit of honor and justice." Bale, with earnestness, reassured him, "Count Belliber, the world needs individuals like you. Moreover, it is essential for all to understand that great righteousness and small love are intertwined. Neither can exist in isolation, without great righteousness to shield it. Small love is as fragile as a wildflower, easily uprooted. Conversely, great righteousness devoid of small love is akin to a hollow tree, outwardly noble, yet decayed within." Tandrillion applauded Bale's eloquence, exclaiming how it was no wonder that Prime Minister Ed valued him so highly. "Well, Joe-man, your wisdom and compassion are the dawn of this dark age. I hold you in high regard." They lifted their glasses again, and despite being strangers, the atmosphere was as warm as that of longtime friends. Bale and the Thunder King shared a kindred spirit, their essence inherently radiant, though the Thunder King possessed a greater clarity. Setting down his glass, Bale expressed his desire for the Thunder King's people to advance towards the northwestern Hellenberg to draw attention, as he intended to escort Ed northward to the town of Enquan for a boat ride. Tandrillion readily agreed. Bale, slapping the table, nearly exclaimed about Tandrillion's impressive stature. With a slight smile, Tandrillion replied, "Joe-man, simply fulfill your mission." Bale then shared that the men of Urin were also present in Hellenberg, suggesting a potential alliance. Tandrillion countered with a question about whether this was Bale's strategy. Bale masked his embarrassment with a sip of wine, stating, "I must be accountable to Prime Minister Ed, who appointed me as his secretary." The red-robed monk, Soros, chided Bale, accusing him of leading them into a perilous situation. The Thunder King waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unperturbed, adding that sacrificing for someone like Ed Stark would be worth dying for. His words resonated deeply with Bale, who inwardly lamented the extraordinary charisma and influence of Ed Stark. Although Ed was politically inexperienced, or perhaps too committed to playing the game of power while his opponents merely sought to overturn the table, it was undeniable that the hearts of the 7 kingdoms aligned with Ed. Even if the strength of these individuals was feeble, They would assist Stark both openly and covertly. Thank you for your support. With you heading to Hellenberg, Euron and his men should survive considerably, Bell said, patting Tandrillion on the shoulder as he prepared to turn and take his leave. Just before Bell's departure, Danlian called out to him and recommended an individual. He beckoned a youth with platinum hair and violet blue eyes to step forward. He introduced him to Bell. This is Edric Dane, nephew of the Sword of Dawn, my attendant, and also the heir of Starfall. Bell's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Very well, Edric, you shall accompany me. I happen to be in need of assistance. Subsequently, Bell led Edric to meet Eddard and Arya. Upon seeing Eddard, the 3 years younger Edric displayed utmost respect, introducing himself as an admirer of Eddard Stark. Chapter 55, Dane my lord Eddard, I am Edric Dane, nephew of Arthur Dane. The violet-eyed Edric introduced himself to Eddard, who lay weakly on the bed. Eddard opened his eyes, having just dreamed of the Sword of Dawn, the White Bull, Lyanna, and others, all smiling in his reverie. Bell assisted Eddard into a more upright position, prompting Arya to fetch a glass of water for him. The cool water soothed Eddard's cracked lips, which had turned a shade of purple, accompanied by a low-grade fever. Struggling to speak, Eddard managed to utter, Dane? Edric bowed respectfully, my lord. Eddard gazed at him, noting that Edric bore a striking resemblance to a younger Arthur Dane, which flooded Eddard's mind with unpleasant memories. In a moment of weakness, Eddard drew a deep breath. Bell, supporting Eddard, wore a complex expression, suddenly feeling a flicker of guilt, for he was the one responsible for Eddard's dire condition. Eddard's situation is quite critical. We should allow him to rest, Bell suggested. Edric, slightly flustered, replied, this is my fault. No, it is the Lannisters, that poisoner, Arya exclaimed through gritted teeth. Edric looked puzzled, unsure of whom Arya referred to. Bell clarified, Cersei. The Queen? Oh, yes, who else could have caused my lord Eddard's illness? Edric remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. Seizing the opportunity, Bell revealed his own remorseful expression. Ultimately, it is my oversight. I failed to recognize that the powder Peter Baelish provided us contained poison. The violet-eyed youth grew increasingly bewildered. Arya bared her white canines like a wolf, lambasting Littlefinger and elucidating the situation to Edric. When Edric finally grasped the convoluted circumstances, the Dornish youth felt a chill at the dangers lurking within the Red Keep. Having always looked up to the Sword of Dawn, Edric was incensed by the Queen and the Master of Coin's treachery. The Red Keep is indeed a perilous place, he declared. Bell urged him to relax. At least we have escaped. Edric expressed his admiration for Bell. All thanks to you, Secretary Bell. Arya nodded in agreement, stating that without Bell, she could hardly fathom the extent of harm Cersei and her minions could inflict upon Eddard. Bell sighed resignedly, alas. It is a matter of being perpetually on guard. He gestured towards Eddard's poisoned state. Arya cursed. Barrys will pay the price. In his heart, Bell mused that the price had already been paid, for he had slain him with the dagger of Pistol. The people of the Red Keep must have discovered this by now, he thought, and remarked, he will. Subsequently, Bell, Arya, and Edric engaged in light-hearted conversation. The boy with violet eyes revealed an intriguing tidbit. Edric Dane and Jon Snow were nursed by the same wet nurse. Upon hearing Jon's name, Arya's demeanor brightened. She exclaimed in delight, Oh, is that true? Edric nodded, explaining that his wet nurse was named Vela, who had breastfed Jon Snow for a time after the Battle of the Tower of Joy. When Edric was born, Vela's milk nurtured him as well. Having served the Dane family for many years, Arya listened intently, enthralled by the story. However, Bell sensed an underlying implication in this anecdote. By calculating the time Vela had nursed Jon, it became nearly certain that Jon Snow was indeed the son of Lyanna Stark. Vela, as a servant of House Dane, had breastfed the son of Eddard Stark, the killer of Arthur Dane, a crucial member of the Dane lineage, after the Tower of Joy. This situation seemed absurd. Unless every member of House Dane was a paragon of virtue, Bell chose not to voice his suspicions and redirected the conversation toward Jon. He informed Edric that his milk brother was currently serving in the Night's Watch at the Wall. Edric expressed surprise, saying he was quite eager to meet this brother he had never encountered. Bell chuckled, assuring him, You will, when we return to Winterfell, you can visit the Wall. Edric, slightly apprehensive, shared that he had heard many negative rumors about the Night's Watch. It was said to be a company entirely composed of criminals, lacking a sense of honor, bound only by their oaths. He worried whether Jon would fare well there. He won't. Arya protested, adding, Jon is very clever, though she quickly noted, not as clever as Bell. Edric laughed, recognizing Arya's fondness for both Jon and Bell. He remarked, It is wonderful. You have taught me the essence of the unity of a pack. Bell and Arya exchanged amused glances and recited together, A lone wolf dies, but a pack thrives. Edric Dane revealed a hint of envy, despite the broad lineage of House Dane. He had been established as the head of the family from a young age, receiving a formal education befitting a legitimate heir. At the age of 10, he became a squire to the Lightning King, learning governance by his side. He absorbed the Lightning King's pursuit of virtue, bearing the shadow of Arthur Dane. Yet, he had never known the warmth of family or siblings. As Edric fell into contemplation, Bell suddenly proposed a sparring match between Edric and Arya. With a playful jest, he challenged, "Edric, let us witness the Dawnbringer." Arya drew her needle with a determined glint. The girl was eager to try her hand again, having not practiced swordplay for 2 days. Subsequently, they found themselves in the vegetable garden behind the tavern, where Edric faced off against Arya, with Bell acting as the instructor. Edric drew his sword, a sizable blade. Its width comparable to that of a young boy's arm. He shyly remarked, "Barry said my swordsmanship is still rudimentary, but here I go." Arya lunged at him. Bell, holding the sheathed ice blade of the others, stood by, seizing the opportunity to learn a bit of House Dane's sword techniques. After all, it was the dawn. Bell was confident that Edric had certainly studied the swordsmanship of his illustrious family. Indeed, while Edric's technique was somewhat clumsy, Bell quickly grasped some of its essence. The swordplay of House Dane bore similarities to that of Jaime Lannister, both placing great emphasis on offense. However, the techniques of House Dane prioritized aggression even more. Edric virtually abandoned defense, launching every strike at his opponent's vital points, which left Arya feeling quite frustrated. Yet, Bell, observing from the sidelines, recognized Edric's weaknesses. He understood why Barry Dondarrion would claim that Edric's swordsmanship was still in its infancy. "Edric, pay attention," Bell began, but before he could finish, Arya's sword was already poised against Edric's throat. Bell's expression was one of regret. Then he smiled and praised Arya for her commendable performance. Arya herself was somewhat incredulous. Moments ago, she had been hard-pressed by Edric's relentless swordplay, yet in an instant, she had spotted her opponent's opening and ended the bout. Bell lauded her. "Arya, you exhibit the essence of a water dancer." Staring at the sword in her hand, Arya was astonished and asked Bell why. Bell, with an air of mystery, replied, "Masters often transcend their limits in the most unassuming moments." Arya lifted her chin. "So I am a master now?" "Not quite yet," Bell teased, dismissing her triumphant demeanor. He then directed his attention to Edric. "Edric, you should enhance your footwork. I finally understand why the Dawn's swordsmanship is unparalleled. It must possess an exquisite footwork, or else he would have met a fate like yours beneath the blade." Edric's eyes widened in realization. "Is that so?" The blue-violet-eyed youth grew increasingly respectful of Bell, sincerely acknowledging that not only was Bell favored by the wise spring, but his swordsmanship surpassed even that of the Lightning Lord. Bell, with a sense of pride, declared, "Of course, for I am the champion of the tournament." Just as he spoke, Barry Dondarrion suddenly appeared. Edric's expression turned slightly awkward. Chapter 56. Cut off their tongues. The Lightning Lord laughed heartily, stating that he could not overlook his attendance and Bell belittling him in their presence. Edric awkwardly apologized to him. The Lightning Lord, however, was quite nonchalant. "No matter, for what you say is true. I couldn't even best the Red Priest at the tournament. So how could I possibly surpass the champion?" Bell inquired if he was about to take his leave. The Lightning King nodded, expressing that he had come to bid farewell to Bell. Edric displayed a sense of reluctance, urging him to take care on his journey. The Lightning King reassured him, stating that he would indeed be cautious and instructed Edric to protect the Prime Minister alongside the Secretary, serving him with the same devotion he had shown to the king. Subsequently, Bell and his entourage set forth towards Harrenburg, intending to disseminate the news of the Prime Minister and the king falling victim to Cersei's treachery, alongside the revelation that the 3 princes and princesses were not the king's biological offspring. With the Lightning King's group diverting the enemy's attention, Bell's party would undoubtedly reach the town of Nymph's Spring with greater safety. In addition to the Lightning King, Bell released several smoke bombs. Ravenous Yoren and Cilio were also advancing towards Harrenburg, while Desmond's ship was pursued by the Lannisters at sea. Yuba stealthily fled with King Robert. And there was also Renly Baratheon, who had received advance warning and managed to escape. With a total of 5 threads of intrigue, Cersei and Varys would surely find themselves overwhelmed. The unfolding events transpired precisely as Bell had anticipated. When both the king and prime minister met their demise, the whispers implicating the queen as the mastermind reached King's Landing, drawing the attention of Varys and Cersei to this newly emerged lead. At the Red Keep, in the throne room, the regent Queen Cersei sat upon the Iron Throne, clad in a black cashmere jacket adorned with gold trim, a high-necked collar accentuated by a dark red bloodstone necklace. Her hands rested delicately on her right thigh, positioned slightly sideways, allowing the assembly to view her left profile. Grand Maester Pycelle stood hunched beside the queen, draped in a red velvet robe with a fur collar and embellished with bright gold trimmings, his sleeves drooping heavily. adorned with gilded spiral motifs. Today marked the first council meeting following the turmoil in King's Landing. Approximately 20 individuals were in attendance, primarily vassals of the crownlands. This was a stark contrast to the multitude of over 100 attendees prior to King Robert's disappearance, which had included many common representatives. Now, only nobles were permitted within the throne room. As Cersei observed that enough individuals had gathered, she declared the commencement of the session. Pycelle, in the name of the Regent Queen, proclaimed the council's initiation. First, he announced, on behalf of the regent, that former Prime Minister Eddard Stark had committed treason and plotted to murder the king. He then proceeded to read an extensive list, encompassing nearly all nobles with lands across the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei demanded their immediate fealty to the Red Keep, threatening that those who refused would be deemed traitors. Pycelle had already dispatched letters to all the nobles on Cersei's behalf, yet only the nobles of the Westerlands and Crownlands responded. The remaining 5 kingdoms, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Stormlands, and Dorne, largely disregarded Cersei's suspicious missives. It had become a consensus that the North would march south, with all awaiting definitive news from the Northern Territories. By the time Pycelle concluded his reading, nearly half an hour had elapsed. The attendees collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to have reached the end, nearly succumbing to slumber. Listen to me. The esteemed Chancellor of the University spoke with an unusually resounding voice, rekindling the spirits of those present. He declared, I must convey to you a sorrowful message. Our exceptionally talented Chancellor of Finance, Count Peter Baelish, has tragically met his demise. The perpetrator has misappropriated my dagger, attempting to attribute this heinous crime to me. A man in a red robe displayed the dagger to the assembly. The Chancellor asserted, I am convinced that the vile individual behind this treachery is none other than the former Prime Minister's secretary, Bale Fisher. A discordant laughter erupted from the audience, and all eyes turned to the source, none other than the perpetually inebriated Sir Tormund. His moniker, the Red Knight, was not due to any martial prowess, but rather his propensity for becoming flushed from drink. The Chancellor regarded him with disdain, questioning his mirth with palpable annoyance. Had Tormund's friend, Baron Swan, been present, he would surely have intervened. However, the Baron had likewise turned traitor. Discontented, Tormund muttered, Who knows if what you say is true? I could just as easily claim that I was the one who killed him. With those words, it was clear he sought to provoke. Cersei's expression hardened. Tormund, are you also a traitor? Fueled by liquor, Tormund retorted, Who can say? If you declare it, then so be it. I am merely a drunkard. And they all call me the Jester Knight. Ha! Cersei, irked by his brazen defiance, longed to order his execution. Such thoughts crossed her mind, and she acted upon them. Someone, take this traitor away. A sudden, pronounced cough erupted from the Earl of Giles, seemingly intending to interrupt the regent. Cersei, suppressing her fury, called out Giles. His coughing intensified. Cough, cough, cough. It was evident to the onlookers that Giles was attempting to defend Tormund, as both hailed from neighboring territories, both under royal jurisdiction and historically allied. Moreover, Tormund was the last direct descendant of the House of the Vale, and as longtime neighbors, Giles felt compelled to protect the reckless Tormund for the sake of family honor. The Chancellor perceived the underlying dynamics and, in a bid to support the Lannisters, took a step back. If there are dissenting opinions, you may elect representatives to investigate this matter. I shall cooperate fully. However, until the truth is revealed, allow me to continue executing my duties. The eunuch Varys stepped forward to mediate. Oh, our esteemed Chancellor, how could we ever doubt you? At least I believe you are innocent. You spent the entire night in your chambers with your young and lovely maid. My little bird has witnessed it all. Though intended as a conciliatory remark, Varys's words bore a sharp edge. The Chancellor's face flushed, yet he chose not to elaborate, fully aware that further discourse would only exacerbate the situation. The crowd's gaze towards Pycelle grew increasingly uneasy. It was unexpected that this old fool had such scandalous news. After mocking Pycelle, Varys seized the opportunity to dominate the discourse of the assembly. He turned to the Queen Regent and mentioned a rumor. Dear Regent Queen, he said, my little birds not only keep watch over the Red Keep, but also across the farthest reaches of the Seven Kingdoms. Recently, they returned with an intriguing piece of gossip. Would you care to hear it? Cersei responded with a frosty demeanor, urging the eunuch to speak swiftly. Varys feigned sadness, lamenting. It has been whispered in Rosby that the king's hand has met his demise, and the true culprit is none other than the queen. The nobles present exchanged glances. Varys continued, There are even more scandalous remarks, yet I hesitate to utter them. He pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from his eyes. Cersei gritted her teeth, demanding, Speak. After a moment of feigned hesitation, Varys revealed the latter part of the rumor. The dark-haired are all bastards, while the golden-haired usurper occupies the throne. In that instant, All eyes turned to Cersei, seated upon the Iron Throne. Golden-haired. Joffrey, Tommen, Myrcella. Dark-haired. Edric Storm, the acknowledged bastard of the king. Myrria Stone, the widely known illegitimate daughter. Cersei's pupils dilated as she struck the armrest with force. Cut out their tongues. Varys, appearing troubled, replied, "But, my regent queen, this rumor has already spread. First in Rosby, then in King's Landing, at the Pig's Corner, and Harrenhal. You know how swiftly gossip travels." Cersei's chest heaved with fury. "I say, cut out their tongues. All of them? All of them. Oh, seven gods." Chapter 57. The flames of war approached. Silently Harrenhal echoed with lamentations. Refugees from the Riverlands crowded into the temporary stronghold of the Crow's Call. According to these refugees, the Lannister forces and mercenaries had conducted a large-scale plunder of the Riverlands 2 weeks prior in retaliation for Lady Catelyn Stark's imprisonment of Tyrion Lannister. These individuals fled to Harrenhal, ultimately congregating at Euron's stronghold simply because he had repelled the attack of the Ironborn. Euron patrolled the refugee throngs with his sword, sternly reprimanding every unruly inhabitant of the Riverlands. Previously, he had even executed a few troublemakers with his blade. Euron and the Night's Watch recruits had departed from King's Landing a week prior. During that time, they had endured much. On that chaotic night, they were ambushed by the minions of the Spider. After fending off the enemy, Euron hastened north with the recruits, reaching Harrenhal's territory in just 2 days. They camped for rest in an abandoned town near the God's Eye. However, matters did not unfold as Euron had envisioned. That very night, they were besieged by pursuers. Sir Amory Lorch, the ruthless killer of the 3-year-old Princess Rhaenys, led his forces in an assault on their camp. Fortunately, Sir Elio of the Night's Watch had foreseen the impending danger, leading the Night's Watchmen to establish a well-fortified defensive system during their encampment. Alongside Elio, there were nearly 30 novice members of the Night's Watch relying on the fortifications for protection. The precise time of the battle has faded from memory, yet the enemy, after suffering the loss of 13 corpses, ultimately retreated. On the side of the Night's Watch, 5 men perished, with 2 more severely wounded. Nonetheless, they emerged victorious. After the conflict, Elio became acutely aware of a grave issue. The 7 kingdoms had descended into such chaos that individuals would dare to launch attacks against the Night's Watch. In the span of 8 millennia, human history had never witnessed such an occurrence. Whether during the Undol invasion, the conquest of Aegon, or the subsequent Targaryen dynasty, neither conquerors nor the conquered had ever engaged in battle with the Night's Watch. Yet, the Lannisters shattered this precedent. Cursed be the Lannisters. Reflecting on that fateful night of battle, Elio could not help but mutter curses as he walked among the throngs of refugees. Beside him, Jaime, a former apprentice blacksmith from King's Landing and now a novice of the Night's Watch, remained silent, unable to recall how many times Elio had cursed the Lannisters. Unbeknownst to even himself, Jaime harbored a hidden identity as the illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon. During the battle, Jaime had distinguished himself remarkably, donning a helm of his own crafting, brandishing a longsword, valiantly holding the flank, and courageously slaying one foe while wounding another. In the aftermath, the Night's Watchman affectionately referred to him as Big Bull. Suddenly, Elio spoke. "Jaime, go inspect the weapons and equipment. If anything is damaged or chipped, repair it." "Yes, sir," Jaime replied. Once Jaime departed, Elio turned again, gazing at the young man's robust silhouette and murmuring, "Indeed, the blood of kings is exceptional." At that moment, a hand rested upon Elio's shoulder from behind. He inhaled deeply. "My lord Elio, please refrain from appearing behind me each time." Elio's tone remained unperturbed. "You ought to remain vigilant, Raven. I am in my own camp. All I see are a motley assortment of refugees." "Very well. You should separate the refugees from the soldiers rather than allowing them to intermingle. You Westerlanders are far too careless. You have never encountered the assassins of harpies. Nor have you heard of the killers of the many-faced god. If this were on the other side of the narrow sea, you would not survive the night." After Elio's sweeping critique, he pointed towards the crowd of refugees, where a beggar sat. "Do you see that man? The beggar?" Elio inquired. "Look at his fingers. Calloused and worn. Do you truly believe he is a beggar?" Elio's eyes widened in astonishment. Elio cast him aside and approached the beggar. As Elio drew near and locked eyes with the beggar, the latter indeed pulled a dagger from his cloak and lunged at Elio. The former chief swordsman of Bravos had long been prepared, swiftly plunging his one-handed sword with precision into the beggar's throat. Cilio retrieved a letter from the corpse, detailing Amalolaka's battle plans. The enemy intended to first assassinate Uluin before launching a surprise attack. Cilio presented the letter to Uluin, whose expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Amalolak would prove to be so formidable. They had previously slain 13 of Amalolaka's men. How many more would they need to kill this time? Would there be a next time? Silio cautioned Yuluin to be ready. Biting his lip, Yuluin responded, "We need more manpower and must separate the soldiers from the refugees. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Silio remained noncommittal, expressing that it was sufficient for Yuluin to come to this realization. The crow immediately resolved to conscript soldiers from among the refugees. He selected candidates based on the standards of the Night's Watch, seeking only strong males, with proficiency in swordplay being a bonus. Silio assisted in vetting their backgrounds. Fortunately, no spies were uncovered, and Yuluin's rank swelled from 22 to 50 new recruits. All refugees from the Riverlands, whose homes had been annihilated by the Lannisters, igniting within them a thirst for vengeance. Yuluin provided these new soldiers with impromptu training, at least teaching them to distinguish left from right. Silio organized the fortifications anew, while the imposing Janli directed the refugees, urging them to set up camp outside their stronghold. It appeared they were preparing for a prolonged stay. This, in fact, was a deliberate outcome orchestrated by Silio. Back at the Red Keep, Bael had meticulously instructed Silio on how to alleviate the pressures faced by Bael's faction, advising him to remain vigilant regarding enemy assaults, for war had quietly commenced, and all matters were to be managed as though in a wartime state. Thus, Silio could foresee Amalilaka's impending attack, allowing Yuluin to repel the enemy and facilitating the establishment of a military stronghold in the town of God's Eye Lake. The Riverland family of Herrenberg remained silent on the crow's actions. The once mighty family could no longer manage the black-clad figures and refugees, constructing a military base beneath their very noses. Furthermore, the head of the Riverland family, Lady Riverland, had always been an ally of the Night's Watch. However, they offered no support in terms of resources or personnel, keeping their castle gates tightly shut to prevent their already beleaguered family from encountering further risks. Despite Riverland's indifference to Yuluin's encampment, the enemy would not remain passive. On the very morning following Yuluin's recruitment of new soldiers, Amalilak returned with a vengeance. Moreover, it was not only Amalilak who approached. The Warriors Guild was also present, a mercenary group hired by Tywin Lannister from beyond Westeros. Although the Warriors Guild was few in number, each member was exceptionally skilled. And to be more precise, they were utterly ruthless. Comprising Dothraki, expelled scholars, madmen, and those with a penchant for child abuse, this mercenary band, alongside Amalilaka's forces, faced the Night's Watch's new recruits and the refugees, a motley assembly that scarcely constituted an army. The outcome was all too predictable. The walls of Herrenberg stood tall, as the members of the Heian family leaned against them, observing the unfolding drama. Their numbers were few, barely exceeding the count of fingers on one hand. As they sipped their wine and remarked, "The crow and his muddy-footed followers are doomed. A rabble, indeed, this will be a massacre." And so it was, a true slaughter. The commander of the warrior brotherhood, Goat Vaggett, was the first to charge into the military stronghold, ruthlessly biting off the nose of his adversary. The morale of the refugee soldiers plummeted. They suddenly realized that the concept of revenge had never seemed so insipid. Chapter 58, Reinforcements by the shores of the Goddess Eye Lake. Barry Tanleen stood alongside the red-robed monk, gazing at the distant forest across the water. Smoke billowed from that direction, rising in the mist like a swarm of insects. The red-robed monk scoffed. The old lion has made it this far. Yet the trout remain as feeble as ever. Barry Tanleen placed his hand over his family crest and declared, "Let us go and aid them." His men exchanged glances. Their ranks were slim, numbering barely over 20, while the strength of the Lannisters remained uncertain. However, the Lightning King disregarded these concerns, believing that justice and morality were worth the sacrifice of life. The Count of Black Harbor remarked, "Secretary Bell once said that the Crow's men linger near Herrenberg. Where the smoke rises, they are most likely present." With that, he took the lead towards the battlefield. The red-robed monk followed suit, and soon, the remainder of the group resolutely trailed behind. They hastened toward the conflict, encountering numerous fleeing refugees along the way. The Lightning King inquired of each refugee he met, though not all were willing to respond. Through the fragmented words of the refugees, Barry Tanleen became convinced that the Crow's men were indeed battling the Lannisters. Thus, he quickened his pace, arriving at the battlefield just before the Night's Watch crumbled. As Barry Tanleen's forces joined the fray, the makeshift military encampment erected by the Crow, Euron, had become little more than a tattered fishing net. Amalilak and 30 other Lannister soldiers surged into the stronghold through various breaches, while the remaining Lannister troops focused on plundering and assaulting the refugees. Despite the Lannister army's poor discipline, the tide of battle remained unaffected, as the charge was led by the madmen of the Warrior Brotherhood. Defending, Euron dispatched his elite troops to confront the Brotherhood, including Syrios and Jandri. But they could not hold their ground for long. The commander of the Brotherhood struck Euron with a sword, nearly ending his life. while Sirios intervened with a single-handed thrust to rescue him, and Big Bull Jandri pulled the commander back to safety. They retreated step by step, with lives lost every minute. In that moment, everyone believed the outcome was inevitable. But Beritan Lean had arrived. The Lightning King, accompanied by 20 followers, burst into the stronghold, emerging from behind the Crow's forces and crashing headlong into the pursuing Brotherhood. The enemy clearly did not anticipate this. The Lightning King's troops, upon engaging, swiftly dispatched 3 mercenaries from the Brotherhood. The leader of the mercenary group, Goat Vagot, cautiously suspected that the reinforcements were numerous and elite. Otherwise, he would not have suffered the immediate loss of 3 skilled members. Thus, he issued a retreat order. One must never overestimate the resolve of mercenaries. A group like the Warriors, known for charging into battle, stands as an anomaly among their peers. As Goat's men withdrew, the Lannister soldiers trailing behind the Warriors began to retreat as well, despite having never laid eyes on the enemy reinforcements. Such is the nature of war, which amalgamates every human emotion and pressure, amplifying them tenfold or more. The Warriors and the Lannisters had just routed the Crow's Call. Yet they now found themselves as the fleeing party. Beritan Lean pursued from behind, navigating through the ruins and chaos, his gaze fixed upon a tall, hunchbacked man. When the man turned, he revealed himself to be an elderly figure with gray hair and blue eyes. Without hesitation, Lean dashed forward, circumventing a wall column to catch up with the old man. "Stop!" he shouted, lunging at him and bringing him down amidst the man's terrified gaze. The elder, gripped by fear, surrendered, while the approaching Red Priest bound the captive with rope. Following this, the Lightning King's forces reclaimed their position, driving all Lannister lackeys from the dilapidated stronghold. In mere minutes, the Warriors and Amalolak's troops vanished into the forest. The enemy retreated deeper into the woods to regroup, igniting a fierce argument upon discovering the number of reinforcements by evening. Amalolak accused the Warriors of causing their failure, while Vagot's anger intensified due to the loss of 4 members, compounded by the fact that the Lannister regulars had barely contributed in battle. Yet he and his men were still subjected to their blame. Both villains, swayed by emotion, failed to realize that they had the capability to counterattack and utterly annihilate the Crow's Call stronghold. Meanwhile, within the Crow's Call stronghold, the survivors, Euron, Celio, and Jandeli, formally met with the Lightning King amidst the ruins. Euron's condition was dire. Vagot had pierced his abdomen, and though Jandeli had attempted to push his intestines back in, the bleeding would not cease. His face was ashen, drained of blood, as he lay in Jandeli's arms, gasping, "Thank you." Beritan Lean urged him not to speak, conserving his strength, hoping that he might survive a while longer. He then introduced himself and his companions, stating that he had come at the behest of his patron, Prime Minister Secretary Burfisher. Euron grimaced, intermittently cursing, "Cunning fox." The formidable Jandeli could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "So this secretary sent you to aid us? Where is he? Hiding in the sewers like a rat?" Celio urged Jandeli to be quiet. With a placating smile, Beritan Lean reassured the bull of a man, saying, "Young man, we fight with swords, while that secretary employs his intellect." Jandeli scoffed disdainfully. As their conversation continued, Euron's condition deteriorated rapidly, prompting Beritan Lean to urgently summon the Red Priest Saros to tend to him. However, the red-robed monk claimed he was no true scholar, and given the grave injuries sustained by Yuluin, it would be more fitting to wait for his demise and then conduct his funeral according to the tenets of the Light King. Upon hearing the prospect of being buried under the rites of heretics after his death, Yuluin took a deep breath and resolutely rejected. "I worship the old gods." The red-robed monk jested. "There are no rainbeams here. Yet, there stands an elderly captive, a scholar with gray hair and blue eyes, raising his hand." The crowd turned to him. "I am Corbin, a disqualified scholar." Corbin expressed his willingness to attempt to save Yuluin. The others exchanged glances. Celio, clutching his sword, coldly stated, "I do not trust him." Jandeli seized Corbin by the collar, demanding to know if he could truly save Yuluin. Beritan urged the young man to release Corbin. "We have no other recourse. If we do not treat him, he will surely meet his cruel god." Jandeli let go of Corbin, threatening that if Corbin failed to save Yuluin, he would accompany Yuluin on his journey. Corbin paid no heed to the threat, simply stating that he required hot water and clean cloth. He then knelt to commence his efforts to save Yuluin, producing a small pouch from his undergarment containing a scalpel and thread. He also retrieved a box of a dark green ointment, applying it to his hands before delicately reinserting Yuluin's protruding intestines. Following this, he heated the scalpel over the fire, excising the flesh surrounding the wound, and applied the ointment before stitching the wound closed. The entire process unfolded swiftly, taking merely a few minutes. The onlookers held their breath, watching the surgery, and then anxiously fixated on Corbin. The gray-haired, hunchbacked elder calmly smiled. Now we shall see what his cruel god has to say. Bellatanlian expressed his gratitude to Corbin and then inquired of Cilio and Jandeli who could assume Uluin's leadership of the Black Cloaks. Jandeli glanced at Cilio. Yet, Cilio addressed the Lightning King. Since Secretary Belit has sent you, I shall heed your counsel. The Lightning King turned to Jandeli. Jandeli replied, You are a good man, and I am willing to temporarily follow your command. The Lightning King instructed Jandeli to account for their numbers and supplies. Jandeli asked if there was a need to reinforce the camp. The Count of Black Harbor shook his head, gazing towards the distant Herrenberg castle. The bats would open the gates. In this war, apart from the dead, no one could hang themselves from the castle, not even the bats. Chapter 59, Tywin soon. Jandeli reported to Tonlian that there were still 16 new recruits from the Night's Watch enlisted in King's Landing, while only half of the recently recruited refugee soldiers remained, totaling 41 when combined. The Count of Black Harbor optimistically stated, With my men added, we have 60 soldiers. We should be able to hold Herrenberg. Cilio corrected him, 35. Those refugees do not count. Tonlian pointed towards Herrenberg. The walls will bestow courage upon them. They then set forth towards Herrenberg. The walls of Herrenberg stood resolutely as Sir Viruward, loyal to House Rain, reminded the cadets of the Rain lineage. The Night's Watch seeks entry into the city. And we must consult the lady. The young lords remained silent, prompting Viruward to seek an audience with Lady Rain. The elderly matron entrusted him with full authority over the matters at hand, stipulating only that the interests and safety of House Rain must be ensured. Viruward vowed to safeguard House Rain with his life and returned to the battlements. At that moment, the Lightning King had arrived at the foot of the castle. His striking golden-red hair was unmistakable, and he inquired whether the steward of House Rain could engage in discourse. Viruward revealed himself. His features sharp and expression as cold as iron. I am Viruward. You may speak with me. Baratan Lean stated plainly, Allow us entry into the castle. The reason? The armies of House Lannister had invaded the territories of House Rain and attacked the soldiers of the Night's Watch. As he finished speaking, Baratan shielded his eyes from the sun, gazing up at the castle walls. From the halo of light, Viruward's frigid voice resonated. Wait until the Lannisters have slain all of Barrett's men. The Lion Pack shall depart from Herrenberg, and House Rain need not involve itself. Janley below retorted angrily. Cursed be it. Is your heart made of iron? Or are you blind, unable to see our black cloaks? Viruward remained silent. Baratan urged Janley to calm down, asserting that anger would yield no fruitful negotiations. He spoke with a measured tone to the castle. If the Na'vi Rain truly believes that the avaricious Lannisters will not covet Herrenberg, we would hide and watch as lions seize the baddest den. Viruward frowned. The greed of the Lannisters was well known. The mere mention of the Guardians of the West conjured images of Casterly Rock's reign of tyranny, the Kingslayer, and the haughty queen. Observing the lack of response from above, Baratan displayed the banner of the Earl of Blackport and swore by the family crest, Open your gates. I swear by the name of House Tandelian that no harm shall come to House Rain's interests, should the Lannisters desire to lay claim to Herrenberg. The lightning of Blackport shall forever aid the bats of Herrenberg. The gates were opened. Viruward was swayed. He placed greater faith in the oath of an earl than in mere rhetoric. Subsequently, the remnants of the Night's Watch alongside the Lightning King's men entered the city. House Rain provided them with medicine and sustenance, while Baratan upheld his vow, ensuring peace between both parties. This news swiftly reached the enemy. Amory Lorch promptly dispatched word to Duke Tywin Lannister, reporting that House Rain had sheltered traitors. He requested reinforcements from the Old Lion, while simultaneously lamenting the weakness and disorder of the mercenaries of the brave companions. After the messenger departed, Amory Lorch, seeking retribution against House Rain, commenced a campaign of pillage and destruction in the vicinity of Herrenberg. Yet this did not compel House Hightower to expel the men of Baelish from Harrenhal, for the Raven had awakened. Upon hearing the news, Lady Hightower visited and conversed with Yoren, subsequently declaring her intention to shelter the Night's Watch until the war had subsided. Baelish and the likes of Lannister finally breathed a sigh of relief, while also deciding to temporarily release Cobain and appoint him as the military physician. Reports of the turmoil at Harrenhal reached the Western Realms, as well as the border city of Golden Grove, which served as the command post for Tywin Lannister. The Duke of Lannister. Behind a long table of polished redwood, Tywin emanated an aura of authority, his hands resting on the surface. His pale green eyes fixed upon the model of Westeros before him. The model was laid out with Casterly Rock as a focal point, with a golden lion piece positioned at Golden Grove, while the scattered trout pieces represented the riverlands opposite. To Tywin's right, a stag piece marked the position of the arbor, its head facing towards King's Landing, and to his left, the direwolf was advancing south from Winterfell. Tywin placed a new stag piece upon the table, positioning it at Dragonstone. At that moment, a messenger entered. My lord, a messenger from Ser Amory Lorch has arrived. Tywin raised his head, revealing his golden beard. The messenger promptly delivered the news. Upon hearing it, Tywin exhaled a low grunt, clearly displeased with Amory Lorch's performance and the unexpected series of events that had unfolded in King's Landing. Tywin. His brother Kevin Lannister called softly. Tywin did not look at Kevin but continued to speak to himself. His gaze still fixed on the messenger. Had Amory possessed the wisdom of a turnip, he would never have taken action against the Night's Watch. Now, with Harrenhal lost, we are left to camp in the wild, awaiting the northern foes. The messenger trembled, too fearful to speak or even meet his gaze. Tywin rubbed his face, then continued to stroke his balding head, and Cersei, that foolish woman, has never heeded her father's words. Not only did she act prematurely, but she also botched it. Now Robert Baratheon is missing, and the Seven Kingdoms are whispering that I had her kill the king. Kevin interjected, Tywin, we both know Cersei's temperament. Bang. Tywin's fist slammed down on the table, toppling all the pieces on the model. Tell Amory to retreat to the Green Fork and fortify the defenses. What of Harrenhal? Let us wait until Jaime has besieged Riverrun. If the northern forces have not made their move by then, I shall personally take Harrenhal. Tywin, Tyrion remains in Catelyn's custody. The imp will find his way out, should he truly be an imp. The unspoken question lingered in the air, as the answer was painfully evident. Tywin pushed the golden lion piece toward Riverrun, sweeping aside the scattered trout pieces into disarray. Inform my son to commence the attack. The following day, Jaime Lannister led 10,000 soldiers, cresting the hilltop and gazing down upon the riverlands. At the foot of the mountain lay the camp of Edmure Tully, where the mountain breeze caused the Trout family's banner to flutter irregularly, weak and limp. Jaime Lannister raised his sword high. Lannister, attack. The earth trembled as the lion army surged toward the dawn, their armor reflecting a breathtaking golden light, akin to a sea of twinkling stars, violently cascading from the mountaintop, obliterating Edmure Tully's forces with ruthless efficiency. 3 days later, the Lannister army besieged Riverrun. The lords of the Riverlands, awakened from their fury of being pillaged, found themselves engulfed in fear and unease. Soon, even the sentiment of unrest faded, for the old lion, Tywin, led his troops beyond Riverrun, striking deep into the heart of the Trident, systematically dismantling the lords of the Riverlands who had taken refuge within their castles. Chapter 60. The town of the Women's Spring. News of the Lannister sweep through the Riverlands spread rapidly. When Beric, Arya, Eddard, and Edric arrived in the town of the Women's Spring, they coincidentally heard that the young wolf, Robb Stark's army, had crossed the neck, and northern forces were now stationed at the castle of the Weeping River, at the inn where they lodged. Eddard Stark expressed his disapproval of his eldest son's decision to march south. Robb should not involve himself in this matter. It must be Rickard and the others. Beric finished for him. The Karstarks are worried about you. After drinking the clear water Arya had offered, Eddard regained his composure. Indeed. But they are certainly no match for Tywin. Arya habitually retorted against her father. Tywin is merely an old lion. Eddard, with a resigned affection, tousled his daughter's hair. An aged lion is the most fearsome of all. Oh. The Duke Tywin Lannister is the most intimidating man I have ever encountered in my life. Curiously, Arya inquired, what of Cersei? What of the Hound? In her mind, Queen Cersei and Sandor Clegane were the truly terrifying figures. This time, not only did Eddard chuckle, but Beric joined in as well. Beric remarked, Arya, Tywin Lannister is 100 times more dreadful than they are. Eddard nodded in agreement. However, Beric's subsequent words piqued Eddard's interest. Tywin is not invincible. The game of power never has a victor. Eddard asked, cough, Beric, do you believe Robb can win? I am afraid, your grace. The answer is no. Cough. Do you not fear him? Indeed, my lord. Eddard understood and thus requested, Beric, I trust in your abilities. So I ask you to go to the castle of the Weeping River and assist Robb. Coughing more violently, Edric Dane placed his hand upon Eddard's forehead. The Prime Minister has a fever again. Beric instructed Dane to help Eddard lie down and rest. Once Eddard's condition improved slightly, he issued instructions to Beric and the others. Eddard, with cracked and purplish lips, murmured, Beric, Edric, you two go to find Robb. Arya will stay behind. Once I have recovered, I shall decide where to go. Beric's pupils constricted, then he smiled slightly. As you wish. Edric readily concurred. Arya protested loudly. No. Eddard extended a pale hand. Arya, obey. Arya knelt by the bedside, pleading for Eddard to allow her to accompany Bael, yet Eddard remained steadfast. Bael placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder. Arya turned her head, and Bael winked at her, which she understood perfectly. Very well. Arya feigned compliance. Eddard sighed in relief, closing his eyes as he dreamt once more of the silver-haired Targaryen girl and her 3 dragons. The dragons breathed fire upon Eddard, melting him away. Suddenly, he awoke. No? At the bedside, Bale innocently inquired if he was well. Eddard murmured, I dreamt of dragons. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Bale's eyes. Targaryen? Ah, indeed. Bale helped Eddard sit up and offered him water, then asked what exactly he had dreamed about. Eddard recounted, the girl with silver hair looked at me, and her dragons breathed fire upon me. A truly terrifying dream. He fell silent, recalling a previous dream in which he stood alongside Daenerys Targaryen, facing Arya and Bale. To prevent nightmares from manifesting, Eddard had chosen to send Bale and Edric on an errand, keeping Arya close by. Remembering Arya, Eddard asked Bale where they had gone. Bale smiled, explaining, I sent Edric and Arya to procure supplies and to reach out to the ships heading north. I imagined you would wish to return to the north at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, Eddard longed for home, chuckling, Bale, your foresight is admirable. Bale handed Eddard the cup of water. Preparation is also a virtue of fisher's wisdom. Ah, yet another proverb. Soon after, Arya and Edric returned, laden with packages, removing their hoods to reveal their dark and golden hair. Arya, slightly exhilarated, informed Bale and Eddard of a new piece of news. Renly Baratheon has claimed the throne. Bale was unsurprised, for he had been instrumental in Renly's ascension. He had advised Renly to flee King's Landing before Cersei plotted against Robert. Edric spoke animatedly. Lord Renly has garnered the support of House Tyrell, and the renowned general, Balon Tully, is also in his ranks. Eddard mused, Renly, He thought that if Renly could succeed Robert as king of the Seven Kingdoms, it would be preferable, at least, to the offspring of incest that was Joffrey. Eddard asked Bale for his opinion, and Bale chuckled, asserting that Renly was destined to fail. To be blunt, Renly Baratheon lacks the demeanor of a true king. Indeed. Eddard was momentarily at a loss for words, then began to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Initially, Arya and Edric were unresponsive, believing Eddard was merely experiencing another fit. However, Eddard's cough was more violent than any before, as if he might expel his very lungs. Cough, cough, gasp. Arya screamed. Eddard, no. Bell hastily patted Ed's back while commanding Edric, toss the cup into the boiling water for a moment. I suspect it is unclean. Edric promptly complied and refilled the cup with clean water. Bell offered Ed the pristine liquid, silently contemplating that the dosage of the medicine he had administered should lie within Ed's tolerance. Despite drinking, Ed continued to cough, while Arya remained vigilantly by her father's bedside until the late hours of the night. As dawn broke, Bell roused Arya. Arya, it is time to depart. Arya cast a worried glance at Ed. He will be fine, Bell reassured her. Edric will take good care of him. Arya wiped the cold sweat from Ed's forehead, then dampened a cloth with warm water to place upon it. Bell, I am concerned. I understand. Let us wait for 2 more days until Ed feels better. No. We must leave today. Once Ed awakens, he will surely realize I am gone. Arya began to pack her belongings. Bell shook Edric awake, reminding the youth with lavender-hued eyes to look after Ed diligently. Rest assured, I will protect Lord Ed with my life, Edric vowed resolutely. Bell patted his shoulder, relax. Arya, and I need you alive. Before departing, Bell advised Edric to keep his eyes wide open and to trust no one. Edric inquired if Bell could offer him some advice. With his signature fox-like smile, Bell replied, Edric, do you know why the wise are deemed wise? Why is that? Because others can never guess what they are thinking. Bell patted Edric's shoulder and then quietly exited the room with Arya. Subsequently, they left the town of Nymph Spring, opting for the waterways towards Wanha City. Upon reaching the estuary of the Trident River, Bell and Arya learned that Tywin Lannister's army had blockaded the river, forbidding passage to anyone. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch of the Crow's Nest was stationed at Harrenhal. Thus, they faced 2 choices, to traverse the war zone to the north or to turn south towards Harrenhal. I wish to go to Harrenhal, Bell stated. Arya, I must see Robb. Chapter 61, The Bat at the Estuary of the Trident River. The black scorpion-tailed lion banner fluttered as the army of Amory Lorch and the brave companions made their encampment. They had erected barricades from the wood of the riverine lands and forcibly seized the ferries on both banks of the estuary. A simple drawbridge obstructed the passage across the Trident River, effectively isolating the northern and southern banks of the Green Fork. Refugees attempting to flee north or south found themselves trapped here, and Bell and Arya blended into the crowd, clad in the most ordinary linen shirts. They bore swords at their waists, appearing no different from the other refugee children. Even if Amory Lorch himself passed by, they would remain inconspicuous. Bell guided Arya to the drawbridge, where Amory's soldiers halted them, barking, password, or a pass. Lannister, a debt must be repaid? Get lost, brat. The soldier brandished his spear to drive them away. Bell and Arya swiftly fled and sought refuge beneath the shade of a secluded tree. The sunlight cast a blinding veil over the scene across the river, where a suspension bridge glimmered, compelling Arya to squint as she crouched under the tree. She inquired whether Belle could forge a pass. Belle glanced around and replied, "I do not see anyone dealing in counterfeit documents. The Amelins have only recently established their presence here, and this trade is likely yet to commence." "What shall we do then?" Arya exclaimed, anxiety gnawing at her. She yearned to reunite with Robb and implore her elder brother to rally troops southward to rescue Eddard and Sansa. Although Eddard and Dane could take a ship back to the north from the town of the Well of the Women, since Arya had been in Belle's company, she had absorbed some of the cunning tricks of the foxes. Belle suggested that they could attempt to smuggle themselves, albeit with considerable risk. "I will find a boat," Arya declared resolutely, undaunted by the danger. Belle urged her to reconsider, saying, "Arya, it is impossible for just the two of us to successfully smuggle ourselves. Amoli has commandeered all the boats, and his men are everywhere. What then shall we do?" Arya pressed. "We must first go to Harrenhal. But we need assistance," she continued. Belle reminded her of Eddard's words, "A lone wolf perishes, but a pack thrives." "Very well," Arya conceded, and the two turned southward. A day later, they arrived at Harrenhal, the immense and imposing castle perched by the shores of the God's Eye Lake. Belle instructed Arya to conceal herself while he approached the castle alone. As he gazed upon the ancient fortress, he noted its considerable decay. Not a single tower stood unscathed, and the walls bore numerous cracks and holes of varying sizes. However, someone had preemptively patched the larger gaps with debris, stones, and rotting wood. It was no wonder that Amoli had abandoned the siege of this castle, infamous for its grim dilapidation. Though it was in shambles, the makeshift repairs rendered it still functional and sturdy. "Who goes there?" A man in a helmet appeared atop the battlements. With a broad jaw and a stoic expression, he exuded the demeanor of a man unyielding to change. Yet, Belle remained undeterred and spoke in an authoritative tone. "I am Belle, the secretary of Prime Minister Eddard. Summon the Crow and the Lightning Lord to meet with me. I know they are within." After speaking, Belle stepped back a pace. The stern man scrutinized Belle for a considerable time before vanishing behind the castle walls. While waiting, Belle observed the black banners of lightning and bats fluttering atop the fortress. He mused that a pawn previously set in motion had now become a brilliant strategy. He must leverage Harrenhal and the Crow to their full potential, as they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Before long, the Crow, Yoren, and the Lightning Lord, Beric Dondarrion, appeared on the battlements. They opened the castle gates, welcoming Belle into the city. Arya revealed herself, following closely behind them as they entered the vast, crumbling castle. "How did you come to be here?" Beric Dondarrion inquired with curiosity. Yoren also questioned Belle about Prime Minister Eddard's condition. Belle candidly replied, "Eddard has succumbed to a chill. I have tasked Edric with caring for him in secrecy." And he stated he would decide whether to return to the north once he has recuperated. Euron let out a long sigh of relief, thanking the heavens. Then, Bale articulated their purpose. "Lord Eddard has sent us across the river to assist young Lord Robb." Dondarrion raised an eyebrow. "The men of Amory have blocked the crossing." "Indeed. Which is why I require additional hands. What do you intend to do? Do you have a map?" "Yes." Euron, Dondarrion, and Bale, alongside Arya, arrived in the castle hall. The Hall of Harrenhal is referred to as the Hall of 100 Hearths. The term 100 is somewhat misleading, as there are in reality only about 35 hearths. The floor of the hall is laid with smooth stone slabs, featuring staircases leading to 2 corridors above. The Hall of 100 Hearths is spacious enough to accommodate a 100-man army. At the front of the hall, a long table is set with a map. Bale inquired of Euron whether they were aware of the current state of affairs in the war. Euron nodded, explaining that he and Dondarrion had been monitoring the conflicts in the Riverlands since their arrival at Harrenhal. Euron pointed to the map. Duke Tywin has commanded the Kingslayer to besiege Riverrun, while his own army approaches Amory as position. Bale remarked that it appears Robb is indeed at the crag, or else Tywin would not be so eager to cross the castle. Dondarrion lamented the fragility of the River Lords. "Fortunate that old Lord Tully has a grandson as the heir of the North." Arya shouted in defiance that Robb would surely defeat the vile Lannisters. Euron chuckled and shook his head. "Ah, Lady Arya, I do not wish to diminish your confidence, but Tywin Lannister is no ordinary man. I trust you have heard of the reigns of Castamere." Arya bared her teeth at him. Bale held the girl's head, addressing Euron. "Robb will win the battle." Euron blinked, while Dondarrion covered his mouth with his hand. Bale leaned over the table, studying the map of the 7 kingdoms. However, the Game of Thrones is not merely about battle. Dondarrion switched hands to cover his mouth. "What is your perspective?" Bale informed them that Robb Stark is the eldest son of Eddard Stark, and Eddard is one of the finest military commanders in the 7 kingdoms. The old lion arrogantly seeks to ambush the young wolf at the Green Fork, but how can he be certain that Robb will even go there? Bale traced his hand across the map from the west, along the Green Fork, past the Crow's Wood, and up the teeming Stone River, indicating that Rob would surely circumvent the Green Fork, taking the less traveled paths to launch a surprise attack on Riverrun. Euron and Dondarrion's eyes lit up. While Arya excitedly exclaimed, "Exactly," Dondarrion asked, "Do you believe the young wolf will prevail?" Bael replied, "He will, but the question lies in how we should proceed." Euron suggested that since Rob is likely to win the battle, they could simply charge northward to strike Tywin Lannister in the rear. How straightforward. Bael chuckled, "A splendid strategy. But may I inquire how many men we have?" Euron fell silent, and Dondarrion provided a figure, 60 men. He included the refugee soldiers. Ser Jorah Mormont emerged from the shadows. Arya joyfully rushed to the master. "Ser Jorah." He allowed Arya to embrace his leg, smiling knowingly. "Ah, little one, you appear well." Of course, Arya smiled mischievously. Bel called out to him. Silio turned around and respectfully saluted Bel. Bel inquired about the situation regarding the refugee soldiers. Silio replied that the Crow of the Waves had previously recruited a group of refugees from the Riverlands to serve as soldiers. A ragtag bunch, he added. Bel asked, "How many more can you enlist?" Silio appeared puzzled, and Tandarlion responded that it depended on the number of refugees. Suddenly, Bel recalled that he had not seen any refugees around Harrenburg and asked Euron and the others where they had gone. Euron replied, "The Amolans frightened them away." Bel pressed further, "Where did they run off to?" Euron was at a loss for words again. Tandarlion crossed his arms. Silio, reliable as ever despite his disdain for the refugee soldiers, kept a vigilant eye on their movements. He informed Bel that most of the refugees had gone to the town of Nymph's Spring, while a smaller number had headed to King's Landing. Eagerly, Bel issued a series of commands: bring them back, provide them with spears and black bread, organize those capable of fighting into companies of 100, and let the rest cultivate the land around Harrenburg, granting them land for free. However, Euron awkwardly reminded him, "Secretary Bel, Harrenburg is the land of House Riverrun." Bel clicked his tongue and retrieved a royal seal from his pocket. "Now, in the name of the king and the prime minister, I shall requisition Harrenburg." A firm voice resonated from the entrance of the Hall of the 100 Fires. "Little rascal, don't even think about it." Bel looked up to see a stern-faced man. Tandarlion apologized to the man. "Sir Velward, my apologies." Chapter 62. The Bull's Head in the barracks dining hall. Bel and Arya sat at the table, partaking in their first formal dinner since leaving King's Landing. Previously, they had subsisted on dew and wild hares, and during their journey to the Trident, they had survived on hardtack. The meal at Harrenburg reminded them of their time in King's Landing, where they had dined lavishly. The fare at Harrenburg was not lacking either. Bel's plate contained butter-fried bluefish, roasted asparagus, mushroom soup with toasted bread, and a glass of clear water. He speared a piece of fish, its crispy skin yielding to the buttery aroma. The fish itself was tender and perfectly cooked. Roasted asparagus was Bel's favorite, its fiery essence imparting a refreshing quality. A delightful harmony of water and fire. The mushroom soup and bread were equally delectable, as Harrenburg's gloomy weather provided an ideal environment for mushroom growth, yielding remarkably fresh fungi that paired perfectly with the crisp, toasted bread. Beside him, Arya's plate featured a fruit tart, several pieces of roasted fish, and a glass of red wine. She took a bite, nearly yelping from the heat, but the warm, molten sweetness caused her to entirely overlook the pain. "This is delicious. Rape, you should become a chef," she exclaimed. Across the table, a chubby boy stood shyly at a distance. His name was Rape. Bel also praised him, saying, "Rape, once the war is over, I would like to invite you to be the royal chef." "How splendid!" exclaimed Arya with enthusiasm. Hot Pie bashfully touched his nose and replied, "Thank you." The plump boy turned away, feeling it was his duty to give the diners some space. Just as he turned, he collided with someone. "Oh, my apologies." "No trouble at all, Hot Pie. You carry on," came the response. "Thank you, Big Cow." Big Cow, Jandrai, approached the table of Bel and Arya, bowing his head. In his hands, he held a bull's head helmet. "Secretary Bel, you called for me?" Bel finished the fish on his fork, set it down, and said, "Yes. You will accompany me to meet someone." "Who?" "Lady Harlan." Bel stood up, grabbing a piece of toasted bread to dip into the mushroom soup before taking a bite. Arya watched him and Jandrai depart, wondering when she might be able to lend a hand. Bel and Jandrai made their way to the Tower of the Burning King, the residence of the Lord, where the last matriarch of House Harlan, Lady Sheila, resided. Jandrai restrained his urge to ask questions. "If you have inquiries, feel free to voice them," Bel encouraged. Jandrai sighed in relief and asked why Bel had chosen him to accompany him to meet Lady Harlan. Bel halted and turned to him, retorting, "Jandrai, do you genuinely not know who your father is?" Jandri's eyes shifted slightly. "I might have an inkling." Bel chuckled, reassuring him that there was no need for anxiety, as he was privy to the secret of Jandri's heritage. Grasping Jandri's arm, Bel declared, I can assure you that your father is King Robert Baratheon. You are his illegitimate son. Stark and I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Jandrai licked his lips like a cow and fidgeted, appearing quite helpless. Bell extended his hand, inviting him. "Come now, big cow. What I propose will be of great benefit to you." Jandrai clutched the bull's head helmet tightly. They arrived at Lady Harlan's chamber, where Sir Varyan stood guard at the door. Varyan coldly commanded, "Halt." Bell smiled and replied, "Please inform Lady Harlan that the envoy of Prime Minister Eddard and the illegitimate son of King Robert seeks an audience." Bell noticed Varyan's pupils dilate and contract rapidly. Varyan pursed his lips, casting a serious glance at Jandrai, as if assessing something. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly widened his squinted eyes, losing his composure, and turned to enter Lady Harlan's room. Shortly thereafter, Varyan invited Bell and Jandrai inside. Upon entering, they beheld the elderly Lady Harlan seated in a deep brown wooden chair. Clad in a deep purple robe, her forehead bore deep wrinkles, perhaps a testament to the loss of all her children and husband before her. Bell bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Harlan." Jandrai mimicked the gesture, saying, "Greetings, my lady." The many wrinkles on Lady Harlan's forehead slightly softened. The arrival of youth always brought her joy and nostalgia. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, though she had long forgotten the essence of laughter. Nevertheless, Lady Huan actively engaged in jest, her smile lacking genuine warmth as she addressed Bell. "I presume you are Secretary Bell." She then turned to Jandeli, remarking, "The lad cradling the bull's head is the son of King Robert." Jandeli whispered, "A bastard." Lady Huan chuckled and shook her head, questioning the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. With a wry smile, she lamented, "If only Walter were as frivolous as King Robert. At least the Huan family would not face extinction in my generation." Jandeli bit his lip, murmuring, "My apologies, my lady." Bell interjected, expressing a desire to discuss matters of substance. Lady Huan withdrew from her sorrow and despondency, glancing casually at the floor by her feet, conceding that she would allow Bell to borrow her Rinhal. Bell, though not surprised, expressed his gratitude for the dwindling Huan family who could claim her Rinhal as their own. Lady Huan was utterly incapable of managing the grandest castle in the Seven Kingdoms. Even at the height of the Huan family's power, they lacked the means to restore her Rinhal. The castle was simply too vast. Moreover, it bore a curse. Legend has it that King Heron constructed her Rinhal with human blood and clay, cursing every family that sought to occupy it. Bell believed the legend to be true, for this was a world of ice and fire, where magic and deities coexisted. "Thank you for your contributions to the king," he said. Lady Huan laughed. "If he wishes to reward me, let him ensure that our family's remains are interred in a sunlit place. I wish to be laid to rest there as well." Bell was moved by her pessimism. The secretary pressed his lips together, using his tongue to touch his sharp teeth, suggesting, "Perhaps the king could offer you a more fitting reward." Lady Huan's expression turned to one of confusion. Bell grasped Jandeli's shoulders, pushing the king's illegitimate son forward, presenting him to Lady Huan as one might display a servant. "This is Jandeli, the bastard son of King Robert. I wish to request that you adopt him as your son, to inherit her Rinhal and the Huan family." Jandeli exclaimed, "Ah?" Lady Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. She supported her head with her frail hands, fearing it might topple due to her shock. She requested Bell grant her time to contemplate the matter. "Of course. Please take your time," Bell replied. "However, I have one piece of advice for both you and Jandeli." Lady Huan gestured for the fanciful youth to speak plainly, while Jandeli anxiously regarded Bell. In the game of power, family honor outweighs the continuity of bloodlines. Lady Huan's left eye twitched. She asked Bell and Jandeli to leave, stating, "I understand, my child. I shall contemplate this thoroughly throughout the night." That evening, the candles in Lady Huan's chamber burned all night long. Some observed her distant relatives entering and exiting, departing her Rinhal in anger before dawn. Bell too witnessed their departure, holding a candle at the windowsill, silently watching the Huan family's collateral relatives fade into the darkness, allowing them to vanish into the shadows leading south. Chapter 63. The family named the light of dawn pierced through the mist of God's Eye Lake. The mist-draped light shrouded the towering spire of Herrenberg. Within the sacred woods nestled between the tower, the inheritance ceremony unfolded amid the ancient trees. Witnesses included Lady Shira Hayon, Countess of Herrenberg, Secretary Bell, Count Barrett and Dorian of Black Harbor, Lord Urin, the Crow, Sir Viryward, Soros, the Red-Robed Monk, Arya Stark, daughter of Duke Stark, and the former chief swordsman of Bravos, Sarah Lirio Mopatis, among others. Before the ceremony commenced, Sir Viryward once more questioned Lady Hayon, asking if she truly intended to bestow the Hayon family name upon the illegitimate son of a king, one with no blood ties. The Viryward family had sworn fealty to Hayon for many years, and now he was to witness the Heian legacy being passed to a stranger. This was a notion Vireward found difficult to accept. Yet Lady Heian's response was resolute. Indeed, Viri, rather than hand Herrenberg over to those ineffectual scions, I would sooner return it to the king. But enough, Viri, do not speak further, you will not comprehend. As you wish, my lady, he replied, bowing his head in disappointment. Lady Heian turned her gaze to Bel, who held 3 scrolls of parchment. Each bore the king's seal. 2 were witness statements issued in the king's name, while the 3rd was in the name of the prime minister. Lady Heian gestured for Bel to proceed. Bel exchanged a glance with Barrington Dorian, who then summoned Janderley to kneel before him. Janderley complied but inquired, what of the Night's Watch? Lord Urin has made me a recruit. Laughter erupted among the assembly. Lord Urin, standing nearby, retorted, you have yet to swear before the wall, otherwise I would not permit you to inherit this castle. Janderley assured them he was ready. Dorian drew his sword and rested it upon Janderley's right shoulder. I, Barrington Dorian, Count of Black Harbor, do hereby knight Janderley. He then began the incantation. In the name of the warrior, I urge you to be brave. The blade moved from the right shoulder to the left. In the name of the Father, I implore you to be just. Returning to the right shoulder. In the name of the Holy Mother, I beseech you to protect the weak and innocent. Shifting to the left shoulder. In the name of the Maiden, I call upon you to safeguard all women. Rise now, Sir Janderley. Upon rising, Janderley, as previously agreed, announced to all present that he would adopt the surname Wei Shui, for he was born in King's Landing. Upon concluding his statement, Bel instructed him to kneel once more. Bel commenced to read from the first parchment. In the name of the king, the protector of the north, and of Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, I declare, after thorough investigation, that I hereby acknowledge Sir Janderley Wei Shui as the illegitimate son of King Robert Baratheon. Then comes the second scroll, in the name of the kings of the Undul, the Rhoynar, and the first men, the rulers of the 7 kingdoms, and the guardian of the realm, King Robert Baratheon, for the sake of the fallen houses and the continuation of their legacy, I hereby declare that the bastard child, Janderley River, shall be adopted into House Hightower, taken as a ward by Lady Hightower, and shall possess the rights of inheritance therein. Ser Bael set aside the parchment and inquired of Lady Hightower whether she consented to this arrangement. She nodded affirmatively, stating her willingness to adopt Janderley River as her son and to allow him to bear the Hightower name. She expressed her profound gratitude to the king for permitting his illegitimate son to inherit the honor of House Hightower, which was on the brink of extinction. Bael then addressed the gathered witnesses. Do any of you dissent? Silence fell upon the assembly. With no objections raised, I hereby declare this document to be officially enacted. Bael proceeded to unveil the 3rd scroll, in the name of the kings of the Undul, the Rhoynar, and the first men, the rulers of the 7 kingdoms, and the guardian of the realm, King Robert Baratheon. I command Janderley Hightower to assume the title of Count of Harrenhal, and I beseech you to be as just as the Father in heaven and as compassionate as the Holy Mother. With these words, Bael entrusted the 3 scrolls to Janderley. Janderley solemnly accepted the decree. From this moment forth, he was indeed the Count of Harrenhal. Lady Hightower embraced and kissed her adopted son's cheek, saying, young man, I hope you will not bring shame upon House Hightower. Janderley bashfully returned the kiss on her cheek, assuring her that he would never tarnish the name of Hightower. Very well, I am weary now. You gentlemen may converse at your leisure. With her elderly maidservant in attendance, Lady Hightower retreated to her quarters. Sir Villiard observed the old lady's departure before bowing and approaching Janderley River to swear fealty. Janderley appeared somewhat taken aback. Bael prompted him, Count Hightower, place your sword upon the shoulder of your vassal and accept his oath. Yes, Janderley responded as if commanded, still adjusting to the moment. However, this bore little consequence, for none present would speak against it. There was neither the oblivious Lord Renly nor the sarcastic Lord Varys to disrupt the proceedings. Once Sir Villiard completed the oath of fealty, Bael suggested they convene in the Hall of 100 Fires. In these times of war, there remained much to be accomplished. Within the hall, Bael initiated the discussion on how to reconstruct Harrenhal. This endeavor would require the assistance of Sir Villiard, as Bael and his companions were not well versed in the true state of Harrenhal. Villiard remarked that repairing Harrenhal was an impossibility, demanding vast resources in terms of both manpower and materials. Even at the height of House Hightower's power, they had not managed to achieve such a feat, let alone in the present circumstances. Bael clarified that a complete reconstruction was unnecessary. He merely sought to ensure basic defenses. He then inquired how many men Villiard would require. Villiard replied without hesitation, 1,000 men, along with a considerable amount of materials. I could have the walls attended to within a month. Bael shook his head, expressing concern about food shortages. The provisions in the granary are sufficient to sustain 100 men for half a year, Villiard responded. Bael pressed his fingers to his temples. He overestimated the situation at Hellenberg, failing to realize that it was merely an empty fortress. Fortunately, Amory Lorch refrained from launching an attack here. Gazing at the map, Bell pondered for a considerable time. Ultimately, he concluded that it was utterly impossible for Hellenberg to possess significant military value in the immediate future. There were no provisions, no troops, no funds, and nothing could be accomplished at present. Even if a force were to be hastily assembled at Hellenberg, it would lack any combat capability. A long-term strategy was required. After a moment of contemplation, Bell resolved to first establish a framework, intending to reap the rewards at a later time. He instructed Wode, please ascertain the total resources available at Hellenberg. I require data on troops, horses, funds, provisions, and housing, as well as an assessment of which parts of the castle can be dismantled. We shall subsequently remove the superfluous sections for construction materials. Act immediately. Wode glanced at Jandelli. After receiving a nod of approval from the newly appointed Count of Hellenberg, he set to work. Bell watched Wode depart before addressing Jandelli. Jandelli, I hope you won't mind if I allocate your lands to the poor? Oh, of course not, Jandelli replied. Accordingly, Bell enlisted Urin to disseminate the news of free land distribution to the impoverished, aiming to locate those refugees who had found their way south of the Trident River. They would receive land with a 2-year rent exemption, followed by a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement, all in the name of the Count of Hellenberg. Understood. Urin promptly took action. Bell then sought the assistance of Lightning King to instruct Jandelli in noble etiquette before the return of the refugees. Upon their arrival, they would need to select individuals eligible for military service. Hellenberg would implement a conscription system, requiring every able-bodied man to serve the Lord for 3 months each year, bringing their own provisions and weapons. After hearing this, Lightning King inquired of Bell whether they would not participate in the forthcoming battles, considering that, according to Bell's perspective, Hellenberg's new army would not be battle-ready in the short term. Bell smiled slightly. The mountain man has his own clever schemes. Chapter 64. The Informant in King's Landing. At the Red Keep, Sansa entered the throne room and cautiously positioned herself in an inconspicuous corner. She bore dark circles under her eyes, having not slept well in recent days. Each night brought worries about whether she would still become queen, and her recurring dreams of wolves left her questioning if she had truly slept at all. In her dreams, she frequently encountered Bell and Arya. Jenna said she longed for them so deeply that it was no wonder they appeared in her dreams. Creaking, the grand doors of the throne room swung open, revealing King Joffrey's magnificent entrance. The new king offered a charming smile to the assembly before confidently striding towards the Iron Throne. Following him was Queen Cersei, clad in a flowing black gown adorned with layers of red rubies strung together with serpent bones, exuding nobility and authority. Lords and ladies, pay your respects to the new king, announced Grand Maester Pycelle, bowing first before His Majesty Joffrey. The 2 or 3 dozen nobles present in the throne room followed suit. Bowing in deference, King Joffrey ascended the Iron Throne, yet he soon displayed a grimace of discomfort and turned to his mother, Queen Cersei, to lament about the throne's unease. Although his voice was barely a whisper, it did not escape the ears of those present. A few stifled chuckles emerged from the gathered crowd. Sansa, hearing the laughter, felt a pang of dismay. How could they belittle Joffrey? He was to be her future husband, the king of the 7 kingdoms. Then, Cersei's voice rang out beside the throne. The lioness, speaking with an unembellished clarity, admonished her son, "Endure it, young Joffrey. A king must learn to endure." Her tone was perfectly measured, neither concealed nor exaggerated. In that moment, she embodied the essence of royalty more than her son. This reminded those present that, although the king was but a child, his fierce lioness mother remained steadfast. The assembly stifled their laughter and restrained their scornful smiles. Cersei instructed Joffrey to allow them to rise. The king proclaimed loudly from the Iron Throne, "Rise, Your Grace." Joffrey beamed with delight. Cersei held her head high, her beautiful visage radiant with pride and satisfaction. Subsequently, the mother and son inquired if anyone had matters to discuss. A man entered, claiming to be a distant relative of House Hightower, introducing himself as John Hightower. He informed the king that the Hightower family of Harrenhal had betrayed him, and he had come to deliver this dire news. Joffrey glanced at his mother, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, Joffrey demanded, "Elaborate." The informant proceeded to lay out the entire narrative, leaving the assembly astounded. The long-missing Prime Minister's secretary, Bale Fisher, had resurfaced at Harrenhal. Moreover, he was accompanied by the daughter of Prime Minister Eddard Stark and had rallied a band of traitors to forcibly seize Harrenhal. The informant, John Hightower, feigned tears. Covering his face, "Your Grace, Queen Cersei, you must act on our behalf against these traitors of House Hightower. They have taken the old lady hostage, compelling her to bequeath Harrenhal to some king's bastard." Before he could finish his plea, King Joffrey pointed towards the door and bellowed, "Slay them. Traitors." Joffrey was incensed. That Stark girl, along with that insufferable Greyjoy scoundrel, dared to encroach upon his realm with some bastard. It was intolerable. They must be swiftly exterminated, every last traitor. Just as Joffrey was about to issue his heated command, Maester Pycelle stepped forward to inquire of the informant, "Who are these traitors, and how many?" The informant replied, "There are Bale, the Earl of Blackport, and the Crow's Eye, with approximately 100 soldiers." Joffrey, baring his teeth in fury, declared, "I have 2,000 gold cloaks. And my mother has several hundred red cloaks. I want the traitors dead, immediately." Cersei nodded in approval, silently praising Joffrey for his assertiveness. A lion must possess such audacity. Unfortunately, there were still rational minds in the presence of the mother and son. Pycelle lowered his head, humbly suggesting to Joffrey that they should not concern themselves with the traitors of Harrenhal at the moment. Joffrey retorted angrily, "Why not, old man?" Pycelle, fixated on his fine leather sandals, casually replied, "Your uncle, Renly Baratheon, the traitor, is leading a vast army from Highgarden towards King's Landing. We must first defend the capital." "Fool!" Joffrey exclaimed. Cersei glared at Pycelle, harboring no affection for this sycophantic dog of Tywin. Displeased, she demanded that Pycelle propose a solution. Still staring at his sandals, Pycelle wiggled his toes and said, "We simply need to hold King's Landing until Duke Tywin defeats the rebellious forces of the Riverlands." Upon hearing Tywin's name, Cersei clenched her teeth. A lion does not hide behind walls. Pycelle raised his head, exasperated. "It is the lion that takes up arms, my queen." Joffrey glared, "I am a lion too. You may fight in King's Landing." After mocking the foolish mother and son, Pycelle did not allow them the chance to retort. He promptly turned to the master of whispers, Varys. He inquired of the bald eunuch, "My lord Varys, the traitor who has been missing for days has resurfaced in Harrenhal. Surely you must know their whereabouts these days, lest his majesty deem you remiss in your duties." Instantly, Joffrey and Cersei's attention shifted to Varys. With a confident smile, Varys replied, "Indeed, my little bird has just returned with some secrets." Curious, Joffrey asked what they were. Varys chuckled, "Our poor Lord Eddard Stark is ill. He is hiding in the town of the Vale to recuperate. The scribe has found a boy from House Dane to attend to the hand." Cersei viciously reminded him, "The hand is my father." "Oh, my queen, forgive my foolishness. Perhaps my hair has fled from me due to my own dim-wittedness," Varys jested. Joffrey's lips twitched. He was loath to witness Varys's clumsy performance. "Be silent, fool," Joffrey commanded. "Ah, yes," Varys replied. Then, Joffrey announced to all present that he would send men to capture the traitor Eddard Stark. This time, the Grand Maester did not intervene. Joffrey inquired who among them could apprehend the traitor for the king. A profound silence fell upon the nobles, either because they felt incapable or simply did not wish to harm Eddard Stark. Only Ser Island Payne, the king's executioner, stepped forward, but Joffrey dismissed him. The king insisted that he must have an executioner at his side, just as his father, Robert Baratheon, had. Island Payne silently retreated, and the others remained even more mute than the tongue-tied island. Joffrey, growing incensed, shouted, "Are you all worthless?" At that moment, the commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, stepped forward, declaring his willingness to serve the king. Joffrey acquiesced, yet Cersei disagreed, as they needed Janos to remain stationed in King's Landing. "Mother," Xiao Qiao, "allow me to assist you in your selection." Cersei comforted her son, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd, ultimately settling on a brooding figure, Sir Alan Saniga, the master of the Red Keep, a knight of exceptional skill, vain yet dependable. "Sir Alan Saniga," she called, "your presence is required. You are to apprehend the traitor and demonstrate your loyalty to the king. In return, he shall bestow upon you glory." Alan Saniga inhaled deeply, kneeling on one knee in his armor, striving to appear less reluctant. He placed his hand upon his chest and bowed his head slightly, "As you command." Cersei waved her hand. "Very well, off you go." Alan Saniga rose and departed. As he passed by Sansa Stark, the master of the Red Keep hesitated momentarily. Sansa exchanged a puzzled glance with Alan Saniga, who then swiftly exited. A wave of regret washed over Sansa. She should have requested that he take care not to harm her father. Yet, the words never escaped her lips. Chapter 65, The Purple Ship. Alan Saniga, accompanied by 30 gold-cloaked men, galloped toward the town of the Maiden Spring. His armor was adorned with an exquisite gray-white cloak, embellished with red ribbons on his shoulders and arms, and a golden necklace hung around his neck. It was no wonder others spoke of Alan Saniga as a vain knight. However, his ostentation was not rooted in greed. Rather, it stemmed from a genuine appreciation for beauty. The broad avenue remained silent as the splendid knight rode forth, his demeanor still darkened by his reluctance to undertake this task. As the master of the Red Keep, He was acutely aware of the treacherous game of power and its shadowy deceptions. He knew well that Duke Eddard Stark was innocent, merely a pawn in the political arena. Yet, as a knight, he was bound to pledge his allegiance to the king. This conflict was the source of his torment. With an exasperated flick of his reins, Alan Santiga urged his steed to accelerate, bellowing, "Hurry up! Let us conclude this matter swiftly." At the marketplace of Maiden's Spring, Edric Dane, guided by a tip from a friend among the black market traders, slipped into the drainage entrance beneath the docks of Maiden's Spring. After traversing a foul-smelling conduit, the violet-eyed youth stumbled upon a hidden dark harbor. At the rusted gate stood two pirate-like guards, who inquired about the password. Red-skinned salmon, white dough. A toll was required. Edric Dane handed each guard 2 copper coins, and they allowed him passage. Edric tugged at the brim of his black hat, ensuring his features remained obscured from view. He then entered the clandestine dark harbor beneath Maiden's Spring, locating the vessel he was to meet. The individual awaiting him was a middle-aged man with a broad jaw and a single eye. As the one-eyed man picked his teeth, he queried, "Young lad, are you seeking passage to White Harbor? How many, and when do you depart?" Edric Dane produced 5 golden dragons, declaring, 2 persons, tomorrow night. Upon sight of the 5 golden coins, the remaining eye of the one-eyed man gleamed with interest. The one-eyed dragon seized all the golden dragons, then, with his yellowed teeth, he gnawed each one in turn before finally stowing them away in his pouch, tenderly caressing the opening. He assured his guests, "No problem. The ship bearing the 6 black fish flags is mine. You may come aboard at any time." Edric rose to depart. However, they remained oblivious to the small pair of eyes in the shadowy corner, silently observing their transaction. Had Bale been present, he would certainly have sensed the presence of Varys's little bird in that hidden spot. But Edric Dane was not Bale. The lad with blue-violet eyes relied solely on his caution and wisdom, along with the advice imparted by Bale. Fresh base. Green apples. Green apples. Edric navigated through the bustling market of Maiden's Well, approaching a fishmonger to inquire about the prices. The grizzled fisherman replied, "Base for 5 copper coins, puffer fish for 2. And mackerel." Edric casually purchased a fish and, while paying, whispered in a tone only the fisherman could hear, "I require a ship to Seagull Town. Departing tomorrow morning, for 2 persons, payment upon boarding." With that, Edric did not wait for the fisherman to provide change. He swiftly took the fish and vanished from sight. The fisherman attempted to call him back, but Edric moved with such speed that he was gone in an instant. The fisherman withdrew his hand, glancing at his palm where a golden dragon lay quietly. The following morning, Edric awoke groggily, having had a restless night. During his time with the Lightning Lord, he had never experienced the life of a mouse, and the anxiety was indeed discomforting. "Edric? It's me, my Lord Ed. How do you feel?" Edric climbed to the bedside of Lord Eddard Stark, concerned for his recovery. The Duke's lips remained a shade of blue-purple, yet the fever had considerably lessened, indicating he was on the mend. Edric poured him a glass of clear water. After the Duke drank, Edric fed him a bowl of fish porridge. "Thank you, cough cough." "No need for thanks, my lord. We must set out. Allow me to assist you." The Duke placed his hand on Edric's shoulder, continuing to cough. Observing the severity of the Duke's cough, Edric inquired whether he needed to rest for a few more days. The Duke shook his head in refusal, coughing as he stated that they had lingered in one place long enough and must move on. However, he did not wish to return to Winterfell just yet. He was troubled about his eldest son. Thus, he instructed Edric to seek a vessel bound for Seagull Town, rather than directly to White Harbor. In the valley, I can safely observe the situation for a while, Ed was thinking. The two departed from their hidden inn. Along the way, Ed did his utmost to suppress his cough. Yet by the time they arrived at the dock, his clothes were drenched in sweat. Edric Dane was anxious, torn between worrying for the Duke's health, seeking out the ship he had arranged, and avoiding exposure. Fortunately, he soon found the fisherman he had encountered the previous day. To the old fisherman's astonishment, 2 guards, resembling red trout, accompanied him. The old fisherman was indeed accepting bribes without fulfilling his duties. In his heart, Edric cursed. That wretched old man even reported us to the Mouton family, the overseers of Springwater Town. "Duke, Edric?" "Cough, cough, Edric." "My lord, I've made a blunder. The fisherman has betrayed us. Do not panic. Cough, cough. Maintain composure." The Duke stifled his cough, striving to evade attention. The Duke lifted his gaze to survey the dock and spotted a ship preparing to sail. That one, boarded. Following the Duke's, Edric beheld a grand vessel adorned with purple sails and a violet hull. Uncertain of its destination, he nonetheless assisted the Duke towards the ship. At the dock, Edric heard the crew of the purple ship calling out, "All aboard. We must depart swiftly. My lord, we must hurry." The Duke forced himself to run, soon drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. Edric joined him, their actions instantly drawing the attention of the old fisherman, the Mouton guards, and and the gilded robes. There they are. The old fisherman pointed at the two, shouting loudly. Yet, Edric was the first to ascend the purple ship's ladder. He tossed a bag of gold dragons and declared, 100 gold dragons. I demand you set sail immediately. All eyes on the deck turned towards him. A youth with striking blue-violet eyes removed his hood, revealing his light golden hair. I am Edric Dane, Lord of Starfall. Should you deliver us safely to Dorne, I shall reward you with tenfold the gold. At that moment, he noticed the captain at the helm, clad in black, laughing heartily. A splendid deal. Set sail. The crew retracted the ladder and pulled Edric Stark aboard. Amidst the furious glares from the guards, the purple ship departed from the Springwater Town dock. Meanwhile, Sir Alan Santagar had just arrived at Springwater Town. As he dismounted, a little bird from Varys appeared, presenting him with a note. The note read, Traders, tonight, 6 black fish, White Harbor. Alan's gaze sharpened instantly. He commanded, tonight, raid the dock, target the 6 black fish. Reports indicated that night, the gilded robes slaughtered the vessels bearing the 6 black fish flag. Sir Alan Santagar wrapped 2 severed heads, faces grotesquely cleaved, in black cloth. He bore these heads back to King's Landing, claiming that the traders had resisted fiercely and thus met a gruesome fate. Chapter 66. Uprising. King Joffrey ordered the traders' heads to be displayed at the King's Gate. The populace flocked to the city gate to gaze upon the former Chancellor's severed head. Although they could scarcely discern its features, most believed Edric Stark to be dead. Rumors had previously circulated that Cersei Lannister was responsible for the deaths of the king and the chancellor, and now it appeared those claims held truth. The citizens felt a surge of anger, for Edric, the kind-hearted chancellor, had often provided alms to the poor, and now this good man had met a tragic end. The people of King's Landing were incensed. Once again, the folk have been reciting the ominous nursery rhyme, the king and prime minister meet their demise. The true culprit lies with the queen. The dark-haired are bastards, while the golden-haired usurper sits upon the throne. Queen Cersei and King Joffrey, upon hearing these rumors within the confines of the Red Keep, were utterly infuriated, commanding the gold cloaks to sever the tongues of all those who dared to spread such slander. Janos Slynt, dutifully executing the orders, inadvertently incited a riot among the populace of King's Landing. The people surged into the streets, battling the gold cloaks, though they were a disorganized rabble. Their actions led to considerable chaos. From atop the walls of the Red Keep, Queen Cersei gazed down at the fervent crowd below. They spat and hurled filth at the castle, yet the queen's rage surpassed theirs. Cersei admonished Janos Slynt, exclaiming, Janos, you and your men are the very epitome of incompetence. Allowing the rabble to besiege the king and queen within the castle, the commander of the gold cloaks appeared at a loss for words, stating that there were too many rioters to eliminate every last one in King's Landing. Cersei clenched her fists in frustration. King Joffrey, filled with indignation, spat over the castle walls, declaring, they dare to defy the king. I want them dead. The lords and nobles surrounding him bowed their heads in silence. Only Grand Maester Pycelle rubbed his eyes and dusted off the shoulders of his fine attire, remarking, only your grandfather can resolve this matter now. Joffrey's chest swelled with pride as he proclaimed, I am the king. Indeed, but a king requires the hand of a king, Pycelle replied, bowing his head. Joffrey turned to Cersei, asking, Mother, why hasn't grandfather arrived yet? Cersei urged him to remain patient before inquiring of Pycelle. Is the Trout of the Riverlands truly so formidable that the powerful Lord Tywin cannot reach King's Landing? The Grand Maester reminded her that the forces from the north were advancing. The Starks and Tullis were kin, and Robb Stark was leading the charge to support the Tullis. Thus, Lord Tywin must first repel the young wolf, or the armies of the Westerlands could not safely arrive in King's Landing. At the mention of Robb Stark, Joffrey scoffed derisively. That boy, my grandfather will crush him, he laughed. Cersei affectionately stroked her son's neck, assuring him, he will, Joff. Your grandfather will clear all your enemies. But you must learn patience. Joffrey huffed, I cannot wait. Cersei once again sought to soothe her son. The surrounding nobles exchanged glances, their opinions of the king diminishing further. He was but a petulant child, a king with a temper. Outside the walls, the commotion gradually subsided. The inhabitants of the Red Keep turned their gaze to the horizon, noting the sun's descent, which likely accounted for the cessation of the rabble's antics. Suddenly, Janos Slynt proposed. Your Majesty, your Grace, my men could take advantage of the night to teach the rabble a lesson. Joffrey became exhilarated at the suggestion, demanding that Janos eliminate the rioters. The queen acquiesced. Pycelle, unable to abide such a foolish decision, urged Janos to merely apprehend the instigators and refrain from adding further chaos to an already tumultuous King's Landing. The king immediately exhibited his displeasure, yet his mother still possessed a modicum of sense. Janos, proceed as instructed by Pycelle, she commanded, while Cersei issued orders in Joffrey's stead. Janos nodded in acknowledgement. That night, Bell was roused from his slumber by a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Arya, her eyes glistening with tears. Standing behind her were Yoren and Syrio. Bell's expression softened with compassion as he inquired about the cause of her distress. Arya sorrowfully replied, "Bell, Eddard is dead. He was captured and executed by the Lannisters, along with Edric." "Pardon?" Bell responded, his brow furrowing in confusion. Syrio informed Bell that he had learned the grim news. The people of King's Landing had hung the heads of Eddard and Edric Dane at the city gates. Bell placed an arm around Arya's shoulders, saying, "Come, let us discuss this in the Great Hall." As they walked, Bell felt a sense of unease regarding the situation. He had indeed allowed the cadet branch of House Tully to send word to King's Landing, but it had barely been a week since then. How could Eddard and Edric have been apprehended and executed so swiftly? Had Edric failed to comprehend his counsel? Bell murmured. The wisdom of the sage lies in his ability to remain inscrutable. He could not believe that Eddard and Edric had perished so easily, while Eddard might succumb. Edric Dane was a clever young man. Bell inquired about the details from Syrio, but the latter knew little more. He had merely gleaned that Eddard and Edric were dead. With the order for their execution given by the Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, Ser Alistair Thorne, the citizens of King's Landing had risen in revolt, and the Goldcloaks had slain many. The information was too vague and lacking in specifics. Bell furrowed his brow. For he neither wished for Eddard to be alive nor dead. What he desired was for Eddard to be incapacitated and unable to manage affairs with clarity. Ahead, Yoren pushed open the doors of the Great Hall. Inside, Ser Jandrai Tully, Ser Varon, and Ser Beric Dondarrion were already seated, having reserved the most central position for Bell. He strode directly to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. As soon as he settled, he declared, "Eddard and Edric are not so easily slain." Jandrai and the others exchanged glances, puzzled by his assertion. Bell continued, "Send someone to King's Landing to ascertain the state of those two heads. When I departed from the Vale, I instructed Edric on how to conceal himself and escape. He is well aware of how I assisted the Prime Minister in fleeing King's Landing, as are each of you." The group exchanged looks once more, then nodded in agreement. Beric Dondarrion offered to dispatch a trustworthy individual from his ranks to King's Landing. Bell then comforted Arya, saying, "Do not despair, Arya. I believe Eddard is still alive." She nodded in response. Bell gazed up at the skylight, where thick clouds obscured the moonlight, casting a muted yellow glow. There remained a long time until dawn, yet in light of these events, none would find rest this night. Bell decided to have the others report on their current tasks. Ser Jandrai looked to Ser Varon, who then recounted the progress made in sheltering the refugees, noting that nearly 7,000 displaced souls had gathered near Harrenhal. "Secretary Bell, I have followed your counsel and allocated the land of Herlenberg to those willing to remain." "Well done. Continue to persevere." Bell then turned to the Lightning King, Tandalion, who had previously been responsible for recruitment. Tandalion stated, "I have selected 200 individuals and equipped them with spears. They have been practicing their formations these past few days." Bell concluded, "Thus, we now possess nearly 300 soldiers." Syrio harbored a rather pessimistic outlook regarding this matter, reiterating to Secretary Bell that this makeshift army of refugees was utterly incapable of combat. Bell responded, "I do not require them to fight. The principal actors in this conflict are Lysborton and Tywin Lannister." He then inquired of Lord Yoren, "My lord, when did Lord Leech's army depart?" Yoren replied, "Approximately 3 days ago." Bell gestured towards the mouth of the Green Fork. "He should be arriving soon. Assemble the troops by tomorrow afternoon, bringing ample kindling and hay. If we can ignite a wildfire, all the better. Let us prepare a fireworks display for the Old Lion to enjoy." Chapter 67, Disdain Lannister Camp. The afternoon sun cast its rays upon the surface of the Green Fork River, causing it to shimmer and reflect a pristine deep green hue. Tyrion sat barefoot by the riverbank, splashing the water with his deformed and unsightly legs, idly gazing across to the opposite shore. Nothing lay across the river. Yet Tyrion was acutely aware that the enemy was perilously near. "Tyrion." The dwarf turned to find himself face to face with Styr, his uncle. Tyrion greeted his uncle with a casual indifference, mirroring the way the other Lannisters treated him. Styr, too, merely uttered that his father was seeking him before turning to leave. Nevertheless, Tyrion responded to the empty air, "I understand." Styr had already wandered far away. Tyrion withdrew his feet from the water and cast a glance at the fish below. None had been suffocated, yet today all would partake of Lord Lannister's foot-washing water. Inside the tent, Tywin Lannister stood behind a table, with Kevan Lannister beside him. As Tyrion entered, he inwardly mused that Tywin and Kevan were akin to conjoined Lannisters, even more grotesque than himself, the dwarf. Kevan politely greeted him, "Tyrion." Tyrion offered a faint smile, which only served to enhance his unattractiveness. Wipe that smile off your face. That nauseates me. Tywin's green-gold eyes bore into his son. Tyrion awkwardly clasped his hands together, yet, as was his custom, he attempted a jest. I ought to bring my wildlings. That should elevate your spirits. The wildlings he referred to were the mountain tribes he had tamed in the Moonlight Mountains after escaping from Catelyn's grasp. Tyrion had always regarded this as a remarkable achievement, yearning for even a modicum of acknowledgement from his father. But Tywin merely continued to fixate on him with his piercing green-gold gaze. Tyrion pursed his lips and lowered his head. Tywin commanded, "Very well. Now close your mouth and listen to your uncle." Kevan gently remarked, "We require you and your wildling forces to serve as the vanguard on the left flank." He spoke of us, but Tyrion understood that meant Tywin. Kevan was merely a messenger. Regardless of how nonchalantly Kevan presented himself, Tyrion was acutely aware that his father intended for him and the wildlings to serve as cannon fodder. Tyrion glanced at his father, once again defying the established norms. "The vanguard? They appear formidable," Sir Kevan remarked. "Formidable? Allow me to elucidate their prowess. Just last night, a fellow from the Moon Men killed a stone crow for a sausage. Consequently, today, 3 members of the Stone Crow seized the murderer and slit his throat in vengeance. Perhaps they sought to reclaim the sausage. I cannot be certain. Boros narrowly prevented Shagga from severing the dead man's genitals, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Nevertheless, Ulf insisted on compensation for this blood debt, yet Khan and Shagga refused. The soldiers lacked discipline, indicating a failure of command. My father remarked that if I were his son, clearly the vanguard was unsuitable for him. Without a doubt, he should remain at the rear to safeguard the supply wagons." Tyrion retorted angrily, "If there are no other posts for me to command, let me lead the vanguard." Tywin regarded him in silence. "I did not suggest that the dwarf command the army." Kevan informed Tyrion that he and his wildling forces would be assigned to Gregor Clegane's command. Tyrion interjected, "So we have captured the missing king?" "Silence," Tywin warned him. Tyrion clenched his teeth, innocently gazing at the corner of the table. He was well aware that they had not captured the king. Otherwise, the arrogant Tywin would surely acknowledge it. What would happen if they had captured the king? Would they execute him in private? Tyrion allowed himself to sink into thought, seeking an escape from the nightmare of being belittled by his own father. "Leave," Tywin commanded. Tyrion departed quietly, still pondering the earlier question. What trickery has the little fish employed, and where have you concealed the king? What are your intentions with him? "Hey, Tyrion." In the camp, Boros roused Tyrion from his reverie. Tyrion looked up as his bodyguard smiled, informing him that the wildlings were preparing a barbecue party that evening, while he himself planned to fish in the Green Fork. The lowly status of a mercenary was dismal, yet the grin of the lowly man lightened Tyrion's spirits considerably. Tyrion requested Boros' assistance with the task. Boros raised an eyebrow. "Please, go on. Find me a camp prostitute for tonight." Tyrion tossed Boros a golden dragon as a fee. Boros beamed. Who wouldn't appreciate a generous employer? The bodyguard assured him he would find a girl to Tyrion's satisfaction before preparing to leave. Tyrion halted him, indicating there was more to discuss. Boros bit down on the golden dragon with his back teeth. "You may command. I need you to inquire about someone." "Who?" "Belfer Fisher." "The little fish, the secretary of Prime Minister Eddard." Boros blinked. "I know him." "Oh," Tyrion thought, "how fortuitous," and urged Boros to divulge all he knew. Balin informed his lord that Bael Fesher was currently in Harrenburg, where he had managed to persuade Lady Heen to adopt the late king's illegitimate son, Jandeli, thereby seizing control of Harrenburg. Furthermore, Balin mentioned that the new Count of Harrenburg had allocated land to the impoverished, offering them a 2-year tax exemption to cultivate it. It appeared that Harrenburg was also selecting individuals from among the refugees to form an army. Balin had gleaned this information from the refugees themselves. Tyrion stroked his chin, pondering. "Harrenburg? Yet my father seems indifferent to the army there. Merely a rabble. They could hardly withstand the forces of Amalur. It seems my father intends to vanquish formidable foes first, but I cannot shake this ominous feeling." Balin, perplexed, remarked, "What could possibly transpire? They are merely a group of refugees." Tyrion retorted, "Bael Fesho is an astutely dangerous individual who never engages in futile endeavors." Balin inquired, "What do you plan to do? Alert Duke Tywin?" Tyrion glanced toward Tywin's tent. "My father commanded me to remain silent." His tone was light, yet it bore a weight of seriousness. That night, Tyrion lay in the embrace of the camp whore, Shay. He gently extricated himself from her side, cautious not to disturb her slumber. Bare as the day he was born, he descended from the bed, traversed over his attendant, and ventured to the back of the tent to relieve himself. Balin sat cross-legged beneath a chestnut tree. Near the tethered horses, his eyes wide awake as he honed his sword. Mercenaries seemed to require less sleep than others. "Where did you find her?" Tyrion asked as he relieved himself. "I acquired her from a knight. The fellow was most unwilling to part with her. It was your name that persuaded him, of course. Along with the dagger I held to his throat. Excellent, Tyrion replied bitterly, shaking off the last few drops. I recall requesting you to procure a whore. Not to create an enemy. The pretty ones are all taken, Balin replied. Should you wish to exchange for a toothless hag, I would gladly return her for you. Would that not break your heart? Tyrion retorted, I shall keep Shay. You wouldn't happen to know that knight's name, would you? I would prefer not to have him nearby during battle. Balin sprang up with the grace and swiftness of a panther, twirling his sword in his palm. Little man, I shall be by your side in battle. Tyrion nodded. If you ensure my survival in this conflict, you may choose any reward you desire. Balin tossed his long sword from right hand to left, testing its weight with a swing. Who wishes to slay someone like you? My father is one. He has sent me to lead the vanguard. I would do the same, Tyrion replied. A diminutive figure wielding a great shield would certainly give their archers a headache. Listening to you, I feel remarkably uplifted, Tyrion remarked. I must be losing my mind. Balin sheathed his sword, undoubtedly. Just then, a horn echoed through the night. Wild and urgent, Shay burst from the tent, calling out Tyrion's name. My lord, I am so frightened. Tyrion approached her. Shay crouched down and clung to Tyrion, allowing him to effortlessly pat her back in a comforting gesture. Soothing the girl, Tyrion turned to Podrick. Arm yourselves. Chapter 68. The Inferno in the Deep of Night. Approximately 1,000 meters south of the Green Fork River, Bell concealed himself behind a tree, observing the Lannister army pouring forth. The crimson-clad soldiers advanced along the banks of the Green Fork, marching northward. It could be surmised that Roose Bolton's forces were undoubtedly in that direction. Shall we mobilize? Asked Jandrai. Bell remained silent, while Count Dondarrion chuckled, urging Lord Herlin to remain calm. Send someone to scout, Bell suggested. Syrio Farrell eagerly volunteered for the task. Attired in black, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. With the former first sort of bravos on the mission, the others felt assured. Syrio stepped out of the woods, blending into the night, swiftly disappearing from view. The group awaited patiently. Bell cast a glance at the moon. The night was deep, and dawn was still far off. While they waited, Bell instructed Jandrai and the others to inspect the soldiers' supplies of fire-starting materials, hay, and firewood, ensuring they would ignite at the first opportunity. The Herlin army was poorly equipped. Only Jandrai and Sir Verwoerd donned full armor, while the rest were mostly in simple garb, armed primarily with long spears with few wielding swords. Yet, this ragtag assembly could still be effective under Bell's command. 10 minutes later, Sir Verwoerd reported that they were fully equipped. Bell nodded, continuing to observe the Lannister camp across the woods, silently calculating the passage of time. Approximately an hour later, Syrio returned. What did you find? Bell inquired. Syrio, his breath steady, replied. The Lannister forces have mostly deployed. Only around the central tent are there any movements. I spotted 2 Lannisters, one bald and another with thinning hair, observing the battle from the riverbank. The group's astonishment was palpable. Had Syrio truly infiltrated the enemy camp? Bell confirmed the details with Syrio, who affirmed he had indeed entered and exited their camp. The others were even more astonished, their mouths agape yet silent. Bell struck the tree trunk, his excitement palpable. The enemy is unguarded. The old lion has underestimated us. But we must thank him, for tonight victory belongs to the north. Lightning Lord also slammed his fist against the trunk, peeling away a layer of bark. Good, he murmured. Jandrai donned his bull-headed helmet, and the bull count inquired. Shall we strike? Bell nodded, whispering, let us advance. Count Dondarrion instructed, move towards the light. Be cautious not to fall behind. Sir Verwoerd warned, make no noise, or I shall have to deal with you. Nearly 300 recruits followed their leaders as they emerged from the woods, swiftly approaching the Lannister camp, hearts racing. Uncertain whether it was from the speed of their advance or the tension in the air, but the impending battle ignited a fervor within each of them. Bell crouched low, leading the way, his eyes fixed intently on the enemy camp. No sentries were visible atop the battlements. Syrio had informed him that he had scarcely encountered any guards, having dealt with only 1 visible sentry and 2 concealed ones. Thus, Bale whispered, ignite. He produced a spark to ignite a torch, and the soldiers behind him followed suit, igniting a small blaze to the south of the Lannister camp. Run. With that, everyone straightened their posture and hurried forth, traversing the night like stars illuminating the darkness with their torches. However, aside from their own ranks, the Lannisters remained oblivious to the sudden commotion arising to the south of their encampment. In preparation for the northern army led by Roose Bolton, Tywin's forces were fully mobilized, and the Duke was solely focused on the battles north of the Green Fork. With steady breaths, Bale sprinted towards the entrance of the Lannister camp. The 2 guards stationed at the southern gate were deep in slumber, only awakening as Bale approached. He signaled them with his torch, incapacitating one with a swift blow, while the other was subdued by the formidable Ser Jandrai. Subsequently, the remaining soldiers surged into the Lannister encampment, setting fire to anything they could find. In no time, flames erupted, engulfing the entire camp. By the banks of the Green Fork, Tywin Lannister stood alongside his brother Kevan, observing the unfolding battle. Suddenly, they caught a whiff of smoke wafting from behind them, prompting Tywin to furrow his brow in alarm. Just as he turned to trace the source of the acrid scent, Kevan cried out, "This is bad. The camp is on fire." Tywin quickly pivoted, witnessing not only the flames consuming the camp, but also a throng of ragged refugees charging towards him, brandishing spears and torches. Kevan unsheathed his sword, exclaiming, "Lannisters, protect the Duke." The few remaining guards at Tywin's side drew their swords, bracing themselves for the impending clash. In an instant, the two sides collided. The refugees from Harrenhal flailed their spears wildly, while the Red Cloaks responded with their superior swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Harrenhal soldiers fell to the ground. Bael stood at the back of the formation, his expression calm, entirely unperturbed by his side's losses. A rabble would remain a rabble. Even with a morale boost from igniting the enemy camp, they stood no chance against the well-trained and well-equipped foes. Yet, it was peculiar that Bael, who had initially charged ahead, now found himself at the rear of the line. He had played the role of a cheerleader for some time, watching as Jandrai and the others retreated, yet he remained silent. After all, one could not expect Bael to single-handedly dismantle 50 elite Red Cloaks. Even the Mountain could not achieve such a feat. Count Dondarrion, battered and bearing numerous sword wounds, staggered back. "Bael, our forces cannot prevail." Bael replied calmly, "If we cannot win, then we shall retreat." "Is that it? Just retreat?" grumbled the bloodied Jandrai, visibly discontented. Bael responded, "Our objective has been met. The camp is ablaze, and the Lannisters are destined for defeat. The Northern Army will aid us in their downfall." Jandrai, gritting his teeth against the pain, sighed, "Very well. Viri, give the order to withdraw." "Withdraw," shouted Verward. The new recruits from Helrenberg sighed in relief as over 200 of them retreated, leaving behind a dozen fallen comrades. The red-clad soldiers across the field anxiously watched their withdrawal. Duke Tywin Lannister's face turned ashen, devoid of any joy at having repelled the enemy. For his grand camp had been set ablaze by this rabble. What was even more dire was that victory was utterly unattainable for the Lannisters tonight. There was no possibility of a turnaround unless the attacking forces could vanquish the enemy's commander on the battlefield. Yet, the reality was that Count Styr Lannister, the commander, had fled in panic to the northern bank of the Green Fork. Behind him, the Lannister soldiers were like frightened birds. They crowded at the ferry and floating bridge, hoping to escape to the southern bank. Many even leaped into the Green Fork River, only to be swept away by the turbulent waters in an instant. "Tywin, we must flee," Kayvon shouted beside Duke Tywin. The old lion remained rooted in place, fists clenched, witnessing his army's path home barred by the rushing river. After about 10 minutes, the Northmen's savages finally caught up. The Lannister forces, numbering in the tens of thousands, offered no resistance. They were either slain by the Northmen or drowned in the river, with only a scant few managing to return to the southern bank. It was not until the battle drew near its conclusion that Duke Tywin finally issued the retreat order. He commanded the remaining forces to fall back to Riverrun, where Jaime's 10,000 troops awaited. There was still a glimmer of hope for House Lannister. But was it truly so? As Duke Tywin retreated to the knee of the river, he received the dreadful news that Jaime Lannister, underestimating the enemy, had been decisively defeated and captured by Robb Stark in the Whispering Woods. The old lion could no longer maintain his proud demeanor. Amidst the fearful gazes of those around him, Duke Tywin Lannister opened his mouth wide and let out a furious roar. "Stark, return my legions." Chapter 69. The king in the North. Catelyn sat at the stern of the boat. Many years ago, she had departed from Riverrun cradling her infant son, crossing the Trident River in a small vessel as they journeyed north to Winterfell. Now, reflecting upon that moment felt like recalling an event from a millennium past. Once again, they traversed the Trident River, returning home, yet the infant had transformed into a valiant warrior clad in armor and wielding a sword. As the oars rose and fell, Robb sat at the bow alongside Grey Wind, placing his hand upon the direwolf's head, with Theon Greyjoy by his side. Uncle Brynden occupied the second boat behind them, accompanied by Great Jon and Lord Rickard Stark. They drifted downstream, allowing the powerful currents of the Trident to carry them past the towering water wheel. The immense wheel within the tower turned with a rumble, the sound of cascading water evoking a bittersweet smile on Catelyn's lips as childhood memories flooded back. The townsfolk and soldiers lined the sandstone walls, shouting their names, exulting in the glory of Winterfell. Every battlement flew the banner of House Tully. a leaping silver trout against a backdrop of rippling red and blue. What a breathtaking sight it was. Yet Caitlyn's heart could not share in the joy. She questioned whether her heart would ever again experience joy in this lifetime. Oh, Ned. They traversed the archway and the city walls, where her brother Edmure Tully awaited them at the steps by the river. Edmure was a robust young man, with a mane of chestnut hair and a fiery beard, his breastplate marred by scars and dents from the ravages of battle. His red and blue cloak stained with blood and soot. Edmure descended the steps and embraced her. "Dear sister," he said. Caitlyn held her brother tightly. "Edmure, I share your sorrow. When we learned of Lord Eddard's misfortune, the Lannisters would pay dearly. I swear by the heavens. I shall avenge you." "But will that bring Ned back to life?" She retorted sharply. "We shall discuss this later. I must see father." "He is waiting for you in his study," Edmure replied, his expression grave. "The maester says his time in this world is short. His ailments afflict him often and quite severely." A surge of unnamed fury filled Caitlyn's heart. She loathed the entire world. Theon Greyjoy sat on a bench in the great hall of Winterfell, a tankard of ale in hand, recounting the tale of the Battle of Whispering Woods to his father's men. "They attempted to flee, but we had the valley fully surrounded. Then we charged forth from the shadows with blades drawn. When Robb S. Direwolf lunged into their ranks, the Lannisters must have thought the others had come for them. I witnessed it tear a man's arm clean off, and the horses, sensing its presence, went mad, leaving countless riders unseated." "Theon," Caitlyn interrupted, her face still etched with sorrow. "Where's my son?" "My lady, Lord Robb has gone to the Godswood," he replied. Ned had often done the same. She found Robb beneath the canopy woven of green leaves, surrounded by towering redwoods and ancient elms. He knelt before the heart tree, a slender weirwood, its carved face bearing more sorrow than resolve. Robb's longsword lay before him, and beside him knelt great John Umber, Rickard Stark, Mira Reed, and others. Among them was Tytos Blackwood. His large crow-feathered cloak spread behind him. They still honored the old gods. She questioned herself, to which god did she now pledge her faith? Yet, no answer came. Robb slowly rose, sheathing his sword. "We must convene a council. Many matters require our deliberation. Your grandfather wishes to see you," she said. "Robb, he is gravely ill. Sir Edmure has informed me of his condition. Mother, I am saddened for Lord Hostine and for you, but we must hold the council first. We have just received word from the south. King Renly Baratheon has ascended the throne." The war council convened in the hall. 4 long folding tables arranged in a square opening upward. The meeting began with idle chatter, quickly devolving into heated argument. Lord Blackwood argued that they should take advantage of the momentum from the Battle of Whispering Woods and bring the conflict to a swift conclusion. According to custom, whenever the idea originated from the Braxwood family, the Brecken family would invariably oppose it. Therefore, Genus Brecken rose to urge everyone to pledge allegiance to King Renly and march south to join his grand army. "Renly is not a king," Robb interjected for the first time since the meeting commenced, demonstrating an astuteness reminiscent of his father. "My lord, you cannot pledge fealty to Joffrey, can you?" Gerbert Glover remarked, recalling how his father had perished at the boy's hands. Robb replied, "That merely indicates he is a villain. It does not signify that Renly is a king. Robert has 2 sons in Stannis, his elder brother, so it is hardly Renly's turn to claim the throne." "Yet Renly has accepted the crown," remarked Mace Tyrell. "Hightower and Storm's End support him, and Dorne will likely not remain idle. Should the forces of Winterfell and Riverrun align with him, 5 of the 7 great houses would be under his command. If House Arryn also lends its strength, that would amount to 6/7 of the power. With such odds, my lords, within a year, we could have the heads of the Queen Regent, the Imp King, Lord Tywin, the Little Monster, the Kingslayer, and Ser Kevin mounted upon our spears. According to the law, their rights precede Renly's," Robb insisted stubbornly. Caitlyn observed that he bore a striking resemblance to his father in that moment, and it instilled a sense of fear within her. The elder Lord Stephen, displaying the signature weasel-like smile of House Fry, suggested, "Why not observe the unfolding events and let the 2 kings engage in their game of power? With Renly already in arms, Lord Tywin will likely be eager to negotiate peace with us to ensure his son's safe return. My esteemed lords, allow me to discuss the terms of a truce with him and propose a ransom." His words were drowned out by a thunderous roar. "You coward," Jon Snow bellowed. "Begging for peace is a show of weakness." The Countess of Mormont concurred. "To hell with ransom," Count Rickard Stark shouted. "We cannot release the Kingslayer. Why not negotiate?" Caitlyn inquired. All the lords turned to stare at her, but she could only feel Robb's gaze upon her. "My lords, Lord Eddard was your master and your peer. Yet I shared his bed and bore his children. Does my love for him not equal yours? Robb, if a sword could bring your father back, I would not allow you to sheathe it until Ned stands by my side once more. Yet the deceased are gone. No amount of victories in the Whispering Woods can alter that truth. Ned is gone, as is Darren Hightower, the gallant sons of House Stark, and countless others, they shall not return. Must we pay with even more lives? Jon's deep voice resonated. My lady, you are but a woman. Such matters are beyond your understanding. Count Stark, his face etched with sorrow, replied, Men require vengeance. Catelyn responded, My lord Stark, hand Cersei Lannister over to me, and I shall demonstrate just how tender a woman's heart can be. Though I may lack understanding of tactical stratagems, I am acutely aware of the futility of certain endeavors. Our aim in waging war is to thwart the Lannister forces from pillaging and committing atrocities in the Riverlands, and to rescue Ned, who has been wrongfully imprisoned. Our purpose lies in safeguarding our territory and securing my husband's freedom. While we have achieved one objective, the other remains forever unattainable. As Catelyn concluded her words, silence enveloped the hall. Peace negotiations, Lord Brynden inquired, what terms do you propose? If we lay down our arms today only to take them up again tomorrow, what meaning does it hold? Brendan's words struck a blow to Catelyn's resolve. Rickard Stark questioned the value of returning only with his son's remains, rendering the deaths of his two sons utterly meaningless. Lord Bracken concurred, stating that the Lannisters ravaged his lands and slaughtered his people. If peace was to be sought, why endure the hardships of warfare? Even Lord Blackwood endorsed this sentiment. Sir Mark Manderly declared, My lady, whatever decision you make, I shall never acknowledge the Lannisters as kings. A young boy from House Derry chimed in, Neither will I. Absolutely not. Big Jon rose swiftly, his voice booming through the chamber, Lords and ladies, hear me as I articulate my disdain for these two supposed kings. He spat. Renly Baratheon is nothing but a farce to me, and Stannis is no different. Why should we allow those who sit in the flowering halls of Highgarden or Dorne to govern us? They know nothing of the Wall, the Wolfwood, or the ancestors' graves. Even the gods they worship are false. As for the Lannisters, let the White Walkers seize them. I have had enough. He reached over his shoulder and drew forth a fearsome two-handed sword. Why can we not govern ourselves as we once did? We wed the daughter of the true dragon. Yet the true dragon is now extinct. He pointed his sword at Robb. Lords and ladies, if you demand my kneeling, I shall kneel only before this king. His voice thundered, Long live the king in the north. I too shall agree to a truce, Lord Casterly stated. Let them retain the Red Keep and the Iron Throne. He drew his sword. Long live the king in the north. With that, he knelt beside Big Jon. Lady Mormont stood, declaring, Long live the king in the north. Her spiked mace resting beside two swords. The nobles of the Riverlands rose in solidarity, although families such as Blackwood, Bracken, and Meryn had never been under Winterfell's dominion. Catelyn witnessed them all stand, drawing their swords and kneeling, chanting an ancient name unheard for 3 centuries. Since King Aegon united the 6 kingdoms, this title had returned with grandeur, echoing through her father's wooden hall. Long live the king in the north. Long live the king in the north. Long live the king in the north. Chapter 70. The Leech Within the 100 Hearths of Harrenhal. Roose Bolton appeared composed, his skin smooth and unblemished. Though not conventionally handsome, he was not unappealing either. Years of military service had left him without scars. Despite being in his 40s, his face bore few wrinkles, showing little trace of the passage of time. It is noteworthy that his unusually pale, peculiar eyes were deeper than milk and shallower than stone. When he learned of Robb Stark's coronation in Riverrun, his expression and gaze displayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Opposite Lord Frey, Secretary Bale pursed his lips in mild surprise. What a blunder this is. Count Beric Dondarrion, seated beside Arya, stroked his chin and remarked that the young man should not act so recklessly. Perhaps they should have conveyed the news to him sooner. We lack ravens, and the enemy lies between us. Ser Jorah Mormont concluded the matter, his arms crossed. Warily observing Roose Bolton, Bale indicated that, given the circumstances, they must now prepare to serve the king in the north. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the nearby hearth in the great hall, where the flames flickered weakly, consuming falsehoods. Roose Bolton turned to Bale, addressing him directly, Secretary Bale. Bale kept his eyes fixed on the hearth, yet his pupils swiftly shifted towards Lord Frey. Eddard trusts you. Lord Frey's voice was somewhat subdued, requiring Bale's full attention to discern. Yet you failed to prevent Robb from claiming the throne. The gazes of those present became subtly charged, as they could not fathom why Roose Bolton harbored doubts about Secretary Bale. Bale did not rush to explain. Instead, he smiled and said, It seems you have high expectations of me. Roose Bolton's brow twitched slightly, imperceptibly to an outsider. We ought to inform Robb Stark that Eddard is not dead. He refrained from pressing Bale further, for he understood that the cunning little fox was more slippery than the leeches he kept. Anyone capable of outmaneuvering Tywin Lannister was certainly no naive innocent. Bale smiled, stating that he had already dispatched a raven to notify Robb. Moreover, the raven's bearer would not return. He would directly escort 30 new recruits to the wall. Initially, only 13 recruits remained, but they had selected several from the prisoners to fill the ranks. with Roose Bolton's forces stationed at Harrenhal. The Raven could finally embark on the journey back to the Wall with the Night's Watch recruits. Arya felt a twinge of reluctance for during this time. Yoren had been particularly kind to her, given her status as Eddard Stark's daughter. What shall we do next? The girl inquired of Bale. He replied with a smile. We shall decide once Robb arrives. After all, your brother is now the king in the north. Arya jested that Robb was no true king of the north. Once he learned that Eddard was still alive, he would surely feel a deep sense of shame and willingly relinquish his title. Oh, that may not be the case. Bale mused, rubbing his fingers together. Beric Dondarrion nodded frequently. My lady, claiming kingship is no child's play. Arya felt slighted that the Storm King regarded her as a child. Bale, sensing the girl's discontent, gently patted her back to comfort her, then turned to Roose Bolton. My lord, I suspect that those surrounding Robb are intoxicated by victory. They likely wish to seize the opportunity to strike at King's Landing. I am rather pessimistic about this. You wish for me to intervene. Roose Bolton matter-of-factly conveyed Bale's thoughts. Bale smiled and nodded, remarking, After all, I am of little consequence, not even worthy of the title of Sir. Everyone simply calls me the Scribe. I am capable. Unlike Great John and House Stark. Lord Leech concurred. Chapter 71. Farewell. The walls of Harrenhal fluttered with the newly woven banner of the bull-headed bat. As the river Jandelli proudly bore the bull-headed bat as its personal emblem, the dark bull's head, alongside the dancing bat on the standard, gazed down upon the subjects beyond the towering walls. The populace wielded iron shovels, tilling the land by the shores of the Lake of the Gods, as sunlight poured down, infusing the scene with vitality. The Northern Army's triumphant victories at the Green Fork, the Whispering Woods, and the city of Riverrun assured the people that the fires of war had subsided. The Lannisters had been driven from the Riverlands, and it seemed improbable they would return. Duke Tywin's 20,000-strong army had been utterly annihilated, with so many corpses in the Green Fork that they clogged the waterways, prompting tales of the river overflowing its banks. To honor his valiant supporters, King Robb Stark personally arrived at Harrenhal. The King of the North was warmly greeted by Earl Jandelli and Earl Tondelian, while Bale, Arya, and Lord Leech walked ahead of them. Robb. Arya rushed towards her elder brother, and the siblings were joyously reunited. Robb embraced his sister, exclaiming, Arya, you have grown taller. He pinched her arm, noting her newfound strength. In response, Arya tightened her grip around her brother's waist, showcasing her prowess. Robb feigned as though he were being choked, calling out for Arya to release him. With a laugh, Arya let go, and then affectionately patted the head of Grey Wind, Robb's direwolf, who was surveying the surroundings. From seemingly nowhere, Nymeria and the lady emerged, standing beside Arya and Bale, locking gazes with Grey Wind. Robb shifted his attention from the wolf to Bale, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Bale. I heard from the crow that you protected Eddard and Arya. Bale smiled and nodded, placing his hand over his heart. It was my duty. Do not be modest. Eddard taught me that rewards must follow service. Robb drew his sword, declaring, Bale, you shall be knighted. Arya eagerly urged Bale to kneel. Bale knelt on one knee, and Robb placed the sword upon his shoulder, proclaiming, in the name of the old gods, I dub thee a knight, in recognition of your valiant deeds. Just a knight. Arya protested. Robb. Bale helped me and Eddard escape King's Landing and secured your victory against Tywin Lannister. And Harrenhal too. Robb did not elevate Bale's rank further due to his sister's remarks, stating, Bale's assistance in Eddard and Arya's escape from King's Landing was his duty, albeit a challenging one, which he executed commendably. The majority of the knighthood is deserved for this. The battles at the Green Fork were a collective effort, with Lord Roose Bolton as the commander taking the lead. Harrenhal rightfully belongs to Earl Jandelli, and he shall not forget House Jandelli's support to House Stark. Arya. The king's decree is just. Bale acknowledged this as well. Furthermore, I am already Lord Eddard's scribe. Arya pouted. Very well, since you put it that way. Suddenly, the girl inquired about the whereabouts of her mother, Catelyn. I sent my mother to negotiate with Renly and Stannis. She should be nearing Stonehall soon. After Robb answered, his gaze shifted towards Roose Bolton. Lord Bolton, please step forward to receive your title. Roose Bolton knelt on one knee beside Bale. Robb's sword lightly touched Lord Leech's shoulder as he proclaimed, I elevate you to the Duke of Dreadfort and Guardian of the Lonely Mountain. Thank you, your majesty. Roose Bolton replied, devoid of any hint of joy in his voice. Following this, Robb proceeded with a grand ceremony of titles and rewards, bestowing formal knighthoods upon many noble youths who participated in the Battle of the Green Fork, including Halion Karstark, Willis Manderly, Ronan Stark, and Eddard Fry. Previously, they had enjoyed their reputation solely due to their family's influence. Now, however, they had proven themselves and brought honor to their houses. Once the awards were concluded, Robb began to meet with the Earl of Harrenhal and the Earl of Blackport, as well as Lord Jandrai of the Riverlands. Robb approached the Lord of Harrenhal with great caution, refraining from immediately asserting his title, despite having been proclaimed king in the north and of the Trident. He expressed gratitude to the similarly aged Jandrai for his support of House Stark during the Battle of the Lion and the Wolf. Jandrai, holding his helm adorned with a bull's head, spoke humbly to Robb. I hold great respect for Lord Eddard. He is your father and my benefactor. Then, the young Earl of Harrenhal knelt, acknowledging that it was due to the efforts of Bale and the old lady that he had the honor of becoming the Lord of Harrenhal. I know to whom my loyalty is owed, he said, bowing. Please accept my fealty, King in the North. Do rise quickly, Robb urged, helping Jandrai to his feet. I welcome every man of integrity, Earl Jandrai. Jandrai stepped aside, now that Harrenhal was officially part of the North. Only the Earl of Tanderlane remained. The Storm King was the Lord of Storm's End, and his liege was Renly Baratheon, also known as the False King. Tanderlane had no reason to pledge loyalty to Robb. Thus he came to bid farewell to Robb and to those, like Bale, who had worked alongside him these past days. Robb extended his hand, saying, Earl Barry, your assistance to House Stark shall not be forgotten. You have achieved 3 epic victories. Tanderlane smiled, his smooth chin charming, for this day of parting. He had ensured to shave clean, yet he reminded Robb, I must caution you, the war is not yet over. You must remain vigilant. Robb nodded, I will remember that. Once again, thank you. Should you require any wealth or provisions as recompense, do not hesitate to ask. Earl Barry shook his head with a smile. Glancing at Bale, your father's secretary treated me to drink. I stated then that the wine itself is my reward. Robb instantly regarded him with respect. Bale stepped forward, embracing the Storm King's arm, saying, you are a man worthy of respect. That statement is enough, Tanderlane replied as they parted. With a sigh, Bale lamented how delightful it would be to have fine wine at hand. Robb unfastened the wine flask and, with a serious demeanor, presented it to the Lord of Lightning, saying, Please partake of this flask, Lord Baratheon. The Lord of Lightning chuckled as he accepted the flask and drank it all in one go. Ah, what splendid wine. Thank you, he exclaimed. He then mounted his horse and departed under the escort of the Red Priest Soros and others. His lithe figure vanished like a flash of violet lightning through the darkness, his red hair blazing like a fierce flame. Bale and Robb, along with their companions, watched them disappear beneath the twilight, sincerely wishing them a bright future. However, on the very night that Lord Baratheon's party left Heron Castle, they encountered Gregor Clegane in the wilds. After the Battle of Green Fork, the remnants of Duke Tywin's forces continued to roam the borderlands, tasked with raiding and scouting the Northern Army. Lord Barrett had perished in the conflict, his body discarded by Clegane in the wilderness. Most of the others had also met their demise, with only the Red Priest Soros remaining unaccounted for. Chapter 72. The doors of the Hall of 100 Fires swung open, and Sir Virawad entered, accompanied by a mud-streaked knight. The assembly turned their gaze toward them, as the stoic warrior introduced, Lords, I present to you Sir Baron Stiven. Baron Stiven? Robb, Halion? And the others from the north exchanged puzzled looks, unfamiliar with the name. Yet, Sir Bell recognized him immediately. He was a member of the Kingsguard, having gone hunting with King Robert on the night of the boar and subsequently declared a traitor by Regent Cersei. The armor of the Kingsguard was filthy, caked in black mud, withered leaves, and debris. He bore grim tidings. Gregor Clegane had slain Lord Baratheon. He himself was pursued by Clegane and sought refuge in Heron Castle. Accursed Lannisters. King Robb slammed his fist down, vowing to dispatch troops to hunt Clegane. Halion Stark and others eagerly volunteered for the mission, swearing to capture the notorious Clegane for their king. Bell, seated beside them, remained silent. Capturing Clegane was feasible, yet the youthful Northman's abilities alone seemed inadequate for the task. Bell inquired of Baron, Sir, might I ask where the body of the Lord of Lightning lies? Baron provided a location, and Robb promptly sent men to search. Bell requested that Janley order Virawad to take Baron Stiven below to rest. Accompanying them was Sir Halion Stark, tasked with capturing Clegane. You would do well to send additional forces. Sir Halion is no match for Clegane, Bell cautioned Robb, to avert a tragedy. Consequently, Robb dispatched the likes of Wylis Manderly, Rona Stout, and Innis Fry, all of whom were rewarded heroes from the Battle of Green Fork. Each would lead 100 men to collectively hunt down Gregor Clegane's guerrilla forces. Just as the Hall of 100 Fires was about to settle into tranquility, another entered from outside, exclaiming, My king! John Amber and Rickard Stark, 2 lords who ought to have remained in Riverrun, strode into the great hall, deliberately making a considerable commotion to draw the attention of all present. Robb rose with a smile to greet them, for they were the most significant bannermen of the North and among its bravest warriors. Lord John and Lord Rickard approached, and their imposing demeanor swiftly gave way to respectful deference as they bowed before the king. Rob invited them to take their seats, mentioning that had they arrived a bit earlier, Ricard would have had the chance to meet his son, Paul, the last of his progeny. Ricard Stark appeared more robust than when he was in Riverrun, meticulously grooming his beard, presenting himself with a regal air. A stark contrast to his demeanor following the Battle of Whispering Woods. Thus, when Rob spoke of Paul, Lord Ricard merely chuckled and remarked that there would be ample opportunities in the future. The Lannisters have been thoroughly routed. Lord John clapped his old comrade on the shoulder. He then declined the king's invitation to sit. Lord John surveyed the assembly around the long table of the Great Hall, scrutinizing each individual present. Upon spotting Lord Bolton's ever-unchanging cold visage, he huffed toward the Duke of Dreadfort, though Roose Bolton's expression remained impassive. Something in his eyes exuded an unsettling aura. Lord John boldly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we should march south and strike at King's Landing. Let us place the old lion's head on a pike and send his wretched spawn tumbling from the Iron Throne." Ricard nodded in agreement. It became apparent to all that the two esteemed lords had come to urge the king to muster his forces. Rob offered no direct reply. Instead, he turned slightly, extending a hand, commanding them to sit. "You must first take your seats, so that Lord Tully of the Riverlands may prepare bread and salt for you." Bread and salt. A sacred custom in the Seven Kingdoms for hosting guests, embodies an inviolable sanctity. Although Lord John and Lord Ricard were somewhat impatient, they understood the necessity of granting Lord Tully his due respect, for they were now fellow bannermen of the king in the north. And it was said that Lord Tully was the legitimate bastard son of the late King Robert. "Lord Tully," Rob called with a smile, "get the preparations underway." Thus, the once tempestuous John and Ricard settled down obediently. Lord Tully arranged for bread and salt to be brought forth by Viren Waters, and the two quickly consumed their provisions before revisiting past matters. At this juncture, their earlier intensity had noticeably diminished. Rob Stark, seated at the head of the table, gestured toward the young man beside him. "Lord John, Lord Ricard, before we delve into this discussion, I must introduce you to this gentleman of my own age. For he is my father Eddard's most trusted scribe. He assisted my father and my sister in their escape from King's Landing, and aided us in holding Harrenhal and securing victory at the Green Fork. This is Sir Bale Fisher." Lord John and Lord Ricard bore their patience, offering Bale a strained smile. Bale smiled and stated directly, "My lords, I understand your desire to strike down a drowning dog, but I implore you to reconsider. This is far from a prudent course of action. If Lord Eddard were here, he would surely dissuade you." "Why?" Lord John's expression darkened, revealing his impatience. Bale informed them, "We have received word that Duke Tywin Lannister has retreated to King's Landing, with perhaps 56 soldiers remaining, though it could be as many as 700, but certainly not fewer than 5,000. Lord John questioned loudly, "How can you be so certain?" Bale calmly placed his hands on the table, closing them together. "From the campfires, my lord. The number of campfires does not deceive." Lord John's coarse lashes fluttered. He had to concede that this young man possessed some merit, explaining his favor with Lord Eddard. "Are you aware of the forces at our disposal?" Bale inquired in return. 25,000, including the injured," Ricard replied. "And they have the towering walls of King's Landing. Believe me, my lords, we do not wish to assault that fortress with merely 5,000 or 6,000 defenders," Bale said with particular concern. Lord John slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "We are not cowards." "But the Southerners are," Bale retorted, his voice resonating with boldness, unperturbed by the Elder of the North. His volume was such that it startled Rob, Jandrai, Ricard, and even Lord John himself. Bale pounded the table, demanding, "You were once vassals of Lord Eddard, and now you serve King Rob. What esteemed officials you have become. Lord Eddard is not yet deceased." John and Ricard were immediately engulfed in shame, with John lowering his gaze, unable to meet Rob's eyes. Sensing his chastisement had resonated, Bale spoke in a normal tone. "If you possess even a shred of shame and honor, you will heed the commands of His Majesty King Rob, rather than instructing the king on how to govern." "Oh, Your Majesty, I meant no such offense." John hastily defended himself. Ricard knelt on the ground, followed by John. Rob regarded Bale with respect, then personally assisted John and Ricard to their feet. He expressed that he had never doubted their loyalty, but he had made his decision and hoped they would comply. John, feeling both embarrassed and confused, inquired, "Then why did you not inform us sooner?" "Because you came to question the king," Lewin replied coldly. "Now, listen attentively to what the king has to say." Chapter 73. Sorcery. Rob decisively declared, "I will await the outcome of negotiations between my mother and the Baratheons. Should the three parties unite, they could easily vanquish our foes." John and Ricard Stark could only acquiesce. In the woods of Storm's End, Catelyn awaited alongside her guards. She was the first to arrive. Following her was Stannis Baratheon, Duke of Dragonstone, adorned with a crown of red gold, its edges crafted to resemble flames. They exchanged pleasantries, And Caitlin was left with a profound impression of Stannis' rigidity. He was 100 times more obstinate than both Eddard and Robert combined. Stannis completely disregarded Caitlyn's suggestions. Family, honor, responsibility. Lady Stark, these are the principles of your house, yet they do not resonate with my own. Stannis bore a cold demeanor. And Caitlin perceived that he possessed a heart of iron. His thick, dark stubble resembled the black needles of a pine tree, from which he uttered the motto of House Baratheon: fire consumes all. Since your husband accepted the Prime Minister's appointment, since Renly proclaimed himself king in the Highgarden, and since your son was hailed as king by the wildlings in Winterfell, my fury has only intensified. His nostrils flared with rage. Await. For my wrath shall scorch all sins, be it that harlot Cersei, your husband, your son, or my foolish brother. And what of your transgressions, Duke Stannis? Are you truly willing to turn against your own kin, allowing the scheming Cersei, who conspired against Robert, to sit upon the Iron Throne? Caitlin pleaded earnestly. She reiterated the 3 significant victories won by Robb Stark in the Riverlands, attempting to strengthen her bargaining position, asserting that the Lannisters had been grievously weakened. If the Starks and the Tullis united, the Lions would have no choice but to retreat to Casterly Rock, nursing their wounds. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong interlocutor. The Duke of Dragonstone remained unmoved. Moreover, a more odious figure arrived, Renly Baratheon, fashionably late. He was adorned in splendid silks, followed by a fully armored knight bearing his stag banner. Renly, having overheard Caitlyn's words on his way, mocked, "Since your son has bested Tywin, why must you persuade me regarding my unlikable brother?" Flames ignited within Caitlyn. Why must Renly utter such provoking words at this moment? "Oh, my dear unlikable brother, what is the meaning of your banner?" Renly continued to stir Stannis' ire, pointing at the banner depicting a fiery heart encircled by orange flames, the sigil of the Lord of Light. "Which banner do you truly serve?" The red-robed woman beside Stannis spoke. "The king's emblem is the blazing red heart of the true God, the Lord of Light." It was only then that Caitlin noticed the red-clad woman accompanying Stannis, resembling a priestess of the Lord of Light from across the narrow sea. Renly seemed amused. "I wholeheartedly agree. If we both fight under the same banner, it would be quite a challenge to avoid confusion." Caitlin reiterated. "It is best we do not engage in battle. The 3 of us should carefully consider how to confront our common enemy. Otherwise, it shall obliterate us all." Stannis, implacable, declared, "According to the law, the Iron Throne rightfully belongs to me. Those who deny this are my foes. The whole realm denies you, dear brother." Renly retorted with a smirk. Stannis clenched his jaw, his expression taut. He was acutely aware of how the nobility of the 7 kingdoms regarded him, for he was upright, selfless, and could tolerate no folly, far from the foolish King Robert. Thus, he could not allow Renly, who was even more foolish than Robert, to ascend the throne. That would spell disaster for the 7 kingdoms. He suddenly drew his longsword. "Renly, kneel before me, and I may spare your life." Under the pallid gaze, the blade glimmered with an eerie radiance, shifting from crimson to golden, and then transforming into a searing white light. Even the surrounding air seemed to respond to the sword's emitted heat, fluctuating and glowing in tandem. The red-cloaked woman's eyes glinted with fervor. Her crimson lips parted as she invoked the name of Azor Ahai like a surging flame. Upon witnessing this, Renly reached into his cloak. Caitlin, believing he intended to draw his sword, was about to intervene when she saw him produce a peach instead. With a grin, Renly said, "Care for a taste, brother? It's from Highgarden. I assure you have never savored anything so delectable." He took a bite, juice trickling down the corner of his mouth. Stannis, seething with rage, exclaimed, "I did not come here for fruit." The negotiations had irrevocably collapsed. As Caitlin entered the small chapel, she seethed with anger and sorrow for the 2 Baratheon brothers. Were Stannis and Renly her sons, she would have confined them in a dark room until they embraced each other and acknowledged their kinship. Sir Robert Royce, tasked by Renly to escort her, informed her, "My lady, you may rest here for a few hours. My men and I will ensure your safety." Caitlin sighed and smiled. Allowing the young man to depart, she shared a piece of news with him. "Thank you. I heard your brother is serving at the Wall," claiming he escaped from the White Walkers. "The White Walkers?" Robert gasped. "Is he safe?" Caitlin reassured him, "Your brother is unharmed, living well. I've heard Lord Commander Mormont still holds him in high regard. An investigative team has been formed specifically for this. And both Bran and Jon Snow are with your brother." Robert breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his sibling was safe. Afterward, Robert Royce departed, and Caitlin knelt before the 7, praying for a miracle to avert this unnecessary war. The gods heard her. Thus, in forms unfathomable to mortals, they granted the supplicant's wish. In the darkest hour before dawn, Robert Royce entered, interrupting Caitlin's prayers, declaring that war was imminent. Caitlin hastily rose, eager to make one final plea. urging Renly not to engage Stannis in battle. "You must hurry. Our time is limited," Rabar reminded her. The two mounted their horses and galloped toward Renly's tent. Upon entering, they found Brienne of Tarth, one of the Rainbow Guard, assisting Renly Baratheon with his armor. The esteemed Lord Tarly and Lord Rowan were discussing strategies and deployments nearby. "I must speak with you," Catelyn insisted, her tone brooking no refusal. Renly cast her a sidelong glance, then pretended to adjust his gloves, casually replying, "Very well." Lord Rowan urged the king, "Your Majesty, our forces are prepared. Why delay until dawn? Sound the horn, and let us march." Renly retorted, "Shall I be deemed a traitor for a dishonorable ambush? Dawn is the appointed hour." Dawn was the hour chosen by Stannis, the renowned commander. Lord Renly Baratheon pointed out that he intended to strike us under the rising sun, while our forces remained nearly blind to his approach. Renly chuckled, expressing his confidence that such a maneuver would only instill momentary terror. He earnestly instructed the two commanders, "Moreover, I command you to capture Stannis alive. He is my brother. And I will not allow any blade to tarnish the blood of House Baratheon." Tally and Rowan, having acquiesced to Renly's wishes, temporarily withdrew from the tent. "Now, my lady, please speak," Renly urged with patience. Catelyn revealed, "The Lannisters are plotting against my son Bran. So you believe you witnessed Cersei's incestuous acts?" "Indeed. You must halt this war and convene a council of the Seven Kingdoms. We can resolve this matter amicably." Renly shook his head with a smile. "Ah?" The naive Lady Stark, you think?" Before he could finish his thought, the steel plate protecting his throat was effortlessly breached as if it were mere cloth. Blood splattered across Catelyn's face. "No," cried Brienne of Tarth in heart-wrenching despair. Catelyn's widened pupils caught sight of a sinister shadow slipping from the tent. A figure eerily resembling Stannis Baratheon. It was sorcery. Chapter 74. A harmonious family in King's Landing. At the Tower of Hand, Tyrion's attire was tattered. Having narrowly escaped back to the city, he was summoned by his father without a moment to rest or change. Standing at the tower door, he inhaled deeply, gazing up at the window of the Hand's chamber, where he saw Tywin standing before it. Thus, he ascended the stairs with his short legs, for his father despised waiting. "Renly is dead," Tywin announced, his back turned to Tyrion. The old lion's crimson cashmere tunic was impeccably pressed, and though Tyrion could not see his father's face, he sensed that Tywin was in high spirits. "This is splendid news," Tyrion congratulated him, but immediately followed with a question that displeased Tywin. "Where's my dear sister?" Tywin turned, his eyes casting a cold glare. The lion's chest bore the sigil of the Hand of the king, the golden lion etched upon it shining more brilliantly than the jewels adorning Joffrey's crown. Tyrion could feel his father's good mood dissipating, precisely what he had hoped for. "She has erred gravely so. I have instructed her to remain in Maegor's holdfast." Tyrion jested, "The vases in Maegor's shall surely suffer." He quickly fell silent, for Tywin's gaze seemed capable of slaying his dwarf son. "I care not for how many vases she shatters, as long as she remains within the tower," Tywin replied coldly. The Duke was profoundly disappointed in Cersei. The Queen Mother's foolish actions in King's Landing weighed heavily upon Tywin, who found them nearly irredeemable, though he would never admit it. The thought of those blunders sent a throb of pain through his head. There are some irretrievable matters that even the wealthiest lion of Casterly Rock must allow to become mere history. Balon Greyjoy, Tywin mentioned the name. Tyrion sighed with regret, lamenting the loss of a legend, and expressed his dismay that their queen had orchestrated his demise. Tywin endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Yet it was his nephew who had committed the act, ensuring that Lancel would bear the burden of shame and infamy for all his days. Tyrion inquired about Lancel's current whereabouts, to which Tywin replied that Kevan had confined his son within the cathedral, compelling Lancel to seek penance until the Seven bestowed their forgiveness. Tyrion mused to himself that it was a clever strategy. He hoped the Seven would indeed grant mercy, for otherwise his cousin would be destined to kneel before the statue for eternity. Aside from the demise of Ser Balon, King's Landing was beset by numerous troubles instigated by Cersei, the most significant being the civil unrest among the common folk. However, Tywin had temporarily alleviated this issue with Lannister gold and bread, and the old lion's reputation deterred the rabble from provoking him. For the other various predicaments within the city, Tywin had dispatched Kevan to address them. He also sent Ser Kevan Lannister back to the Westerlands to reconstitute a new army. The three catastrophic defeats in the Riverlands had left Tywin's forces severely diminished, with fewer than 6,000 men remaining. Had it not been for the formidable walls of King's Landing and the presence of 2,000 ineffectual gold cloaks within, he would have endeavored to relocate the Iron Throne to Casterly Rock. Ser Kevan would travel the Golden Road back, a route that led directly to the Westerlands without traversing the Riverlands. Tywin had plans for Tyrion as well. "So, you truly wish for me to serve as an envoy to Highgarden?" Tyrion feigned ignorance before Tywin, adding, "You know I am but a dwarf." Tywin maintained a facade of calm, presenting himself as a benevolent father. "You are my son," he declared. The unexpected warmth from his father repulsed Tyrion. For the dwarf was acutely aware that Tywin's change in demeanor was prompted by Jaime's capture by the enemy. Until Jaime returned safely, Tyrion would be, and would remain, Tywin's favored son. Tywin perceived Tyrion's disquiet, yet the old lion remained indifferent. As long as Jaime was absent, Tyrion was his only male heir. Despite his ongoing disdain for the dwarf, everything was for the sake of the lion's pride. Tywin's green-gold eyes returned to the window, observing that the sky over King's Landing paled in comparison to that of Casterly Rock. "Go change your attire," he commanded. "I shall summon Pycelle to attend to you. Once your wounds are treated, you are to depart. Make it grand, so Highgarden perceives our sincerity. I care not how you achieve it. But you must bring back the most noble rose for the lion's pride." Tyrion replied, "I shall escort Lord Mace to a brothel." He feigned enthusiasm, envisioning the finest establishment in Highgarden. With a foolish expression, he gazed at Tywin, though his dark green eyes sparkled with delight. Tyrion resolved to indulge himself as much as possible while the old lion still had need of him. As anticipated, the lion's mane quivered slightly. Tywin's fist descended slowly, resting on the windowsill. The movement appeared gentle, yet it produced a heavy, oppressive thud. "Get out," he bellowed. Tyrion, ever the pragmatist, bowed his head and executed a graceful gesture towards the Lion King. "As you wish," he promptly exited the Prime Minister's chamber, unleashing a raspy laugh in the empty corridor. He. Inside the Prime Minister's room, Duke Tywin clenched his fists, trembling with suppressed fury at the jester's mockery. At Harrenhal, Catelyn dismounted her steed, followed closely by Brienne of Tarth, whose expression bore a hint of melancholy. Although the sky above God's Eye was shrouded in dense clouds, rays of sunlight managed to pierce through, illuminating the freshly tilled earth and causing one to squint. Catelyn surveyed the castle and its surroundings. Harrenhal was undergoing reconstruction, and the adjacent lands were being sown with oats and barley, while numerous common folk were erecting their wooden abodes. Catelyn was uncertain of the current population of Harrenhal, yet the vibrant life before her was a sight unseen in Winterfell. "Mother!" Arya came running, her face smeared with dirt, followed by Nymeria and the lady, with the young wolves equally soiled. Catelyn's pin-up worries began to dissipate. "Arya, what has happened to you?" Catelyn exclaimed, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation as she embraced Arya, unbothered by the dirt clinging to her daughter. "Mother, I've missed you so much." Arya tightly clasped Catelyn's leg, words failing her. "Lady," Ser Beric approached, appearing before Catelyn and her daughters at an opportune moment. "Welcome back." He glanced at Brienne, trailing behind Catelyn, and added with a smile, "It seems you have encountered quite an unusual predicament." For reasons unknown, Catelyn felt an inexplicable wariness towards Beric. Though she had heard of the young man's deeds and had often felt gratitude towards him, her initial impression upon their reunion was less favorable than anticipated. Catelyn slightly recoiled, a few wrinkles forming on her brow. "Ser Beric, thank you for your assistance to my husband." Beric bowed, his demeanor humble. "My lady, it was my duty." Arya, beaming, turned to Catelyn. "Mother, Robb has already knighted Beric. I suppose I must refer to you as Ser Beric now." Catelyn directed her words to Beric while her gaze affectionately lingered on her daughter, her well-maintained hand gently stroking Arya's head. Beric smiled and declared, "I still prefer being called the Keeper, for it is the title Lord Eddard bestowed upon me." Catelyn raised her gaze, her bright eyes scrutinizing Beric. "Please remember that." Chapter 75, A Gathering. "As you command." Beric stepped aside to allow Catelyn entry into the city. En route, Brienne of Tarth suddenly remarked, "I recall my father saying that Harrenhal was nearly in ruins." Beric turned to the Lady Knight. Brienne's appearance was quite unremarkable, with coarse skin, a flat nose, and a tall stature, yet everyone recognized that Brienne of Tarth possessed a heart of a true knight. "I propose that Count Riverrun allocate land to the refugees and exempt them from taxes for 2 years. Consequently, a substantial number of refugees, amounting to 20 or 30,000, arrived." Bale explained this to Brienne, who regarded him with profound respect, declaring him a true knight. Bale waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was not out of nobility, but rather in service of the war. "My lady, allow me to elaborate for this aged woman," he said. Catelyn, with a calm demeanor, expressed her curiosity with every word. Vale directly informed them that those who received land would be registered as free citizens. After 2 years, any harvest from their land would be shared equally with the Lord, and they would be obligated to serve him for 40 days each year without pay. They were required to provide their own weapons and armor, with Count Riverrun contributing only enough for a single spear. While Bale's policy appeared harsh, such clarity and straightforwardness were indeed rare among the 7 kingdoms. In truth, many lords managed their territories poorly, heavily relying on scholars from the Citadel or learned individuals of humble origins. Catelyn swiftly grasped why Eddard valued this young man. He was undoubtedly worthy of becoming the right hand of House Stark. Brienne of Tarth lamented, if only his grace, Prince Renly, were still alive. Your intellect would surely have benefited him greatly. Oh, do mind your words. Bale interjected, shaking his head. The king I serve is Robb Stark. Brienne promptly apologized, forgive me. I was merely overwhelmed with grief. Please do not take it to heart. Bale observed her closely. It appears something has befallen Duke Loras Tyrell. Let us discuss it further in the city, he suggested. Caitlin offered a weary smile. This was the first time Bale had witnessed her smile at him. Sir Bale, I believe you must have a way to assist my son in overcoming his enemies. Bale returned her smile. Indeed, my lady. My intellect is dedicated to the service of the wolf pack. It seems you wish to be a fox. Madam, I never claimed such a thing. Arya, amused by their banter, informed her mother that Bale had once won a tournament in King's Landing, earning him the title of the Fox Knight. Caitlin noticed the fox fur draped over Bale's shoulder. It was indeed a striking white fur. Your fur is quite rare, she remarked, her eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. Despite her extensive experience, she had never encountered such a pelt and was convinced it must have originated beyond the wall. Bale naturally explained, it is a family heirloom. An Arctic fox fur, said to have been acquired from beyond the borders. Caitlin was momentarily persuaded, acknowledging that Northerners often had a few wild ancestors in their lineage. Bale pushed open the doors of the Great Hall, where Great John and Ricard were competing in a drinking contest. Upon seeing Bale enter, Great John raised his cup and boisterously exclaimed, the one who loves to talk is here. Ricard let out a mocking cackle. Bale smiled faintly, disregarding the two elders' malice, and turned to invite Caitlin inside. Lady Caitlin entered the hall with a serious expression, finding Lord John and Ricard seated in a tense silence. They heard the king's mother proclaim, I will not allow Eddard's wolves to bare their teeth at their own in his absence. Perhaps due to the sight of her long-missed daughter Arya, Lady Caitlin's demeanor today diverged significantly from her usual self. Her emotional dam had burst forth. Noble lords, behold what infighting has wrought upon us. Caitlin's emotions threatened to engulf all present. Renly is dead, slain by his brother's sorcery. Brienne and I witnessed the entire ordeal. And even now my hands and feet remain cold and trembling with fear. Lord John gasped, sorcery. No one had ever seen him so frightened. But now all bore witness. Caitlin was correct. Yet before she could elaborate, John and Ricard were compelled to apologize to Ser Balon. Since you have stated it so. John bowed his head in submission. Ricard Stark also offered his apologies. My apologies, Ser Fisher. Balon smiled warmly. Your words matter not, as long as they serve the king. His magnanimity deepened John and Ricard's shame. Enough, mother, Balon, Arya, and this lady knight. Robb finally interjected, as the young king sought to quell the discord. Brienne of Tarth, she announced, placing her hand upon her chest. John corrected her. Lady, it is your majesty. The lord of House Amber, fierce as his house's totem, retorted. I serve King Renly. Brienne raised her chin defiantly. Robb, wishing to avoid further quarrels, declared loudly, regardless of who it may be, please take your seats. Let us discuss matters of importance. As all settled, John's gaze remained fixed upon Brienne, as if a giant intended to crush the sun and stars. Caitlin began recounting her observations from recent days, detailing even the minutiae of Renly's desire to share peaches with Stannis, as all listened intently to the mother of wolves. When she finished, Robb summarized, Renly is dead, and Stannis has slain his brother, employing foul sorcery. Balon found it rather amusing. Ha! I have heard in King's Landing that Stannis Baratheon is the most just and ruthless man in the realm. He pointedly remarked, is it not ironic? The most just man employs the dirtiest means to murder his own brother. Stannis prides himself on justice, yet he is excessively harsh and lacks compassion, leading him further astray, even resorting to sorcery for assassination. By the gods above, what truly just man would resort to magical assassination? Even if he were to obliterate Renly on the battlefield with magic, it would be more honorable than his cowardly machinations. Shameful. John seethed with indignation. Ricard, Robb, Brynden, and several other lords nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Brienne of Tarth rose, beseeching Robb to send troops to avenge Renly. Robb hesitated, contemplating whether to march directly upon King's Landing or to bide his time. I am afraid, Sir Brienne. Bale responded on behalf of Brienne. Disappointed, Brienne took her seat, having held little hope from the outset. Ignoring her, Bale redirected the conversation towards strategic decisions, suggesting, I believe that the just Stannis, once he clears the obstacles in Storm's End, will be eager to march on King's Landing. Then we should march as well. The Battle of the Three Kings, exclaimed Great John, filled with excitement. Westeros will remember this great conflict. Caitlin glanced at Robb, who was deep in thought, studying the map. Suddenly, Duke Roose Bolton inquired, what are your thoughts, your grace? All eyes turned to Robb. Chapter 76. The situation. Robb Stark gazed at the map, requesting his uncle Bryndon's assistance in positioning the pieces. The stag of Dragonstone charged towards King's Landing. The golden lion stood tall, while the direwolf observed from the north. Our forces are sufficient to overwhelm any one of them, Robb asserted, earning consensus from all present. However, a three-sided battle would only lead to chaos on the battlefield, and only the gods knew how it would end. Great John raised his cup and drank the ale alone. Then we shall wait here for them to settle the outcome. Yet, Robb's reaction made her realize that her son was not particularly satisfied with this decision either. What did he wish to do? Caitlin found herself increasingly perplexed by her son. Perhaps he had truly matured. Your Grace, I strongly advise you to strike at the Westerlands. Everyone turned to Bale, and Robb's eyes brightened. Yes. That was precisely what he wanted to do. Well said. Bale, you echo my thoughts. Robb placed his hands thoughtfully beneath his chin, embodying the essence of a new king. In time, Bale might become the king's right hand. Great John set down his cup, clapping and exclaiming, whatever direction it takes. As long as I can slay a Lannister with my sword. Roose Bolton fixed him with a cold stare, saying, the king has yet to decide who shall march. Huh. The king would certainly take me along, for he knows that Great John Umber wields the sharpest sword. Great John retorted defiantly, his gaze locked on to Lord Bolton. While others might fear Roose Bolton, he did not, for the giant of the broken chain was a bane to skin peelers. Roose Bolton pressed his lips together, their thinness rendering them a mere line, sharp as a blade's edge. Robb intervened once more, adeptly managing the situation, having witnessed his father's methods countless times. I will take Great John and Ricard, along with Uncle Bryndon. Bale, you shall accompany us. I require your wisdom. Robb made his arrangements. Lord Bolton and the Earl of Riverland would remain at Harrenhal, while Uncle Edmure would hold Riveron, and the Freys would oversee the twins. His deployment was both concise and appropriate. The forces attacking the Westerlands would number 10,000, half of whom would be cavalry. The garrison of Harrenburg consists of 6,000 soldiers, while the defenses of Benflow City and Twin Rivers City are relatively relaxed, with each holding 2,000 infantry. Nevertheless, Robb has specially allocated a cavalry unit of 1,000 men to Edmure as a precautionary measure. Everyone is content with this arrangement except for Arya. What about me? The girl loudly inquires of her brother, the king. Everyone, except for the Boltons, shares a knowing smile. Caitlin gently takes her daughter by the hand and says, you and I will go to Benflow City to visit your grandfather and uncles. But I want to fight, Arya replies despondently. Moreover, with the departure of Beryl, what will become of the lady? She is quite attached to Beryl, yet she has no inclination for violence. Beryl smiles and says, Arya, please help take care of the lady. Fine, Arya responds, feeling disheartened. Caitlin tenderly embraces her daughter, concerned that she may become overly reliant on the Knight of the Fox Fur during this trip to Benflow City. It is imperative to find a few exceptional boys from House Tully to divert her daughter's attention. All right, everyone prepare. The army departs in 2 days, Robb declares, rising with great authority. At that moment, the door to the great hall swings open once more. Sir Willis Manderley enters, bloodied, with half of the beard of Lord Eel's son missing, replaced by bandages wrapping sword wounds. Once, that beard resembled that of a seal, and it is a pity to see such a distinctive feature diminished. Your Majesty, Willis strains against the pain, supported by soldiers as he announces, we were ambushed by the mountain's men. Halion and Ennis have perished, and only I and the men from Ron arrived back. This signifies a loss of approximately 150 to 300 men. While this casualty count may seem insignificant, everyone instinctively turns their gaze towards Ricard Karstark. The Karstarks are now heirless. Halion was the last son of Ricard. Great John rises in fury. Those bastards. I will slay that Lannister scum. He hurls his goblet to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Ricard, I assure you, I will avenge the Karstark family, Robb calmly states to Ricard. However, Ricard declines, believing that this vendetta must be his alone to fulfill. He remains seated, his eyes fixed on the darkened, polished table, exuding an unusual calmness. He has already tasted the bitterness of losing all his offspring once before, after the Battle of Whispering Woods, when Torrin and Ed were slain. And Halion's fate remained uncertain at the Battle of Green Fork. At that time, Ricard prepared for the worst, yet the old gods showed him a measure of mercy. Now, however, the old gods reveal their cruel indifference. Ricard Karstark sits in quietude, and the more composed he appears, the more anxious Robb and Great John become. Your Majesty. The Earl of Ricard finally speaks, bringing a collective sigh of relief from all present. He expresses remorse. I regret to say I cannot accompany you on the expedition to the west, despite my fervent desire to scorch every inch of Lannister land and sow it with salt. He articulates the most dreadful words in the calmest of tones. Robb inhales deeply. How many men do you require? Please let Count Riverine and Lord Leech cooperate with me. Rickard articulated his request. Rob responded, I concur, Count Riverin, Lord Bolton. I implore you to assist Rickard in apprehending the vile criminal. Understood, Your Majesty, both Jandry Riverin and Lord Luss Bolton affirmed. Thus commenced a new wave of the campaign against the Mountain. Bale wished them good fortune, despite the formidable, cunning, and cruel nature of Gregor Clegane, who surpassed all in the Seven Kingdoms. With Catelyn Stark withdrawing from the expedition to the west, Robb's forces diminished by 1,000 men. Yet this did not deter his offensive. Nevertheless, Bale felt compelled to caution Robb that aside from the Lannisters, another family would soon emerge as an adversary to the Starks. Lady Catelyn, Bale gazed at the king's mother. I once overheard Renly mention before Lord Eddard regarding the Rose of Highgarden. Renly had envisioned the Rose replacing Cersei as Robert's queen. Did you perchance encounter that Rose on your journey? Catelyn was puzzled as to why Bale brought this up. Yet she divulged that Renly had altered his plans, now intending to wed the sister of the Knight of Flowers. As she spoke, Catelyn cast a glance at Brienne, aware of the young woman's affections for Renly. Brienne, however, exhibited no signs of distress. The Lady Knight was acutely aware of her place. Catelyn sighed inwardly, lamenting, Alas, foolish girl, your beloved has transformed into a ghost. It seems you are destined to languish for a lifetime. How can the living compete with the dead? Then this Rose remains unwed, Bale implied. Suddenly, Theon Greyjoy interjected. What? Do you aspire to be the brother-in-law of the Knight of Flowers? This remark provoked Arya's ire. As she retorted, Bale would never wed any wild rose. Ignoring Theon, Bale addressed Robb directly. Your Majesty, observe that King Joffrey of King's Landing is yet unbetrothed. Is it true the Lannisters are to ally with the Tyrells? Robb grasped Bale's insinuation. Bale continued, This is merely my conjecture, yet it merits consideration. And so what? Theon, who naturally clashed with Bale, feigned cleverness, offering his own counsel. Why not simply seize the bride and have her bear heirs for Robb? Aha. Robb frowned. Theon, you know that is impossible. No, Robb. Theon surveyed the gathering, noting the absence of any phrase. I believe you would prefer a southern beauty over wedlock with a Frey daughter. These words garnered newfound respect from the men towards Theon, for it was evident he regarded Robb as a true brother. Who knows who will wed a Frey daughter? Chapter 77. The tranquil Catelyn urged Theon to cease his foolishness. The alliance between Robb and the Frey family was her own orchestration. During the tense days of battle, to secure the support of House Frey and the twins, Catelyn had promised Robb would marry one of their daughters. House Frey had likewise committed heavily, with many Freys having perished in the Whispering Wood and at the Green Fork, while Hostine Frey had just fallen at the hands of the Mountain. Catelyn understood old Lord Frey, whose pride was more fragile than a waterbug ass, and who placed immense value on how others perceived House Frey. Should they withdraw from the engagement, the Twin Rivers city would undoubtedly align itself with the enemy, despite the prevailing understanding that, given the current circumstances, the victor in the fierce contest between the lions and wolves would certainly be the Lannisters. Yet, even in such a situation, the wounded pride of the Freys would compel them to resolutely oppose House Stark. Thus, she could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Enough, Theon. Perhaps Eddard never imparted wisdom to you, but as your foster mother, the foremost lesson I must teach you is that of family, duty, and honor. Catelyn admonished Theon. Theon bit his lip, responding, Yes, my lady. Bale, with a deliberate intent to provoke Theon, feigned concern to inform him, Theon, we must ensure that the Twin River City remains on our side. Otherwise, the journey back to the north will be fraught with difficulty. Theon, teeth clenched, retorted, I do not require your instruction. I am aware. Enough of this. Robb interjected. Theon, there is no need for hostility towards Bale. He harbors no ill will towards you. Theon, on the verge of tears from the injustice he felt, wished he could silence Bale permanently. At this moment, Bale chose to exhibit a sense of magnanimity, partially agreeing with Theon's perspective. In truth, Theon has a point. We might employ a similar strategy to garner the support of House Tyrell. Upon uttering this, Bale savored his own malice, fully aware that his conciliatory words would not alter Theon's disposition, but rather intensify his disdain. Yet to the onlookers, Bale's fade of benevolence would only elevate his standing, so why not indulge in it? As anticipated, Theon did not appreciate the gesture. Instead, he clenched his fists. If looks could kill, he would have slain Bale countless times over. Robb turned to Bale, inquiring how they should proceed. Bale chuckled, shaking his head. Your Grace. I merely stated the truth. I did not imply it was feasible. If Theon had just wielded his gaze as a weapon, now he genuinely yearned to draw his sword and slay the loquacious fox before him. Bale proceeded to analyze the situation for Robb. In this contest of alliances, we hold no advantage, unless you are willing to wed a rose, yet you and your mother have already made commitments to the Freys. Meanwhile, The Lannisters can elevate a Tyrell woman to the status of queen. A smile played on his lips, though we have Bran and Rickon. They do not possess the title of king. Setting aside political implications, Bale further examined the familial aspect. Even disregarding status, the Duke of Highgarden dotes upon his daughter. He would surely hesitate to see the Rose of Highgarden wed into the harsh cold of Winterfell. What then shall we do? March straight into Highgarden? Declared Great John. A warrior at heart. The answer, of course, was in the negative. Bale gestured towards the map, pushing the pieces representing House Stark swiftly towards the Westerlands, advising Robb. I suggest you sweep through the Westerlands with greater urgency. He asserted that as long as they could inflict sufficient damage upon the Westerlands, even a union of the lions and the roses would crumble. A lion without a den is akin to a dog without a home. Bale's words ignited a spark of inspiration in Robb. The young king nodded in agreement, resolved to take further action. Robb turned to his half-brother, Theon. Theon Greyjoy looked up innocently. What is it that you wish for me to do? Robb expressed his desire to request a favor from Theon, asking him to return to the Iron Islands to locate his estranged father, Balon Greyjoy, whom Theon had not seen in a decade. Robb, I implore you to keep Theon here and send someone else, Catelyn advised sternly, asserting in Theon's presence, trust me, Balon Greyjoy is far from a trustworthy individual. Robb met Catelyn's gaze directly, addressing the assembly. Mother, your words may cause Theon distress. I understand, Robb, she replied, recognizing Theon's predicament as he instinctively sought to mediate the discord between brother and mother. Yet, Robb interrupted assertively, I am speaking. The king is speaking. A tremor ran through the hearts of those present, and in that moment, they seemed to glimpse Eddard. Catelyn was no exception. She realized her error in treating Robb as a mere child before the others, Great John, Rickard, Luwin, and the others, but what mother does not err in such ways? Robb. Theon is a good lad. Catelyn expressed her remorse to Theon. Although she had never truly regarded him as her own, she felt compelled to exhibit a semblance of maternal affection. This gesture deeply moved Theon, tears glistening in his eyes. Catelyn turned back to Robb. However, Theon's biological father, Balon Greyjoy, has a checkered past. He once claimed kingship, albeit briefly. Robb replied calmly, I am indifferent to that, as long as he assists me in vanquishing the Westerlands. I shall share the throne with him. I will reign as king in the north, while he rules as king of the Iron Islands. Catelyn felt a pang of suffocation. Her son bore a striking resemblance to Eddard, yet they were distinctly different. Eddard would never have chosen Balon as an ally. Very well, mother, my decision is made, Robb declared, rising to his feet, the direwolf cloak cascading naturally about him. Theon, prepare for your journey post-haste. You may embark from the port of Pike to your long-lost homeland. I wish you safe travels. Theon nodded and departed, the first to undertake the mission. The others soon followed, executing the king's command to prepare for an assault on the Westerlands. The task assigned to Balon was straightforward, lacking an army or lands. He merely needed to await the signal to depart. Before the journey, he chose to practice swordsmanship with Arya, who had recently shown great improvement under the daily tutelage of Syrio Farrell, often with Balon joining in. Beyond deepening his bond with Arya, Balon spent the remainder of his time strategizing with Robb, alongside Great John and Luwin. The plan to attack the Westerlands was, in essence, remarkably simple, encapsulated in the word conquer. The only point of caution was that Tywin had ordered Ser Gregor Clegane to assemble a new army in the Westerlands. Reports indicated that Tywin had summoned a formidable force of 10,000 men. If true, this could pose a significant challenge. Due to the rugged terrain leading from Hudgian to the Western Realm, even though the enemy consists of newly recruited forces and Commander Steer is rather unremarkable, it would not be an easy task for them to seize the narrow pass and invade the west. A strategy must be devised to draw the enemy out. In a field battle, Stark would have a considerable advantage. To this end, Robb devised numerous plans, hoping they would prove effective when the time came. Once all preparations were complete, Robb's grand army finally set forth 2 days later, while Theon Greyjoy was nearing the coastal city. On the journey, Robb allowed Beric to ride alongside him, as the king wished to learn more about his father, Eddard Stark, despite Beric having not seen Eddard for nearly a month. The encounters of Eddard, the Warden of the North, on the sea instilled fear in those who followed. In the narrow sea, the purple ship of Bravos sailed under a clear sky. Suddenly, a dreadful storm descended. A dark red galleon, adorned with black sails and bearing a figurehead of a black iron maiden with an outstretched arm and eyes made of mother of pearl, approached silently through the tempest, resembling a ghostly vessel. Upon sighting her, the crew of the purple ship erupted in terrified cries. It was the Silence. The pirate king, Euron Greyjoy, stood proudly at the helm. Chapter 78. Euron Greyjoy. Eddard had a dream. In it, he beheld unspeakable monstrosities surging from the sea, from the narrow sea, from the Sunset Sea, the Summer Sea, the Shivering Sea, the Jade Sea, and the Smoke Sea, accompanied by towering waves and dark crimson storms, mingled with viscous black lightning, overwhelming the continent of Westeros. The scene resembled the apocalypse, as stars fell from the heavens towards the earth. The world resonated with the sound of bells, the bells of doom. In that moment, even the White Walkers appeared benign, for they could not ravage the land or overturn the sun and moon. Yet that indescribable creature, with its writhing mustached face and limbs resembling countless octopus tentacles, possessed a single, pitch-black chaotic eye. Eddard awoke with a start. The cabin shaking as monstrous waves battered the ship. The youth, Edric Dane, with his cerulean eyes, was absent from the room. Eddard attempted to rise from his bed, feeling nearly recovered from his illness, though his lungs still bore some residual effects, causing him to cough and gasp for breath with any exertion. He exhaled a cloud of stale air, his feet touching the cabin floor. The light was too dim for him to locate his shoes. And soon the last flicker of candlelight extinguished amidst the violent swaying. Darkness enveloped him without warning, instilling a sense of unease. Guided by memory, he reached the door, opened it, and was relieved to see light streaming in. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingled with the briny sea breeze. He glimpsed a severed head at the end of the corridor. Around him, the only sounds were the crashing waves and the storm, which roared mightily yet felt eerily silent, as if the tempest outside were devoid of life. Ed felt an increasing sense of unease as he picked up a sword that had fallen in the corridor, its hilt stained with blood. Where had everyone gone? If they had encountered pirates, why was there no sound of battle, nor even the cries of anguish or cruel laughter? Carefully, Ed approached the end of the corridor and abruptly turned the corner, revealing a bloodied staircase. He ascended, the roar of the storm growing ever louder. Pushing aside the heavy hatch, the tempest drenched him instantly. The sky was a dark crimson, reminiscent of thick blood. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely continued upward. Upon reaching the deck, he spotted a figure standing before the mast, their back turned to Ed, while before them, Edric Dane was stripped bare and bound to the mast. Without hesitation, Ed shouted, "Edric." He drew his sword and charged at the enemy, though uncertain, he had already deemed the figure an adversary. Why else would they not free Edric? Oh, and there was a straggler. The figure turned around, one eye covered by a patch, while the other gleamed a bright, clear blue, revealing itself to be Euron Greyjoy. Ed's pupils dilated as recognition dawned. How could Euron be here? Doubt flickered in Ed's mind, yet his steps did not falter. His goal was clear, save Edric. However, still recovering from his illness, he was clearly no match for Euron. Euron effortlessly evaded Ed's sword and, in one fluid motion, kicked Ed's knee, causing him to cry out and fall. Euron then delivered a punch to his solar plexus, nearly knocking Ed unconscious. Euron Greyjoy stood over Ed's head. Wanderer, what brings you from the forest to the sea? Euron's solitary eye gazed at the bound boy at the mast, his grim masterpiece, the Silent Star. Ed struggled to turn his head, following Euron's gaze back to the mast. No, Ed cried out in anguish. At the mast, the Lord of Starfall, with his pale golden hair and blue-violet eyes, Edric Dane had long since lost his vitality. The boy's eyes had been gouged out, and a cavity had been carved into his forehead. One blue-violet eye filled the void, the other was cruelly placed at his throat, which bore a similar wound. The executioner had severed Edric's tongue and used it to bind around his neck. No, Ed had never witnessed such brutality. And merely contemplating that the victim was the very boy from Starfall who had escorted him filled him with profound sorrow. It seems you do not appreciate my work. Euron's foot lifted from Ed's head as he approached the Silent Star, playfully toying with the slender tongue, jesting. Do you not think this necklace is the Pacifism assistance? No. Ed was consumed by fury, picking up the sword, rising from the ground, and sweeping the blade towards Euron's abdomen. He aimed to slice open this demon's belly to reveal the darkness within. Euron stood there, motionless, allowing Ed's sword to glide toward his gut. The tip of the sword grazed the armor, igniting a spark, yet the armor bore no mark. Only a faint scent of singed embers. Before Ed could fully grasp the shock, Euron's fist struck his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Do not rush, my wolf. We have ample time, Euron said, delivering a kick to Ed's abdomen, rendering him utterly defenseless, curled up in pain. Euron abandoned him and approached the Silent Star once more. Introducing this exquisite creation, I call it the Silent Star, as you surely understand, for this child's lineage bears the meteor as their sigil. Alas, it cannot speak now. But the stars continue to shimmer. Ed, lying on the deck, could hardly decipher Euron's words. Nevertheless, Euron persisted in his introduction, the demon speaking at length, indifferent to Ed's lack of response. When he concluded, he suddenly declared to Ed, Now, you shall witness a miracle. You will forget it, for it is beyond your comprehension. Yet you will have seen it, and in the future it will haunt your nightmares. Yoren Greyjoy turned away, his back to Ed. Ed saw him remove his blindfold. And then a dreadful murmuring filled the air. Chrysaravit, Chrysaravit. The storm ceased. Not quite. The murmurs overwhelmed the tumult of the tempest. Ed found it nearly impossible to comprehend the unfolding events, his expression frozen as he watched horror unravel before him. His heartbeat quickened, propelled by fear. Then came a sudden, thunderous noise, the ship jolting violently as if something from the depths had seized it. The vessel was sinking. Something monstrous sought to devour the ship. Yoren Greyjoy turned again, now reapplying his blindfold. The diabolical man hoisted Ed from the deck and steadily advanced toward the tilting bow of the ship. The murmuring began to dissipate, replaced by the terrifying sounds of the hull cracking, creaking, and groaning. The entity beneath the waves was indeed consuming the Bravo's purple vessel. Yoren guided Ed to the ship's bow, where a dark-sailed, crimson-hulled rowboat came into view. Yoren hurled Ed aboard with astonishing strength. "Welcome to the Silence," he proclaimed. Yoren leaped onto the deck, striding toward the helm, leaving Ed with a spine-chilling silhouette. With a wave of his hand, Yoren commanded, "Set sail." To Astapor. The crew of the Silence, their tongues severed, appeared silently, raising the sails and rowing. The Silence glided through the storm as if on solid ground.